Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Growth. Chapter 151, Growth. Even though I don't like her, this is great. Kimmy couldn't help but smile as she walked behind Nico. She was present at the fight with the white tiger, so she knew how strong and dangerous these mythical beasts were. But if Niji and Kurai's fusion could defeat a creature of a similar level in a minute, she might as well have a solid chance against that dragon. As Kimmy stepped into the borders of the monster village, she noted that the villagers had surrounded the center's residence, wielding weapons in their hands. Mersha was in the lead, standing on the door as she nervously glared inside the house. "Reveal your identities. Who are you?" She was clearly talking to Niji and Momo, and she along with her people looked pretty anxious that there were two human-looking creatures within their king's house. There was a solid chance that those two were high humans too, and on top of it they might as well be enemies since Niji himself was nowhere to be seen and they even saw their queen being blown out of the village. Meanwhile some of the monsters were running to the spot where Kimmy was thrown, therefore they came face to face with Nico and stopped on their tracks. "Hey, another demi?" An orc cried, grabbing his weapon. "Guys, be careful. She attacked the queen. She must be an enemy." The few ogres and orcs wielded their weapons, preparing to face Nico who was walking towards them, but they simply stayed on their spots as Nico walked past them. Ah. They stood dumbfounded and Kimmy also walked past them with an awkward smile. "Don't worry, she's not an enemy." They kept standing there while the two demi soon reached the center's residence and Nico finally stopped tossing the red orb in the air, and instead opted to put it in her inventory. "Oi Mersha, make way." Nico spoke, her voice calm but it was demanding. Mersha immediately turned to face her and flinched back the moment her eyes came into contact with the slit, cat-like purple eyes. "Who are you dash? I told you to make way." Mersha couldn't finish her words before a dome of mana burst out of Nico to loom over the whole village like a hungry titan. Mersha's eyes rolled backward, along with everyone else present, except for Kimmy and the girls inside the house, as they immediately fell on their knees in front of the sheer pressure. What is with this mana?" The monsters cried, but Nico simply stayed on her spot, her hands in her pockets as she looked down on them. It was Kimmy who pulled her by the sleeves softly. "They're your people, you know. I don't think you should treat them like this." Nico gave her a stare and scoffed, releasing the pressure instantly. Of course, Nico wasn't a fool. She wouldn't do anything that'd make things difficult for either Niji or Kurai, as she was them in the end. She acted like this just to demonstrate her mana, which the monsters will assume came from Niji after she reveals her identity. After all, they've been thinking Niji has a great amount of mana, enough that they can't even sense it. But he has never actually shown any mana technique they were familiar with. One day, they might get suspicious, but today's demonstration would push that date a bit further. Whatever. Nico shrugged her shoulders. "Anyway, I guess it's time for me to go. Niji should handle what to do with the Phoenix's drop himself, I can't bother it with myself." Saying so, she deliberately unfused in front of the monsters, showing them who she actually was as their eyes widened. They had an moment as they realized who the originator of that mana was. The dust cleared and they saw Niji with Kurai on top of his head, sitting on her paws and looking down on the world. Some could guess, some could not. But it was mostly clear that the divine cat had merged with Niji to create that cat demi. "My liege, I see you have attained yet another unknown technique. But I must ask, who are those two girls?" Mersha asked, looking over to Momo and Niji who were inside the room, with Niji standing strong and Momo hiding behind her. Niji nodded. "One of them is my sister, another is my girlfriend. Girlfriend is kind of like a fiancé, if you know what that means. Just treat them like my wives." Mersha nodded at his words, surprised. That surprise didn't last long though since she was familiar with incest in the ancient human royal families, and polygamy existed even in this great forest. The strong monsters took anybody they wanted as their wives. Niji noted her understanding and made a point clear, but keep in mind, there is no hierarchy between them and Kimmy, treat them all similarly. "You know I am fine with being the concubine dash. Keep your mouth shut." Niji cut Kimmy midway, turning and glaring at her, just as she started to giggle, looking amused. "Oh well, not like this poor maid can defy the master's will." Niji deadpanned and looked at Mersha again. "Anyway, clear up please. Don't come here unless I call for you." Those two inside look pretty shocked and confused right now. Mersha nodded. "Understood." With that, she quickly dragged everyone away. Andreas wasn't here, she went back to her cave for a while, so only a few other wolves were present here currently. Along with them, as the orcs and ogres left, the house's surroundings were clear as Niji and Kimmy walked inside. "Hey, Niji. What are those monsters?" Niji jumped from her spot, leaping up and landing on his chest. They looked like monsters from video games. What up with that? Niji trailed off, his hands on her waist. Well, you see, this gate dimension is different from the usual ones I encounter. This opens up a gate to another world. Are you familiar with the medieval fantasy genre? The sword and magic world with princes and princesses. This place is pretty much that. The medieval fantasy genre is a very old genre for the current time. There are barely any fictional works from that genre these days, and the ones present aren't so popular. Though there was recently a popular work rising in Japan of that genre. Something Kimi first found out and later, Momo was forced to read by Niji. Wait, so? Momo stepped up. This place is kind of like the slime manga's world. Kind of. Niji nodded. So those monsters, from what I understood from your interaction, they're serving under you. Niji nodded as Momo's lips trembled. Are you doing the same things that slime did? Are you making an army and then killing other people for your army's growth? Niji. Momo stepped up, looking at Niji with a hint of betrayal in her eyes. Why? Why are you doing this? This isn't heroic. I am not heroic, Momo. Niji replied, but this time he didn't show any anger. I am just a simple guy who wants to live a long life with my loved ones, and for that, there are barely any things that I would not do. Momo's eyes were wide and trembling as she seemed to fall into a crisis. After a long moment where she opened and closed her mouth, Momo slowly looked down on the ground as a light of contemplation flashed in her eyes. He's doing it for us, for me. Is it really okay for me to judge him? Momo couldn't help but ask. Is it really a villainous act if he's doing it for her? Maybe it is to the other party, the monsters that are being killed. But to the people under Niji, and even Momo herself, isn't he a hero? A hero and a villain are subjective, she understood that much by now. A hero is the same as a villain to a thief who was put in jail by the hero, along with the family of the thief who would starve without the food he used to bring after stealing. In such a case, where Momo got a practical demonstration of Niji's version of heroism, where he swiftly saved her and ran from the red-haired villain, should Momo really be an ungrateful bitch and question him? Judge him, even. Is this really right? I don't know. Momo's eyes started to tear up and she raised her head to look into Niji's eyes. She's never been pushed into a corner like this, never in her life. She never felt so helpless, even though this was a situation that didn't harm her or her loved ones in any way. Why should she feel like this way for a bunch of people, a bunch of monsters in this unknown world? Niji. Momo sniffled, spreading her arms. Hug me. Niji stared at her softly before he handed Kurai over to Kimi. Then he slowly brought Momo to a tight embrace. Hours went by and the girls were now on the second floor, sitting on the bed with Niji. Momo was still hugging Niji, she had fallen asleep while doing so. The other two girls were looking around the room and chatting in lowered voices, making sure they didn't accidentally wake Momo up. Kurai went out a while ago since this place was too cramped, also since she felt like she didn't belong to the room at this moment, like a third wheel, or maybe a fifth wheel. Kurai didn't know, neither did she care, so she took her leave. Momo finally seemed to be walking up, her eyelids trembling softly for a moment before they slowly lifted upwards. Mommy. She rubbed her eyes, looking around. Where is the stash? She couldn't finish her words before she noticed where she was lying down. Entirely on top of Niji, who was lying on the bed. His face was below her and he was smiling at her. Your mom's not here, unfortunately. But, your daddy is. Momo blinked as the memories from before emerged. She ignored his bad joke and smiled. Oh, Niji. Sorry about before. I must have seemed so childish. Everyone has a child within them, don't push it down. There's no need to force yourself to act mature, Momo. Niji said, reaching out a hand to ruffle her hair. I accept whoever you are, so please don't force it. Momo's lips thinned but she smiled soon after. All right, thanks. Then I would like to apologize for acting like a moron when I first woke up. I believe this hero syndrome of mine, as you speak of, really is a sickness, strong enough to make me question the man I love, the person who's trying so hard to keep me safe. I am really sorry. Her lips shivered again, but this time she didn't cry. She simply looked sorry, ashamed and guilty. She questioned him when he killed the villains in USJ, even though it clearly was a thing he needed to do if he wanted to live, if he wanted her to stay safe. From there, she questioned if he really was a hero or not so many times. Even going as far as judging him after he saved her from certain death. But she only realized now that. Did it really matter if he was a hero or not? Was her love just for a hero? Did she only love Niji because someday, she assumed, he will be a strong, capable hero? No, that's not right. She loved Niji because he was Niji, not because of his quirk, nor because of his strength. She wouldn't say she loved his personality, she couldn't say she loved his looks. No, because she didn't love only a single thing about him, she loved everything that made Niji. Niji. Him not being a hero didn't matter, and being a hero shouldn't matter to her either. She's a person of her own, so she should dream to protect the ones that mattered to her, not some people she never met in her life. That's why, for acting like a stupid bitch before. Words might not mean much but. I am really really sorry. To someone like Niji, her background wasn't special, neither was her powers. Meaning he loved her because she was Momo, or he would have never apologized after acting like a douche a few hours ago, even though he was right and she was in the wrong. So Momo promised herself to at least match that resolution because she didn't want to lose him, she didn't want him to leave her. Momo could notice the two other girls looking at her from behind, and she again thanked her luck that they were who they were. They wouldn't make fun of her or insult her for what she did. After all, they weren't like that at all. It's fine, Yamamoto. Niji shook his head, pushing her hair strands from her face and tucking them behind her ears. It was my fault for being so harsh, I understand. The Yaoyorozu princess most certainly never got yelled at like that in her life, so it must have been shocking to you. Hey, that's not true dash. She couldn't finish her words before Niji pulled her head down. His other hand flung over her back, pulling her waist, as he stole her lips swiftly. Momo didn't resist. For some reason, she expected this. Niji's left hand went under her school shirt, running down her back and going to clip her bra. His right hand went under her skirt, grabbing her butt and softly squeezing it. Ahem. Right then, Niji cleared her throat in a deliberately loud voice. Niji released Momo's lips, which separated with a plop as they both turned to Niji. It's good to see you're breaking out of your hero syndrome, but I don't assume you're about to ignore everything happening outside, right? Niji said, frowning. Japan is under attack, and our parents and friends are out there in danger. Oh, Niji blinked. Actually, both our and Momo's parents are inside my personal dimension, meaning they're safe. About our friends, yes, I guess you have a point. They were within Kurai's inventory, but Niji shifted them to his when they refused to form Nico. Niji and Momo looked pleasantly surprised at the news and immediately started to ask Niji questions. Niji answered and kept thinking. By friends, Niji was referring to Rumi and Ryukyu. Though he was aware that Niji was talking about others, like Murio and Tamaki. That was a problem too. Niji needed to plan how he should handle Niji after stealing Murio's quirks, which might as well make him brain dead like many other all-for-one's targets. Niji wasn't sure. I was the one who saved them, by the way. Kimmy meddled in, looking a bit unhappy. Also, you've grown real soft, a young master. Remember when I first apologized? You said, Kimmy, wanna talk after we are done fucking. Look at you now, so lovey-dovey. She didn't look jealous, just playful, though she did look a bit grumpy. Which was rare. But Niji just shrugged. Or maybe I just like bullying you, who knows? He said and pushed Momo to the side, sitting up. Anyway, yes, my Wani-sama indeed proposes a good point. I also think it's time for us to leave. He said, slipping his hand in the air and taking out a red shining orb and a bean-sized red stone. Which is why I have this, a phoenix, evolution orb, and a life stone. Niji had a perfect candidate for both of these. The evolution stone would help Momo the most, who needed some strong attack powers. So, Phoenix Flames would help a lot, as he just got to see how powerful it was just a few hours ago. On top, the life stone may as well allow her to finally create organic things using her quirk. Softly he handed them over to Momo, who took them reluctantly. He was about to explain things to her before Kimmy jumped in, starting to tell Momo the things she needed to do to consume them. Meanwhile, Niji pouted and turned around. Humph, so you bought things for her and Kimmy. Looks like your sister doesn't matter to you, huh? She said, crossing her arms under her breasts and throwing her nose in the air. How's that possible? My sister is the most precious thing in the world, remember? Niji walked to her, trying to kiss her, but she moved her face away. Okay, fine, I have something for you too. He slipped his hands in the inventory and took out the special tear potion that Izuku's dead body dropped. Niji's eyes shone before she looked away again. Just that. I want something new. Oh, this will give you something new, don't worry, Niji said, pushing it onto her hands. This one is special, so this will do something special to you. Don't you believe me? He actually wasn't sure what made this thing special. So he was a bit nervous, but he didn't show it on his face. Niji looked at him suspiciously before swiftly accepting it, her lips stretching to a smile. Oh well, sure, I will take the leftovers. She didn't wait even a second before opening the bottle and throwing the contents inside her mouth, and on the back, Momo also had put the evolution orb inside her mouth, having already done so with the life stone. BZZT. Immediately, there was a burst of magical energy from both girls and some things truly seemed to have changed within both of them. Chapter 152, 152, Opportunity. 1. Chapter 152, Opportunity. 1. In Tartarus, Japan, there was a jailbreak. Alarms raged aloud and red lights illuminated the whole building from corner to corner. The criminals, the heinous villains who used to terrorize Japan, broke out of their open cells, killing the guards as they ran to find their gateway to the sunlight they missed for ages. Someone seemed to have invaded this place and opened up all the cells, which gave the villains a chance to escape. Everyone took this chance like hungry dogs presented with meat. Sooner or later, one by one people reached the front gate, and from there they were offered two options by the men that most of the villains present here were afraid of. The boogeyman of all quirk users, all for one. Kana Tsutsumi, former hero named Lady Negant, was amidst this bunch of villains as she listened to all for one's speech. My friends and comrades who walk the same path as me. You guys have two options, said the man wearing a black suit and a mask of similar color which had silver pipes surrounding it, which he guessed is either to preserve his identity or image. Just hours ago, I launched an attack on the entirety of Japan. I am conquering this country, after killing All Might. He was standing beside a man with purple mist for a body, however. Negant's sharp eyes noticed the metal plate on his neck, and she would bet her money that neck was his weakness. Beside him, a portal of similar purple color was spinning in the middle of the air. As she was done observing, all for one spoke again. You guys can either join me in this grandeur of mine, forming an alliance of villains. Or, you guys can take this portal which will send you to any of the cities of Japan of your choice, said the masked man, all for one. As you can see, no options are harmful to you, just that choosing the second option would mean the next time you come face to face with me or any member of my League of Villains, you'll be considered an enemy. Lady Negant watched with serene eyes as the group of frightened villains chattered amongst themselves for a long minute before more than half chose the portal, and the remaining ones joined the League of Villains. Lady Negant, after a long second, walked towards the portal too. Send me to Musudafa City, she said to the mist, who simply gestured for her to step in. Hey, Kana. Before Lady Negant could enter the portal though, all for one walked over to her. Why is the best sniper in Japan leaving? Come, join me. I have a job for you. All for one said, reaching out his hand. This corrupt government is going down, don't you want to take part in taking it down? Negant stared at the man's hand for a moment, before without speaking a word, opting to take a step inside the portal. Because, although Kiana wanted to accept his hand, Lady Negant needed to save people from all these villains who decided to choose to enter the portal and therefore became an immediate threat to the citizens of Japan. When Niji and his girls came out of the dungeon, they came face to face with the state UA was in. It was utterly destroyed, dust and smoke rose like fog, and firefighters were still trying to water down the fire that was still blazing on many of the destroyed buildings. Momo was the most shocked amongst the four people, and a cat. It's not as if she doubted any of their words about the villain's strength, but hearing about something and seeing it with her own two eyes were two different things. Follow me, Niji said, walking over and climbing on top of a destroyed building. From there, he activated his Eyes of the Lord and looked for anything intact. Unsurprisingly, he found multiple unharmed buildings. UA High owned a grand area of land, enough for there to be multiple destroyed city models present for their students to train in, so except for where the fight took place, things weren't so utterly devastated. On one such building which is far east from the main school facility, Niji noted multiple ambulances parked outside with many medics taking injured people in them and driving off. He couldn't zoom in with EL, but he could see the silhouette of some of the teachers and students amidst the crowd that surrounded the building. They seemed to be unharmed enough for the ambulances to ignore them for now. My God, it was Momo who whispered in a shaky voice, a pair of binoculars on her hands. The other girls also had binoculars, made by Momo's quirk. She was also the only one wearing her hero costume, as she could make her costume in any situation by herself, using her quirk. The remaining girls watched the scene, but they weren't too shocked. Both of them were familiar destruction and death, but it was still a repulsive scene to see. Do you understand, Momo? Niji turned off his EL, looking at Momo's red eyes. This is why I didn't want to come out immediately. Momo nodded slowly, looking low on the ground. I am S-. I didn't say that to hear an apology. Niji interrupted her, turning ahead again. We made up already, no need to start from zero again. Momo sighed while she nodded, and Nijire and Kimi simply patted her head trying to soothe her. Nijire's hand went a bit further to touch her bang that was in a different color than her black hair. It carried a bright red color, as she was curious if it was actually fiery hot or not. Momo looked different now, after taking the evolution stone. The bang that commonly hung from her hair was red in color now, and the same went for her eyes. She looked more gorgeous than ever. Image here. Anyways, let's check that place out. Niji said before jumping down from the pile of debris and starting to walk towards the building. His girls followed him and soon enough they reached the commotion. Back away, quickly. This patient is in serious condition. Niji and the group came face to face with two nurses dragging a stretcher where a severely bleeding woman was barely able to hold her breath. She was wearing a skin-tight white hero costume, which was mostly torn apart with the biggest tear being around her kidney. A hole replaced where her kidney should be, but it was hidden by the hands of one of the nurses. It was midnight. Kimmy was the first to run to the bed, yelling out. Midnight. What happened? And where is Recovery Girl? Miss, please move out of the way. She's in a serious condition. One of the nurses yelled, looking angry. Recovery Girl is too tired to heal her, we need to move ASAP. Niji frowned at that. There were other options if Recovery Girl was indeed too tired. Couldn't the teachers use Momo to copy her quirk and then use it to heal her and vice versa? Unless. Heya, stop. Midnight said to the nurse. She was panting as she looked at Kimmy and slowly a light of recognition flashed through her eyes. Senpai. Her eyes then turned moist and her lips quivered. I am sorry. I couldn't protect them. I dash. Them. You mean me? Niji's voice interrupted Midnight's trembling sobs. He stepped up, pushing Kimmy to the side and leaning over. Don't tell me you went to fight the guy because of me. That'd be touching, but I would feel bad. Midnight's eyes widened, her breath stopped as she stared at Niji in disbelief. Her eyes soon drooped again. Ah, I see, I am dead. I am seeing ghosts now. No, you're not. What's your blood type, Midnight? Hadash. Sir, please move out of the way. The nurse screamed as she watched the blood gush out from between her fingers, but a silent glare from Kimmy's blue eyes which turned sharp silver caused the nurses to shut up. Your blood type. Niji didn't mind them and asked again. It's type A, why do you ask dash? Midnight couldn't finish her words before Niji leaned over and kissed her. Kimmy covered Kurai's eyes with her hands, while the other two girls sighed. The nurses looked angry and shocked, but as Kimmy narrowed her slit eyes at them, they didn't dare say anything. Meanwhile, green light started to shine around Midnight's body, just as her lacerations started to heal before the wound on her stomach started to close itself. Although the wounds were closing very quickly, visible by naked eyes, the speed wasn't fast enough to heal her immediately. So, the kiss lasted long, and second by second, as Midnight started to gain her consciousness back bit by bit, she started to feel pleasure. Niji, Momo, and Kimmy watched the scene with wide eyes at first, but two of them soon deadpanned. They guessed he must have put a health potion in his mouth and was inserting it in her mouth. There were certainly other ways he could give it to her, but they didn't want to start a commotion in this place right now. Meanwhile, people started to gather on it, but they weren't marveling at the scene. They simply looked relieved that another healer had appeared, but that relief slowly turned into nervousness as their number kept increasing. This new influx of people meant that the new healer will also get tired like Recovery Girl, and therefore not manage to heal all of them. An entire 3 minutes later, the front of the temporary hospital was filled with injured people as they watched the teacher and student kiss passionately. Niji was on the stretcher and Midnight was on top of him. Finally, she cancelled the kiss, raising her head and huffing. I think this is enough, huff. She said, looking down at Niji as she sat on his abdomen. I don't want to suck you dry. Thanks. Niji. This time, she didn't say, boy. She jumped down from the stretcher as Niji followed her, wiping his lips. But was kissing necessary? Asked Midnight, looking at the other patients. If so, it looks like it's finally the day when you have to kiss dudes. No, it's not necessary, Niji said, tidying his shirt as his girls walked up behind him. My quirk recently got this power up. I don't know how it works, but I guess by shaking the cells of a person's body with my vibrations causes the cells to divide and fill the wounds, therefore healing the body. Don't take it for granted though, I am not a science expert. And I just kissed you since I wasn't sure how this would work on people other than me, so I did what Recovery Girl does. Recovery Girl doesn't kiss on the lips. It was Niji who said dryly from his side, but she sighed after that. Whatever. Midnight simply nodded seriously. Anyway, please heal them as best as you can. I can't, unfortunately, said Niji. I don't think I would be able to heal much of them, so the ones who will be left unhealed will get angry. I think it's much better for me to heal Recovery Girl, instead. I heard her blood type is A, too. Yeah, that's correct. That's a good idea too. Midnight agreed. But why is blood type a factor? I don't know. Niji shrugged. It just works on myself and others with blood type A. I am not a quirk expert, so don't ask me why. Didn't you say you didn't try it on anyone else before? Midnight asked, narrowing her eyes. Oops, looks like my tongue slipped. Niji sighed from behind, rubbing her head while Midnight finally revealed a small smile. Well, I guess accidents happen, she said, and her hands moved towards her costume with the intention to rip it, but she felt nothing. Oh yeah. Can you guys please shut your noses? I am going to knock out everyone blocking the gate. The nurses and Niji's group nodded, just as Midnight released pink gas from her body, causing every patient to slowly fall asleep. Then, she turned to Niji again. Follow me. Recovery girl should be urgently healed, or we might lose Murio. Niji's eyes shone softly. So Murio was inside, and he was in a very weakened state, too. This is good, very good. Chapter 153, 153, Opportunity. 2. Chapter 153, Opportunity. 2. Niji and the group walked beside Midnight through the passed-out crowd and headed towards the room where Recovery Girl was resting. Speaking of which, Niji. Midnight spoke, still walking. How did you survive? I was told that the Red Dragon was after you specifically, and he fired a beam of plasma which vaporized you and Niji without even leaving any remains. Oh, and what's up with your eyes and hair, honey? Midnight leaned over and touched Momo's hair, which seemed slightly warmer than normal. Feels nice, but strange nonetheless. Nice cat, by the way. Momo cleared her throat while Kurai looked proud on top of Niji's head. It's all a long story. We mostly survived by luck, that's all. Niji said while Midnight looked at his face for a moment before sighing internally and shaking her head. He is avoiding the question, whatever, this is not the time or place for this. Thank Lady Luck, then. Midnight said jokingly and continued walking. After a while, they reached the room where Recovery Girl was supposed to be, but the room was empty. But Midnight didn't look worried. I think I know where she is, she said and led Niji and the group to the second floor, in a room in the corner. Knocking on the door, she called. Recovery Girl. Are you in there? There were multiple coughs from inside, belonging to two different voices, as Recovery Girl replied soon. Who? Who is it? Ah, it's Midnight. Oh, Namiri-chan. The door immediately opened and an old woman jumped out from within. Why are you back? You were being taken to the hospital. I can't heal you, you know. The old woman, Recovery Girl, was about to yell some more before she recognized the people around Midnight. Huh. She blinked. It's that Niji brat, and Niji too. Oh, and that Momo girl isn't dead either. Recovery Girl only heard the rumors, so she didn't question how they survived. Midnight stepped in, crouching down and putting a hand on Chiyo's shoulders. Yes, they're fine. But that's not important, Recovery Girl. Niji's quirk seemed to have awakened, again, and this time he somehow can heal others. We need to look into that later, but we already have proof of its functionality. Look at my wounds, they're all gone. The UA teachers knew about Niji's awakening in the USJ incident, so Recovery Girl was also aware of it. Recovery Girl looked at Niji with surprised eyes as he gave her a simple nod. She then turned back to Midnight to confirm that indeed, there were no wounds present on her. Recovery Girl's eyes sparkled. This is perfect. Come inside. We need to save Toshinori and Murio. Recovery Girl practically pulled Niji inside while the girls followed suit. Kurai seemed to dislike being pulled. Just as Niji stepped inside the room, he realized why this was an emergency. Inside was All Might, in his skinny form, bandaged like a mummy. Though it didn't look funny, he was in a serious condition. But that didn't interest Niji much. He looked at All Might with his observe. Tier 3, High Human, Toshinori Yagi. Tier 3. He dropped 3 tiers, huh? Guess this had the same consequences on him that his fight with All for One had in canon timeline. Niji thought and shook his head softly. He actually kinda liked All Might and would have healed him with his potions if not for his plans. All Might would have been a massive obstacle if he was healed before, and therefore would have lost his fire much slower, even after giving away his quirk. But maybe he could heal him now since he was already too weakened as a tier 3 even after transformation. All Might was awake and he looked surprised at Niji's arrival but gave a simple nod as their eyes met. Niji then looked at Murio who was sleeping, quite peacefully for someone with such an injury. He was also bandaged, but shockingly he only had 1 wound. He didn't even have scratches, except for that wound. It seems he was forced to stop his permeation momentarily for whatever reason, most likely to take a hit in place of someone else, which is why he took the injury. The injury was on the right of his chest, a deep wound dug by seemingly the claw of a gigantic beast, covered by bandages. Then, since Niji couldn't use it before in the heat of battle, he used Observe on Murio now. Tier 7, Main Character, Murio Togata. Tier 7 and also, Main Character, as expected. Niji hummed softly. He then noticed Midnight explaining to Recovery Girl of his precious offer, that he will heal her and she will heal the others. But the old woman sighed and shook her head, walking over to Niji. Unfortunately, I don't have blood type A, she said, seeing Niji nod after a moment. In that case, I believe Toshinori should receive the healing first. Toshinori is All Might, in case you missed it. Niji looked at All Might, feigning surprise. He does share some characteristics. But still. This is surprising. Niji said, shaking his head. But never mind that, I want to know something. I know there is a kid named Momo in Class 1B, he has a copy quirk. Why didn't you guys ask him to copy your healing quirk and heal them while you recover? Or better, he could heal you and then you two could take turns. Midnight, Recovery Girl, and All Might, each of them looked at each other and then sighed in succession. That's not possible, unfortunately. It was Midnight who spoke. Momo was about to escape with the other students. But at the last moment, hearing the cry of one of his admittedly close friends, Tetsu, he ran to the battlefield and touched the catastrophic dragon's tail, when nobody was noticing. As you know, he had the quirk copy that he can activate by touching someone. Niji's eyelids twitched in surprise. Momo did that. Did he really have such a good relationship with Tetsu to do that? He didn't seem like the guy, as far as Niji knew. Or maybe, he was just looking for glory, taking a risk that didn't seem as dangerous in the presence of All Might, who was like an undefeated battle god to the kids of this generation. I somehow believe the latter, even though it's just pure speculation as of now. But does this mean he's dead? Or just injured? Niji didn't even know who died in Class 1A, he only knew Bakugo did because the sounds of his explosions wouldn't stop otherwise. But before Niji could know more, he already decided to fly off. But Bakugo's death alone meant if there was still a plot armor in this world, it wasn't in the favor of the first years. Which made him assume the worst for Momo. Midnight continued. He then transformed into a replica of the Red Dragon, starting to clash with him. But of course, he wasn't used to moving on 4 legs nor was he used to move such a huge body. So as the fight escalated he was killed even before his quirk's time could run out. Midnight said, making Niji sigh. What did I accept, fuck? Niji wanted, no, he needed the copy quirk. That's something that can make his mind be dozen times better than right now. For example, he could make 10 copies of one quirk and combine them all, which should have been added on the levels of that certain quirk, and repeat. Meaning, he would have jumped power levels while sitting on his ass. Though that was still possible if Monoma's body was intact, or at least was in a single shape. He could then heal the dead body with a health potion and steal the copy quirk after that. Speaking of which, I should do that on Izuka's body when I get the chance. Coming out of his mind, Niji sighed. That's sad, but it was brave of him. I have a question though. Niji said as Midnight inclined her head. I recently heard about a villain who can steal quirk, named All for One. He is out in Japan right now. I hate to say it like this, but Monoma's quirk is useful for a guy who steals and gives quirks. If he can get hands on that, he would be able to copy a single quirk multiple times and give it to his minions, therefore making a huge army. So as much as I have to say this, I believe it's better for us to take care of Monoma's body. All Might sighed from the side hearing him, already expecting that All for One was the one involved behind all this. But at his assumption, he shook his head. Don't worry. All for One can't steal a quirk from a damaged dead body, or a body that's been dead for more than a whole day. Niji's eyelids twitched again, but he wasn't worried. Sucks for AFO then, not me though. I can turn the body back to a state where it would seem like it just died a second ago, so that's not a problem. Besides, it was Midnight who sighed this time. His body isn't here anymore. His quirk turned off by itself when he died, causing his dragon body to turn into that of a human again. Amidst the ongoing battle, we had no way to retrieve his body, and at one point of the battle, one of the Red Dragon's plasma beams devoured Monoma's body entirely, not even leaving his ashes behind. Where is my luck when I need it? Fuck. Niji cursed aloud in his mind. This ruined pretty much everything. Or maybe not. He still had Ares' quirk to consider. He wasn't sure, but what'd happen if he reversed time on the place where Monoma died? Wouldn't his body reform? There's a high chance for that to happen. No need to get worked up. Slow and steady wins the race. Overhaul's place is the first thing I go after leaving this building. Although he was scheming in his mind, he made a somewhat sad expression on his face. That's very unfortunate. I would have at least liked to send his body back to his family, and I am sure you guys have the same thoughts. But at least that means we have one less potential disaster to not worry about. All Might agreed from the side. After a long awkward silence, Recovery Girl butted in again. As I said, you can't heal me since I have type B blood. So I want you to try your quirk on them first. Do it on Toshinori, since he is the one with type A blood here. Murio is type O. Fun note, by the way, MHA Wiki has the blood type of most of the characters. I am using those, so all this can kinda be considered canon. Niji didn't retaliate and simply nodded and walked to All Might's bed. His girls stayed back, watching silently, but Kurai stayed on top of his head. Ready for the plan, he told her via telekinesis. Niji would have liked to heal All Might with a potion right now, but he had a plan for Murio in a minute, so it's better for All Might to not become too healthy, as he didn't want any type of interruption. All Might, this will be quick, Niji said, placing a hand on All Might's forehead, who groaned. Then Niji's palm shone green, which spread to All Might's body, making it also glow green. Chapter 154, Opportunity. 3. Chapter 154, Opportunity. 3. Everyone watched as visibly all of All Might's wounds started to heal. This time, it was slower than Midnight's, since there were more wounds. He was so wounded that they didn't dare move him to a hospital, as that alone might interrupt his condition too much. It took around 10 minutes for the patient to heal as Niji withdrew his hand back while All Might released a heavy breath. "Thank you," he said, slowly sitting up and then softly touching the wound on his waist, the one that All for One had left a few years ago. "It's still there, sigh." That was true, but he couldn't bring himself to feel too bad. After all, he was certain he couldn't enter his muscle form again without hurting himself, but this treatment. "It seems I can keep up my transformation for a very long time now, although I will be much weaker too." Still, that was more than enough. But looking at Niji's smiling face, he questioned himself, just how could Niji's quirk evolve to do healing? Niji wasn't sure if it's his gamer system, or if it's Nine's now enhanced All for One at work, but Niji could steal the experience and understanding of the quirks too, which All for One allegedly couldn't, as he refused to steal Best Genist's quirk since it's annoying to train a new quirk. Probably Nine's quirk, since all the quirks he had were pretty high level for someone to have just trained with them for a few days. That's how Niji instinctively knew how to use the quirks he stole too, and even use them on the same mastery as the previous owners, if not better. Moving on, Niji stood up from his seat, patting All Might's shoulders. "I sensed a deep wound on your waist, sorry my powers can't heal it." As All Might shook his hand, thanking him again, Niji kept looking at him with a frown, questions on her mind. How did he heal All Might? She could understand Midnight, he must have put a health potion in his mouth beforehand, but what about this? Did his quirk really evolve again? But that's impossible. He had the same quirk as her, and her quirk evolved, yet it didn't allow her any regenerative ability, let alone healing others. Niji watched Recovery Girl, who smiled at All Might's successful healing, but her face turned sad as she looked at Murio. Niji also grew concerned. Murio was a good friend, so she would rather have him live. Though she doubted he would actually die, since Recovery Girl said she healed him enough to keep him safe until she was recharged up again. Speaking of friends, Tamari, another of the big three, was also fine according to Recovery Girl. He was just in another chamber, sleeping. Still, if this was any other day, she would have asked Momo immediately to heal Murio with her new Phoenix powers. Eternal Fire of Resurrection, or whatever. But she didn't do it, not when Niji wasn't doing it for some reason. Her younger brother was a bit scary today, she's talking about when he talked with Momo at first. It was baffling to Niji at first, but as she learned more about the other dimension, she grew concerned for him. He must be under so much pressure if he was killing monsters inside the place and ruling an army too. A young teenager's mind shouldn't be developed for all this. So she didn't ask Momo to heal Murio outright, in case it ruined whatever plans he had, and instead she waited for Niji to do something on his own. She believed he would do something. It was then that Niji spoke. "I know I said this only works on people with type A blood, but I can still try it on Murio. As I said, this is very new, so I am not too sure if my hypothesis about the blood limit is right or not." Niji's eyelids twitched at that. So that's why he didn't call Momo. Because he lied about the limit and could easily heal Murio by himself. "So want me to try?" Niji said, looking at Recovery Girl, the medic expert here. "Well sure, go on. We already saw how well your quirk works. Not like trying is going to hurt," the old woman said as Niji nodded and sat on a stool beside Murio's bed. She should have asked me to try it on herself first, honestly. Niji couldn't help but grin softly in his head. He actually looked for any sign of One for All inside All Might's body using All for One, but it seemed that indeed, even though All Might seemed to have a spark inside him, it wasn't the quirk, not even its remnants. So here he was, on his prime target. The day he's been waiting for was finally here. The day, which might as well change everything. Murio was still unconscious. Niji noted that and placed his hand on top of his chest. This time, no green light shone. Instead, ominous dark red energy surrounded Niji's hand as it drowned into Murio's chest. "It's working." Niji grinned in his mind. The basic All for One wasn't able to steal One for All, as explained by Dr. Garaki. However, 9's AFO could steal OFA, and he could not do that only because he lacked enough slots to steal OFA that had 6 extra quirks stored within. But with that slot limit increased to 80, Niji's mind could easily do that. Easily, now that Murio was sleeping. Guys, don't mind the color of the light. It's like this when the blood type isn't compatible. But don't worry, he won't be harmed. Niji said before anyone could question the strange color. All Might was confused, very much so when he saw Niji's hand shining with an ominous red light that he was very familiar with. His eyes shook, his mind racing to prove that no, this is just a misunderstanding. But his mind failed to do so. Yes, that red light might as well mean that Murio's blood type wasn't compatible, as Niji claimed it to be. Some flashy quirks do show different colors in different situations, that wasn't unheard of, but that dark red ominous color, All Might has seen it far too many times, far too long to not recognize it. Now it makes sense. All Might was shocked to see Niji and Niji enter this room because he was certain both of them were dead. Yet, they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, unscratched with new healing power, and were now showing another type of power that All Might had never seen. This kid, it wasn't Niji. It was All for One, most likely using a shape-shifting quirk. All Might groaned, feeling pain even as his body started to enlarge as he kicked the bed and flew towards Niji. Get away from him, All for One. All Might shouted, transforming into his muscle form and leaping at Niji. However, Niji didn't seem concerned. He's slow, as expected. Niji raised his free hand at the incoming All Might and blasted with his shockwaves, causing the number 1 hero to fly and his back to hit the wall. Everyone else in the room yelled, Recovery Girl even losing consciousness because of shock, but Niji stayed indifferent. Kimmy, take care of him. He said simply, not looking back. This, Kimmy stuttered, shocked and uncertain before she bit her lips. Alright, if you say so. Niji trusted Kimmy, so he didn't worry much. It's certainly a pity that All Might noticed so early, but it's not too big of a problem. Kimmy ran and stood in front of All Might, who was about to rush to Niji again but failed due to Kimmy. What is the meaning of this, Niji? Midnight yelled, shocked and confused. Explain yourself and get your hands off Murio. Niji grunted, not at her but at the resistance he was receiving from within One for All. Must be the vestiges, the ghosts inside the quirk. But they won't be a problem once I take the quirk, Gamer's Mind, will eradicate them entirely. Niji couldn't say he wasn't a bit nervous, but he kept up. Niji. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill Murio? Niji was the one who was shouting, but she didn't step in since this all might be a huge misunderstanding and interrupting the healing might hurt both Niji and Murio. I am sorry, big sis. I will explain later. But don't worry, I can guarantee your friend will be safe. I will also heal all of his wounds, too. Niji said softly, turning to Niji whose jaws were shaking, unable to come up with a word. Trust me, okay. Niji closed her mouth, frowning and nodding. Momo looked uncomfortable too, but she was too ashamed to question Niji's actions after all the apologies she expressed today. Niji actually wasn't sure of his own promise, as Murio might become brained or actually die since One for All is a quirk that takes in a person's consciousness more than other quirks, and when Gamer's Mind eradicates the stored consciousness, Murio might as well get eradicated too. Though that's considering Murio's consciousness had even formed in the vestige world at all, which he doubted. Niji could then feel it, so close as his enhanced All for One, aka mine, was just about to defeat the vestige's combined solidity. So is this how it is? Midnight yelled. I was wondering how you guys survived, or why Momo had a different hair color and eyes. You guys are just doppelgangers. You guys are not Niji, Niji and Momo. Senpai, are you a fake too? If not then don't listen to them. They're fakes. Niji ignored her cry, and simply wore a mask from his inventory, in case she released her sleeping gas. So All Might and Midnight believe I am All for One. My talk about Monoma's quirk and going too deep into the explanation should only complement that doubt, but it's fine. If people were to believe he's All for One, it's not as if that's something Niji never expected. In a few days, they would have mistaken him for AFO anyway, when he would have started to plunder quirks of the people from his wish list. Papa. It was Kurai who spoke from his head, already up to date with his plan. Something is wrong, I think. Niji frowned, looking down on Murio's struggling expression. I see nothing, what do you mean dash? Ding. The will of the world is reacting to your action. The will of the world is boosting its chosen one, the main character's luck tremendously. Immediately as the messages flashed, a green light jumped out from Murio's body, from the hole in his chest, and disappeared the next second along with the wound, leaving fresh healed flesh as Murio's eyes sprung up. Due to the will of the world's direct intervention, reality has been changed slightly. The history changes itself. The second One for All user's quirk has been changed. Murio Toga has unlocked the second user's quirk, Super Hyper Regeneration. Ah fuck. Niji cursed, clenching his jaws as Murio's punch came flying to him, breaking his gas mask and hitting his chin. Power. The impact made a huge shockwave, sending Niji flying in the air, breaking the ceiling and flying out with Kurai on top of his head. Murio jumped up, running towards Kimi who was just standing in front of All Might, stopping him from running to Niji until now, but not really harming him too much. When she noticed Murio punching Niji, her eyes widened, twisting as her skin started to change and she glared at Murio. She prepared to rip the kid's head from his neck while Murio pulled his arm backwards, channeling one for all 100% as his knuckles went to crash with Kimi's own. But, right before it could, something white flashed between them. Both their punches were blocked, even the shockwave they released was mostly nullified. In front of him, stood Niji with white cat ears and a dangling tail behind him. His hair was floating, along with a tail, as a blue ethereal aura danced around his body as if he was some kind of deity. He had a bored but annoyed expression as he held Murio's fist. Not exactly a smart choice to hit my girl, he said, his voice echoing. Before Murio could jump back, Niji raised his free palm to face Murio's abdomen and chanted. Mana Eruption. Chapter 155, 155, Opportunity. 4. Chapter 155, Opportunity. 4. Mana Eruption. A spinning vortex of blue and gold left Niji's palm, going forward to land at Murio's abdomen. However, the beam simply passed through Murio, hitting the wall behind him and shattering it into dust, creating a hole. Niji narrowed his eyes at that, Murio's punch coming towards his face as he ducked down and swiped his leg under Murio's feet, but there was no feeling of touch as Murio simply slipped down under the ground, pulled by gravity. Huh, Niji shrugged. So even mana passes through him, interesting. A part of him expected otherwise, but that part was wrong. Young master. Kimi asked from behind him, making him turn. Ah, Kimi. You must be confused, don't worry, it's still me. I will explain the details later. Niji reached out his hand and pinched her chin. Kimi didn't know what Niji did with Nine's body. She might have been able to guess what's happening if she knew about Nine's all for one, but she didn't, so she was lost just like the other girls. Now, stand back. I will finish Murio as soon as possible and get back to you. Niji said, turning around and floating in the air softly, spiraling golden shockwaves coming out of his feet. Niji. What do you mean by that? Niji cried, horrified. What are you trying to do? Certainly, she didn't think good of the term, finish Murio. Niji didn't reply to her and whispered in Kimi's ears. Knock Niji out if she tries to intervene, same for Momo, though I doubt she'll try to do that. Niji finished, seeing Kimi nod. Niji didn't blame his older sister. It's justified to be so confused and loud when her younger brother and her close friend are fighting. Just that, she was being a bit louder since her younger brother, who she loved more, seemed to be in the wrong here. Just then, through the floor Niji was standing on, black whip sprung out and wrapped around his neck. Before he could even respond, his head was pulled down, his face falling hard on the floor. So his quirks can also permeate. Niji thought, chuckling to himself as he grabbed the whip and yanked back, hearing something crashing on the ceiling under this floor, as this was the second floor. The black whips disappeared and an enraged Murio, now wearing his hero costume, jumped out of the ground next, his fist raised in the air again. Niji tried to block the attack, but it simply went through his raised palm and hit him in the jaws. Or it would have, if a soft golden plate hadn't appeared just a centimeter ahead of his jaws. The quirk, air wall. Though the plate did shatter upon impact, that was enough time for Niji to smirk and jump back a few steps. This would be easy. He was feeling stronger, stronger than ever, even stronger than when he became Nico. Because now, one of his perks is at work. Perk, main character slayer. The will of a world would have its negative effects lessened against you, and therefore wouldn't be able to make your life deliberately harder unless it uses its main character against you. All stats gain a 30% boost when fighting a world's chosen one. This was going to be smooth. Murio glared at the doppelganger as the blue aura disappeared from around the doppelganger's body. Murio was feeling both rage and sadness. None of this would have happened if he didn't let the real Niji die. This villain wouldn't have gotten the chance to act like Niji if Murio somehow saved the boy. You sure you want to fight here? The doppelganger asked, pointing at the shattered wall. There are people, injured and sick under this building. Murio frowned, but he understood the villain's offer. So as the villain jumped out of the exact hole he created in the wall, Murio did the same, not before glancing back at Niji. She's most certainly a fake too. Sighing, blaming it all on himself, Murio followed the doppelganger to a spot a bit far from the building, an open racecourse field. The moment they reached the spot, Murio took a deep breath in and released it. Immediately smoke came out from all over his body and spread around the whole field, obscuring both his and the villain's vision, or he hoped it did. This was the sixth user's quirk, smoke screen. Not even a second later, the fourth user's quirk, danger sense, flared up, causing Murio to turn permeation on, making the villain's punch pass through him. Damn it. Murio cursed in his mind. He can see in the smoke. This doppelganger was much stronger than him, Murio realized that. He easily blocked his 1-for-all 100% punch, along with that maid's own punch, after all. At the same time, this villain was very fast, too. Though Murio might be able to surpass both that speed and power using FA Gene, the third user's quirk. Though truthfully, the only reason Murio hadn't lost yet was because of his permeation. You can't be defeated if you can't be hit. After the initial punch, the fake Niji started to throw barrages of punches all over Murio's body but was unable to hit him even once. At last, Murio watched as the doppelganger frowned before swiping a leg under his feet again. This time, Murio didn't fall under the ground. The attack simply phased through his feet, without Murio even stumbling. The gravity was pulling him, true, but he wasn't going down anymore. Because even if he lost his foothold, he wasn't standing anymore. He was floating. The seventh user's quirk, float. Annoying bastard, tisk. The villain said, drawing his fist back as Murio finally took the initiative. A punch to the gut, a punch to the face, one to the ribs, and many more. But all were dodged. I may not have that annoying permeation, but I am faster. Hearing the villain, Murio narrowed his eyes before he smirked. Even though Niji was dodging all the attacks, Murio's intention wasn't to hit him, no, he was simply stacking kinetic energy in FA Gene. The quirk, FA Gene, allows the user to build up and store kinetic energy as they move. This energy can then be released as an explosive burst of speed and power. There is certainly a limit to how much energy can be stored, but that limit has long been heightened many times because of 1-for-all. Guessing that somewhat enough energy has been stored, Murio used the quirk, along with 1-for-all. Black and red energy sprung out of Murio's body as he launched his fist at Niji's face. This time the speed was enormously faster than before, and the strength almost caused his costume to tear apart. Before the fist could hit, and possibly shatter the villain's skull though, the blue aura from before resurfaced around the villain and he moved like a bullet. Stepping to the right, he grabbed Murio's strongest punch with swift movement, grinning as Murio felt his fist getting eroded by a black deathly aura. Murio barely managed to turn his permeation on again, causing the villain's grip to slip. What was that? It was shocking to Murio. Such corroding power. Looking down at his hand, he saw the result, a very deep wound, the imprint of the grip he was feeling on his fist. It was as if it melted by some kind of poison, even though the touch lasted barely a second. A second later, Murio simply smiled as a soft green energy surrounded his hand and dispersed immediately, along with the wound. The second user's quirk sure is useful. Murio couldn't help but smile. But this is bad. I can't hurt him like this, he's too fast even with FA Gene, unless I store as much kinetic energy as possible. Meaning, I have to drag this battle. Certainly, prolonging this battle would be in Murio's favor if he manages to store enough energy to surpass the villain's speed. Because the villain wasn't that much stronger than Murio, since Murio could see the attacks coming, and also stimulate his mind on how to block them. He just couldn't move his body to be fast enough to do so. I believe that's enough for a warm-up. Suddenly, the villain rolled his shoulders with an easy smile that said, checkmate. Murio Togata, or should I say Lemelian? I heard gravity still affects you in that invisible form of your. Murio was confused at first before his eyes widened at Niji's incoming punch, this time glowing with a translucent aura. He was shocked when he felt his face getting pulled towards the aura, and the attack, instead of phrasing through like usual, slammed down on his nose and threw him far from his initial spot. Niji's punch hadn't connected, no, the aura around Niji's fist had connected with his face instead. A gravity quirk. Murio frowned, growling as he felt his face start to heal itself immediately. He slowly stood up, breathing somewhat heavily as the smoke around started to clear by a gust of huge but clearly unnatural wind. Before he knew it, on the clear field, Niji was rushing at him again, his blue eyes carrying a red octagram and his fist glowing a soft white. This is bad. Chapter 156, 156, Opportunity. 5. Chapter 156, Opportunity. 5. The main character Slayer isn't the only thing that Niji gained from Izuku's death. There was also his new gravity quirk. The Way of the Hollow King. That was the name of the set of techniques that Niji made with his new gravity quirk. Truly, receiving that quirk has been a real lucky event since, without it, Murio was pretty much invincible against Niji. Against normal opponents, coating Niji's fist with gravitational force didn't boost the attack power at all, it just pulled someone towards the incoming fists, that's all. But against a quirk like permeation, this was the perfect counter, since Murio was still affected by gravity in his permeated form. That's exactly why Niji made this technique set. Running forward, as Murio ducked to dodge the attack, Niji swiftly shifted the coat of gravitational energy to his feet and slammed it down on Murio's head, making the boy stumble to the side with a groan. This isn't working. But Niji couldn't find himself to celebrate. He was doing damage, true, but Murio's regenerative ability was healing everything. He was planning on killing Murio first, and then stealing one for all from his dead body. But he realized two problems with that. Although, as Niji believed, it should be possible to steal quirk from a dead body, at least after feeding it a health potion, it wasn't a solid assumption for Murio, who was receiving the world's direct support now. The second problem was Niji. Niji could see Niji standing with his other girls, along with many others from UA, far from where this battle was taking place. Niji could guess what Niji's reaction would be, seeing him kill her friend. Niji didn't have a good feeling about it. He was certain she wouldn't turn on him, in any case, but that didn't mean their relationship would stay the same. He would rather not spend a week fixing that problem, as time was valuable right now. So he somehow had to force Murio to allow him to take one for all, without killing him. For that, he had a plan in his mind. The cliché threatening of villains. "What are you going to do, Murio?" Niji asked, flying over to Murio and hitting him on the chin, causing the teen to get flung in the air as Niji followed. "Would you escape? Or do you still plan to stock more kinetic energy, in a mere hope to stand against me?" Murio's eyes widened at his words. Of course, Niji could tell what Murio was trying. Though it's more accurate to say he guessed it, and that assumption was proven right by his expression. Murio was already healed, his shattered chin reconstructing itself. That healing gave him quite a bit of hope, Niji could see. "Hey, you're planning to drag this? How long can your healing go on? How long before we destroy the remaining buildings in UA by this fight?" Niji chuckled, kicking him in the chest, floating forward and grabbing the collar of his costume and punching him in the face. "How long can your healing keep up before your stamina runs out? How long before you're forced to fight me head-on, with your permeation unable to neutralize my attacks and your regeneration unable to heal you anymore?" Truthfully, all this was a bluff. Niji had a time limit of his own in this fused form, a limit of 1 hour. He was sure Murio would be able to keep healing for that long, at least. Around 10 minutes had already passed, meaning Niji needed to back his bluff with action. If not, this won't work. "You should answer when I ask a question." Niji punched again, this time Murio's body flung down on a building where people were watching the battle. Murio drowned into the ground, avoiding hurting any of the scared civilians. But Niji didn't avoid them, he jumped down, full power ahead, and dropped amongst them with a massive shockwave. The civilians were flung all around, yelling and shouting in fear, but nobody died. Murio jumped out of the ground next, trying to punch Niji only for Niji to avoid it, albeit barely since Murio was quite a bit faster when he was repelled out of the ground. "Don't bring civilians in this," Murio yelled, trying to punch Niji again, who laughed like a classic villain. "Oh no, what if I do? Will our hero boy get enraged and kill me?" He scoffed. "Guess what, you are yet to hit me once." Murio growled, unable to hit the dodging Niji. "Also, why shouldn't I bring civilians in this?" Niji shrugged his shoulders, jumping back a few steps. If Murio was assuming that Niji was all for one, then he would use that misunderstanding as an opportunity. "From what I can see, I will be able to defeat you sooner or later and steal your quirk then. But it's a pain in the ass to fight a slippery bastard like you. So I would rather hurt the civilians, forcing you to surrender earlier." Murio's eyes widened and he released his black whip to catch Niji, who slapped them away with a mana-coated hand. Niji chuckled and said, "Calm down and let's make a deal. You let me take your quirks right now, and I don't prolong this battle, leaving you, All Might and others in this place alone, alive and safe." In truth, even though Niji could punch Murio, he couldn't actually touch him. Without being able to touch him, he won't be able to take his quirk, even if he managed to defeat Murio before his fusion ended, where he will be put in a disadvantage. So he wanted to force Murio to give out one for all by himself, by making him misunderstand. Murio stopped on his spot, breathing slightly heavily as he glared at Murio. "That won't happen." "Oh, really?" Niji raised a hand towards one of the fleeing students, as the student stopped midway, levitating in the air by Niji's telekinesis. Niji softly waved his finger just as the student cried, his arm twisted and bone coming out. Murio yelled, trying to punch Niji again, who dodged. "Heh, I just broke his hand, I didn't kill him. Try to punch me again and I will do it, along with many other poor kids." Niji grinned. "Didn't you hear what All Might called me? All for 1 foot. I am sure you know who that is, and you should realize I don't shy away from killing civilians. Do you really want to keep dragging this out? Making me kill countless upon countless civilians just because you hope that FA Gene would give you enough speed and power to hurt me? What a hero you are, Lemillion." Murio's expression struggled as he seemed to talk with someone in his mind. "What is the right thing to do?" Murio questioned himself. The answers came from within the vestige world, from the previous holders of One for All. Murio met them when Niji was trying to steal One for All a few minutes ago, and he knew they were trustworthy. Murio, don't give in to his words. He wants you to give up One for All. It's, as much as I hate to say it, it's better for you to flee from here, even if some civilians die. Because right now, only some might die, but if you give up One for All, everyone in the world would be in danger. It was the first One for All user who replied, his voice sad and grim. Then, a feminine voice flowed out. Murio, sometimes we need to sacrifice our heroic wills for a greater future. There are merely a few hundred people in this place. It's sad and unfortunate for them to die and for you unable to stop it, but, if All for One gets his hands on OFA, then many more than a mere 100 would die. It was Nana Shimura's voice that tried to calm Murio's raging mind. A mere 100. Murio asked back, his eyes wide. Senior. I didn't expect to hear something like that from you. Murio clenched his jaws, even as Nana tried to apologize. Murio watched, as Niji got bored of waiting and twisted the leg of a fleeing girl, one of Mio's classmates actually. Growling, his mind getting hotter by each second, Murio cancelled out the voices in his mind and cancelled his permeation as sighed and raised his hands in the air. I surrender. He watched, as Niji's bored smile grew to a wicked grin. Chapter 157, 157, Opportunity. 6. Chapter 157, Opportunity. 6. Murio surrendered. Niji's strategy was successful. Putting his hand on Murio's head, as the teen was on his knees with his back facing him, Niji activated mine. This went just as he planned. Because, Murio Toga was known for sacrificing his everything if he could save even a single life. Niji respected that mindset because that was something he could never do. That didn't matter though, as Murio grunted, feeling all his quirks getting yanked out, while fighting with the vestiges to allow Niji what he was doing. Niji couldn't help but smirk. His right hand was on Murio's head, his left one was pointing at a kid floating in the air beside him. Murio wouldn't try anything, knowing well that this villain wouldn't think twice to fire a beam and kill the student. So he was behaving quite nicely. Niji could see his girls looking at this sight with shocked and confused expressions. Niji was on the verge of tears, even. But they still didn't step forward. Niji felt a bit sad, seeing Momo looking legitimately scared, her face questioning if Niji was really Niji. That scary conversation he had with her before might be one of the reasons too, since he never acted in such a way with her. But Niji didn't find that a problem. She wouldn't do anything stupid here, and all her questions will be answered soon after this finishes anyway. Let's get this over with. But first, let's take care of our uninvited guest. Niji's gaze moved towards Kimi as their eyes locked. Not long after, she hesitantly nodded. Lady Negant was on a mountain hill beside UA High, her sniper rifle ready to be used as she watched the white-haired boy's red aura surrounding hand rest on the blonde-haired boy's head through her rifle's scope. He's clearly related to All for One, maybe he's that monster's illegitimate child even. Lady Negant noted to herself, frowning and watching as she decided what to do. Why was she even hesitating? That boy hurt civilians in front of her, and he was clearly the villain here. From what she understood by lip-reading their conversation, that kid had a quirk similar to, if not the exact version as, All for One. Currently, the red energy that was coming out of his hand was exactly that. Negant was sure of it. Who would have thought her patrol would come to this? UA is located in Musadafa City, where she came using the Mist Villain's rap gate. There, from trying to see what the commotion was about in UA, she came across this, a bunch of kids fighting amongst themselves. Negant watched as the blonde kid groaned, his body shuddering while the silver-haired boy smiled. The only reason she wasn't pulling the trigger was because he was a kid. Just a high school boy. Maybe he was being manipulated by All for One. Maybe he's being mind-controlled. What if he returns back to himself the moment she fires her bullet? Watching, as the blonde boy lightly cried in pain, Negant sighed and shook her head, locking on target on the silver-haired kid's head as she was about to fire. But just then. Hasn't it been a while, Kayana? Nagano froze, turning her head to her back as her throat was immediately grabbed by a strong hand, with two silver eyes glaring daggers at her. Just who do you think were you targeting? Said the hybrid white tiger, her eyes gleaming. If something happened to him. Ugh, who are you? Negant grunted, her hand returning back to normal because of the lack of oxygen. You don't recognize me, the woman said, frowning and scoffing. It doesn't matter. Die. She raised her hand in the air and chopped on her neck. Negant was somewhat disappointed that the attacker didn't mean die in a literal sense. How she wished to give up this pathetic life of hers. Noting that Kimi had dealt with the problem, Niji smiled. He told her the location where she should be sent, since Niji had quite a few uses for Lady Negant, and after sending her there, Kimi returned beside Niji and Momo, who never even noticed her disappearance. It all took her less than a minute. Niji decided to focus on the main job again. The moment he focused, he felt it, the vestiges were forced to give up as both he and Murio fought against their resistance. It's certainly faster and more efficient when Murio was on his side since the quirk belonged to him more than those 7 ghosts. Suddenly Niji felt a surge of power in his body, his existence itself, as he felt one for all finally leaving Murio's body and entering him, instead. Minds that do not belong to the gamer have been detected trying to invade. Gamer's mind has reacted. The 8 minds within the quirk, one for all, is being eliminated by the gamer's mind. The slight consciousness within the quirk, permeation, is being eliminated by the gamer's mind. Evaluating. Elimination successful. Ding. The quirk, one for all, along with the 7 quirks stored within it, has been mined. Would you like to check the details? Y/N. It was here. The power, the authority, the endless energy running within his body. Niji shivered as he tried to force down his grin from widening any further, pushing the nasty chuckle down his throat. This was it, this was the thing he's been waiting for. This was what just made him rise to the top, jump ranks in the power hierarchy immediately. Niji pressed no and drew back his hand, feeling somewhat relieved that Murio simply looked exhausted instead of dying or becoming brain dead. But a part of him felt paranoid. He is the main character, losing his powers isn't that big of a deal for him. I should kill him. Niji sighed softly, feeling somewhat guilty as he clenched his fist and coated it with tremor. He didn't want to, but he had to. He raised his hand in the air, even as Murio looked backwards with horrified eyes, before he stopped because of a yell from the side. Niji, stop. Niji turned, looking at Niji whose cheeks were wet. Don't do it. You already got what you wanted, right? Don't kill him, please. Fuck. Niji's lips thinned as he clenched his jaws, falling in deep thought. He defeated 2 main characters already. If the will of the world of whatever it was called really was going to boost Murio's powers further, then I will just steal his quirks again. Certainly, the main character's new quirks would need to be strong enough to match the threat that was Niji right now. So his quirks would surely be stronger, in case the world really did help him regain strength. The moment Niji thought that a quest flashed in front of his eyes. An emergency quest has been generated. Quest, harvesting. Description, it's an all-known fact that main characters can rise even from their ashes. Losing power is a small problem for them. Certainly, Murio Toga will regain his powers, maybe even powers greater than the one for all. Objective, let Murio Toga live. Reward, new powers, a chance to fight a stronger Murio, with stronger powers that you can plunder, tier potions 2x, health potion 3x, stamina potion 10x. Failure, high chance of losing Niji's trust, and a higher chance for her to enter a state of depression. A new main character will be chosen. Niji cancelled his attack, turning around and walking away. That failure talking about Niji alone was enough for him to decide what he will do, and the arrival of a new MC after Murio's death was also a no-brainer. The rewards were just icing on the top. Niji left the field and went to Niji to hug her softly to mutter out a sorry. He turned to Kimi and gestured to her to pick up Momo in her arms before he did the same with Niji, who had started to cry by then. Why you better have a good damn reason for all this. She hugged him and cried, as he rose in the air, turning to Kimi and telling him the location. That mansion I went to a few weeks ago, Niji said, seeing Kimi nod who transformed into her tiger form and kicked away from that place. Before leaving himself, Niji glanced at the crowd below, looking tired and devastated as they were on their knees. He could see All Might in the far, making sure he was still alive and not in a coma, since the gamer's mind did erase a total of 9 consciousness. But it seems since there was only a small part of All Might's consciousness in there, he didn't become brain dead. Without wasting another second, Niji kicked the air and flew towards Yusha City. Chapter 158, 158, Inevitable. Chapter 158, Inevitable. It took Niji a few minutes to reach Yusha City, the mansion where he disciplined Toga. The moment he dropped to the ground, Kimi also appeared beside him with Momo in her arms. Looks like we're here, said Kimi, putting Momo down who fidgeted around, avoiding Niji's gaze. There are no guards in front of the gate, Kimi added, looking around. I noticed some villains rampaging in the city while running. I guess the guards noticed that too and escaped for their lives. The entirety of Japan was under attack. Niji realized that while flying from Musadafa City to Yusha City. Let's just head in, he said, walking beside Niji who was silent the whole time. Niji had to send a spinning shockwave in the lock of the door to open it since he didn't have the keys right now. After they made their way inside, Kimi dropped to the couch in the living room, and Niji decided to cancel the fusion. Fusion has 4 forms, with this being the final and most perfect form, for a master and familiar, where the master is in control of the body, with the familiar simply inhabiting the back of the head. They could still talk to each other via telepathy though. He brought a finger from each hand, touching their fingertips and chanted in his mind, "Fusion," as soft blue and gold mama dust had burst out of his body. When the dust cleared, his cat ears and tail had already disappeared with Kurai having appeared above his shoulder. Kurai's golden eyes looked down upon Momo and Niji, frowning quite deeply. "Kurai, I will handle this. Go to the second floor, our little sniper is tied there. Take care of her if she regains consciousness," said Niji telepathically in Kurai's mind. Hearing him, Kurai nodded, turning away from Momo and Niji, humping as she jumped down from his shoulders and hopped off the stairs, going to the upper floor. As Niji watched her leave, he heard Kimmy talk. "She looked mad at us," Kimmy said, a bitter smile on her face. "I guess she already knew of your plans, huh?" Just from her facial expression, Niji could tell that Kimmy didn't know what to feel about this. Kurai was only 5, but at the same time, that little cat has seen more bloodshed than her, a former pro hero. She just hoped the little cat, who called her mommy, didn't have too twisted of a mind. That's when Niji walked up to Niji, standing in front of him, having to look up since she was a few inches shorter than him. Momo tried to stop her, but Kimmy pulled her down on the couch, saying loud enough for Niji to hear, "Let her be. Not like your boyfriend can't handle her. I suppose he already has dozens of excuses prepared, but even I hope to hear the truth." Niji looked at her, but she simply stared back, making him sigh. "Okay, you can start with any question you like," Niji said with a sigh. "Then answer me, why?" Niji asked, "Why do all this? I don't know how you got the power to steal quirks, and I am not interested in that either, just tell me why you stole Murio's quirk. Not only that, why did you try to kill him even after he surrendered? Why did you act so cowardly?" Niji stayed silent for a second before answering. "Even though you say you don't want to listen about my quirk-stealing ability, let's start from there anyway," he said, putting a hand inside his inventory and taking out Nine's dead body, putting it on the floor as the girls watched with wide eyes. "This is a villain named Nine. He had a quirk that can steal other quirks, named All for One. Yes, it's the same name that All Might yelled at me, mistaking me for a villain with the same name, All for One, who I assume gave the quirk the 9, to begin with." Niji watches the girls' reaction, with Momo looking interested in the mystery, Kimmy looking shocked at the confirmation of the myth, the legend, but Niji looked nonchalant. "I don't know how 9 obtained this quirk, but I knew he had this, so I forced him to transfer this quirk to me," he looked at Kimmy. "That's what I did in the White Fortress. As for why I wanted this quirk, it's because I require power, and the ability to steal quirks is something that can fulfill that need of mine very greatly." "But why?" Niji looked at him with an angry frown. "You're strong already, Niji. Stronger than me, possibly stronger than that red dragon after you fuse with Kurai. Why do you need more power?" "Heh." Niji covered his face with a hand, chuckling softly and shaking his head. He moved his hand away and then looked at Niji again. "Niji, you went inside the other dimension. Do you know how strong the strongest person is in that dimension?" Niji simply frowned harder. "It's a person who can one-shot guys like the red dragon without any serious issue." Niji lied through his teeth, as he himself didn't know much about the strongest character in the tower dungeon. But since the boss of floor 10 is a divine being, according to the system, there ought to be strong. "I still don't understand," Niji crossed her arms. "They are strong people in the other dimension, yes, but how does it matter? Don't you only go to those places for magical items? Just stop going there if you're scared of a monstrously strong guy. Why would you hurt innocent civilians, steal quirks from future heroes, just to get your hands on magical items? That's idiotic and bullshit." Niji looked angry now, looking at Niji with a glare. "Is this what I taught you as your older sis? Is that it?" Niji simply sighed. "I have a motive for why I run after power. The only purpose I told you about the strongest guy in the other dimension is because a group of people, stronger than even that person, is after me, after my life." Niji's eyes widened. "Also, by group, I mean thousands and possibly millions of them. They call themselves gods, and they're actually right to do so, as they are real gods." Niji narrowed her eyes at that, the same went for Momo and Kimmy. You want me to believe that? Your reaction is understandable. You want proof? Niji was interrupted as Niji put 9 back into his inventory and instead took out an orb. This is a memory orb, where the user can put a portion of their memory for others to see and experience. Niji said, reaching his hand out. "If you touch this, you'd realize what I am talking about. Though I do warn, this will be painful, since the memory I put inside is pretty gruesome." He put his memory from before his reincarnation, in the neutral zone, right after he rolled the gamer system in the Wheel of Fortune. Niji tweaked the memory slightly, to change the conversations that talked about the gamer system, since he didn't want his girls to know about it, and instead replaced the words with dangerous power. At the same time, he also edited his voice a bit, since he wanted to sound young, like a 7-year-old, as he didn't want to reveal his reincarnation either. He had a different excuse ready for that. So, wanna try? Niji was frowning. How can I trust you after all you did? Who can say this isn't fake? Who can say this isn't just another magic trick of yours? Niji was silent for a second before he chuckled bitterly. You'll realize if this is a trick or not once you see it yourself. He said. So, wanna try? Niji didn't answer this time. She simply snatched the orb from his hand, and immediately collapsed to the floor afterwards, without any prior notice, as her eyes rolled back and a huge cry left her lips. Niji didn't remove the part where he felt pain upon each attack from the gods, though he did tone it down a lot since nobody without invincibility would be able to withstand that pain, even if it's just a memory. Momo and Kimmy jumped up from their seats, their eyes wide as they tried to run to help Niji get up, but Niji simply raised a hand to stop them in their tracks. Stay out of this. That pain is momentary, it won't last after she stops touching the orb. The girls stopped, looking at Niji with concerned eyes as she kept yelling for a long minute before it stopped, the orb rolling out of her hand as she looked down on the ground with wide, shaky eyes, her mouth dry as she looked up at Niji and jumped up to hug him before anyone could say anything. How old were you back then? Her hug tightened as she asked. 7. Niji felt slightly touched seeing she could guess his exact age from the voice he used. He replied, 8, actually. Remember that day when I disappeared from the park when I was 8 years old? This happened back then, when I entered my first other dimension, I came across these gods. Gods, for some reason, said my powers are dangerous, so dangerous that the proclaimed primordial god sent out a spell, sacrificing his soul, to make me unable to use magic and stuff along the lines. Niji's hug didn't quiver. Why, didn't you tell me before? I suppose Kimmy already knew. She sounded a bit sharp on the last line since Kimmy always seemed to know what he was up to, even though Niji herself could barely guess most of the time. No. Nobody knew, you're the first. He said, hugging her back. Sadly, you must think this is a forged memory. Unfortunately, I am out of cards. If only my older sister had a bit more trust in me. Stop, being so sarcastic. Niji's shaky voice interrupted, sounding as if she was at the breaking point. She raised her head to look at him, her eyes flowing with tears. I didn't know, Niji. I am such a useless older sister, aren't I? Such a bitch, questioning your actions every time you do something relatively wrong, even though you just want to live with me, no, us. She glanced at the two other girls behind her, looking at their confused but utterly shocked faces, causing her expression to break as she started to cry loudly. You couldn't even share it with any of us. She cried out loud. Just because we wouldn't trust you. Why yet? Niji wiped her tears with his hands, smiling and shaking his head. It's fine, calm down. You're worrying too much over this. Did I ever blame you for anything? Niji. It was Momo who spoke after a long time. Is that orb thing still usable? Why? Niji asked, patting Niji's back and pushing her head against his chest. You want to give it a go? Even after witnessing Niji's painful cries. Momo nodded slowly, looking at Kimmy. I am sure Kimmy would like to, too. I am curious, what exactly is in that thing? Are you sure? Niji asked again, a bitter smile on his face. Maybe, it's just a brainwashing spell, you know. Maybe Niji is brainwashed, and all this is a trap set by me to make you guys loyal to me, right? It actually was, for the most part, that's why he was acting hurt and offended, too. Momo thinned her lips, opening her mouth to say something before she closed it and sighed. Then she followed Kimmy as they both walked to touch the orb and enter another state of frenzy. Kimmy simply went silent, her eyes losing light, while Momo's body started to shake, with she starting to whimper, but no yell came. Niji glanced at them too, her eyes red and wet, as she was huffing. Seconds passed and soon a minute hit the clock as the girls returned to their senses, with Kimmy falling on her butt and looking at Niji with an agape face while Momo looked around horrifyingly, scared that what she had just seen was actually real, and this peacefulness was a dream. Young master, you really should have told me at least. You know I would have trusted you regardless of whatever you said. Kimmy said, her throat dry as she gulped to make it wet. That's exactly why I didn't feel the need to tell you. Because you would do what I say regardless. I didn't want you to worry about this before it's actually the time. He said, hearing Kimmy simply sigh with a nod of her head. But Momo started, her mind racing. Is there really time? They're supposed to come in around 20 years, right? You were 7 back then, so we assume they will come when you become around 27, right? Is there really time for us to even sit here when such dangerous beings are after us? Us, she said. Niji found that cute. He tweaked the memory slightly to add that information too, without revealing anything about the letter from Unknown Gamer 69. True, but that's where my grind comes into play. You see, luck is an actual thing in this universe, and I can increase my luck using different magical artifacts from the other dimensions. By increasing my luck, I can make their search for me a bit slower, which should buy me a decade or two, if I am very very lucky. Niji said. Anyway, to add further on why I stole Murio's quirk, and even tried to kill him dash. It's fine. Niji's soft voice interrupted. We understand already. Niji, don't worry, I am with you, even though I don't particularly like the idea of you killing my friend. I won't stop you, that much I can guarantee. Niji chuckled at that, softly ruffling her hair. That's sweet. But I do want to elaborate on my point. Murio has a quirk that belonged to All Might. He said, but the girls didn't sound surprised. They were too shocked a minute ago to be surprised by such trivial news. One for all, a quirk that's been passed down from generation to generation. It's a super strong quirk, with the ability to boost one's strength and also their other quirks by a large margin. I needed that quirk because, well, you saw it already. The girls sighed. Secondly, as for why I tried to kill Murio. This might sound unbelievable, but things such as main characters exist in this world. Murio Toga is the main character of this world, and as you know, it doesn't end well when the main characters lose their power, because they always return stronger, you see. That's why. I wanted to eliminate him right then so that he wouldn't pose a greater threat the next time we meet. As you saw, people are already mistaking me for the villain, all for one, so he won't go easy on me. Niji raised her head to look at his eyes. I see. Then go. You go and kill him. I won't be able to help, I am sorry. But I will support you in any other way I can. Niji ruffled her hair again, as if she was the younger sibling here. That's not a problem. He's a powerless man right now. I let him live, I won't break that gesture. Though, if he comes after me again, I will kill him. Niji stared at him for a short moment before nodding. That's okay. I am sorry, Niji. Stop apologizing. And you too, please get up. I don't like you on the floor unless we're doing special stuff, you know. He said with a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood, as the girls laughed softly too. Momo and Kimi got up and hugged him. Niji, you said this life is precious to you and you don't want to die. It was Momo who said that. That's the same for me. I don't want to die either, so please, don't hold back for us. Do what you must. Kimi simply hugged him tightly, softly whispering a sorry, before going silent. Although that was true, Niji didn't like this, hearing them apologize so much, but if he wanted them on his side, with their goody-two-shoes personalities, slight manipulation was inevitable. Chapter 159, Outsiders, 1. Chapter 159, Outsiders, 1. Around 6 hours have passed since Japan's network was manufactured and the country was under attack. The catastrophic dragon's involvement in this attack had already been revealed, which was why all the blame was falling on Star and Stripe's shoulders. In the United States, Washington, D.C., inside the International HQ of the Public Safety Commission, a meeting was taking place. 5 people were sitting at a round table, present in person, while around 100 or so were present there digitally, communicating via the hundreds of monitors hung on the wall. This is not the best situation if what you said just now is true, a feminine voice said from within one of the monitors, making the 5 people on the round table nod. Is All Might really so weakened? Yes, he is, one of the 5 answered. That was confidential information, only we in the HQ in Japan were aware of this. But in a scenario such as this, I think revealing it is a much better choice. I understand where you are coming from, an old masculine voice said. If it is as you say, and you really sense communication between the dragon and the previously announced dead all for one, then yes, this is the most dangerous crisis in the world since World War III. World War III happened around 200 years ago, so comparing this with that really highlighted the situation's danger. Indeed, if All for One and the dragon are teaming up against a weakened All Might, they will be able to defeat him. In that case, this will become a world-class disaster. They would need a while to spread their influence around in other countries, but when they do, countries closest to Japan, such as unified Korea and my motherland China will be the first to be attacked, said another masculine voice, this time with a Chinese accent. South and North Korea have unified around when quirks first started to appear. North Korea was the one who took over the South, so some still refer to unified Korea as North Korea. Because to the outside world, Korea didn't unify, instead, North Korea just enlarged because there was no sign of the South remaining anymore. Though the officials still use the official title for the country, such as what the PSC chairman of China did. Then, another feminine voice spoke, but still, reinforcements in a single day is too much for us. We know you can't just send your Star and Stripes in there, even though it's her fault to let the dragon flee from America to begin with. Either way, now that both All for One and Red Dragon are together, she will be eliminated sooner than later if she were to go to Japan carelessly. We agree to help out with reinforcements, but we need at least a month to prepare our reinforcements since most heroes don't want to listen to their own government, let alone the International PSC, Public Safety Commission. That's when a smug laugh filled the room, coming from one of the monitors. Heh. I don't think that'd be a problem for us, Korea, neither would it bother China, would it? Asked a short fat man from within the monitors, leaning over to smile. Unlike you folks, Korean countrymen wouldn't dare disobey the orders of Kim Jong-un, the 7th, aka me. I am going to send my own star to Japan since America is incompetent and their star is a scared bitch, he chuckled, hearing the soft grumbles from the 5 men on the round table. Have you heard of my star yet? She only recently graduated from our military, which I consider to be better than UA by miles. She's an aspiring hero, the granddaughter of our current No. 1 actually. Let's not go into further details, you will hear about her soon anyway. Many from the monitors sneered at that. How could they have not heard of that monster, even if Korea tried to hide it? The first-year student who went to a tournament against all the other students of the whole school, killing them all and coming out at the top, that was the star Kim Jong-un was talking about. Ideally, that was a waste of a lot of future heroes, but if the rumors were to go by, as long as Starfire wasn't there, no such loss would be a problem to Korea. Most of the people here just couldn't understand why a country as secretive and self-centered as Korea was jumping to send their potential future strongest out in this dangerous Japan. Was Starfire really that strong? Back in Japan, Niji was finally checking his current stats after stealing one for all. Status page. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 15. Class, the gamer. Title, Harem Lord. Level, 150. Race, High Human. HP, 8050/8050. SP 8160/8160. MP, #/ STR, 305/805. End, 345/845. Dex, 316/816. Int, 210. Wis, 200. Cha, 275. Luke, 325. HP Reg, 2012 per minute. SP Reg, 2040 per minute. Niji reached level 150, from 141, after defeating the Phoenix. Interestingly, both he and Kurai received 9 levels, since the one to defeat the enemy was Nico, a fusion. More interestingly, the EXP wasn't divided, but both Niji and Kurai received the actual amount of EXP that the death of the Phoenix provided. This meant they hunted 18 levels worth of a beast that usually gave 9 levels, that's how broken the fusion is. Though to balance things up, when a fusion isn't immediately cancelled, like what Niji did to change constantly inside the dungeon, there is a cooldown of 24 hours before fusion is possible again. It's been 2 hours since Niji unfused, so there were still 22 more hours remaining. Looking at his stats, he asked the system. System, what's up with that tilde in between some of the stats? He could somewhat guess it, but it's better to confirm that guess. Master, it is to indicate how far you can strengthen your stats using one for all. It seems all 3 physical stats are 500 numbers ahead of your original stats. That might not seem like a lot, but 500 bonus stat is a lot since that means you are basically around level 400 now, even as a level 150. On top, as you might know, levels are slightly different for you compared to the monsters in the dungeons. They gain 1 point in each stat once they level up, but they don't get 5 extra stat points that you do. With that in mind, if you calculate a bit, you'd realize as a pseudo level 400, you're equal to a level 800 monster within the tower. In the tower, only the boss monsters will be able to match you since their levels get tuned according to your own battle power, pseudo or not. The life forms in the tower are actually living beings, and only the boss monsters of each floor were the ones who were under direct influence of the system, so their levels adjust to whatever the gamer's level is. But that wasn't the part that shocked Niji. Level 800. How strong was that, compared to All Might in his prime? Interestingly, Murio wasn't the same as Prime All Might, though he was indeed more versatile. One for All needs to be mastered by the new user to control its full power. Just because Murio could use 100% didn't mean his 100% punch was the same as All Might's. Niji had no problem with this tough. By stealing it using mine, Niji didn't have to bother mastering OFA, as he simply snatched the mastery stored within the vestiges, and therefore gained the power of Prime All Might, on top of his own. Luckily, he could use this power like an on-off switch, or even moving would have been destructive in this suddenly strengthened body of his. Hey, system, what about mana? I previously thought OFA used some sort of energy, like mana or chakra, but since I don't see any change in my MP, I am assuming otherwise. Anything you'd like to add? Niji asked in his mind. He couldn't be mad even if this didn't give him mana access. 500 stat points was a lot too much for him to get mad right now. He was flying above the clouds. It indeed does have some sort of energy within it, master. But it's not mana, no. Truthfully, you should be thankful that it's not mana, or you wouldn't have been able to use it because of the curse. Just raising your stats won't take down the curse, you see. You need to achieve divinity of some sorts to fight back the curse, which will be hard. I know. But isn't there any way to use this energy as a substitute for the mana that most of my active skills need? Asked Niji. For example, if a gamer was born in the Naruto world, he would use chakra instead of mana, right? If that's the case, can't you convert this energy to be usable by the skills? In a professional tone, a reply came soon. The power stored within One for All is a mixture of different forms of energy, which can be explained by the science of this world. The most prominent of those energies are the kinetic energy and a great volume of life force energy. The mixture of these two energies can not only boost a person's strength magnificently, it can also boost the power of the other quirks they possess. Because quirks are a power that works using one's vitality, so providing it with more vitality, life force in other words, would boost its powers tremendously. That'd explain why One for All users, except for the quirkless ones, had lower lifespans. Because One for All simply had enough life force to boost the quirks it came along with, not the new quirks the user had, which made One for All suck the user's life force to boost the quirk he had other than One for All, and its other quirks. However, life force isn't something that can be converted to mana. If it could be, I would have converted your own life force a long time ago, since as a gamer there are multiple ways for you to regain lost life force anyway. On the other hand, kinetic energy is a very weak form of energy. Mana is the fundamental energy of the omniverse, while kinetic energy isn't even present everywhere, despite what some scientists might say. An entire universe's kinetic energy can't achieve what a single island's mana can do. That's just how it is, as mana is the foundation of creation. In short, using kinetic energy instead of mana to utilize your skills is worse than trying to run a car with water instead of gas. Niji shrugged after a moment. It's fine, really. I expected this somewhat. I kinda guessed access to mana in this world would be impossible. Not like there isn't a multiverse of worlds out there for me to cure myself, anyway. For now I will manage my need for mana with fusion. Until then, I will try my new quirks. Quirk page. Permeation, LVL9. Permeation grants the user the ability to phase their body through physical matter. User can choose to make one part of himself intangible or his entire body. This allows the user to smoothly maneuver through solid objects and effortlessly evade incoming attacks. This was the first, and it was awesome. Niji actually moved this quirk from under OFA after stealing for safety measures. Niji also didn't have Murio's weakness to falling underground when activating this quirk, because he could fly in multiple ways. Secondly, he was immune to any gravity attacks because he would be able to neutralize them with his own. But if this was interesting, the things below were magnifying. One for All, LVL10, max. This quirk also allows the user to stockpile an enormous amount of raw power, allowing them to significantly enhance all of their physical abilities to a superhuman level. This results in unbelievable levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. This quirk can even grant the user an exceptional strength boost to their given quirks. Below are the quirks assimilated within One for All. 1. Hyper Regeneration, LVL8, the quirk wielded by the second user. Allows the user the ability to instantly regenerate most of any physical damage they receive. There are exceptions, such as attacks that stop cell regeneration. 2. FA Gene, LVL8, the quirk wielded by the third user. This quirk allows the user to build up and store kinetic energy as they move. This energy can then be released as an explosive burst of speed and power. 3. Danger Sense, LVL8, the quirk wielded by the fourth user. This quirk allows the user to detect nearby threats. 4. Black Whip, LVL9, the quirk wielded by the fifth user. This quirk allows the user to produce tendrils of dark energy which are useful for long-range grappling and increasing the user's mobility. 5. Smokescreen, LVL7, the quirk wielded by the sixth user. This quirk allows the user to generate thick clouds of smoke from their body, which can obscure people's vision. 6. Float, LVL9, the quirk wielded by the seventh user. This quirk allows the user to levitate. There are 6 quirks within One for All, but he didn't need all of them. Such as Float, it was useless for him. Same went for Danger Sense, so he simply used All for One's combined ability to combine Danger Sense with Eyes of the Lord, which allowed Niji to be sensitive to danger even without activating the eyes. The combination process was simple. He just had to drag the quirk, Danger Sense, on top of Eyes of the Lord in the quirk page, and drop it down as he got a notification. According to the system, it had modified the combination's ability to work with the system interface. Niji was thankful for that. Thanks, girl. Niji said, sending a flying kiss in the air. You are a girl, right? Your voice is feminine. I lack gender. Emotions too, for the most part. Meaning you can be anything you want, and you chose a feminine voice. I see. If that's all, I will be going. The system's presence disappeared as Niji chuckled and shook his head. He probably shouldn't flirt with an AI, but here he was. Back to One for All, Niji got a notification telling him if he wanted to put all his other quirks under One for All, too, meaning if he were to pass down One for all these quirks will be passed along. But he rejected it after confirming his other quirks could gain power boost from OFA without putting them under it. After all, even if he wasn't going to pass it down to anyone, this was the power of the main character for generations. What if All Might had some way to take it back? Realizing that, Niji decided to move out all the quirks that were under One for All to put them under mine instead. This is good enough for now, he thought, scratching his neck. I wanted to go to Aries' place immediately after UA, which is exactly why I chose Yusha City out of all the options. From the little research Niji made Kimi do, the Shei Hasaikai's main base was located in this city. Chapter 160, Outsiders, 2. Chapter 160, Outsiders, 2. In an unknown building, All for One was sitting on a chair, his legs crossed as he looked at the grumbling girl in front of him, her arms tied behind her with her mouth taped as Kurogiri stood behind her. Master, this girl is suspicious. She was eavesdropping when I was talking to you via our special telephones. I only noticed her when she tried to attack me upon hearing that Niji had died in Hisashi's hands, said Kurogiri, his voice not carrying any emotion like always. What should we do with her? All for One turned his gaze at the girl, his expression indifferent at first before he smirked. What is Niji to you? He asked the blonde-haired girl, wearing a schoolgirl outfit. Kurogiri, remove the tape from her mouth. Kurogiri did so as the girl yelled immediately. Fuck you. All for One, shocked for a moment, paused before he gave out a soft chuckle. Kurogiri, contact Hisashi. I think he will like this one. Hunting for quirks can wait. It's been a while since Niji ate, more than 30 hours precisely. So Niji was waiting for Kimi to finish cooking food. His head was resting on Nijire's lap, while he lay on a couch, his eyes closed as he watched the system interface. But when will you take out our parents? Won't they suffocate or die of hunger if they keep staying in your pocket dimension? Nijire asked, not really worried, as she ran her hand through Niji's hair, his head resting on her lap. Time flows differently in there, so no. Actually, time doesn't flow there at all. They're frozen in space and time. You really want them to come out and worry? Asked Niji with a shrug, making Nijire shake her head. It's fine then, I guess. Still feels kinda weird without them around though, not that they're around much anyway. Same for me, Momo said, sitting beside Nijire on the couch. I hope all this ends soon so that I can see them again. Niji nodded at that. Don't worry too much, I will take them out when we have a safe haven around this place. We first have to hunt some villains, show them the power gap and start a rumor around here so that the small fries avoid us. Some of the big villains will come out, but they will be handled easily. Niji paused for a moment before sighing. Though I have to first find Rumi and Ryukyu, you know. I can't contact any of them because of the blockage of the network. How did they pull this off anyway? Blocking a whole country's network system, and even maintaining it for over 6 hours. That's when Kimi peeked out from the kitchen. Huh, only Rumi and Ryukyu. What about that vampire girl? You don't remember her, even though this mansion is the place where you first did it. The girls turned to her, making her shrug. Why do you look so shocked? Ah, ahem, anyway forget about her. Niji shook his head, making the two girls sigh before they decided to ignore it. This wasn't the first time anyway. I am not really that close to her, emotionally. I was just her employer and she was my employee. Kimi raised an eyebrow. So you're just gonna let her die wherever she's in right now? Wow, so cold-hearted. No. I will find her, she has yet to receive her payment for her last few pieces of information. I wouldn't have sent you to my parents if not for her, so she deserves a big payment. Niji said, smiling. I will decide what to do with her after that payment. Kimi nodded with a smile and went back to cooking. Soon the aroma filled the air and she presented the food on the table as her employers started to eat with drooling mouths. At the same time, in a city far from Yusha, Hisashi was sitting on a throne-like chair. In front of him, a green-haired woman was bowing, her hand forcing down the head of a teenager to bow with her. This woman was Ophelia Sarkissian, aka Madame Viper. She was his right-hand woman, and also the only underling he brought from America for now. Like any other big supervillain, of course he had a villain team of his own, he just didn't bring all of them here because that'd have slowed down their movement in America, and also alerted Star and Stripes. Though Hisashi was sure the news was already out, at least he managed to kill that Niji brat already. But, he didn't feel so satisfied in his heart, which was exactly why he was going out of his way to hunt some kids. Such as this one under Viper's hand. Boss. The green-haired woman spoke in English, her S sounding like a hiss. This kid is Inasa Yurashi. From what All for One let us know, this guy used to look up to that Niji boy, like a rival of some sort. According to All for One, Izuku used to make a report of the students to him. Not only Izuku, but the other spy kid, in Class 1A, also did the same, so AFO had a good idea of who Niji was close to and who he wasn't. Niji was mostly close to his female classmates. Hisashi could understand why, since the kid was admittedly quite handsome, though that didn't mean his relationship with the boys in the classroom was bad. They just simply weren't so close. Unfortunately, in the few hours since the fight had ended, this Inasa kid was the first to be captured amongst all the other students. Madame Viper had a quirk that let her coat anything she touches with a coat of poison. She mostly uses that power to coat bullets with different types of poisons and fires them at her targets. That's how she caught Inasa, who was huffing with an exhausted face, sweating heavily. Good work, Hisashi said, standing up. Let's see if I really feel satisfied killing these kids. Hisashi was curious to find, as he opened his mouth wide, making Viper quickly move to the side. Inasa's face twisted in horror. Wait, what are you doing? This is negotiable. Stop it. Let's talk this through, no good comes out from my death dash. Hisashi fired a dragon's breath at the frightened Inasa's head, and the beam elongated like a long pillar, driving through Inasa's head and taking out his skull in a matter of milliseconds. Thud. As Hisashi closed his mouth, a soft shadow of a smile was on his face. This does feel better, yes. I really wanted to give that brat a slow death. But whatever, I will manage with his friends. He chuckled softly, while Viper stood on the side with a deadpan expression before her earpiece twitched and she bowed again. Boss, we got someone new. It's not a classmate, but it's a girl. All for One is the one who found her, saying she's a spy in the League of Villains. Hisashi frowned but nodded. Tell him to send her here. Viper relayed his message immediately as a purple portal opened in the middle of the room, opening as a blonde girl wearing a school uniform was pushed ahead. Her hands were tied behind her, but before the portal could close, Kurogiri ripped the rope off and pushed her ahead. Are you that dragon? The girl asked, gritting her teeth as she gawked at his face. Moving swiftly, she slipped out a knife from under her socks, raising it in front of her. Did you really kill Niji? Did you? Tell me, did you? Hisashi's bored expression changed slowly as he smiled at the girl. I did. Why? Was he someone important to you? The girl rushed at him immediately, making Hisashi gesture to Viper to stop, who had already taken out her gun. Die. 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 The girl's expression twisted, her eyes unfocused, as she ran at Hisashi, yelling and swinging her knife like a maniac. How dare you? Why, you were not supposed to kill him. Himiko Toga swung her knife at Hisashi's neck, but as the knife connected, it snapped in two without even scratching Hisashi. Heh. Hisashi's smile widened as he grabbed Toga's throat tightly, raising her in the air. Looks like I found his lover. I thought it was a girl named Momo. But whatever it may be, I am going to have fun breaking you. This won't just send in a second. I am going to do what I plan to do with Niji. Really? Toga, who at first seemed frightened at the strength around her neck, asked with a smirk. You want to try me, you pedophile? Oh no, of course not. Hisashi narrowed his eyes. I am not interested in children. But after what I am going to do with you, you wish I were. He said, throwing her to the floor as she coughed and gasped for air, while he turned to Viper. Contact All for One again. I need a portal back to America, we have to take out some of our torture devices. Viper nodded at his words and conveyed them to her earpiece, while Toga grumbled on the floor. I will kill this fucker. I will kill, he should die, he will die, he must die. She didn't care for the incoming torture. Not at all, because unfortunately for Hisashi, torturing wasn't going to take him anywhere with Himiko Toga. But still, as she recalled the strength of Hisashi's grip, she realized that Niji might have actually died. She couldn't help it, even as she tried, as tears started to trail down her cheeks while she still thought about how to kill this bastard. I will avenge him. Chapter 161, 161, Obstacles, 1. Chapter 161, Obstacles, 1. It had been 8 hours since Japan had been under attack, now it was nighttime. After having dinner, Niji decided to go out after waiting until Momo and Nijire were asleep. Where are you going? Don't you need sleep? Asked Kimi, who was yet to fall asleep but was curled in the bed like a sleepy cat. It's been more than a day, counting the time inside the other dimension, since you slept. Niji was changing his clothes as he answered, I drank a stamina potion, it will help me stay up for a few more hours. He wore a simple white shirt and black pants and tidied his hair a bit. Don't you need Kurai? Kimi asked, seeing him open the door. Going out alone might be dangerous. Nope. Kurai is busy monitoring our sniper. Even if she wasn't, she would only be a drawback than anything since we can't fuse right now. He was currently strong enough to raid Shai Hasaikai's base alone. After that is done, he will finally talk with Negant. Okay, take care I guess. Kimi yawned for the last time before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Niji laughed and left the penthouse. Shai Hasaikai was by far the largest Yakuza group amongst the countless others that controlled Japan's underworld. That's why they had dozens of highly protected bases all over Japan. However, it wasn't exactly impossible to find their main base. Located in Yusha City, Villain Overhaul was spotted lurking around a seemingly normal family house, and upon further investigations, Kimi managed to confirm that this indeed was the main base of the Shai Hasaikai. That happened a few weeks ago when network blockage wasn't a problem. Based on what Niji remembered from canon, Overhaul wasn't the type to stay far from Eri for a prolonged time, so noticing his stay in this city for a few weeks, Niji was sure Eri was also in this base. Rewind, the name of Eri's quirk. It allows her to reverse a living individual's body back to a previous state, allowing her to make her target physically younger, heal injuries, and undo bodily modifications. She has even shown the ability to rewind someone's body to a point before they even existed, therefore effortlessly killing them. Such a quirk. Niji could only fathom its abilities when it would be used along with One for All, let alone when it's awakened or evolved. Exactly that was the reason why he was so impatient to get his hands on this quirk, enough for him to prioritize this first instead of looking for Rumi and Ryukyu. Besides that, as a bonus, I also get Overhaul's quirk. Niji thought while floating a few hundred meters above an ordinary-looking family house. That was the base, and he was prepared to go in there right away. Putting his clothes inside his inventory, because they will only be a hassle, Niji leapt down onto the ground, falling downwards as if he was jumping into a pool, and shockingly enough, he indeed sunk into the ground like a pool, with no sound whatsoever. Permeation, Level 9 Murio Togata's former quirk. 1. Niji activated his Level 3, Eyes of the Lord, and the magical eyes allowed him to see underground, even in his permeated form. Though it wasn't an X-ray vision so he could only see ground upon ground until he peeked into an underground room. Nice. Seeing that there indeed were underground facilities, Niji got into work and started to pop his head from one room to another, effectively avoiding the security cameras since his now EL's danger sense counted that as a form of danger. Using that help, Niji kept looking around. A minute became 10 and that became an hour. Yet, Niji found nothing. There is a medical bed with all sorts of fancy equipment, and it looks as if it was being used until just a few hours or so long ago. That was the old boss bed. Niji recalled that much from his memory. Meaning this really is the main base where both Overhaul and Eri should be. Niji thought. This is annoying. There is a chance Overhaul was also bought by AFO, I expected it. But I also expected Overhaul to stay in his main base instead of moving out because that's not what a Yakuza does. From Toga's reports, Niji could guess that AFO was buying out every big criminal organization. He certainly had the power and fame to do so, more of fame than power since in his weakened form some villains could actually overpower him. But the fame around his identity is too refined and strong for most to even think of that possibility. Of course, some would probably resist, but Overhaul didn't since he admired AFO's power. After all, Overhaul believed AFO was the only one who could clean this society before he gained Eri. TSK, Niji was annoyed. So much power yet he couldn't put it to use. Maybe I should just destroy this place. It will probably attract Overhaul. There was a high chance of that, but there were also problems. AFO and Hisashi would sooner or later find out about Niji's fake death, and AFO would be able to connect the dots using Kimi's connection with Niji and realize that Nine's All for One was currently being used by Niji. Once he realizes that and also understands that Niji is hunting strong quirks. In short, it would be a bad idea to notify him that Niji knows about Eri and her quirk. Because in that case, AFO will try his best to keep Eri away. Fuck this shit. Doing that won't work. He needed a better plan. I know. Lady Negant can help. A person who knew about the country's dark secrets. She should be aware of many things that Niji and Kimi aren't aware of. Niji will just have to make her find a trail to All for One's current base so that he can go there and fuck him up. Why can't I ever have a smooth way out? Sighing, Niji floated out of the ground and headed back to his penthouse. Shai Hasaikai's current young leader, Kai Chisaki, had his eyes locked on the translucent tablet on the table, showing the masked face of a man feared by many, but admired by Chisaki. I am proud to see you have done as I said. I thought the young leader would be arrogant, as that's the usual cliché in your circle. Said All for One with a chuckle in all his glory. As I said, your godfather will be safe here, and so will your daughter. Your job is simple, most of the other Yakuza group leaders are new so they think they're hot stuff and are refusing my offer to join forces. Take them down, or make them submit. Whatever you do, it's up to you. AFO has been an active force in the underworld for a long time before he died half a decade ago in a fight against All Might. That's why when he finally returned, a lot of new bosses refused to believe it was actually him, while another part didn't want to work under him again. Chisaki was aware that these bosses were strong, or they wouldn't have been able to exist at all. That's why AFO chose him for this job, because for reasons unknown, he refused to make a move by himself. That was suspicious, true, but Chisaki wasn't going to try his luck against his childhood nightmare. I understand. Chisaki said. In a way, you gave me an opportunity to make Shai Hasaikai's position clear in others' eyes. I thank you for that, and you don't have to worry. I will take care of it in less than a month. A month is good, came a reply from AFO. I will be kind of busy for a month, you see. That's why I am not moving by myself. I am glad I chose you, so don't make me regret it, Chisaki. That's all for now, I hope you do a good job. The line was cut as Chisaki kept sitting on the couch, his face neutral as he thought if this really was okay or not. Was it alright to follow All for One just to assume he will erase the corruption that is called quirk from the face of the earth? Was it alright to do that after he has been torturing a little girl for years? No. It doesn't matter. If All for One didn't live up to expectations, Chisaki will use Eri to erase that old monster's quirk. After that, he will move along with his old plan. Until then, let him see if the decision he made was actually worth it or not. AFO was sitting on his chair, thinking while Kurogiri was taking off his black mask and started putting his medical cords back. He talked with Chisaki in that mask, to hide his weakness. That's how he met with the villains of Tartarus too. AFO liked how everything was unfolding. Everything was going according to his plans, everything was under the palm of his hand like always. He would have still preferred to not bring Hisashi into all this, but that didn't matter much now. This was a good development. Shigaraki's experiment was going to be completed in a month from now on, and when that happens, a part of his consciousness will already have taken over that body. The true quirk All for One was actually inside Tamura Shigaraki for a while now. AFO passed down that quirk to Tamura ages ago when he first adopted the boy. That's how old of a plan this is. Currently, AFO only had a copied version of his true quirk, while Tamura had the original. All quirks have a portion of the user's consciousness, and by far, the quirk All for One had the strongest consciousness formed within it. That's how it will take over Tamura's body. After that happens, AFO will transfer all his current quirks onto the new Tamura's body, and therefore successfully insert his true consciousness into that body too. That's when he will regain all the quirk he's been harvesting for 200 years that was stored within the true All for One quirk. When that happens, he will be unstoppable with Shigaraki's enhanced body, which will have strength comparable to All Might. Not only that, since that surgery will boost all his quirk's powers too, that'd mean he will finally be strong enough to steal one for all too. All my plans are leading me to that future. Nothing will be an obstacle after I take over Shigaraki's body. Not only that, he now had Overhaul and that girl, Eri. He never knew someone like that existed, and he would never have either unless he called Overhaul to work under him. A quirk that can reverse time. Heh, that's why I am keeping that girl all safe and comfortable in my most protected base. He would have liked it if the girl could reverse his injured body back to its prime. Unfortunately, the girl wasn't so proficient at her quirk, so she might as well kill him instead. At the same time, he can't steal that quirk now. It might only do more harm than anything to his weak body. More so, doing that now will make Overhaul turn on him, meaning a waste of free labor. Then again, I plan to take his quirk too in a month from now. Overhaul is a pretty strong quirk in itself, even if I don't train it. All for One was slightly sad that Niji had to die, or he would have stolen that surge quirk too. It was after all one of the most versatile quirks, too. Everything is moving according to plan. Just a month, and everything will reach its perfect climax. AFO chuckled deeply, his body shaking in excitement as he watched his grand plan unfold before his eyes. This way, he may even be able to pay back that bitch who went by the name Nawab. Now that would be a sweet ending. He could already see her desperate expression as he ripped off her limbs one by one. Chapter 162, Obstacles, 2. Chapter 162, Obstacles, 2. It was midnight, making it 16 hours since Muko has been running. Around 8 hours ago, when she was preparing to go home after finishing today's patrol, an unexpected villain attack happened. Strangely, it wasn't a single villain, but it wasn't a group either. Multiple individual villains were attacking different parts of the city. Things weren't looking good because she couldn't contact the other heroes and even the police because of some sort of network blockage, and from the words of the few heroes she came across later, it seemed to be a countrywide problem. Japan's network was being jammed, and more shockingly, villains who should have been locked in Tartarus, along with villains who were supposed to be civilians, were attacking all over the country. Muko was but a single hero, she couldn't be everywhere. That worried her. She tried her fastest to finish the villains in her primary city before moving to another, but even though it's been 8 hours since then she has only cleared 3 cities. Huff, persistent bastards. Muko panted with a grin as she wiped sweat from her forehead, stepping on top of 3 limply laid down gnomes. Looks like these brain monsters are the hardest opponents amongst the rampaging villains. Though their presence means the League is behind this attack. Kinda shocking. Shocking, but fun. This was tiring, first patrolling for 8 hours and then fighting for 8 hours straight. Even her adrenaline was coming off at this point. But still. There was a strange thrill behind all this. Muko jumped off the bodies, kicking off and slumping down on her butt on the ground as she decided to take a break. Thrilling or not, this situation is quite lame. Because of the network jam, I can't contact Niji. I want to know if he's fine or not. She wasn't particularly worried about his safety. If she was fine with these villains, he would be finer. But there was still a strange ominous feeling to it. Nah, he's fine. Rumi yawned, stretching her hands and standing up. He can't not be fine. That brat's too strong for his own good. She just hoped his other girls wouldn't drag him down, as they are pretty weak, though. Rumi was mostly guessing since she only saw that Momo girl in action. Still, I want to meet him. It's been a while since we talked outside texting. Rumi felt lonely because of that, and now this stinking situation meant they won't be able to experience peace for a few months. Shrugging, she jumped off, leaving the destroyed street behind and going towards another city. It was then, as she jumped off buildings, that red feathers started to rain down from the sky, making her frown. Stop showing off, come out, she shouted, still running as she heard a soft laugh from above before she found a man in a yellow costume flying beside her. Looks like someone is having fun even in this situation, the man in yellow said, smiling as his red wings flapped behind him. Yo, been a while, Muko. Hawks, don't annoy me. Go away. Rumi scoffed, kicking off, but unable to outrun the fastest hero of Japan, number 3 in the hero billboard, Pro Hero Hawks. Tisk. Hey, come on, I am not here to annoy you. This is a serious situation. Hawks said, laughing. I am gathering the top heroes since we can't gather by the usual means because of the network blockage. The blockage will probably be taken out in a few days, if not hours, but we gotta prepare for the worst case scenario and gather together sooner than later. Rumi barely paid attention to him as she kept running. I already found Ed's shot in the city you're heading to. Do me a favor and stay in that city for a while, please. Hawks said, which surprised Rumi since this guy wasn't the type to plead for things like this. I will look for other top heroes in the meantime. Okay, but why? Rumi asked, despite not wanting to talk to this man. I didn't exactly face that much of a threat against the 56 villains I came across in the last 8 hours. I can only assume the same for others. Then ain't it better for us to move individually? Yes, true, but you're misunderstanding. I am not trying to make a team. Just, gather there. We at least need to exchange thoughts on the current situation, you see. Hawks said before he flew a bit higher. Also I will go and see All Might who should be around Musadafu. I don't plan to bring him here since that'd just waste his time, but he might have some idea about the current situation. Hearing that, Rumi was interested. Musadafu. That's where UA is, right? I would like to go too. I don't think it's a good idea. Hawks chuckled. You're fast, but I am faster. You'd just slow me down if you followed me. Tisk. Rumi scoffed. Fine, I will wait in the city, but only for 12 hours. I will leave after that, make sure you gather everyone before that. Now fuck off. Hawks laughed softly as he flew off, far faster than Rumi could reach no matter how much she tried. TSK. Hisashi left the crazy blonde in his right hand's care, though not before spending hours trying to break her himself. But it didn't work. That girl was simply too out of her mind to break in a short period of time. Hisashi had trust in Madame Viper's abilities though. She can't only make lethal poison, she can make poison that hurts more than it does damage, and with such poison, it would be easy to break the crazy girl. Hisashi was sitting on his red throne again, waiting for his new most capable minion, someone who he sent out a while ago to hunt Niji's classmates. He didn't have to wait much longer before a woman walked in through the door, her golden hair flowing behind her as she walked in the middle of the hall and threw a girl at Hisashi's feet. Hisashi looked down on the girl on his feet, raising it and stomping on her head, controlling his strength to not shatter her skull right away. Itsuka Kendo, Class A1. The blonde woman said in a monotone voice as she kneeled. Vice president of the class, close to the president who was Niji's girlfriend. She's also amongst the close female friends Niji had. I see, Hisashi smirked. Finally one of his female classmates. Good job, little dragon, you did well. He got no reply, but he didn't mind. That's how it usually was when he first enslaved someone using his dragon mind control. This woman, pro-hero Ryukyu, will slowly regain emotions, though those emotions will be by then manipulated to be ultra-loyal to him. But that process usually depends on the target's willpower, so Hisashi won't count on it. Why you? Came a hate-filled call from below Hisashi's feet, making him amused as he looked down at the ginger-haired girl's desperate face. This won't end well. I don't know why you're doing all this. Why you're hunting us or why you're hurting us, but your evil will come to an end. The heroes will dash. Ah, hero this and hero that. Hisashi interrupted her. Kids these days. Do you have no idea what type of situation you're in? He put a bit of strength in his foot, watching as the girl's face got pushed onto the floor and her eyes widened in pain. I can kill you right now, without even breaking a sweat. But unfortunately for you, I am taking it slow because your friend has fortunately taken the easy way out of this world. Blame everything on him after you meet him in hell. Yo. Kendo tried to say something, but only blood and saliva spat out of her mouth as she jolted under his feet trying to free herself. She even used her quirk to push away his leg with her large hands, but it simply didn't work. Pathetic, Hisashi said. Truly pathetic. You want to resist me with that basic quirk? Such vivid delusions. Hisashi chuckled. Then he was about to pop her head right there, but he noticed something interesting from his minion's side. That little dragon was shaking as if fighting his control over her body as if to save this child. Interesting. That's some great willpower she has. With that along with her quirk, she might actually become a proper dragon after awakening. It's fortuitous that I managed to obtain her as my minion early on. Hisashi thought, smiling. To test her limits, he opened his mouth. Ryukyu. Is there anything wrong? She flinched, her trembling body stopping as her eyes went back to emotionless. I am sorry, my lord. I don't know what happened, it was a weird feeling. That's fine. But don't do that again. Hisashi said, putting pressure on his feet again. Deliberately taking it slow to make it most painful for the girl under him. But he was again interrupted before he could finish the job. This time it was a phone call that came in his new phone, provided by AFO, that could work even in this network jam. Taking out the ringing phone from his pockets, he saw the caller's name and controlled his fury. It's just Shigaraki. That was fine. Shigaraki, aka All for One, wouldn't call him to discuss vacation after all. It must be something important. Hisashi, I have news, but I am not sure if you'd like it or not. All for One's voice was grim as he spoke those words, making Hisashi frown. What's wrong? Brace yourself. Neji Hado is alive. Hisashi didn't know what he felt at the moment because, at the same time, he grinned in joy and stood up in anger. In the process, however, the girl's head simply burst under his feet, painting the already red carpet on the ground with a deeper red color. That's interesting news. Hisashi, standing up from his throne, decided it was time for a bit more chaos. He didn't know how that brat could have ever survived, but this wasn't a bad development. Chapter 163, 163, Obstacles, 3. Chapter 163, Obstacles, 3. Like every other city, Musatafu, the city where UA is located, was also under attack from villains of different kinds. Many civilians were hurt and dead before Lady Negant reached the place and took care of the villains. After that, the civilians went up the mountain to reach UA in the hope to meet Recovery Girl to get healed, as some of them were hurt quite badly. Taking this chance, among these civilians, AFO slipped in a few spies to understand the aftermath of Hisashi's fight. That was a few hours ago, but those spies managed to report only now on what happened in UA after the fight. Learning all that, AFO was pissed. That Niji brat used his quirk, All for One, to steal his long-targeted prey. That was so infuriating that AFO hadn't felt this much anger in decades, if not centuries. Who does he think he is? He wasn't interested in how Niji got the quirk. It was most certainly that made delivering Nine's dead body to Niji before he did some trick to transfer the quirk from Nine's body to his. Normally AFO would be interested in the method, but this was not a normal situation. The problem that AFO was interested in was that he couldn't feel his consciousness that should be within Nine's All for One quirk. Quirks of consciousness of the user within them, that's the same for the quirks that AFO stole from others. However, AFO's own consciousness can corrupt those other ones and reign supreme. After that, when he bestows one of his quirks onto someone, a part of his consciousness is left within that person. AFO can't control that consciousness, as it has a mind of its own, but AFO can sense where that person is by focusing on that consciousness. AFO didn't give Nine his quirk in the usual way, as it was instead copied using technology and passed down, but it still had a part of his consciousness within it. Meaning, he should have been able to locate Niji's location right now, who was using that quirk. But he wasn't able to do that. As if that quirk, which clearly was All for One from the description, was actually something else entirely. Or that brat somehow managed to eradicate the consciousness within it. Or maybe both. TCH. I haven't been this furious in a long time. AFO was tapping his finger on his thigh as he grunted. He needed to find Niji, which was another problem. Where was he? Where did he escape to after leaving UA? Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any place or anyone who might know about his whereabouts. Wait, AFO stopped moving his finger, a possibility coming out in his mind. Does that Toga girl know something? It's possible. Highly probable. Since she worked under Niji, she must have a meeting place with him. There's a chance Niji is in that meeting place right now. Hey, this can work. AFO grinned, connecting a call with Hisashi again. Hisashi, I have a plan. Listen. He started to explain as the impatient man on the other end started to gradually laugh. A few hours after Rumi first met Hawks, she was greeted by different heroes each hour. Around 11 hours after Hawks had left, he returned again, and this time he had Endeavor beside him. He gathered all the heroes he called in one place, inside an old factory building, and stood there with a grim expression. This is why Rumi didn't like this guy. Why gather everyone in one place if he's gonna stay silent? Don't you think you should talk? It was MT Lady who spoke, uncaring that most of the heroes here were seniors. I am sure nobody is liking this awkward and grim silence. MT Lady and Kamui Woods were two newbie heroes who were rising. They weren't in the top rankings yet, but most heroes here were aware that they were strong. Hearing her, Hawks sighed. You are right. I was just thinking about how I should relay the information I got from All Might. His words caught everyone's interest, but Rumi was frowning, noticing how he kept glancing at her with pity. What is this bastard up to? Well, I am sure you guys have already seen this city and the other ones, but for anyone who is caught behind, Japan is under attack from villains who should have been locked in Tartarus along with villains who we always assumed were civilians. The latter party is from a Group D Meta Liberation Army. I know of them because I have been researching them for a while now. Endeavor grunted at that. So you're saying such a group existed and we never knew? The PSC knew of this and never let us know. I mean. Hawks shrugged. I was supposed to infiltrate them, alerting them wouldn't have worked, and knowing some of you, you wouldn't have wasted a second before bursting into their base. Rumi didn't like how he glanced at Endeavor and her of all people. Why was she being put in the same category as that idiot? Anyway, back to the topic. Along with these villains, we also have a foreign villain involved in this. Has anyone ever heard of the catastrophic dragon? Everyone froze in their spots. That was like asking if they knew who the #1 hero of Japan is. Of course, they heard of him. He's a big name, thriving for more than a century. Hawks chuckled at their reaction, making Rumi along with some other heroes annoyed. That is not all. The infamous All for One is alive, and also involved in this. The newbies might have only heard of him as the urban legend named The One, but yes, he actually exists. Said Hawks, getting another chain reaction from the heroes. AFO and the dragon are allying in this attack. With All for One's support, the dragon managed to infiltrate UA with the power of the mist villain who can teleport. After that. Well, in short, UA is destroyed and many of the teachers and students are dead. Everyone looked at each other. What the hell was he saying? That had to be a joke, right? Most of the heroes present here had students from UA come to them for internships not so long ago. It hadn't even been a month, actually. Now they were being told that their beloved students might be under rubbles. Hawks, elaborate. The one to speak was Endeavor, his voice cold. Everyone could understand why since he had his son in that school. Well, it went like this dash. He started to explain the situation that Rumi guessed he must have learned from All Might, and the more she heard, the colder her forehead became. After Hawks was done explaining, everyone had their eyes on Rumi. All Might didn't know who amongst the students had died, because according to him by the time he reached the battlefield most of the students had escaped and he wasn't free enough to check inside the classroom, but before he could be free, the classroom was destroyed by a beam of plasma. However, All Might reported that 2 students had certainly died. 2 of them, one was someone Rumi was familiar with. That's why everyone was looking at her. Stop staring at my face. Rumi said with a grunt. Looking at me won't change anything, would it? Her voice was shaky, which seemed to shock many of the heroes, but she could care less about it. Weren't you supposed to be strong, you bastard? Why did you die? Anyway, Endeavor said with a sigh, trying to move on from this topic. That's a bad situation. I didn't know All Might was weakened for 5 years. To think he fought such an enemy head-on with such an injury. Hawks told them about All Might's weakness too, and most heroes other than Rumi were the most shocked at that info. Even in her current state, Rumi could tell that Endeavor was barely holding his rage in. He didn't want to show anything unsightly in front of so many people after all. Though then again, the same could be said for her. Moving on, the next part is the most important. Hawks said, again glancing at Rumi for some reason. After a while since the battle ended, Niji returned along with his sister, girlfriend, and maid. Rumi's eyes widened with a spark of hope as Hawks continued with a sigh. This, returned Neji had a new quirk that he used to heal All Might. Everyone looked surprised, but it was a pleasant surprise, which twisted hearing Hawks' next words. He seemed excited to heal Murio Toga, Sir Nitai's sidekick, but when he touched Murio's body, according to All Might, Niji used a quirk he was familiar with, the All for One. The heroes went silent as Rumi clenched her jaws. A fight started between Murio and Niji, which ended with Murio defeated and this so-called Niji stealing Murio's quirks. This might not sound so big but, other than the ability of permeation, Murio had the same quirk as All Might. No, he's not an illegitimate child, he is just All Might's successor who All Might passed down his quirk onto, as crazy as that may sound. The heroes were shocked once again. So a villain with All Might's power. They started to chatter amongst themselves, except for Rumi who was being avoided by most others. But when Ed Shot came closer to her, putting a hand on her shoulder, she kicked the ground and went in front of Hawks to grab his collar. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you suggesting? Are you saying this guy is not Niji? Then why did you word it like that? She pulled him by his collar as he looked at her surprised, while all the other heroes looked shocked at the spectacle. Don't stare at me. Answer. That kid wasn't Niji, said Hawks. He is most certainly All for One himself, using some sort of quirk to change his appearance, which isn't unheard of. Or, in the wildest chance, that kid was AFO's son or a relative. But I am certain that kid isn't Neji Hado. He told them about Momo, who had a different appearance, and also the maid who was absurdly strong for a simple maid. The other heroes nodded while Rumi glared at him with a clench of her jaws. Fuck. She cursed, turning around and kicking off while the heroes called to stop her. But she didn't listen. Running far from that place, she cursed in her mind as she decided on what to do. A fucking doppelganger, you will pay. She kept cursing, her eyes bloodshot, as she ran along with the city, accidentally killing a few villains, but she didn't care to stop. At the same time, in Yusha, Lady Negant was busy glaring at the stupidly strong cat in front of her as she was chained to the wall. Where is your owner? Tell him to come out. Coward. Making a cat watch over me. She said with a scoff, while the cat looked unamused, if she was reading that expression right. Keep your mouth shut. The cat said, locking eyes with Negant's lips. You talk some big shit for someone with such soft kissable lips. Negant stared at the cat. What? What? I saw it in a meme. What's wrong? The cat tilted her head innocently. The awkward silence was broken as the door opened and Niji walked in. He looked at the two, the cat's nonchalant expression and Negant's own expression which changes from baffled to serious in a second as he nodded. Kurai, go to mommy and sleep. I have some stuff to do with this auntie here. Okay. Kurai jumped off the boxes she had gathered to sit above and ran out of the room. The door closed itself by an invisible force as Negant frowned. Looks like the big bad villain is finally here. She said with an indifferent expression. So what are you anyway? I doubt your AFO since he went far enough to wear a mask to hide his damaged face. If he had a transformation quirk like this he would have used so. So who are you? Niji walked in front of her and crouched down, staring at her face. I am just a nobody, please don't think too much about it. I have a few questions for you, answer them truthfully and you're free to go. He was being far more respectful than she thought he would, but then again, that didn't mean he will do as a villain says. How about you fuck off? She watched as the boy sighed, seemingly looking regretful that things didn't go the easy way. It is what it is, I guess. Soon Negant would realize, she had made a mistake. Chapter 164, Torture, Asterisk. Chapter 164, Torture, Asterisk. She really shouldn't have hesitated to pull the trigger. This kid, whoever he might be, was a villain to the bones. Kiana felt pathetic being tied like this, knowing too well that all this could have been avoided if she had pulled the trigger at the right time. More so, what was this binding? Why was she tied in this fashion? This was practical, true, but this really looked weird. The rope was tied around her breasts, which connected on her abdomen and went between her legs. Her hands were tied behind, unable to move at all as they were tied stiffly enough to hold and even when she used her quirk to change her arm size. That Kimmy, seeing how she was tied up, the boy chuckled, shaking his head. Anyway, since you don't want to answer my questions the easy way, I will be taking the hard route. Just say, stop, I will tell you whatever you want to know, if you are to change your mind midway, okay. His tone was that of a gentleman which only made Kiana frown deeper. What was he planning to be so confident? If it was just torture, then she would have laughed at him because she had went through more torture resistance trainings, also having tortured lots of villains and heroes alike, than the number of months this kid has been alive for. But she doubted he simply planned to torture her since there was no equipment present here. So, because she was expecting something big, she was slightly surprised as he reached out his hand, cupping her breast before her surprise faded. Ah, of course. He's a teenager, no matter how gentlemanly he tries to act. So this was his idea. To our *PE her and hope she will break. Unintentionally, a soft mocking laughter left her lips as she looked at the boy's face. Somehow I expected more. This is disappointing. She was unable to finish her sentence, feeling his hand squeeze her breast as her vision spun. It was a strange feeling, as if some kind of magical force was at work, making her feel a wave of immense pleasure run through her body. What the heck was that? Kiana asked, gasping as she glared at Niji's smirking face. Some sort of quirk. Of course, you had something like this in your arsenal. Now, she understood why he looked so confident. This is bad. She was aware of her self-control, she was trained for these situations. But it's been a long time since she was touched like this, let alone with such a quirk. If he had such a power, then she wasn't sure how long she would be able to hold it in. Frankly, as a person who has done more tortures than the number of people she has saved, Kiana was aware of how effective it was to pleasure someone than to give them pain when extracting information. That's why she used to give her victims different sorts of drugs before interrogations. So she could vividly imagine herself actually breaking if he kept using that power to ravage her body that hasn't experienced the touch of a man in a long time. Is that all? Didn't AFO teach you better? Knowing it might be a bad idea, she spoke in to try to provoke him as he paused and blinked before chuckling. Looks like you're misunderstanding something, but okay, I don't care either way, he said calmly as she tried to retort, but her words were caught in her throat as he pushed his thumb inside her mouth, generating pleasure where it shouldn't exist. I suggest you keep your fake little mouth shut. It's not your style to use speech, so it really seems rigid when you try to provoke me. Don't make this annoying for me, it won't end well. She wouldn't say that it wasn't humiliating that she actually gulped back her words from the threat of a 15-year-old, but she decided to just blame her unhoned skills for it. She moaned softly as he used his other hand to grab her breasts and massage them, twirling her nipples and pinching them. She tried to hold back all types of moans, unwilling to give him the idea that his tactic was actually working, as she noticed something weird. Strangely, she couldn't see any sign of a boner in his pants. Which was a weird feeling to her. Either way, that meant he most likely had erectile dysfunction, which in turn meant her plan to argue out of this by saying he was paying her was a goner. Because he actually wasn't doing it, more like he couldn't do it. The furthest he can go with a ruined dick is fingering her, and that was just sexual harassment if anything. Alright, it's working better now. The boy said, seemingly impressed at his ability as he withdrew his hands back. Let's get down to it. Saying so, he touched her again, this time grabbing her waist, making Kiana clench her teeth as she held back a moan, ultimately failing as his fingers dug into soft flesh. Be bastard. She cursed, gritting her teeth. You think this will work? This is a mere taunt to someone like me. Oh, sure. I can see it's a mere taunt too, said the boy as he grabbed her prison outfit and tore it off, revealing her pale breasts in front of her. I apologize beforehand for every horror you're going to experience in this terrible night. Saying so, he softly grabbed her right breast, admittedly a magical sensation to her skin as she moaned aloud. Fuck. She's a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, she's stubborn. I don't like stubborn women. Lady Negant, real name Kiana, was a tall woman with a curvy body. She had long, dark blue hair with numerous scattered pink streaks on it, tied in a ponytail. Her eyes are amethyst with a mauve shade framed by dark blue-colored angled eyebrows. She was currently wearing an orange prison jacket and pants of the same color, which Niji would admit made this kinkier. Last time with Toga, Niji learned what was more effective, pleasure or pain. The answer was a pleasure, mostly because of his massage skill. That's why he chose this route, even though he didn't like forcing girls. Oh god. Besides, there was something special about making your enemy moan like this. He won't cross the line, he promised not to, that's why he was suppressing his lust anyway. But he wouldn't deny that this is hot. As his single hand played with her left breast, her body twitching in response, her expression melting by each second, his other hand went down to touch her pants, making her wince as they disappeared into his inventory. What happened? They don't give you girls' bras and panties in prison. Wow. Niji said, looking at her naked form, his eyes lowering on her trimmed private hair. But at least they allow you to stay clean. The scene was pleasing to the eye because of Kimmy's rope techniques, so Niji certainly didn't complain about this type of information inquiry. Anyway, let's move to the bed. Watching the boy who was probably not even half her age pick her up was a strange feeling. It was more strange that she was actually disappointed that he stopped, even though she knew that pause wouldn't last long. He then left this dark storage room they were in and walked to a bedroom before he simply threw her at the bed, making her body jiggle shamelessly. Turning, she saw him drop some kind of black ball on the floor just as all the sound from outside stopped coming here, which made Kiana wearier of this boy. That was a type of quirk she didn't even know existed. Was it attached to the black ball? Admittedly, he had too many quirks in his arsenal, so the chance to escape was very low for her. The only thing that kept her a bit calm was the fact that he still didn't show any sign of a boner. She has seen a lot of rape cases in her career, and while she received training to not break into such scenarios, she would rather not be on the receiving end of those crimes. So even though she knew she was being sexually harassed, she couldn't feel but be grateful to whatever god that oversaw this world that this kid was limp down there. Suddenly, the boy walked into the bed, pushing her and making her lie down straight as he reached out his hand to touch her crotch, making her eyes widen as he simply pushed 2 of his fingers inside without any warning. As I said, tell me if you have changed your mind. His voice was interrupted with a loud moan from her quivering lips, which made him smirk before her eyes. No. This isn't good. This kid is dangerous, his touch is too good and addictive. The worst thing was, this was better than any drugs since it had no side effects. So she couldn't force her mind to resist this insanely impossible level of pleasure. You know, when I was young, this hand helped me submit a former pro. Someone from your generation, actually. The boy spoke, even as she moaned, feeling his fingers play her insides, his other hand stroking her cheeks softly. My second hero target to whom I wanted to use these hands was Midnight, but she fell to the 3rd rank all thanks to Muko. But now you took that spot from her too. Quite lucky, if I say so myself. He sounded arrogant about it as if getting to experience this was a blessing. Unfortunately, as Kiana felt her insides submit to his hand, her mind going black and her tongue gasping for air, she couldn't deny his claims. But she still realized what his words meant. She's not the first hero to be caught by him. But to think that Muko was also. Her eyes suddenly widened as he moved her body on his lap, his fingers moving faster as he leaned over and bit her nipples. But the reason to her widened eyes was the big bulge she felt hitting under her. He had an erection. Oh God, no. Wait. Anne. Despite trying to hold on for so long, she finally gave in. But she wasn't entirely out of her mind yet. She needed to stop, she wanted to stop, even if her body didn't. Because she was aware, if not now, she might cross the line next. Being a person in her work line, she expected her job to go wrong every day, so assuming she'd have to pay off with her body instead of life was natural for her, as many villains were idiotic like that. She never had to actually do that luckily, but she didn't have a problem with it either if it allowed her to live. But this was just happening because this boy wanted some information, and she has already seen his dangerous quirk in play to know that if she were to cross the line, the ending will be bad. Maybe Muko and that other former pro hero he talked about are only following him because they're unable to resist him after crossing the line. That was a scary possibility. She knew how easily people can get addicted to drugs, and while she considered her mental power to be higher than average, this pleasure she was feeling had already proved that it could bend her over by making her come. Stop, please. So, despite wanting more, despite feeling her body cursing her for saying the words, she continued. I will do as you say. I will answer, anything you wish to know. Kiana moaned for the last time as he took out his fingers, feeling very disappointed and sober all of a sudden as she regretted saying those words. Good girl. Glad to see we have reached a middle point. The boy said as he slowly licked his wet fingers, smirking at her mischievously. Middle point. This bastard brat. Kiana cursed as she heard those words. How was this any sort of middle point? Though she cursed him, she still failed to stop her eyes from flickering down on his boner, making her insides twitch. Shit, I shouldn't look there. Baffled at her body's surpassed desires finally coming out, she forced her eyes to look up to see him chuckle as he shook his head and crawled down the bed, bringing a chair and sitting opposite her as he used some sort of telekinetic force to make her sit up. Now, I know you know these things I am going to ask, even if you haven't been active for a few years. So don't try to evade any questions. The boy said, making her grunt softly in her mind again. He seemed to know her more than what a general public should know. Or else this all didn't make sense. So trying to act oblivious was out of question. She sighed as he smiled and continued. First of all, I want you to make a list of all the heroes and villains in Japan who you think have strong quirks. I am sure I don't have to explain why I am asking for this, so don't try to leave out any names. He said, which made her scoff to herself. He was going to steal their quirks, was that it? She didn't care about that. Heroes these days are all fakes anyway, even that Murio boy from before probably chose this path for money or fame. Negant got into the prison exactly because she wanted to eliminate these so-called heroes, that's why she wasn't feeling guilty knowing she was going to sell them out. And she could care less about the villains. Secondly, the boy leaned over, smiling. I want you to give me some locations where you think the infamous All for One is currently staying. I am sure you can do that, you're knowledgeable about this stuff, right? Now, this part was what got her confused, but regardless of the moment he said those words, she could already picture a few places where AFO was currently at. She was after all the weapon of the Public Safety Commission. She knew stuff that even the aforementioned PSC didn't know. However, Kiana wasn't sure why. She had an ominous feeling about this. Like if this boy and AFO were to meet, the whole world might face an inescapable danger. Chapter 165, Damnation. Chapter 165, Damnation. Ochako Uraraka was one of the lucky students who managed to escape from the Red Dragon a few hours ago. Her apartment was far from Musadofa City, and it took half an hour even with the bullet train. So she couldn't possibly go there now that the bullet trains were dead on their tracks and villains were everywhere. But still, with her quirk, she managed to flee from Musadofa by lightening her body and hopping off from building to building. Now she was in a new city, but she wasn't safe here. In contrast, right now she was in severe danger. Hiss W, where are you hiding? A hissing voice asked, chuckling to himself as Ochako held her breath, hiding inside an oversized dustbin that smelt like shit. Ochako closed her mouth with her hands, while her tears slid down her cheeks, her body shaking as her previous urge to vomit vanished. This was real danger, she could die now. She could hear the footsteps of the men walking around the alleyway where the dustbin was located, which made her fear all the more strong. She knew this man, no, 14 in the hero billboard, pro hero, Anaconda. He's famous for his aggressive tendencies, but he was still a really inspirational hero. But today it was different. For some reason, Anaconda was waiting for her in the city, as if he somehow knew she was here, and secondly, his usual green eyes were shining red. The moment Anaconda met Ochako, he attacked her, making her go pale as she tried her best to escape. She didn't know why he was doing this, and neither did she know how she should escape. At this point, all of this felt like a dream, a nightmare. Nothing made sense, after all. Step. Her heartbeat started to pound faster as the footstep walked inside the alleyway, the owner chuckling with a hiss. Are you here, hee, the hero's voice said, closing distance. Why I have a really good sense of smell. I could smell a very faint scent of you around here, but that smell stopped leaving any traces since I came here. The footsteps stopped, right in front of Ochako's dustbin as her body started to shake in fear. The voice then continued, meaning you had either escaped via some sort of teleportation. Or abruptly, the lid of the dustbin was yanked out, revealing Ochako's frightened expression as the hero grinned. You're hiding somewhere here. Kia. Ochako covered her ears, closed her eyes, and yelled. She had no way of winning, she already knew that. Anaconda's quirk made his face look like that of a snake, and he could even transform into an anaconda if he wished. Together with his experience and mastery of the quirk, he was an opponent far too strong for her. This was a dead end. Even as she screamed, the men grabbed her by her neck and pinned her on the wall, making her choke as she coughed and tried to resist. Calm down now. I am just going to hand you over to my lord. He will take care of you, don't worry. The hero said while his eyes shone. Then, he slipped his hand into a pocket in Ochako's uniform, making her wince before he took out a small piece of meat, covered in green scales. Good work, by the way. I am sure our lord is impressed with you. Ochako's eyes widened as the small pinky-sized flesh stirred in a nodding motion. How did she not notice this in her pocket? More so, wasn't that Setsuna's quirk at work? Was she working with that dragon? Ochako gave up struggling as her body went limp in the hero's hands, her eyes wide as she realized she might as well be considered dead at this point. Anyway, the villain said, putting the small flesh in his own pocket. Let us get going. The base is kinda far from here. Ochako was placed above his shoulders as the man left the alleyway and was prepared to sprint with his body transforming slightly to give him more muscle. But before he could sprint though. Stop right there, a feminine voice came from the sky, speaking English, making Anaconda turn along with Ochako as both their eyes went wide in surprise. An orange-skinned girl with busted proportions, wearing a purple armor, was flying in the sky with her eyes glowing green and her red hair flowing in the air as green energy swirled around her hands. Image here. You despicable evil. I have come to eliminate you, said the girl as she looked down on Anaconda with her eyes narrowed. Leave the girl down before I decide to finish you in an instant. Anaconda clicked his tongue as he glared at the flying girl, his body changing in size as he grew taller, as he replied in English too. You talk a lot for an unknown hero wannabe. I will make sure to break dash. Before he could finish his words, the girl's eyes shone brighter and two green beams left her eyes. They rushed forward and hit Anaconda in the face, making the older man scream in pain as he fell back, leaving Ochako a small chance to flee. Anaconda tried to get up again, however, the foreign hero moved like a bullet and crashed onto Anaconda's face, both of her feet digging into his skull as it burst into a pile of blood. Blood splattered up on the street, marking Ochako and the new hero who looked down on the destroyed head with a nonchalant expression. Ochako was shocked, the urge to vomit returning, but she didn't actually vomit. He deserved to die, for he has failed as a hero. A part of her still couldn't believe she survived, but she was so relieved. You Ochako called the foreign pro-hero, trying her best to speak proper English. Thank you for saving me, but excuse me, who are you? The hero turned to her, still looking nonchalant, as she walked over. I am Starfire, from the United Korea. Nice to meet you, and if you don't mind the girl paused, leaning over and capturing Ochako's lips, making her shocked. The kiss was short and the girl soon withdrew her face back, tilting her head in a cute manner as she started to say in fluid Japanese, MMMH, do all Japanese people taste like vomit and garbage? Ochako paused, thinking of the question while realizing this girl somehow managed to learn Japanese with a single kiss. Sir Naite, the famous former sidekick of All Might. He was baffled and shocked at the current development in Japan. He was still in his city when the network blockage happened. He's in fact one of the first people to notice the blockage, though that didn't mean he was able to stop the villain attack that happened minutes after. Dozens upon dozens of villains gathered around his city, attacking different parts of it with the intention of killing and destroying. Mugling, *PE, stealing, robbing banks, and many types of crimes started to happen at once. Naitai's agency didn't have many heroes, so he couldn't stop all of these even if he wished. His first option was to contact All Might. Their relationship was much better than before due to Naite stepping up and apologizing. But due to the network jam, he couldn't even contact All Might and Murio. At last, after gathering a few other heroes, he managed to secure the part of the city where his agency was located. The heroes were currently resting there, now that dawn was approaching. They were tired and they needed sleep if they wanted to keep saving people, and while they did that, Naite was busy fighting with himself. I have to look into the future. He didn't want to, but sitting on his desk, his chin resting on his hand as he watched the report of the casualties around the city, he knew he had to use his power if he wanted to know what was going on. Since the incident 5 years ago, where he watched the future where the world is destroyed, Naite was scared to use his ability again. He still used it when it was a must, but he still didn't go beyond a day in the future because he was scared. Now, when he finally gained knowledge about the white-haired men from the vision, things have taken a turn for the worst. He never saw this development in his future, no way could he have missed such a major development while looking into the future 5 years ago. Meaning the future was altered, and Naite believed that white-haired man was the one behind all this. Neji Hado, the boy with silver hair, was too bright in his class to not stand out. Principal Nizu confirmed that Niji was really the man in the vision after the UA Sports Festival. Naite even sent him an invitation letter, but the boy chose Muko instead, which Naite understood since her invitation was kind of a big deal. He was planning to meet the boy using Murio's friendship with Niji, but Nizu specifically requested that to be delayed until he returned from summer camp. Maybe I should have met him either way before that. He should have, honestly. He really believed that boy was behind all this one way or another, even without one for all. Naite grunted, slamming the table as he leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Okay, fine, let's do it. Taking a deep breath in, he closed his eyes and activated his quirk. Making his future roll out in front of him like a movie, as more time passed within the vision the movie became blurrier, more broken and all, but not even 3 days into the vision, Naite saw something horrifying. Murio Togata's quirks were gone. That wasn't the only horrifying part, because one of the Nawab's people was in Japan, and in 3 days from now on, that person will take Murio's life for whatever reason. Naitai's eyes sprung up as he gasped for air, grabbing a water bottle from the table and drinking the contents as he trembled on his chair. What? Naite asked himself, wiping his sweat with a paper towel as his mind raced. How? How did Murio lose his powers? Why? Why was someone like Nawab after Murio's life? That didn't make sense. At last. Why were 3 nukes coming towards Japan? Naite got up from his chair, trying to walk out and inform his sidekicks, but he fell on his face, getting up as he shakily walked again. What the hell was Japan confronting right now? Chapter 166, Misunderstanding. Chapter 166, Misunderstanding. Sir Naite decided to leave the city and go to UA ASAP so that he can try to save Murio from death. He'd also need to figure out why nukes would be coming to Japan and how he should stop them, or at least survive against them. He didn't like abandoning the city when lots of civilians would face death just because of his absence, but it was his style to always pick the most rational choice. Saving them won't matter now if nukes were coming in a few days. That's why, when the sun finally rose, Naite took his sidekicks and a few of the other heroes to head for UA. He overheard some people calling him a coward, running to UA to gain All Might's protection, but he could care less about other people's opinions. Naitai's car was attacked midway while traveling, so they had to abandon it and fight off the villains before hijacking a truck, as unheroic as that may be. After a long 4 hours, he finally reached the gate of UA High, which was sealed and protected by many kinds of alarms and shock devices. Hey, can you hear me? Naite said to the wall, knowing well there are multiple microphones hidden here. It's Sir Naite, I wish to go inside. There was silence for a minute, making the heroes behind Naite doubt if people could really hear him, but after a bit more a voice came from within the gate. Hello, Naite. It's me, Nizu. I was actually waiting for when you'll arrive. Please come in, someone will guide you to me. So he already guessed I would be here. Naite liked Nizu because of his scary ability to predict, even though there was more than one part of the mouse that he wasn't fond of. The gate trembled as it was retracted back into the wall, allowing entrance for Naite as he walked in with the heroes following him. The gate closed itself behind them as Naite noticed a woman wearing a white skin-tight costume walk over to them with her face strangely apathetic, as if she couldn't feel emotions. Follow me, Principal wants to see you, you alone, said the pro-hero Midnight as she didn't even wait for an answer and turned to walk away. That was surprising. Naite was expecting the teachers to be sad, true, but they were professionals. Wasn't this a bit too much? Either way, he followed her after giving out some orders to his sidekicks. After entering a building, Naite was guided to a door where Midnight stopped. This is the place. That's all, I will be going, she did as she said, walking away dryly, not even trying to sway her hips like usual. Shaking his head, Naite knocked on the door and received a call to enter almost immediately. Going in, he found the people he was concerned about. All Might and Murio, sitting on a couch opposite Nizu. Come, sit down. We really needed you, you know. Nizu said as Naite walked and took the couch between them, sitting as he kept looking at Murio, who looked down in shame. I am sure we don't have to explain what happened to Murio, seeing you're already here, Nizu said, taking a sip of his tea, but Naite shook his head. You have to explain, actually. If you didn't know, I have future sight, not past sight, he said in a stern tone while the mouse chuckled. Ha, well All Might please go ahead. Nizu handed over the responsibility to All Might who nodded with thin lips. Naite was surprised why All Might was in his muscle form, wasn't he scared to run out of time? So where do I start? As All Might began to speak, telling Naite about the healing and so on, he realized why All Might was comfortable enough to sit in his muscle form. His time limit was increased, so he can go on for almost a day without going skinny. That's a good thing, even if All Might was much weaker now, Naite noted. As the explanation continued, the bleak tone filling the room, Naite couldn't help but grow anxious as sweat beads started to form on his forehead. I see. That was all he could reply to after hearing that explanation. He turned to give Murio a look, who was still looking down, making him sigh. It's fine, Murio. You were chosen to inherit one for all exactly because of this heroic spirit of yours, you haven't done anything out of expectation. Don't blame yourself. He patted the young man's shoulder watching as his stiffness visibly relaxed. Truthfully, Naite was mad and slightly disappointed. But maybe he was just biased, but he couldn't bring himself to scold Murio. Anyway, Naite, do you know what all this means? Asked Nizu, putting his cup down, watching as Naite nodded. Your vision hasn't changed at all, even though you managed to give Murio the OFA. Yes, I can see that. Indeed. All Might says that AFO used some sort of transformation ability to turn into Niji, which is most likely the case. The white-haired man in vision is none other than All for One himself because as you might remember, that man had white hair too before his presumed death. This certainly is a weird turn of events, said Nizu in a serious tone, scratching his chin. Naite nodded, thinking rationally. None of us ever thought of that possibility that the white-haired man from the vision might as well be All for One since it never occurred to us that a dead man could come back alive and even steal the quirk that he's been failing to steal for centuries. Well, I did theorize this, but I didn't want to worry anyone so I didn't speak my mind. But seeing the current situation, I think I really should have. Nizu said with a sigh. Anyway, since you are here without anyone notifying you, I assume you saw the future. Commendable that you managed to fight your fear and do it. Did you only learn about Murio's power lost or? Naite sighed at that. Yes, about that. Shocking as this might sound, that part is actually of least importance right now. Nizu raised an eyebrow, before slowly as Naite started to reveal his vision, both his eyebrows were above his forehead, and Naite saw the mouse's brain visibly go into overdrive. After all, based on Nizu's past, he was probably the most frightened of death amongst everyone in all of Japan. Not that it's a bad thing. Naite thought calculatingly. If anyone can come up with a solution to the incoming problems, it's none other than this demon mouse. Naite almost felt relieved that there was someone smarter than him to help with this current problem. Because he wasn't confident if he would be able to be of much help here, after all, his futures are absolute and he has never been able to change them by himself. So, what happens to me now? Niji watched Lady Negant ask in a strangely submissive voice. She seemed to have learned who's the predator here, which was a good thing. Though that didn't matter much now. I wonder. You finished writing down the things I asked of you, going as far as marking the bases of the heroes too. Niji said, looking at Negant, looking at him from the desk while her naked body was covered by a blanket. It wouldn't be wise to let you go since you might have given false information, the same goes for killing you. But I don't want to keep you in this mansion either since I would need to put you under constant watch. Niji scratched his chin while watching Negant grow nervous with each passing second. Ah, I know. His eyes shone as he smiled, pointing his finger at her. You're going to be my Pokemon, my personal long-range Pokemon. What dash? Niji poked her neck with his finger, interrupting her by putting her to sleep as he dropped her inside his inventory. I will probably forget about her in a few years, and I doubt I'd ever need her. But it's better than wasting her smoking body, and also better than to leave such a dangerous woman alive. It's a good middle point. In other words, Lady Negant was dead from this moment and she would stay dead until Niji decided to take her out. It's morning already. Now that there was a solution to his current problem and Negant was also dealt with, Niji finally noticed the sun peeking through the window. I didn't sleep. Nah, it's fine. Niji shrugged. If someone were to drink a stamina potion while having full stamina, their fatigue will decrease. As far as Niji was concerned, that shouldn't have any backlash, but in the wildest chance that it had, his gamer's body will take care of it. He had enough stamina potions to live off a few years like this anyway. Yawning, he drank a few potions and went out of the room after picking up the orb of silence he dropped on the ground before. He went downstairs only to find nobody was up yet, so he went to the girls' room where all three of them were sleeping on the same bed, hugging each other softly while Kurai was stuffed in the middle. Niji scratched his chin. They must be tired from all the ongoing stuff, huh? Even Kurai. Maybe he should leave a note and go out. He wanted to start hunting the horde of villains in this area, they were living EXP bags. Nodding to that idea, he wrote something on a small piece of paper and put it on the table beside them. They would be fine even if he was gone. Kimi is strong, and so were Niji and Momo after their latest power upgrades. Especially Niji. He didn't wake up Kurai either. She was too close to his level, barely 30 levels behind. He needed to increase the gap before she got too cocky. So it's better to hunt alone instead of sharing EXP. Deciding all that, he went outside the mansion and took off in the sky, noticing a quest getting generated before his eyes. An emergency quest, Rise of the King, has been generated. Quest, you have gained a lot of power recently, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. Your final enemies can't even compare to the likes of Hisashi Midoriya, so even if you have the power to beat him it doesn't matter. Gain more power, for your life depends on it. Objective, kill 10 villains and steal their quirk. Bonus objective, steal 5 quirks from innocents/heroes. Reward, 10 levels worth of EXP, on top of what you'd get from killing, 5x HP potions, 10x stamina potions, magical ink. Optional reward, 2 levels worth of EXP, an armor made by the director of the last act. Special perk, during this quest, taking the quirks of someone won't diminish their tiers, so the EXP you'd receive wouldn't be lessened. The quest was looking good. But Niji wasn't sure about the bonus objective. Mostly because of the reward, because it's made by the director who from his experience didn't like gamers, so there's a low chance Niji would even be able to use the armor at all. Though I do need an armor because my moonlight armor was destroyed along with my classroom. I also need a spear too. But then again, I would rather take a hero costume like Murio since defense isn't really something that worries me anymore. I instead need something to keep me covered when I use permeation. Niji stopped thinking about the quest after that. 10 villains weren't a lot, finding them would be easy. But finding heroes to hunt would be the hard part since most were probably in hiding as of right now. Whatever the case, he wasn't giving up on this quest. He already got rewards for letting Murio live, and needless to say, he was addicted to more quest rewards because the rewards might as well allow him to survive. Chapter 167, 167, I-1. Chapter 167, I-1. This morning, Yusha City was quiet enough for it to be considered creepy. Many of the buildings were damaged, many windows broken and walls crushed while fire and smoke rose from within them. Cars were destroyed on the blocked roads, creating a traffic jam that stretched for kilometers. There was no buzzing of people, as there were no students going to school nor any office workers heading to their work. The city was calm and silent when the morning sun began to rise in the eastern sky. Boom. Boom. The creepy silence was broken by blasts of shockwaves coming from the sky, and Niji grinned as he noticed many heads peeking out of their hiding spots, the civilians who were expecting a military air jet while the criminals prayed otherwise. The sky was riddled with golden rings, dissipating slowly as people blinked, but the blinking time was enough for Niji to spot a few whose appearance screamed villains. Under the highway bridge, a bald fat man, whose body was almost double the size of normal humans, was peeking out of a school bus that was clearly dragged onto that spot from the bridge above. Niji, noticing him, drove downwards at a shocking speed, his feet targeting the head of the man that was peeking out from the door. Noticing Niji, the man's complexion went pale as he immediately closed the door, hiding in. Crunch. But Niji hadn't stopped and easily crashed the door, stepping inside to find the man crawling back as he stuttered. Please spare me dash, the villain stopped, his eyes locking onto Niji's face. Wait, aren't you the kid from this year's first-year sports festival? See, control yourself, brat. You almost killed me. The villain jumped up, grumbling as Niji used, observe, on him. Name, Kanari Yakamuro. Age, 48. Tier, 4. Quirk, Big Show. Status, extreme anger, slight nervousness. Big Show, LVL 6, this quirk allows the user to triple their body size, effectively gaining more strength and endurance. The duration is 3 hours, and after using it for a whole 3H, there is a 3-hour cooldown. Fuck off, kid. The villain yelled, running through the middle of the bus as he swung his arm at Niji. Niji blocked the incoming punch, the hand almost double the size of his, but he stopped it in its tracks effortlessly. A quirk that triples your height. Yet you're barely 10 feet. TCH, how short are you? Niji said, watching as the villain's expression showed shock, before turning into horror as a red aura came out of Niji's hand and literally started to tug down on the villain's quirk. What the hell are you doing to me? Let go. The man struggled to back off, but he couldn't take even a single step away as Niji used his gravity quirk to keep the men at bay. He tried to use his other hand to punch Niji, but that hand was blasted into pieces as Niji slapped it with his shockwave-coated hand. Oh! Yelled the villain, but he could do nothing but fall on his knees as his quirk was pulled out of his body, causing his eyes to go blank as his body shrunk into that of a 3-foot man and fell to the ground. Aha, Niji smiled, closing his eyes and using the information stored within the quirk to enlarge his body. Niji had a very low body fat percentage, unlike the dude that he stole the quirk from. So, using the quirk, he felt new muscles practically erupt within his body, making his frame larger and larger. Niji stopped when he felt his clothes were about to get torn apart and then reversed the effect to go back to his original form. He tried to shrink his size next, but it didn't work. Guess that's the limit. But still, not bad. Niji was satisfied with this loot. He just needed a body-hardening quirk and boom, he was his own, mini, gigantomachia. He then looked down on the body of this unknown villain, who was unconscious, and a quick, observe, told him that the man was brain dead. The second person I used mine upon is brain dead, and here I almost thought mine's specialness would allow otherwise. As he spoke, he took out a health potion from within his inventory, pouring it inside the villain's mouth, but it had no effect. The status effect, brain dead, was still there. Master, quirks have a part of the user's consciousness in them, and therefore taking quirks from someone oftentimes causes harm to their minds. As you know, the health potion doesn't heal mental injuries, or you would have been able to heal Kimmy without much problem. Ah, TCH, I forgot. Niji grumbled and shook his head. Then, without wasting much time, he coated his fist in tremor and slammed it down on the short man's head, effectively shattering it into a gruesome ball of blood. You have killed a tier 4 enemy. You have received 3000 EXP. You have leveled up. You have reached level 151. Blasting a shockwave from his hand to clear the blood, Niji casually stepped out of the bus, shaking his head. I didn't even feel anything after brutally murdering a human, villain or not. Not that he was complaining. Feeling bad or nauseous would have only caused meaningless problems and internal dilemmas. But holy shit, I am kinda overpowered now. Niji rubbed his nose as he looked at the sky, smiling. Hee, anyway, let's get moving. It took him a while to find more villains and steal kill them, but everything was going smoothly until now. Now, he had accidentally killed his 10th villain before stealing his quirk. Oops, scratching his neck, Niji stood over the dead body of the villain he just killed, his head was burst like a watermelon. He would have left to look for another villain, if not for the quirk this villain had. Jump up, this quirk allows the user to go from a still state to top speed in an instant. That might not sound much, but this would make any of Niji's attacks 100% more effective since he would be able to charge his physical attacks instantly. So, he needed this. But before he wasted a health potion on the dead body, Niji decided to use his backup first. Dragging the dead body to an alleyway on the side, Niji took out Izuku's body from within his inventory, dropping it beside the villain. Izuku is dead, and he used a health potion to heal the damaged dead body. Meaning, if he could use mine on Izuku, he would be able to use it on the villain too. But if he is unable to use it, then that'd mean he wouldn't have to waste a health potion on the villain. Crouching down, Niji touched Izuku's chest and activated mine, waiting as the quirk swirled within Izuku's body and without any single moment of resistance, You have mined the quirks, attraction repulsion, astral manipulation, and blood curdle. It worked. Phew, great. Niji smiled, grinning to himself as he stored Izuku back in his inventory. He didn't like carrying dead bodies in his newly made pokeball, but he was paranoid to destroy Izuku's body on this earth. If it had to be done, he would do it inside the tower, same with 9. First of all, he checked the quirk's descriptions. 1. Blood Curdle, LVL7, allows the user to paralyze his target upon tasting a sample of their blood. The amount of time a victim remains paralyzed depends on their blood type, in ascending order from shortest to longest duration. They are O, A, AB, and B. The maximum amount of time that anyone can be paralyzed is 8 minutes. 2. Astral Form, LVL6, allows the user to project the consciousness of himself or others from their body. When used against others, the person will wake up by themselves once a certain amount of time passes, which varies on the person's mental power. 3. Attraction Repulsion, LVL5, allows the user to attract and repel anything below the weight of 10 ton. These descriptions were great, but unfortunately, none were at max level, not even close. With this, along with the other 9 quirks he just hunted, he had 24 quirks under mine, and 6 quirks outside of it. The new 9 quirks were as follows. 1. Big Show, LVL6, allows the user to triple their body size, effectively gaining more strength and endurance. The duration is 3 hours, and after using it for a whole 3H, there is a 3-hour cooldown. 2. Camouflage, LVL5, allows the user to visually blend into the immediate environment. 3. Helicopter, LVL4, the user can spin parts of their bodies or objects they wield/carry like helicopter blades. Can spin fast enough to achieve a degree of flight. 4. Nail King, level 7, allows complete control over the user's nails, allowing them to freely alter and manipulate them. The user can manipulate the shape, growth, coloration, density, and sharpness of nails. The user can even project nails as projectiles. 5. Queen's Hair, level 7, allows the user to manipulate their hair like a limb, making the hair strands sharper, shorter, or longer as they wish. 6. Wall Crawling, level 7, allows the user to walk on walls and ceilings, no matter how rough or smooth they are. However, they do not defy gravity. 7. Ash Generation, level 6, allows the user to generate ash, the remains of fire. The user can generate 3 types of ash matter: solid form, liquid form, and gaseous form ash. 8. Sonic Scream, level 6, allows the user to emit a highly enhanced scream of a high amplitude. 9. Aquatic Breathing, level 3, allows the user to breathe underwater. Most of these were small quirks, but they were really useful. The most useful ones being Big Show, Wall Crawling, Aquatic Breathing, and at last, Queen's Hair, which makes his special silver hair deadlier than ever. Now it's time to combine a few of them. Some of them were similar to some other of his quirks, so there was no need to keep them in a separate slot. Niji quickly combined Ash Generation with Smoke Screen, that was previously stored within One for All, making the quirk level up from level 7 to level 9. Then, he combined Scanning, a quirk 9 previously had, with Eyes of the Lord. He wasn't going to do it before, but he decided to go on with it now. The quirk didn't level up, however. At last, he chose Attraction Repulsion to combine with Gravity Manipulation, making the latter quirk level up from level 1 to level 2. Immediately he received the knowledge that the level UPS gave him. The Smoke Screen one wasn't that interesting, he could just make solid and liquid smoke now, along with ashes. The interesting part was the latter ones. Eyes of the Lord, despite not leveling up, could now see low, middle, peak, of any tier now. Which was interesting. He could also tell what type of quirk a person has, emitter, transformer, or mutant, just by a glance, without using observe. Gravity Manipulation, on the other hand, now allowed him telekinesis, a form that was far, far stronger than the one that his earring provided. On top of the powers Izuku had, such as locking 2 objects to attract and repel each other, Niji also had the ability to increase or decrease the gravity of a small area now. All of this he gained took only 3 hours of running around. 15 more years. Gods can fuck themselves. Niji scoffed in his mind as he watched all of his quirks flash in front of his eyes briefly. By that time he wouldn't even be in this world, and even if he couldn't somehow JP worlds, he was sure a fusion was strong enough to match the incoming god. After all, Nico Niji was also a god, a cat god. Okay, one last quirk remaining for my quirks collection mission to complete, said Niji, scratching his chin as he healed the villain's damaged body with a potion. He wouldn't steal the quirk of this villain yet, or the quest will be considered completed. He was yet to complete the bonus objective, after all. So, he crouched down to touch and put the villain into his inventory. However, before he could touch the villain's body, a muscular chocolate leg came crashing on his neck. Luna Fall, yelled an enraged voice, making Niji grin as he looked up, sitting casually even as the leg crushed into his shoulders, creating a crater under him. He put the villain into his inventory with a single touch as he kept looking up, the underside of Muko's legs visible as the shocked hero raised her leg to attack again. But, I have been looking for you. Niji jumped up, getting closer to hug her only to get kicked in the neck, making him fly and hit a wall. Niji rubbed his neck, getting up as he dusted off his shirt, while Muko looked at him wearily. That hurts, you know. Even though I don't look wounded. So it was true. Muko said, glaring at him. You really are all for one. Niji didn't have this great of an endurance. Oh, he didn't, yes. Niji chuckled, cracking his neck. I am indeed all for one, you're right. What are you gonna do then, girl? Niji smirked at her, quite playfully, which made Rumi enraged. Niji didn't mind her misunderstanding, instead he was looking forward to teasing her. You goddamn bastard. The hero kicked the ground, appearing above his head. You're gonna die today. Seeing her enraged expression, Niji indeed felt his heart warm up, until the thick and muscular leg came crashing on his ear and sent him flying meters away in the street. Chapter 168, 168, I-2. Chapter 168, I-2. Rumi had been running for the whole night, kicking villains from one city to another as she kept searching for the doppelganger Niji. She interrogated some villains, showing them a picture of Niji and asking if they saw him or not, but none of them seemed to have seen the boy. Rumi was anxious. Nervous that AFO might most likely have transformed back to his original appearance. That'd mean she had no way to find the doppelganger if he didn't show himself first. After all, she didn't know how this AFO guy looked originally. That's why when she came across Niji in an alleyway, stealing quirks from a green-haired dead body that she thought she had seen before, her nervousness vanished. Sheer anger dominated all her other emotions. She waited and watched, to be absolutely certain that this really was a doppelganger, and unfortunately, Hawks was proven right. That's when she attacked him and things escalated with her rising in the air, yelling how she would kill him as she drove down her leg on his head. The villain easily dodged the attack, stepping away in an oddly Niji fashion, as he shrugged. Pro-hero Muko, isn't it a bit too much for you to just come and attack me? You know, I was simply hunting down some villains of the city who were hurting the poor civilians. TSK, heroes these days, repaying kindness with such explosive attacks. The villain said, shaking his head disappointingly. And here people call me the bad guy. Then stop taking this form. Rumi attacked him again with a yell. If you're gonna commit crimes, then do it with your face. Stop being a doppelganger. The doppelganger dodged again, absurdly easily despite Rumi's best try. Why would I change this form anyway? Look at my face, it's an art. Then look here, he pulled up his shirt to reveal his well-defined abdomen. Perfect, isn't it? Why would I change this form? More so, even my dick dash. Shut up. Rumi yelled before he could pull down his pants, her mind going overload as she tried to attack him again only to fail. Something didn't feel right. This was the infamous All for One. The nightmare of Japan's quirk society. She's met too many weird villains in her life, so normally she wouldn't have been this surprised, but why did this guy talk exactly like Niji? Heck, even the way he dodged was the same as Niji. Rumi fought him enough times to realize that. The doppelganger hummed in a questioning tone, even as he dodged Rumi's attacks by ducking, stepping aside and jumping up. Sloppy. This bastard. Rumi went furious at that insult, stretching her body limits even more and attacking faster, stronger. But the men kept dodging casually. Why the hell are you dodging? I didn't know the notorious the one is a fucking sissy. Rumi roared, her leg shattering the ground while the doppelganger's eyes narrowed. You want me to fight properly? Rumi nodded immediately at the villain's words, grinning furiously. Yeah, what's wrong? Don't tell me you can only dodge. Pussy. The boy smiled, opening his mouth to speak, but he vanished before any words could come out. Huh. Rumi barely turned around in time to watch the stare in her eyes, with his expression darkened as his hand descended on her ass. Despite herself, this action, coupled with Niji's face, made sure she couldn't contain a lewd moan from leaving her mouth. Whoa, what a slut. The boy whistled as she jumped back, her cheeks dark pink as she glared at him. Moaning from a villain spanking her. Is the internet rumor true then? Does the famous Muko fantasize about getting molested by villains after a shameful defeat? Muko clenched her jaws, the blush disappearing as she glared at him. That is not true. I am more interested in something else. Tell me, how are you doing all this? She watched as the villain titled his head. This gesture, along with how you talk and dodge, it's exactly the same as Niji. All this can't be a mere coincidence, can it? As if waiting for her to say this, the boy smirked. Oh. Yes, I agree it's not a coincidence. But then how do you think I am doing this? So I was right, Rumi bit her lips hard. You took over his body. This is not a transformation. That's why you are hunting villains in this body, because you can't change your appearance. The heroes are all wrong, you're not using some sort of transforming quirk. You have taken over Niji's body. The boy stared at her blankly for a moment, blinking, before he grinned. Yes. I didn't think you'd figure it out so soon. Guess the rumor of you being all brawl and no brain is false, eh? He started to chuckle, spreading his arms. Yes. I took over Niji's body. That's exactly how I, all for one, am dodging like this, talking like this, and even doing actions that only you and Niji are supposed to know. You bastard. Rumi yelled, uncaring of the villain grinning at her as she kicked at his face. This time, he didn't dodge, he blocked her attack with a single hand, yanking her towards him before he pushed her against a wall, grabbing her hands above her head as his tall figure looked down at her with a soft smirk. You already know this, but I have lots of quirks. Some of these quirks complement each other, so a quick that would usually be able to destroy a motorbike can then destroy whole buildings. This means he leaned over, before Rumi could use her legs to attack him, as he pressed his lips on top of hers. MMFPMM. Rumi resisted, struggling, but that struggle didn't last long as she quickly lost control over her body. What was this feeling? The sheer amount of pleasure her mouth was experiencing made her body shudder, her muscles loosen, as she moaned in his mouth. This was way over the top of what Niji could do. So was this what the doppelganger meant by his words? That he could give her more pleasure than Niji could? She didn't even think of attacking even as the villain released her hands, pulling her closer to him by her waist while also pulling her upwards, her feet hovering above the ground. He used her mouth as he pleased, his tongue bullying hers like a lion playing with its prey. She knew this wasn't Niji, despite the appearance and similar quirk. But, her body didn't listen to her at all, she could only moan while he spanked her again, feeling her butt with a tight squeeze as the kiss lasted. When he finally released her, she simply fell to her knees, huffing as she looked up at his smirking face. Man, looking at that submissive expression I myself am unsure if those internet rumors were just rumors or not. As he said those words, her lips quivered as she lowered her face towards the ground, her hands shaking as her eyes went teary. I am sorry Niji. She said, watching as droplets of tears fell on the ground. I couldn't even resist this villain just because it felt good. I am sorry. Please forgive me, if you're watching this from the land of the dead. I am sorry. She cried, wiping her tears as she apologized. She truly was sorry. This villain's kiss just felt so good, his touch too. Just admitting it made her ashamed. Did I just cuck myself? The villain seemed to say something, but she was too busy to care about it. Rumi. The villain called loudly, poking her shoulder. She turned to glare at him, even as tears flowed down her cheeks. He scratched his neck, smiling sheepishly as he licked his dry lips. I am sorry. It's me, Niji. The real one. It's a prank. I am sorry. I won't do it again, I swear. I mean I didn't expect you to cry. Like, you're a strong girl, I would assume you'd die rather than cry dash. Die. Rumi's leg moved again, faster than it ever did, as if charged by the heat on her cheeks, as she kicked right on his face making him fly out of the alleyway like a bullet. I will kill you. She will kill him, but this time for an entirely different reason. It might sound absurd, but she could actually imagine him pulling something like this off just for the cracks and giggles. There were unanswered questions, such as how he's that durable, or how he stole those quirks, but Rumi could tell this was Niji. Maybe this was what people called love. Assuming this really was Niji, she became more enraged. Did he say this was a joke? A prank? Fine, she will make a joke out of his pretty face then. Chapter 169, Meetup, 1. Chapter 169, Meetup, 1. Niji wasn't expecting her to cry. He was just going to tease her later on about how she was turned on by a villain. One for All can't increase his gamer skills potency, but the skill, Nirvana Touch, was based around his Surge quirk, so by focusing OFA on Surge, he could increase the pleasure potency of his touch. By a large margin. It's not Rumi's fault that she moaned and gave up that easily and lost the will to even resist, it was a natural reaction anyone below a certain tier would face. Tier 5, the tier that Rumi was a part of, was certainly not on that level. To the current Niji, Tier 5 individuals were like toddlers, after all. But still, he wasn't expecting her to cry. She never seemed that type, she's a strong woman. Though this did warm his heart quite a bit. It hadn't been that long since he first met Rumi, barely 2 months, so her reaction was touching to him. Bam. That's why he didn't dodge her first attack, even as it hit his face and threw him out of the alleyway. You think that was funny? As he jumped back up to his feet, Rumi ran to him again, her leg in front of his face. He ducked, dodging the attack, as he stepped away. Hey, calm down. It hurts, even though it might look like it doesn't. Niji said, raising his hand in a surrendering posture. He was lying. At most, it felt like being hit by a pillow. More so, even the lightest of damages were being healed by his quirk, hyper-regeneration. I don't care. She attacked him again, and he dodged again. Rumi stopped at that, making Niji surprised before she pointed a finger at him. Oi, give me proof. How can I believe you're Niji? That apology you said, that did sound like Niji but dash. If you really took over his body and can see his memories, then pulling off such an act shouldn't be hard for a world-class villain like you. Oh, that. Niji scratched the back of his head, thinking, as he got an idea. Wow, the other girls didn't question my identity once, even when I attacked Murio and All Might. But you don't seem to trust me. They could tell who I am, even as I did things I never did. Shut up. Rumi shouted, her face going bright red, as she stepped forward. I was just trying to tease you back, you didn't have to point that out. It's fine, it's fine. Indeed, we have only known each other for not that long, there are not many ways around it. Niji walked closer, bringing her to a hug. It's not a bad thing. Just means we have to spend more time, together and alone, for you to catch up to them. For example, my maid knows me better than my sister, even though I have known my maid for 2 fewer years than Niji. Okay. Rumi hugged him back, her hands tightening around his back. But what's with what you said just now? Attacking All Might and Murio. Niji looked down at her, as she rested her head on his chest. He was about to speak, but she spoke first. Alright, don't say anything yet. Explain later. Right now, I am just happy that you're alive. I didn't doubt Hawk's words when he said you died, but I am glad I didn't because this is a pleasant surprise. Her voice was meek, contrary to her usual loud self. That's how she was trying to show that, yes, she cares. After a few minutes, Niji lightly pushed her away. Well, I am a busy man, you see. There is a reason why I am hunting quirks and killing villains. I still have to keep doing that, even if you don't like it. I suggest you go and rest at my penthouse until I am done. Rumi stared at him and explained, her expression dull. Fuck. She was about to say something before she bit her tongue and blushed. I killed a few villains on my way here, though most of them were accidents. Either way, telling you to not do what I just did would be the biggest hypocrisy of my life. Just, don't hurt any innocents please, I won't be able to stop you but that doesn't mean I won't feel terrible seeing poor innocent people die. I will keep that in mind. He smiled. He would keep that in mind. That doesn't mean he won't do it. Anyway, Niji pointed a finger towards the east. Run in that direction, you'd find a magnificent mansion. That's where Kimi, Momo, and Niji are. They'd recognize you and let you in. I will be back in an hour or two, get along until then okay. TCH, Rumi slapped his hand that was going to pat her. Don't treat me like a little girl just because I showed you my vulnerable side. I am going, be back soon. Niji chuckled, as Rumi kicked the ground and rushed off. Seeing her leave, he turned his head to an apartment where he had long since noticed that there were civilians peeking in. He grinned, there are 3 of them in there. That means 2 more until my objective quest is completed. He kicked the ground too, rushing at the window as the civilians yelled in a high-pitched voice. Rumi reached the fanciest mansion in the city and paused in front of it. Arg, do I have to go inside alone? It feels awkward. Awkwardness was something she rarely felt in her life, she couldn't even recall the last time she felt awkward. But thinking about confronting the other 3 girls Niji was going out with, Rumi felt nervous. Nervous. She was feeling nervous. She couldn't believe it, but it was true. She chewed on her lips for a minute as her worry kept growing. The meeting she had with Momo, it didn't end well, at least she didn't think so. If Momo told the other 2 girls about it, then Rumi wasn't sure how she would be treated. Should she wait until Niji returns? And no, that won't work. He will tease me about it, telling me how I am not acting like myself and whatnot. But it will be more awkward and embarrassing sitting inside the mansion, receiving cold shoulders from the girls than waiting here for Niji. At last, she shrugged. It's fine, she will just wait. She had been teased hard already, she could endure a bit more. Rumi turned around to leave, about to kick the ground and fly off, as a shout came from the mansion. Oi. Muko. Rumi turned stiffly to find a brightly smiling cat-milf waving a hand in her direction. Did Niji send you? Or is this a fortunate encounter? Anyway, you should come inside. You look tired and sleepy. Things just got more awkward. She couldn't just run off at this point, since she will have to return with Niji soon. More so, that woman looked like Niji's maid, even though she wasn't wearing a maid outfit right now. If she's so nice Rumi might not feel so awkward. Sighing under her breath, she nodded at the girl and waved back before heading in. Hey, you're here. The maid jumped out of the house when the door was opened, bringing her to a hug. Rumi didn't like intimate people, so she frowned. Can you not touch me all of a sudden? The maid blinked at her, before smiling. What's wrong? You and I are like sisters, you know. Sharing the same man and all. Be a little nice, the others might not like you if you're so grumpy. So Momo did tell them about her relationship with Niji. Well, anyway, let's head inside. I was making some coffee. The maid put an arm around her shoulder, dragging her in. That's when Rumi realized. This woman. She was strong. She wasn't using any strength right now, but she knew a strong touch when she felt one. There was surely muscle under the maid's outfit, her hand was firm too as it squeezed her shoulder. Rumi couldn't tell how strong the maid was, but she might be on the same level as her. Guys, as she walked in with the maid called. Look who's here. Come greet her like good kids. Hey, stop treating us like children. Also, Momo is still sleeping, you should wake her up, came a shout from a bit far, where the blue-haired girl, Neji Hado, was, playing with children's toys. Oh wait, it's Muko. Whoa, it's Muko. That's when Rumi realized that no, the grown-up girl wasn't playing with children's toys. She was training. Training her quirk. The toy train that was wiggling as if it was made of jelly, the Lego dinosaur that was running around, and the transformer truck that was roaring around stopped moving and returned to normal when the girl stood up and flew off towards Rumi. Hey, Muko. Thanks for taking care of Niji in the internship. It must have been a hard time being a victim of his bullshit. The girl, who Rumi recognized as Niji's sister, casually wrapped her hands around her neck, tilting her head. You look surprised. Wait, is it because of my quirk? Her eyes sparkled. Did you notice how my quirk is so different from before? Yes, because it is different. But nobody would give it a thought except for Momo. Niji, I don't think that's why she is. It's fine. Her subjects seem interesting. Rumi decided to interrupt the maid. The maid is right, she should be a little nice to them, especially Niji's sister. What if he hates her if she treats his sister badly? But then again, he also said his maid knew him better than his sister. Does that mean he also likes his maid more? Then what about Momo? This is confusing. It's almost as if he didn't have any favorite, no, more like everyone was his favorite. Ha, weirdo. That made her smile a little. Kimmy smiled hearing her words. Good then. I will put some more coffee into the pot, take care. She waved off to the kitchen as the Niji girl pulled her towards the toys. Here look, focus. The girl said, touching a toy sword that started to bend and wiggle like sea waves. She wasn't sure, but didn't Niji's sister have the same quirk as Niji? What was this then? Here. The girl touched another toy, a dinosaur made of Lego, as it changed shape in front of her eyes, taking the form of an aeroplane. Cool, right? Niji smiled at her brightly, making her scratch her chin. It's cool, yes. I like more hand-to-hand combat, but this looks dangerous and versatile. What is this called anyway? Oh, my surge evolved. I won't tell you how though since you might not know about the other dimension and stuff. Anyway, do you know potential energy? Did you not learn it in school? The girl smiled brightly. Yep, my quirk evolved into that. Not like an awakening, but evolution. Niji says I can control potential energy now, though it just lets me alter objects I touch for now. I also seem to be able to manipulate my own body's potential energy, creating heat and light and stuff, but Niji told me to not train on those without him around. TCH, he thinks he's the older sibling now. The girl muttered the last line to herself as Rumi stared at her. She knew what potential energy was. And depending on the level of her power could become unmatched in the world. No, it could destroy the world if it was strong. What the hell, Niji? Rumi was surprised. What the hell is evolution, and how the hell did make a mere shockwave quirk so strong? She was familiar with quirk awakening, but Niji specifically said her case is not that. Rumi wasn't awakened yet, she was looking forward to it but now. There seemed to be a greater power out there. Suddenly, she could feel butterflies in her stomach as she thought of a wild future where she might become stronger, much stronger than now. See, can you show me the other side of your power? The personal manipulation you just spoke of. Okay. The girl tilted her head. Why were you blushing though? Anyway, watch carefully. Later, Rumi could simply stare in awe as the scene unfolded in front of her. Chapter 170, Meetup 2. Chapter 170, Meetup 2. Niji was finally done with his quest. Unfortunately, amongst the 3 civilians he found earlier, only one had a quirk. So it took him a bit longer, but he had finally managed to complete the quest. Technical know-how, level 4, allows the user to easily operate almost any electronic device. Appraiser, level 3, allows the user to easily determine the worth of an item, and even guess how old they are. Healthy body, level 5, allows the user to have a healthy body. The higher the level, the more healthy the body is. Multitasker, level 4, allows the user to be better at multitasking. Body Reader, level 7, allows the user to accurately read body language to anticipate emotions and actions. These are the civilian quirks he got. They weren't that strong in the battle aspect, but frankly, they were versatile enough to compromise for once. Especially Body Reader, it was of the highest level. It might have been higher if the previous user wasn't a teenager. But the previous owner definitely made sure to use the quirk at any given chance to have brought it up to level 7. Niji appreciated this quirk because it will make his future flirting easier, not that he was ever having a hard time before. With this, the quest was completed and notifications spread in front of Niji's eyes. The quest, Rise of the King, is completed. Quest, you have gained a lot of power recently, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. Your final enemies can't even compare to the likes of Hisashi Midoriya, so even if you have the power to beat him it doesn't matter. Gain more power, for your life depends on it. Objective, kill 10 villains and steal their quirk. Bonus objective, steal 5 quirks from innocents/heroes. Reward, 10 levels worth of EXP, on top of what you'd get from killing, 5x HP potions, 10x stamina potions, magical ink. Optional reward, 2 levels worth of EXP, an armor made by the director of the last act. Special perk, during this quest, taking the quirks of someone won't diminish their tiers, so the EXP you'd receive wouldn't be lessened. You have completed the main objective. Distributing rewards. You have received health potions 5x. You have received stamina potions 10x. You have received 33,000 experience points. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled. You have. You have gained 10 levels, you have reached level 169. He was level 150 when he left the mansion this morning. He gained 9 levels from killing the 10 villains, and 10 more now. This growth speed was simply awesome. All these villains in Japan were just walking EXP bags for him at this point. You have received the item, magical ink. Niji looked into the description and was disappointed. It was a small ink bottle that had an endless supply of ink in it, and the user could change the color of the ink as they wish. The ink also didn't need any pen to be used, a finger was enough. At last, it could also be written in empty air. Useful for some people, but Niji didn't have any use for this. You have completed the bonus objective. Distributing rewards. You have received 9,000 experience points. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have reached level 171. You have received an armor made by the director of the last act, the personal super armor. Niji was interested to see its effects, though he would be really mad if he couldn't use this because he's a gamer. Niji took out the item from within his inventory and stared at it for a minute. It was just plain white spandex. What the fuck? Where is the armor? Deciding that thinking about it was useless, he opened the description of the item. Personal super armor, one of the first armors made by the director. The God class spell, adaptability, is imbued within this item. It has no stats until it's worn for the first time. Adaptability makes this item a growth type item, as it can grow stronger along with the user, without hindering his growth. It also makes the costume suitable for the user's powers, as in it'd turn invisible if the user has the power to turn invisible. The user can customize this armor anytime he wishes, as long as he's not wearing it at that moment. Ah, Niji realized why it was just white spandex. He could customize it. Wait, this means I can use it, right? It doesn't say anything about gamer restrictions. I believe you can use it, yes, master. The system confirmed his suspicion, making him smile. Well, the director might not be as bad as he previously thought him to be. This was exactly the thing he needed right now, as he had many quirks that would destroy any other costume/armor. The most important of them is permeation, which just makes all his armors useless. Niji then focused his will on the spandex, feeling a click as he realized this will start taking any shape he wished right now. He wasn't feeling so creative, so he simply made it take the shape of his previous Moon Knight armor. Except this one didn't feel as heavy. Heck, it didn't even feel heavier than the spandex from a second earlier, as if all the metal blocks on the armor were an illusion. Jumping into an abandoned apartment, Niji took off his clothes and equipped the armor, feeling the solid structure press down on his body while feeling as light as ever. The personal super armor is adjusting itself based on the user's power level. Personal super armor, legendary. * plus 10% attack power. * plus 20% end. Asterisk plus 0.5% movement speed. Asterisk plus 10% SP recovery per second. Asterisk plus 50% harmful magic resistance. Asterisk God class spell, adaptability, and common spell, lightweight, is embedded in this item. The stats weren't that great compared to the Moon Knight armor, but that was bearable just because of the spell imbued with it. The magic resistance was something to look up to, too. This is kinda really good. Niji smiled to himself before his stomach grumbled. Indeed, it's been a while since he last ate. He should probably eat now. Stamina potions didn't help with that. You have gained the status effect, hunger, HP will drop by 1 every hour. He really should go back and eat. Niji reached his mansion and found an interesting sight upon walking inside. So, your fire can do both burning and healing as long as you wish. Yeah, that's how it works. I'm still trying to figure out how and why, but there's been no progress. I also have to check the limits of the wound I can heal. Oh, you haven't tested that yet. Wait, let me break a leg real quick dash. Hey, calm down. Stop. The scene was quite comical as Niji and Momo tried to stop Rumi from kicking the wall, knowing too well that the wall will be the one broken in this trial. Oh, you're back, young master. Kimmy, walking out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee in her hand, looked at him. How did you get back your armor? Questions for later, I am hungry. Feed me. Niji walked towards her with his arms spread, but she stepped back. Can't you see the coffee in my hand? Stop trying to hug me. You look irresistible though. Niji yawned, falling on a couch. You're looking gorgeous without the maid outfit. Kimmy smiled a minx's smile at him. Now I am not sure what you meant when you said hungry, heh. She giggled, putting the coffee cup on the table and walking towards the kitchen. Wait a minute, I will bring you food. Niji nodded, yawning. Unfortunately, while he could hold his hunger for a minute, he couldn't do the same with his eyelids. By the time Kimmy returned and the other girls noticed him, Niji was sleeping like a baby. He was feeling much refreshed and relieved today, as that's what power brought to a man. Finally, he was decently strong. Chapter 171, Crackling Danger, 1. Chapter 171, Crackling Danger, 1. Hisashi was honestly impressed by the blonde girl's willpower. Even after being tortured for almost a day, she was still moving her dirty mouth. He really would have wanted her as his subordinate if not for her background. Being Niji's lover meant she had to die. On the contrary, he changed the initial plan because of this development. It might take weeks for her to finally break, Hisashi wasn't going to wait that long. Now that he knew Niji was alive, he wanted to destroy that boy again as soon as possible. So, using his century-old experience, he schemed something. Something that'd let him get what he wants. Toga's eyelids slowly parted, her golden irises peeking out as they gained focus, blinking a few times and looking around the room. Oh, they left me alone when I was sleeping. She was tied against the wall, sitting on her naked ass while her back rested against the cold wall. Her arms were tied above her head, shackled, but except for that, she wasn't confined by anything else. Looking down at her body and then doing another double check, Toga was surprised to find most of her wounds vanished. How? She hummed for a moment before shaking her head. Thinking about it, she could guess what happened. That big bad villain must have a subordinate with a healing quirk, though that quirk's power probably wasn't enough to heal her entirely, so she was still bleeding from some places. As for why they healed her, it's a common tactic in torture to wait until the victim is recovered enough so that they can be tortured further. Tisk. Last night was painful. Really painful. But not unbearable for a person like her who gets off the pain. It was certainly a funny expression her torturers made when she squirted all over them while getting her nails plucked out. But that's all, she needed to get out of here and kill that bastard. Niji was her blood bank, someone she loved, how dare this bastard kill him? He needed to face consequences, big villain or not. It was then when knocks fell on the door of the room she was locked on in before the small slider under the door was pulled up and a plate of food was slid in front of her legs. How was she supposed to eat with her hands tied? Hearing her stomach grumble, she couldn't help but sigh as she moved her feet to the plate and started to use them to tear the bread and bring it to her mouth. It wasn't particularly hard, as she was a flexible girl, the hard part was gulping the dry bread. Barely making it through her throat, luckily not choking to her death, Toga gritted her teeth as she cursed in her mind. Fuck. Change of plans. I can't beat them by myself. They were asking me about where I and Niji last met, meaning there's a chance that Niji's family or friends, or both, are in that Yusha City mansion right now. Maybe I should go there to find them, maybe I will find someone who can sympathize with me, and even take revenge by my side. There's also a chance that the reason they're asking this is because Niji somehow managed to survive, and they're looking for him. But Toga didn't want to think about that possibility since she would just be disappointed. Toga twisted her wrist, finishing the bread, as the shackles around her arm loosened just enough for her slim hands to slip out. These types of shackles were child play to her. She expected a supervillain of this caliber to do more. There also weren't any CCTV cameras here either, must be because this is a make-away base, not an actual villain base. That's why it was all too easy to climb the vent and crawl towards the exit without anyone even realizing. She soon exited the damn vent, falling out in a dustbin where she found a cat lurking by. She didn't like animal blood, but there was no choice, so she grabbed it swiftly, cutting its throat with a nearby broken glass, as she drank its blood. Not long after, she took the form of a yellow cat, looking very real and natural. She didn't want anyone following her, so this was necessary even if these small legs meant it would take hours longer than normal to reach Yusha City. Welp, whoever is there in the mansion, if there is anyone at all, I hope they don't get frightened by me. Hee hee. Licking her paw once, she started to run. First, she made sure what city this was, then she started running towards Yusha. Luckily, it wasn't that far from here. Luckily. Right. Hisashi watched the yellow cat run through the city fast and tirelessly, avoiding villains and taking the shortest route. He had to admit, this girl was a gem. She was moving as if the city was her hometown, even though it was clear this was her first time here. Such instincts were rare, she was a true sociopathic killer. Unfortunately, she would die soon. From the looks of it, she was making her way in a certain direction, not just wandering around. This meant his plan to let her slip out without stopping her was a smart one. There's a chance she's not heading to Niji space, unlike what he had predicted, but that would just mean Toga had no use anymore and was free to be eliminated. For now, he flew 1,000 meters in the air, his slit draconic eyes focusing on the cat as he flew softly, his mind imagining Niji's horror when they came face to face again. That reaction, he will make a portrait out of it. In America, at the headquarters of the Public Safety Commission, the PSC, another discussion was happening. This is unbelievable, it's been more than 24 hours since Japan was cut off from the world, and now this. President, what is the meaning of this? The president of PSC groaned aloud. How would I know something like this would happen? She made this decision on a whim, or else it doesn't make sense. How does it not make sense? It has been theorized for a long time that she has some sort of future sight quirk, she probably knew all this would happen. That's impossible. We have such prophet-type heroes all over the world ourselves, but none saw this coming. How would she dash? One voice that protested was scoffed at by everyone before he could finish. Nawab isn't one of those mere prophet types. If All for One and Hisashi are world-class threats, then dash, well, do we have a term for a threat bigger than the world yet? Anyway, she's beyond villains like those, her powers don't make sense, so don't compare her with such heroes. Everyone was silent for a moment, that silence was broken by a certain short fat man. Fuck. You think I care? Do something you nut jobs. It was Kim Jong on the 7th who yelled, slamming his hands on the table behind the screen. Please watch your language, Mr. Kim. Fuck your language, you white bastard. I don't care, you have to do something. My star is there, I can't let her die. I can't even contact her, or I would have called her back. Do something. There were a few snickers at his reaction, mocking him for sending his rising star to such a place. He might have had some plans behind that action, but it's all down to water now that Yujir was heading to Japan. Nawab's right hand, Yujir was caught in the satellite when she left India's boundary, where the satellites didn't work, and flew toward Japan at a great speed. Why? For what reason? Nobody knew, nobody could even guess. Yujir was an SSS rank villain, also the main face of Nawab, since the Empress rarely took things into her own hands. One of the reasons why Nawab was so feared across the world was because of Yujir too, the power she demonstrated was just tremendous. All of the people present here knew that, some but were confused as to why Kim was so worried. After all, he did send Starfire to Japan knowing too well that both AFO and Red Dragon were there. Why was he so frightened now that another enemy of that caliber was heading there? The reason Kim was so pissed off and worried was that Uji had a history with Starfire's bloodline. Starfire seemed to be a hot-blooded girl, based on the rumors, so if she learned about Yujir in Japan, she might just go to attack her, therefore losing her life in the process. But, except for Kim Jong-un himself, nobody cared for Star's death. The only thing they cared about was how to keep these villains out of their own lands. I have a proposal to make. A calm female voice said, making everyone focus on the president of China's PSC. Japan currently holds two of the world's biggest villains, threats who plan to take over the world, and now a third villain, whose master is a bigger threat than them, is heading there. When else will we get a chance to eliminate all three of them if not this? Elaborate. The president of PSC HQ seemed interested, crossing his fingers under his chin. I say we nuke Japan. The entirety of it. Even these big villains won't be able to survive against a head-on nuke. That'd clean this world in a great way, cleansing evil from its root. Oi, you Chinese bitch. My star is in there dash. Kim tried to talk, but a crossed mic icon speaker off appeared beside his screen, indicating his sound to be muted. You do know All Might is in there, right? He is one of the strongest heroes alive, if not the strongest. People from all over the world love him, along with many of the top heroes from different countries. Big Red Dot and Salam are just two prominent examples. At the HQ president's words, the woman from before laughed. You think All Might is still alive? Against both the catastrophic dragon and All for One. He's strong, I saw him fight in person, but he's not that strong. He's most likely dead or at least heavily injured. No, even without considering all that, he's weakened, weaker than ever, you said it yourself yesterday. Besides, he's the greatest hero anyway, he wouldn't mind sacrificing his life for the greater good. Would he? She continued. And about the civilians and other heroes? When have we, the PSC, ever lacked excuses? Is it really hard for us to fabricate a story? That was an absurd proposal, and the HQ president would usually not even hear this far, but there were merits behind her words. There was logic behind this proposal. Japan wasn't that big a country, and considering the potency of the nukes of this era, only 3 of them should be enough to take out the entirety of that country. All Might's sacrifice, considering he's still alive, would be a massive loss, but it's not unrecoverable. He's a Japanese hero, anyway. This wasn't a time to think about good or bad, as this was an opportunity to eliminate 3 SSS-class villains at once, establishing order in the world. Now it was just a matter of agreeing. The PSC is basically the government of this era, so their decision is the absolute one, meaning as long as the majority of the other branch presidents voted positively, this can be done. This can be achieved. After a short silence, the HQ president sighed, running a hand through his purple hair as he spoke. I am holding a vote. Press O if you support this idea and X if you are against it. This single vote will decide Japan's future. No. It will decide the world's future. While Kim yelled from behind the screen, still muted, pressing X repeatedly, enough for him to get kicked out of the meeting, the votes kept changing tides until it took a standstill. It stopped in a 1-to-2 ratio session, with more than half of the world's leaders voting positively. With that, it was decided that soon, Japan was going to get nuked. Nuked again after almost 300 years. Chapter 172, Crackling Danger, 2. Chapter 172, Crackling Danger, 2. Niji didn't sleep much, only 2 hours. Niji's body was required to sleep to stay alive, but the number of hours needed to sleep was lesser than a normal human because of his high human status and now his healthy body quirk. He woke up to the sound of chattering girls, rubbing his eyes as he sat up on the couch he was sleeping on. Ugh, my neck hurts. He suddenly said, rubbing his neck, as the girls looked back at him. Not only did you guys not put me in the bed, but I also didn't even get a thigh pillow. Wow. Shut up. We're busy discussing stuff. Fuck off. Niji threw a teddy bear out of his inventory at Niji, who simply dodged with her tongue out. Don't curse, bad manners. She said, showing him a middle finger. Anyway, Kimmy, I am hungry. Coming. Kimmy, who was sitting with the girls, jumped up and ran to the kitchen while the other 3 went back to discuss. Wow, I'm hurt. Wiping his tears, Niji stood up and headed to the washroom to clean up. Before he could enter the washroom though, Niji called from behind again. Oi. Take your costume off. TCH, no manners. Says who? Also, how did you get it back? Did you go to the UA again? Niji added the last words in slight panic before wincing back. Ugh, never mind, I don't want to know. She didn't want to know if her brother came back killing her friend for real or not. Niji laughed at that. Use your brain, my classroom was destroyed. All students' hero costumes are kept within the classroom, inside special briefcases. How would my costume survive the destruction there? Niji said. I didn't go there, so Murio is probably alive unless UA was attacked by some super strong villain again. I got this set of my costume from a dimensional gate. Dimensional gate? It was Rumi who was confused this time, tilting her head and looking around. Yes, dimensional gate. Niji looked at Momo. Yamamoto, explain to her, please. I will add the details after coming out. K. Momo waved her hands. Hey, why did you ask Momo even though we were having the conversation? Because you're dumb. No, really. You should read some books. Shoo. Niji finally went to the washroom, while Momo comforted the dejected Niji while starting her explanation for Rumi. After having, unequipped, his armor and eating his food, Niji sat down with Rumi to add some details to Momo's explanation. So a quirk that lets you create and access already existing dimensions. In such dimensions, people and fantasy monsters live and sometimes you receive magical items from random spawning dimensions. Rumi asked, scratching her chin. Well, ugh, I don't like thinking. Whatever, if a quirk like Star and Stripe can exist, so can this. What's the quirk name anyway? Niji blinked. Oh, I of course don't have this registered. But Kimi once called this dungeon, so I also go with that. Kimi, as a manga geek, recognized many things when she first went inside the tower. She couldn't see the game-like interface that all the monsters had, but from their words and demonstration on how they gained more power, aka levels, once they kill another living being, she came to realize what type of world that was. But since that world wasn't the only one Niji had access to, she gave a simple term for all these dimensions, coincidentally calling them dungeons. That helped Niji, he could not slip up, so he went on with it. So these dungeons you speak of? Rumi looked up at him, strangely meek. You said you get magical items and such from there. Is that how Niji and Momo have these powers? I am fairly certain Momo didn't have these powers in the sports festival, and from her quirk, this shouldn't be her awakening either. That was true. Looking at Niji and Momo, at their status as high, tier 6, Niji had to agree. Niji's quirk wasn't only awakened, it was also evolved. Awakening is the state when an ability reaches its peak possible phase. Evolution, on the other hand, was behind that phase. When an ability exits its limit, its peak, and enters a whole new family tree of power. After taking the Phoenix Evolution Stone, other than her race change to Quasi-Phoenix, Momo's quirk had awakened too. Creation, level 10, max allows the user to create anything from her exposed skin by transforming the molecular structure of her fat cells. In order to create something, she needs to understand the molecular structure of what the material/object is made of. The fat consumption rate is many times lower than the previous levels. Users can also absorb matter into their own body in the form of fat, the absorption rate is also higher than at previous levels. Although the user can create anything, when creating a living organism, the organism might not obey her command if it has enough intelligence. This was Momo's quirk now, level 10, awakened and all. Niji actually didn't know the level of Momo's quirk before, but now that Eyes of the Lord was level 3, he could peek into other people's quirks too. Momo experienced a different type of race evolution than Kimi. She still retained their quirks, while Kimi simply became a demi-byako, one, because of her previous feline characteristics. That's why Kimi was demi, and Momo was quasi. Though the system said that blood can become purer as the person gets stronger. Niji on the other hand was still pure human, though her quirk did change. Surge, new, level 1, the evolution of the old Surge. Still has the previous shockwave and vibration powers. Click to expand. The user can shape and manipulate potential energy, aka the energy of an object relating to its state of being or position. This was Niji's power-up. Unfortunately, the status page didn't say anything more about the potential energy stuff, so Niji had to train myself to figure things out. She also didn't rename her quirk, as she said she was too attached to it. You made a wild guess, but you're not wrong, Niji said, nodding. Since you belong to me and I trust you just like these three, so I am not gonna hide anything. There is a permanent dungeon beside UA, inside there a planet of its own exists. Of course, only I can enter there. Anyway, in there the 4 direction deities exist in 2. I killed 2 of them, gaining 2 magical items named White Tiger Evolution Stone and Phoenix Evolution Stone. Kimi used the White Tiger and Momo used the Phoenix one. Rumi listened to his words attentively and nodded softly. And Niji. Hers is a whole other case. Niji said, slipping his hand inside his inventory and taking out a potion bottle filled with glowing blue liquid. A tear potion. He received 2 tear potions from the quest of letting Murio live. These were normal potions, not dropped from main characters, so Niji doubted this will evolve quirks, but at least it could for sure awaken the user. Here. As far as Niji knew, Rumi wasn't awakened. Try drinking this. So, he offered her the bottle, which she hesitatingly, exchanging glances with the girls, accepted. She seemed to be close with the girls already if she was thinking of their approval, but that's a given since the title, Harem Lord, meant the girls who have accepted to join the harem would get along with each other. Rumi's eyes were honestly shining with expectancy as she poured the liquid down her throat. That expectancy turned into surprise when her hair started to float, glowing, as her body started to float in the air too. Niji swiped his fingers, softly tossing the other 3 girls a bit far from Rumi while creating an air wall for himself. Immediately after, as Niji had seen 3 times before, white mist burst out of Rumi's body and spread to the room. When the mist cleared, filled with the girls' coughs, came out a dark-skinned Rumi with jet black hair, ear, and tail. She looked the same, her skin tone didn't change, but her hair had turned black in color from white. Oh. She looks cute. Yeah. Rumi silently observed herself while the other three girls looked at her as if she were a zoo animal. Niji pulled out a body-sized mirror in front of her as she stared at it, baffled. Ah, wow. Niji used, observe, on her. Name, Rumi Usagiyama. Age, 26. Tier, mid, 6. Likes, Niji, battling with Niji, sex with Niji, domination, rough, deep throat, when Niji treats her like a fuck toy dash, click to expand. Dislikes, team fights, getting ignored by Niji, when Niji doesn't go rough, when Niji gives her an impassive look dash, click to expand. Status, baffled, gratified, shocked, very pleasantly surprised, great expectation for a new strength. Quirk, rabbit, click to expand. Niji liked his new add-ons to observe, but wasn't this a bit too much? To not think about it, he looked at her quirk instead. Rabbit, level 10, max. This allows the user the attributes and abilities of a rabbit. This grants her incredible leg strength, allowing her to jump and kick with extreme force. She also has excellent hearing thanks to her rabbit-like ears and possesses animal instincts that alert her to nearby danger. These basic abilities are a few times stronger than before after the level up. Can achieve wild form, which boosts all her powers wildly. Wild form. So that's the name of this form: black hair, black ears and black tail. She looks kinda gorgeous. Niji observed her body, while everyone did the same. Your skin looks more refined, HNN. Glistening and tender. He said. I am not tender, Rumi said, raising her head. You are not? Niji asked, tilting his head innocently, thinking of her likes and dislikes, as he gave her a knowing smile. Well, some parts of you are. I believe that counts. Anyway, Niji helped Rumi get up. You can probably turn your hair back to white whenever you wish. I am not an expert, asked Kimmy. Not that I am saying you don't look gorgeous and smoking like this. Kimmy nodded from the side, along with Momo and Nijire. I will ask Kimmy later. First I want to test myself out. Rumi raised her hands in front of her in a fighting stance. Fight me, Niji. How about later dash? Why? We have a guest. Huh. Meow. A meow, not belonging to Kurai, entered the living room as everyone turned to the door, finding a yellow cat running at them at a great speed. Meow. Kurai, who was in another room on the second floor, jumped down hearing it, landing in front of the cat, making it pause in the spot, as she glared at it. Gore, get out, these humans are mine. While everyone's expressions went blank, the yellow cat seemed to grunt as something strange happened. The cat turned into a mud-like substance, moving and squirming as the girls looked alarmed, but Niji was calm. The substance then took the form of a girl with yellow hair and eyes, her grin looking mischievous. Boss. The naked girl, uncaring of the gawking look from the cat and the four girls, jumped to hug Niji. Boss. You're alive. I finally found Dash. Before she could hug Niji, his hand chopped down on her neck, her body disappearing into his inventory immediately. There goes my second Pokemon. Stop staring at me like that. Niji shrugged. This is not the time to be speechless. He wasn't lying. He was serious. This wasn't a time to lose themselves. This was a time to be on top alert. Because. Niji turned to the gate, his super armor manifesting around his body as he equipped it via the system's interface. I sense a dragon nearby. No, his echolocation told him about 2 dragons nearby. Chapter 173, Dragon Hunt, 1. Chapter 173, Dragon Hunt, 1. When Toga, who had turned into a cat hours ago, entered Yusha City, Hisashi's eyes widened. With his draconic senses, he could smell something. It's really them. Floating 1,000 meters above the surface, Hisashi sniffled with his nose. He remembered Niji and Nijire's scents from before, and those 2 scent signatures were around here. Especially Niji's, it was all over the city as if he was running around. He survived. Hisashi's lips twitched in anger and satisfaction. 2 contradicting emotions, but Hisashi accepted both. He wanted to launch down, look for Niji and kill that bastard of a child, but he didn't know where that boy was yet. He had to wait until the cat found the hiding place. For whatever reason, AFO asked Hisashi to inform him immediately if he found Niji's location. But why would Hisashi do that? Niji wasn't that strong, even though he might have some tricks up his sleeves, since he did survive death. So why should he share his prey with that quirk-stealing bastard? Niji was his prey, that brat will die by his hand alone. Though since Hisashi already regretted killing Niji too early last time, he didn't want to do that this time. He wanted to play with his prey, even though that's not his style. In that case, what better way to play with Niji than to make his older sister drag him down? Neji Hado. She was the sidekick of the dragon hero Ryukyu, the same hero who was currently under Hisashi's mind control. This offered an opportunity to Hisashi. He slowly grinned, his teeth widening as he chuckled. This will do. He wanted to see how Niji would fight Ryukyu while his sister tried to hold him back. Even though Niji might have somehow survived last time, he wasn't that strong anyway, so if he were to be actively held back, Hisashi was certain it would be something pleasant to watch. Hisashi looked down, laughing. I want to see you in despair, Kwaha. Hisashi laughed, raising his head at the sky, his voice sounding like thunderclaps, loud and scary, as he controlled his urge to just blow every building of the city one after another. A sudden quest has been generated. Quest, Dragon Hunt, has been generated. Dragon Hunt, you have been hunted by a dragon once, the most prominent dragon in this world, but managed to survive somehow. Now, with powers much greater than before, you have become the hunter instead. Objective 1, absolutely crush Hisashi Midoriya. Bonus Objective 1, kill Hisashi Midoriya and steal his quirk. Bonus Objective 2, defeat Hisashi's subordinate, Ryuko Tatsuma. Bonus Objective 3, kill Ryuko Tatsuma. Reward 1, perk, predator, item, dragon armor, 10 levels worth of EXP, HP potion x20, SP potion x30. Objective Reward 1, passive skill, dragon's heart, 10 stat points, 1x quirk EXP card, title, dragon hunter, tier potion, 2x. Objective Reward 2, 3 levels worth of EXP, affection plus, with Ryuko, HP potion x5, SP potion x8. Objective Reward 3, power gauntlet x2, x-ray glasses. Y/N. This quest was generated in front of Niji the moment Rumi drank the bottle of tier potion. That's how he was alerted of the things that were about to be uncovered soon. Though the appearance of Toga was unexpected, he wasn't surprised, she could be his second Pokemon. The reason he wasn't surprised was that he could see through the walls when Toga was running, and he could also see her real form that was hiding within the cat body. That's because the moment he saw the quest, he mixed his Appraiser, level 3, and Body Reader, level 7, with his Eyes of the Lord. EL leveled up again, reaching level 4, as the aforementioned abilities mixed with Danger Sense and Scan that were within EL. Because of that, just by focusing, Niji could see using echolocation, as if he was using his eyes, along with a spiritual vision that let him see people's other forms, Kimi's Byako form and Momo's Phoenix form, which also worked with echolocation. With echolocation, he could see Hisashi flying in the sky as Ryukyu reached beside him, stopping midair. Be careful, everyone. Niji said. A meteorite is coming. The girls couldn't even prepare for his words before something crashed on top of the building, breaking the rooftop, then the second floor, as it dropped to the first floor. Crowar. Now the roof is clear with light illuminating the living room, the girls coughed and waved their hands to clear the dust. Niji also waved his hand, but his wave wasn't simple. Utilizing weather manipulation, as a burst of wind cleared the dust away. As the dust cleared, Niji found herself being hugged by Kimi, along with Momo, to protect them from the debris. Though she wanted to say, I have a stronger body now, there's no need for this dash, she couldn't do so as her eyes looked past Kimi's shoulders. That's. Her voice couldn't shake more. Ryukyu. She wasn't happy seeing her lovely mentor, no, if anything, she couldn't be more horrified. Clearly, from the unusual red eyes, Ryukyu wasn't looking like her usual self. To further prove her point, Ryukyu would never have crashed on top of a mansion like this. She didn't look like she was thrown here by any villain, she looked like she launched down voluntarily. Die. The pro-hero yelled, her voice breaking the sound barrier as many things within the mansion were flung away. But the sound couldn't touch any of the girls, as Niji created a huge yellow barrier ahead of them. Niji, said Niji, turning back as he pushed his mask on his face. I am gonna beat her up if you don't mind. Of course she minded, what was this bastard saying? But clearly, he wasn't going to listen to her. Beat her up. At least he didn't say he would kill her. It's fine then. I guess. Now that Niji knew what her brother has been living through, he couldn't help but take all the burden of the world on his shoulders, unable to share because he believed, and he was right for that time being, that nobody would support him with his decisions. Even so, even if he did say he would do something more than just to beat her up, her little brother was more important than her mentor anyway, it wouldn't have mattered, although she would admit she would be sad for a long time. Just, go easy on her, okay? That was all she could yell out as Niji covered his face with a mask and jumped at Japan's No. 9, dragon hero, Ryukyu. What the? Hisashi was shocked. What a bad older sister. I understand, she's the one behind this spoiled brat. I was right when I decided to kill her last time. Hearing the conversation inside the mansion, he couldn't help but grow angry and irritated. He thought the Niji girl will give Niji a hard time, drag him down even, and therefore allow an entertaining sight for him. But what was this? That girl clearly spoiled her little brother a bit too much, so much so that she didn't even mind him beating up her mentor. She needs to die. She needed to die, for sure. Along with the other 3 girls in the room. One, he recognized, was Niji's girlfriend, one was the pro hero, Muko, but he couldn't recognize the other girl. But from the looks of it, she was also close to Niji. Meaning, she also needed to die. HNN. They'd win against Ryukyu since that rabbit hero is their dash. Bam. Hisashi's eyes widened as he was interrupted, seeing Niji punch Ryukyu in the face with a force that shouldn't belong to the boy. Is he using his shockwave to empower his punch dash? Hisashi was interrupted again. The next scene, as it unfolded, made Hisashi realize something was wrong. Niji had a motto about his girls. It's fine as long as they're alive. It's fine for him to beat them up as long as they don't die. Of course he won't abuse them, but for training purposes or any other scenario, such as this one, he wouldn't mind beating them up until near death. He can just heal them later on. Bam. Ryukyu's dragon neck twisted as Niji punched her face, making her body fly back and hit the wall, breaking it as she landed on the huge balcony of this rich mansion. He would prefer the fight to happen outside since Hisashi would come down soon enough. If this was from before, he would have put his girls into his inventory first. But now, he was strong. Rumi's yell came from behind. Oi. Niji dash. Nope, she's mine. Niji rejected her, already knowing what her offer would be. She wanted to test her power by beating Ryukyu up. So much for being childhood friends, then again, not like I am the one to judge. You. Ryukyu yelled, getting up from the ground as she growled. My master assigned me a job, and I am going to fulfill it. Oh, I am sorry. Niji jumped in the air, his body enlarging as he used his quirk, Big Show. I don't like talking to mind-controlled people. Mind-controlled. That's what her current state said. However, mind-controlled or not, she was a mere peak tier 5. Niji's body, now 18 feet large, slammed down on top of Ryukyu. Ryukyu tried to defend, but Niji also increased his weight using his gravity manipulation quirk, so he quite smoothly crushed on top of her. Awk. The mini-dragon yelled, feeling the body that was almost as large as hers crash on top. Niji got up from above her immediately while she grunted, widening her mouth and charging a dragon's breath. Oh, not that please. Niji said, kicking the ground as he vanished from everyone's eyes, coming under Ryukyu's chin as he threw an uppercut with one for all 100%. Boo. The air twisted. Bang. Cook. Wind blasted around, creating a tornado, as it sent Ryukyu flying in the air. Niji didn't move anymore as he saw the notification. Objective 2 has been completed. Proving the notification, Ryukyu's body returned to normal midair, as it then dropped downwards like a rag doll, stopping just above the surface as Niji used his telekinesis. She was unconscious. But this wasn't the end. As he twirled her body towards Niji in the back, he heard a voice come from above him. I have to say, I didn't expect this. Said a deep, melancholic voice, making Niji look up to find a long red-haired middle-aged man floating with 2 draconic wings behind him. The catastrophic dragon, Hisashi, was here. Niji's 24 hours fusion cooldown hadn't ended yet. Were you always working under Shigaraki? You might know him as All for One. Did he give you a copy of his quirk, or are you perhaps his son? I do see some similarity in your hair and terrible personalities. He sounded betrayed, melancholic and sad. I guess that's why he wanted me to bring him along once I found you. He wanted to gang up on me with you, didn't he? Niji, realizing the misunderstanding that was happening, grinned softly. Oh maybe, I can't say. Niji smiled softly, rising in the air. Let me formally introduce myself. It's Neji Hado, your idiotic son's killer. Niji reached out a hand, mockingly asking for a handshake as red scales started to cover Hisashi's body. Shameless child. Shigaraki will pay, but I will teach you a lesson that even your soul wouldn't forget. He slowly grinned, now completely covered in draconic scales. I heard you like dragon breaths a lot. Oh, I do, yes. Niji answered with a smile, watching as Hisashi started to charge a breath. You seem to know a lot about me, mister. In that case, since I am feeling so grateful today, let me show you something that your son liked a lot back in the day too. Niji vanished from his spot, causing the beam that Hisashi released to fly far in the sky. As he appeared beside Hisashi in an instant, his arm pulled back as white energy crackled around it like electricity. Jump up, activated. Surge, output 100%. One for all, output 100%. With that reality-breaking power, Niji swung his arm. United States of Smash. With an attack, moving at Mach 51, that Izuka Midoriya worshipped back in the day. Bam. His father was thrown kilometers away, into the sea of Yusha's Bay. Chapter 174, Dragon Hunt. 2. Chapter 174, Dragon Hunt. 2. It was midday, so villains were starting their hunts again. Now that Japan had collapsed, these villains took it for granted that any region conquered by them would stay theirs until the end. That's the main reason villains weren't just fighting with heroes, hurting civilians. They were also, at the same time, fighting amongst themselves. Yusha City was facing this fate as well. Until yesterday. Yesterday, a young boy hunted a lot of villains quite easily. Most didn't see the incident with their eyes, but word spread fast and people came to learn about the quirk robber. Some old villains assumed it was AFO taking the form of a child, while some simply assumed it's just a similar quirk. There was a group of people who discarded all this as rumors, too. A rumor spread to hold them back from making moves. That seemed like a good plan from their competitor's side, so they were down to believe that. Until now. Vroom. Ka bang. The sound barrier was shattered as they saw a red meteorite rush from inside the city to go towards the Yusha City's bay, falling onto the sea like a plane crash. That single action caused the whole city to shake as water jumped out of the sea, creating huge waves like tsunamis as they plunged down onto the city. People ran. Run. They escaped. It's probably the foreign heroes. And they fled. However, as the saying went, time and tide wait for none. The tide didn't wait for them to leave, it moved fast, raging like a lion's roar as it washed over the shore of Yusha City. Killing and crippling many heroes, villains, and civilians alike. You have killed a tier 3 individual. You have killed a tier 4 individual. You have killed a tier 2 individual. You have killed a tier 3. You have killed a. You have killed. Since it's indirect kill, EXP will be halved. 34,000 EXP gained. 10 levels gained. You have reached level 179. At this point, I am just cheating. The same thing happened in USJ when he released his shockwave which broke the glass roof into pieces and killed many. Not that he was complaining. Though he wouldn't want to keep doing this again since EXP was getting halved. It didn't happen in USJ, because it wasn't exactly indirect, since his shockwave burst was what made the glasses fly. But this time it was just like throwing a pebble, which made a tsunami, which in turn killed the civilians. Either way, this was great. Niji flew behind Hisashi, his flight speed dramatically increased as he used One for All with his float and surge quirks. Even so, One for All could only boost his flight speed so much. Hisashi jumped out from the water the moment Niji reached above the sea surface. I have to say, Hisashi ran a hand through his long wet hair, spitting out a tooth as water dipped down his chin. I didn't expect that. That was One for All, wasn't it? Niji could see the century-old villain's well-hidden confusion, which would have usually been impossible for him to see if not for his body reader that was mixed with EL but worked like a passive skill. How can you tell? Niji asked as he tilted his head. He didn't want to waste time talking to him, but he wanted to see his stats. Name, Hisashi Midodiya. Age, 167. Tier low, 8. Race, dragon, human. Likings, dragons, snakes, reptiles, Inko Midoriya. Dislikes, Niji, Star and Stripe, non-dragons, All Might, Shigaraki. Status, confusion, anger, fury, bewilderment, rage. Quirk, Dragon Monarch dash, click to expand, dash. Dragon Monarch, level 10, max allows the user the power of a true ruler dragon. Every other dragon, snake, and other types of reptiles, considering they're weaker than the user, would instinctively feel inferior and submissive towards the user. Dragon Transformation. Dragon Physiology. Allows all basic cliché powers that a dragon should have. The user's defense is higher than his tier. This quirk has awakened and the user isn't a human-dragon hybrid. Rather, he has become a true dragon who has the ability to turn into a human. The strongest dragon quirk in the world. That's an interesting quirk. Very interesting. Niji might actually give up his high human race for this. But that's for later. First, he had to kill this villain who ruined his plans. He was supposed to take things easy for 2 more months. It's only been a few mere seconds since Niji discovered Hisashi's status. With all his current eye abilities, he could read things fast. So now, he was going to finish this monster. Of course, I can tell. Said Hisashi, answering Niji's question. In his early adulthood, All Might fled from Japan, from AFO, and went to America. So you took that as an insult since he assumed America is safer than the place where AFO resided? Hisashi was annoyed at being interrupted, but he continued. Yes. I fought him once, and the result was a draw. This made the boy chuckle, which in turn made Hisashi growl. Did he think it'd be easy to win just because he has a bunch of quirks besides one for all? Foolish. Draw. I see. Then I guess I have to succeed my predecessor. The brat said, smiling. Now, enough chit-chat. Foolish indeed. Then he moved, kicking the air as he launched himself in front of Hisashi. This time Hisashi was prepared for the boy's speed, so he wasn't caught off guard, more so since the boy didn't use his full speed. The boy simply smiled at that, watching as Hisashi swiftly redirected his arm to the side. Hisashi wasn't someone who'd lose to a person on a similar level. He wasn't just lucky to be born with a powerful quirk. He trained for his powers. He knew martial arts. He knew taekwondo, he knew Muay Thai and even kung fu. He knew fighting styles that the world had already forgotten long time ago. He worked hard to be where he's now. He won't lose just because the brat is AFO's illegitimate child. Hisashi took a few steps back in the air. His flight wasn't as versatile as Niji's because he was using his wings to fly, even though they didn't need to flap every second. But even so, his sheer experience made his moves look perfect. Indeed, enough chit-chat. After all, I have to destroy Shigaraki after finishing you, said Hisashi, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Niji like a predator. Heh. Sure. Then let us end this. Hearing this, Hisashi moved, his wings flapping once as he was propelled forward, rushing at Niji while the sound barrier broke behind him. Bang. If pre-adult All Might fought a draw with him, Niji wouldn't lose even if he wished. He had too many quirks for that. Exactly 30 of them. Niji's full power punch hit Hisashi like a truck, sending him flying like a meteorite again. This time he landed in another city as a whole, but this time he didn't crash down. He managed to get hold of himself just before the crash with his strong wings. Niji flew after him, not allowing him any chance to take a breather, yet he was surprised when he saw Hisashi's body growing at an excessive rate, his humanoid form changing into that of a huge red dragon. Then, in a matter of seconds, he was almost as large as the city. The city. Niji was relieved that he sent the dragon flying to this city, or even his mansion would have gotten destroyed, crushed under the dragon's feet, just as what happened with all the buildings in this city. Holy shit. There were a lot of dragon quirks in this world. A lot. Niji knew that. However, floating in the sky and looking down, Niji realized why this quirk was called the strongest amongst them. Hisashi was huge. He looked like he was sculpted by gods, his shining red exoskeleton was highly detailed and gorgeous as it gleamed under the sun, his form reaching up to 50-story buildings in height, and covering almost the entirety of the city in width. Niji wanted this power. Even as people screamed, dying under Hisashi and those screams gradually started to fade, Niji kept staring at the gorgeous red form of the dragon. He really wanted this power. So he launched himself down, in awe or not. His feet blasted behind him, propelling his body in a speed that was faster than any bullet in the world, watching as Hisashi released a huge dragon's breath that could probably take out a few dozen skyscrapers, but Niji simply phased through it. Permeation, activated. The sky was bright like the sun had come down as the beam went upwards, leaving the atmosphere and dissipating. Then, the sky turned dark as clouds gathered in a matter of seconds. Weather manipulation, activated. Then, blue and white energy started to surround Niji like a heavy aura, coming out from within his body. FA gene, activated. He utilized the sheer amount of kinetic energy he absorbed by phasing through the beam to empower his arms, or he was sure they'd break. His body then started to enlarge, becoming big and big before it stopped as he became a tall, but well-built, truck. Big Show, activated. He coated his arms with tremor, concentrating it on his fists, and also added repelling gravity to them. All this happened in a matter of seconds as he was finally in front of Hisashi's huge draconic face, which could gulp down a few of his currently large bodies. Niji pulled his right arm back. His elbow blasted with shockwaves that were then empowered with one for all. His arm broke, he could hear it happen, but it was healed at the same time it was broken because of hyper-regeneration. The sound barrier broke again, but as his right fist hit Hisashi's draconic face, breaking his incredibly high defense powers, the sound barrier didn't just break, it blasted out in a huge shockwave across the city. Unfortunately, there was nobody else left to die in this city anymore, so Niji didn't get any EXP. Bomb. However, he was satisfied with the chunk of dragon armor that fell from Hisashi's face. Hisashi's face was shaken, his eyes wide, as he failed to react in time. Just enough for Niji to swing his other arm in the same way. FA Gene was a dangerously versatile quirk. The more you use it, the more power you'd gain since it's kinetic energy. So, each punch of Niji's kept getting stronger and stronger, Hisashi's face losing exoskeleton similarly. The world kept shaking. Not just the city. The whole world. Earthquakes echoed throughout Japan and its neighbors, and tsunamis formed with every punch. The sky was dark, tornadoes were leaving Niji's every punch. A thunderstorm was happening behind Niji, a hurricane building up. But Niji didn't stop. Q. Hisashi could only groan. He was huge, he was durable. But he was also slow and he was weak. The fight with Murio happened just yesterday, he hadn't recovered. Bang. So, as each of Niji's punch sounded like thunderclaps. Bang. Hisashi could only lament his foolish decision to not have brought any companions. Crack. The air was cracking too, shattering with white lines as Niji's tremor-coated blows hit the dragon. It looked like a thunderstorm of its own, a white web of tremor spread onto Hisashi's body, slowly ignoring shattering defense as even the space kept breaking like glasses. This was the feeling of power Niji wanted to feel for so many years. Crack rumble. The sky roared as if to support him, the wetness of the rain doing nothing but making Hisashi's blood spread to the city, entering the sea. Bam. Niji landed an ultimatum, watching as Hisashi's city-sized body rose in the air at the uppercut. But he didn't stop. He raised his arm towards the sky, calling down lightning using his weather manipulation. You brat dash. The dragon could only yell that as the lightning fell on Niji's palm, unable to escape from the orb of gravity around his fist. This brat is going to take your life, old man. That was Niji's only response to every insult Hisashi had said until now, jumping forward and charging all his physical quirks to boost his speed as he raised his palm straight, pointing at Hisashi's neck. You think a mere lightning can dash? Concentrated lighting. Niji corrected him. Concentrated lighting mixed with the energy of bullet laser, therefore allowing him to boost it with one for all. I have been charging it since the start of our fight. This is most certainly the strongest lightning in the history of the modern world. Niji drew his palm back, watching Hisashi open his mouth, giving his last breath to try and somehow, hoping to get lucky, hit Niji's mansion in the other city. He even succeeded to fire the beam, but the beam couldn't even pass 100 meters before Niji drove his palm forward into Hisashi's huge neck, controlling the lightning to become a slim long blade. BZZT. The lighting hummed. The sound collided with the sound of the dragon's exoskeleton brushing against each other, as Hisashi's huge head slid down from his neck. Just like that. Boom. Hisashi's beam dissipated, as his head fell, creating a crater in the city's ground. The quest, Dragon Hunt, has been completed. Niji dropped to the ground too. Calculating rewards. As the sky started to clear up, sunlight peeked down and coincidentally fell onto Niji as if he was the actor on this stage. Niji only looked up at the sun, covering his eyes as he muttered softly. This is kinda beautiful. It was indeed a beautiful scene to watch the beautiful sun peek out of the clouds, illuminating the apocalyptic city. With that, Hisashi Midoriya, the world's fourth most dangerous villain, was gone. The catastrophic dragon had died. Chapter 175, Rewards. Chapter 175, Rewards. Quest, Dragon Hunt, has been completed. Calculating rewards. While the quest rewards were being calculated, Niji was getting the experience points for killing Hisashi, a tier 8 being. You have received 35,000 EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled. You have gained 10 levels. You have reached level 189. Niji felt his muscles tightening, his bones getting stronger and his body's structure getting more refined. As it happened, another window popped up in front of him. Rewards have been calculated. You have finished the quest. Objective 1 was met. Bonus Objective 1 wasn't met. Bonus Objective 2 was me dash. Wait, stop. Seeing the fourth notification, Niji's expression went blank. Bonus Objective 1, kill Hisashi Midoriya and steal his quirk. The Bonus Objective 1 said he had to not only kill Hisashi but also steal his quirk for it to be finished. He hadn't stolen the quirk yet, but the quest was already completed, he won't receive the rewards for it. However, he had a plan for it from the moment he laid his eyes upon the quest. What type of retarded quest is this? Niji said, intentionally speaking ill, as he watched the calculation stop. Please elaborate. Fine, since you're so cute I will elaborate nicely. Niji pointed his finger at the quest screen. The Objective 1 says, kill Hisashi and dash, I repeat, and steal his quirk. Now, since I am Japanese and my English isn't that good dash, his English was actually great, I am not sure, but I think this suggests I can steal the quirk after killing, no. Then why are you not allowing me the chance to steal the quirk first? Why are you counting the quest as completed? It wasn't actually that reasonable of an argument. But he had no choice but to be a dick to his system. Because let's say he managed to somehow steal the quirk mid-battle, but then he won't be able to get the same level of EXP from the kill since Hisashi won't be tier 8 anymore. He noticed what happened to Murio's tier when OFA was stolen, it dropped to tier 2. The system probably also knew that. I do think you should allow me to steal the quirk first and consider it complete later on. Since otherwise, this quest doesn't make sense. That. The voice couldn't say anything. It didn't have a counterargument, his shameless complaint was hard to dodge. I deeply apologize, it's entirely the system's wording that's at fault here. But the quest reward calculation has already started. I can't stop dash. Bullshit. You want to see me die by the god's hands? You should do something since it's your fault. As I was saying, I can't stop it anymore. But you should have let me finish first. I was about to say, I will generate a new quest for you that'd give you the same exact rewards. Please be patient. Niji cheekily smiled at the air. Yep, sorry I wasn't patient. Thank you. You're so considerate. I knew you had a backup for me. This is why you're my favorite system, you know. Objective 1 was met. The calculation started again. Bonus Objective 1 wasn't met. Bonus Objective 2 was met. Bonus Objective 3 wasn't met. Distributing rewards for main Objective 1. You have received HP Potion X20. You have received SP Potion X30. You have received 10 levels worth of EXP. You have received 36,000 EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled. You have. You have reached level 199. You have gained perk Predator. You have gained item Dragon Armor. Distributing rewards for bonus Objective 2. You have gained HP Potion X5. You have gained SP Potion X8. Your affection has gone up with Ryuko. You have gained 3 levels worth of EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have reached level 202. Your existence becomes more refined. Your high human bloodline becomes purer. You've gained new racial traits. Do you want to check the dash? Later. My quirk stealing quest, please. A new quest has been generated. Quest, Steal the Quirk, Dragon Monarch, has been generated. Y/N. Niji clicked yes, without wasting any time and put a hand on Hisashi's severed head. Wait, since his body is severed in two, which side would give me the quirk? Or, maybe I can get 2 quirks. Niji immediately used mine on Hisashi's dragon head. It didn't work. He was suddenly scared. All for One can't steal quirks from bodies that are too damaged. That's what All Might said. Did a severed head count as too damaged? Of course it does. Fuck my luck. Lady Luck is offended. Niji has been wondering, turning his head at the sky, was Lady Luck actually real? Like some actual being, not just a concept. I don't share, it was just a curse. I apologize for offending you. Niji bowed softly, as that was what he was taught by Japanese culture. After all, he didn't know what form of apology this being would prefer. Lady Luck is amused. Well, that answered it. Whoever it was, she was real. Not a concept. Lady Luck says you should try it on the bigger body, adding that All Might's words don't matter in this case since the body is too big, this much damage is nothing. Ah, well thank you. So he just had to try. He didn't have to apologize. Lady Luck narrows her eyes. Can you stop reading my mind? Creepy. Also stop watching, what a voyeur. Lady Luck firmly refuses. Niji didn't like the answer, but not like he could do anything to stop it. He wasn't sure why she suddenly decided to talk with him now of all time. But. Ahem, anyway, you won't inform the gods about me or something, right? He doubted she would, after all, it's been 5 years since he first learned about her and she probably knew about him from even before that. But he just wanted to confirm. Lady Luck laughs in amusement, but shakes her head, saying she won't sell her favorite boy toy. Niji shrugged his shoulders. It was weird having a sugar mommy after 15 years. He couldn't even remember the faces of the last few ones in his previous life. Well anyway, just don't stare too much, your eyes would go blind. Saying so, he walked over to the headless form of Hisashi's huge draconic body, placing a hand on top. He activated mine again. This time, it worked. It didn't take long, not even 10 seconds, as he saw the headless body shrink and become that of a human's while feeling immense power gushing into his body. You have mined the quirk, Dragon Monarch. The consciousness within the quirk has been eliminated by Gamer's mind. You are going through a racial transformation. Due to the change in your race High Human went through a few minutes ago, the invading race Dragon is unable to take over. The race High Human is merging with the race Dragon. A new unheard of race has been created. Ding. You have gone through a racial transformation. You have acquired the race, Draconic High Human. This race has both the powers of a High Human and Dragon. In simpler words, he wasn't a demi-dragon nor a demi-high human. He was a full dragon yet at the same time a full high human, as crazy as that might sound. He was a new race of his own. Phew, to think I don't have to abandon my high human race. Hey, it's all because of the change after level 200. Niji was happy. If the system stopped calculating the rewards and let me steal the quirk first, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have reached level 200 and would have been unable to get this new race? He was lucky. Luck plays a role. Damn. Lady Luck winks at you. He might not actually mind a voyeur. After a while, Niji received the notification for completing the quirk quest. Rewards, passive skill, Dragon's Heart, 10 stat points, 1x quirk EXP card, title, Dragon Hunter, tier potion, 2x. He was sitting above the severed dragon head, that hadn't transformed back since it was detached from the body he stole the quirk from. Now, he was looking at everything new he gained. Dragon Armor, Legendary. Details, an armor made from the scales of a fallen red dragon, the strongest of its kind. Stats. Asterisk plus 20% attack power. Asterisk plus 30% end. Asterisk dash 0.5% movement speed. Asterisk plus 0.5% MP recovery per second. Asterisk plus 30% harmful magic resistance. Asterisk legendary class spells such as fire resistance and fire buff are applied to this. That was the cute armor he got. Maybe not cute, as Niji took it out from inventory and stared at the badass looking armor. Though he won't use it since it doesn't have adaptability. Maybe he will give it to Momo or Ryukyu, depending on his mood. Then there was the perk he gained. Perk Predator. Details, you're a beast who hunts the deadliest beasts. A predator above even dragons. Effect, anything or anyone from the animal kingdom would be fearful yet respectful towards you. Chances of taming animals would be higher. You would have an aura around you that would scare your enemies and encourage your companions. Females with beast-like natures would be attracted to you, they'd feel more satisfied than ever by mating with you. This wasn't a half-bad trait. It even helped with some special needs. Good, next. Next was a skill he got from the quirk stealing quest. Passive skill, Dragon's Heart, Max. Effect, you have the lifespan of a dragon. The beating of your heart would sound strangely charming to female dragons and other reptile females alike. This was great too. Now he wouldn't have to worry about eating up his lifespan using One for All, though that was considering the high human lifespan was as short as normal humans, which he doubted. Next was a title. Title, Dragon Hunter. Details, you're not a person who hunted hundreds of dragons, no. But you're a person who hunted the strongest dragon. You deserve this title. Effect, 100% stat boosts while fighting against dragons. That concluded his items, titles, and perks. Finally, it was his race. Niji didn't have the quirk, Dragon Monarch, instead it was his race that changed. Draconic High Human. A race that is composed of 100% high human blood and 100% dragon blood, therefore carrying racial traits of both. Traits, a race comparable to that of a low battle god. A person of this race would gain, instead of 5, a full 10 stat to freely distribute, they would also get, instead of 1, a full 2 stat points automatically added on all stats upon level up. At the same time, the user's mana pool is 100 times larger compared to normal humans. The user also has access to Starry White Dragon Form, High Human Form, Hybrid Form, Heaven's Body Fluid. Most of the traits were self-explanatory, but he was curious about the last one. Clicking on top of it, as the details expanded, Niji blinked. Firstly, it was just a variation of his previous special sperm, except now his sweat, saliva, and blood also counted. Secondly, now it wasn't limited to just increasing the level cap of monsters. Now, he could make anyone stronger too as long as they had the bloodline of any of the 4 heavenly beasts. Meaning, Kimi, Momo, Ryukyu could now get stronger. Just by having sex. Hee. Niji wouldn't say he disliked this. He probably shouldn't be happier for the more fancy starry white dragon form, but this just suited his priorities. This was a good thing. He gained 2 tier potions too, but because of this skill, he would be able to focus those potions on Nijire and Rumi while the other 3 could get stronger using other methods. Not bad, not bad. Lady Luck yawns and congratulates you on your newfound strength. She adds further, asking you to hurry over to her, saying she's been waiting for a very long time since time passes differently on her plane. Ah. That was actually useful information. So time passed differently in her realm. Was that why gods like Primordial were taking 30 years to find a single man? Probably. Anyway, I will visit you someday, don't worry. Hope we can then decide for real who's the fuck toy in this relationship. Lady Luck giggles with amusement in her eyes. Niji laughed too, but for a different reason. He was feeling lighthearted. He was most certainly the strongest in this world now. After all. These were his stats. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 15. Class, the gamer. Title, White Knight in Shining Armor. Level, 202. Race, Draconic High Human. HP, 9680. SP, 9890. MP, #/#. STR, 437,988. End, 417,968. Dex, 438,989. Int, 381. Wis, 378. Cha, 452. Luke, 467. HP Reg, 1668/M. SP Reg, 1752/M. His CHA, INT, and WIS received a huge boost after his race change, he noticed. He gained 165 points from the 33 levels he gained since the start of this fight. He spent none on those 3 stats. He spent 65 on luck as a tribute to Lady Luck, and 50 to 50 went to STR and DEX. Another thing he noticed was that One for All was now giving him a 551 stat boost. He was at first confused, but he realized that's just how many levels he gained since he mined One for All. 51 levels. One for All grows from user to user. One for All wasn't just a stalking quirk, its other trait was to get stronger with the user. It was a growth-type quirk, its purpose was to grow. This meant, along with his race, he would get 4 stats on the first 3 stats each level up. Truly. Niji realized. I have become a cheat character. Not even a second after he said that. Ding. Sorry for the delay. You have crossed another 100 in levels, your existence has become more refined. Requirements have been met. The 6th restriction is being removed. You would gain 1.5x more EXP at every action that gives you EXP. Requirements have been met. The 7th restriction is being removed. Gamer's body has regained its full potency. You don't need to sleep anymore. You can only be wounded, but none of your body parts can be severed from you. You're immune to cloning, and any clone you create, using any sort of ability, will be under your mind, as in they won't have a brain, you'd be the single brain moving the other bodies like a puppet master. Again, I apologize for this delay. It seems I have shown something unsightly to master. The system's voice, which kept growing more humane each time Niji's existence became refined, was the thing Niji heard at last before he started to laugh at the sky. At this rate, it was a matter of months before he might open up all restrictions. 15 more years. Those gods can go fuck themselves. Chapter 176, 176, Scum. Chapter 176, Scum. Niji put the dragon's huge head and Hisashi's headless body into his inventory. He planned to destroy all these dead bodies later on, inside the dungeon, though he will keep the dragon's head as a form of a trophy. Alright, let's go back now. Looking around the city, the destroyed terrain where nothing remained except for raging fire here and there, Niji deemed sure that he should leave. But he didn't want to leave using surge or float. He wanted to use his dragon wings. Niji coughed in his hand, uncertain if opening his new wings will tear his costume or not, as he did so anyway. It felt like he released a breath that he's been holding all his life, something very natural without any drawback, as 2 glossy white wings with starlight glittering spread across their form popped up from his back. His suit was fine, meaning adaptability worked on this too. Niji looked at his back, holding back a smile as he saw the glitter of his wings, the smooth surface and glossy outlook gleaming just like his cosmic blue eyes. Then, awkwardly, he flapped his wings once. Once. Blast. And the sound barrier broke as he was thrown kilometers in the sky. Luckily, he was used to speed. Niji soon reached his home, but he didn't have to walk inside to find his girls. The 4 of them were by the gate, gawking at the fire and smoke that was rising from the just-destroyed city in the far. Niji came from behind them, floating high, so they didn't notice him until he decided to drop to the ground, retracting his wings. Aya! Momo flinched, jumping back while the other girls turned at him on high alert. Oh. It's Niji. But seeing it was just Niji, the first one to jump up as Niji as she went and hugged him. Niji, did you win? Pushing her face onto his, their nose touching together, Niji looked into his eyes. Did you? Maybe you think I would come back without winning. True. She hugged him, pushing her cheek against his as she rubbed them together, rolling on the air. However, the other girls didn't look so cheerful. They looked confused. Ahem, young master. It was Kimmy who broke the silence, looking at him with strange eyes. Did something happen? I feel like, there's something different about you. Niji turned to Kimi, blinking as she saw the other two girls, Rumi and Momo, nod at Kimi's words. What are they talking about? Niji was confused and curious as she tilted her head. I don't see any changes though. Niji shrugged at their words. He looked at Kimi's blush, Rumi's awkward movement as she tried hard to cover for her sudden heavy breathing, and Momo's sweet nervousness. He could already understand what was happening. The perk, Predator, was at work. It was turning on these three girls with animalistic characteristics. Momo fidgeted around. I also feel weird. Can this be considered weirdness? Rumi only nodded, coughing in her hand, as she crossed her arms under her breasts. Her hair was still her black, glossy. She seemed to be the most affected, even though she tried to hide it. Probably because she was in her wild form. She was rubbing her thighs together, standing behind Kimi and Momo to avoid their gaze. It's probably because we're a couple. I don't think any stranger girl will act like this just because of the perk, maybe. Niji was baffled. But not in a bad way. Oi, Kimi, help Rumi turn back please, Niji said to Kimi, who flinched out of her daydreaming that she was doing by staring at his eyes without blinking. Yes. Kimi turned around and jumped closer to Rumi, who flinched but didn't reject her help. Momo walked closer to Niji. So, what's up with this? It's a perk I gained from stealing Hisashi's quirk. Niji answered, patting Momo's head. As you heard inside the dungeon, the monsters referred to me as high human. That's a race beyond normal humans. That race mixed with the dragon quirk once I stole it from Hisashi, so I gained a few racial prowess, one of them being the sexy aura around me. The girls looked surprised at his words. So he stole the dragon's quirk. How strong was he at this point? Niji didn't care about that however. Niji hummed from behind him, frowning. Why don't I feel anything through? Niji smiled at her awkwardly. Well, it only affects girls with beast-like natures, which I assume means females with either partial animal blood in them or just a beast-like personality. As far as I can remember, you are none of the two. Oh. Yes. Tisk. Niji looked mad. That's why Niji didn't explain the latter part of this perk. They'd feel more satisfied than ever by mating with you. She'd probably annoy him to death if she learned about it. But Niji felt bad. He didn't want his sister to feel left behind. 3 of his 4 girls had animalistic characteristics. Only Niji didn't. Which made Niji sad since she wasn't just his lover, but his sister too. He didn't want her to fall behind, if anything she should be receiving stuff from him before anyone else. Suddenly Niji's eyelids twitched. An idea popped up in his head. Wani-sama. Niji said as Niji frowned at him cutely. What do you want? Didn't you say your potential energy manipulation only works when you touch something? Yes, what's wrong? Niji took out his long-used earring from his inventory. He wasn't wearing it in this fight since using permeation meant it would fall off from his ear. He handed it to her, watching her eyes glitter. Remember when you tried to steal this a few months ago? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Niji giggled, looking at the earring and quickly putting it on her ears. Hee hee. True, I also seem to have forgotten whatever happened. Well anyway, try using this telekinetic force to touch an object, preferably one of the debris of the destroyed wall, and then see if you can manipulate the potential energy. Logically it shouldn't work. But at the same time, it was a magical item so logic wasn't a concern, so it might as well work. Okay. Niji pointed a finger at a small chunk of concrete, as Niji watched the concrete gleam with a soft golden light and then become a perfect round ball. Oh. It worked. But Niji didn't feel that happy. Later on, he planned to give her something else, something really useful. Young master, it worked. Kimi notified from the side. But she wasn't talking about Niji, who suddenly got busy with Momo. Turning, Niji found Rumi back to her old self, although still looking a lot more beautiful than before. Her white hair looked softer, silkier, and more bright. Her skin looked as if she just got the world's best skin treatment, but this time it was permanent. Good. She was losing her mind in that form. I was not dash. Rumi couldn't finish her words before Niji put a hand on her head and patted her. Good girl, don't be so flustered. It's not your fault that you are horny. Yep, I agree you should embrace horny. Kimi supported while the other 2 girls sighed, even as they were busy going through Niji's quirk. Speaking of which, where is Ryuko? Is she back to her senses yet? That. What's wrong? Niji asked, seeing Kimi smile nervously. Well, she woke up a few seconds after you left, then she started to attack us. I had to take her down. When she said, take her down, Rumi flinched from the side, even though Kimi pretended not to notice. Just what did she do? Anyway, Kurai is watching over her inside the mansion. Let's go. Kimi said, pulling Niji by the arm as the other girls followed. Free me this instant. No. Why? You demonic cat. No. Ack. Lame. Ryukyu was tied by shackles of mana, obstructing all of her movements as the cat responsible for it sat in front of her lazily. Ryukyu fell to the ground, rolling around as she tried to free herself, to no avail. Imagine getting brainwashed. Kurai got up, yawning as she stretched her body. Weak. Dragon my foot. That's when footsteps came towards the living room, as Kimi and Niji entered the room with the other girls following. Kurai wasn't surprised. She could feel Niji approaching from miles away. Ryukyu also noticed them, her red eyes locking on Niji as they shook. It's you. The who hurt my master dash. Shush. Don't yell. She was interrupted by Niji who started to walk closer to her. Ryukyu sat up, her eyes wary as she crawled back. Stop. Don't come any closer. Why? Stay away dash. As Niji approached her, crouching down, Ryukyu fidgeted around weirdly. Kurai was confused. Badum. Niji's heart was beating. Stay away NGHN. And Ryukyu was moaning, just from Niji touching her chin and raising it up to meet his eyes. It was the effect of the skill Dragon's Heart. You know, your master is dead. Why didn't you return to normal? Scary power. It was in effect even after the user's death. Luckily, Niji had all this scary power under his claw now. Niji pulled her chin upwards, while the other girls watched and Kimi covered Kurai's eyes, as his cosmic eyes started to change. The color remained, and so did the reflecting cosmos. The change was in pupils, as his normal humane pupil became slit, looking like a dragon's majestic eyes. Ryukyu's red eyes froze. Obey me. They became blue, losing to the authority of the previous brainwasher. After all, Niji was a high dragon because of his other race. Master. Shush. Don't call me that. As you wish dash. Wake up. Time seemed to freeze for Ryukyu. Her blue eyes dispersed, flickering away as Ryukyu blinked, her eyes going back to golden. Ah. Are you okay? Niji didn't release her chin. And Niji. Oh. Ah, yes, yes. She was about to nod but she froze midway. Her eyes shook as memories returned. No, I am not, okay. Niji stayed silent. It seems. I seem to have done some unsightly things. Niji released her chin, as Ryukyu slumped on her ass, looking vulnerable. What are you talking about? Niji was prepared to comfort her but hearing her next words, he changed his mind. I am not a hero anymore, I am not worthy to be called that anymore. I have killed and murdered innocents, just to find students from your class, and hand them over to that men. Itsuka Kendo. Fumikage Tokoyami. Mizo Shaojo, and Tsuyu Azui. Those three were the ones who I captured and handed over to that men who murdered them in front of me. What am I supposed to do now? I didn't. Ryukyu was devastated. She must have killed many more with her own hands while in search of those three. Niji could understand why she looked broken, why tears were trailing down her cheeks. He raised a hand, stopping Rumi who was about to intervene. I don't think she will be able to converse with anyone else. He could feel it. The only reason Ryukyu was speaking with him was his predator perk, along with his dragon heart skill. Nobody else, not even Rumi, would be able to converse with her because of her current mental state. Niji crouched down again, hugging her and placing her head on top of his heart, watching as her body relaxed at the sound of his heart. The beating of your heart would sound strangely charming to female dragons and other reptile females alike. The wording here was charming, which could mean many things. In this certain scenario, it meant she ought to trust him more and also relax around him. Everyone, give us some space. Go to some other room. He said, patting Ryukyu's head as she started to cry loudly, feeling as if she was in the embrace of her guardian. All right. But please, take things slow. Niji could understand what Nijire meant by that statement. Turning back, he found Nijire looking pained at her mentor's state. It seemed she was barely controlling herself from intervening. Meeting Niji's eye, she reluctantly took the other girls out of the mansion. Maybe they were going to roam in the city. Save citizens maybe. They were still heroes, after all. Even if they promised not to interfere with Niji's work. Unfortunately for Nijire. Niji wasn't so nice. He had a selfish reason behind this seemingly kind action. He wasn't going to take things slow. Because that's just how he was. A piece of trash. Ryukyu, just relax. Chapter 177, 177, The Real Dragon Hunt, ***. Chapter 177, The Real Dragon Hunt, ***. A chance. Ryukyu was vulnerable, emotionally weak, and in need of support. A vulnerable woman meant an easy woman. In other words, this was a chance to strike. Niji could simply reassure her, calm her spirit and slowly make her fall for him. But he wasn't going to waste this golden opportunity to just simply comfort her. He needed something out of this situation. And he chose her heart as that something. Do you like the beating of my heart? Yes. Ryukyu was hugging him, resting her face on his chest and breathing calmly now, as Niji sat on the couch with her on his lap. It's charming. I see. I got this trait after killing Hisashi, the one who mind-controlled you. I took his quirk from him. So that's how you turned me back to normal. Yep. Niji ran his hand down her hair. So don't worry, that man who did all this to you is no more. Instead, I am here beside you, to help you with anything you need. Ryukyu didn't say anything for a minute or two. But, does that change anything? I already did those things. It's not as if those people will come back just because that man is dead. They wouldn't, yes. Niji stopped moving his hand on her hair. No matter what type of situation you were in, the people who died by your hands will always remember you as their killer, even in the afterlife. Yes. So. Niji raised her head up to look into her eyes. You can either leave in guilt, quit as a hero even, do anything to try to redeem the victims' families. Or you assist me. Assist. Ryukyu looked confused. Niji nodded. A great catastrophe is coming down on Earth in the future. The world would end, killing all villains and civilians alike, if I am not strong enough. In that scenario, isn't it better for me to simply kill all the villains beforehand, confiscating their quirks so that I can get strong enough to save the world from that catastrophe? At least then, the innocents will still live. Ryukyu couldn't doubt his words about the catastrophe. Niji could control her enough to make her not doubt it. He didn't like brainwashing his girls, but it's better than making her watch the memory orb which will fill her mind with pain. Though it was entirely up to her if she would accept his proposal or not. He wasn't going to brainwash her for that. It's a choice. A chance to redeem yourself, truthfully. Save the world, make it a better place with me. I will commit evil, kill villains and such, but in the end it will all be for the greater good, the greatest good this world has yet to see. Ryukyu looked mesmerized. Her golden eyes were softly wide as Niji's face reflected on them. I see. You do. So what's your answer? Don't say you'd need time to decide even after committing things that a hero should never. So. She didn't answer at first and simply leaned over to hug him again. Why, don't you force me into submission? You can do it since you have the same powers as that man. What's the meaning of this conversation? Why are you trying to persuade me when you can just, with a single word, make me submit to yourself? Hey. Niji was waiting for this. You wouldn't be you anymore then. I am not asking you to join me in this conquest out of pity, Ryukyu. No, it's simply because I love you, because I want you beside me when I save the world. He didn't love her. That's physically impossible for him without doing things that only a couple would do. But he did like her, so his words weren't really far-fetched. Ryukyu was speechless. Ryukyu raised her head to look at him, as she was in another dilemma. Love, he said. The word love was so heavy to her. She didn't expect to hear that, at least not today, not right now. She couldn't even doubt his words, because to her Niji seemed the most truthful because he had already proven his love for her by not brainwashing her into submission. But she didn't have an answer for him yet. So she moved her eyes aside, looking away as she stuttered out an answer. I need time dash. She couldn't finish her words, realizing she was giving an answer he said he wouldn't like, just as her words were sealed by another pair of lips, locking on top of hers. She wasn't surprised. A part of her always wanted to be interrupted like this. That part was pleased, and another larger part of hers was delighted because the person who did that was much stronger than her, he was also a dragon too. So she didn't resist. Maybe it was because of his heartbeat. Or because she was waiting for this day for a long time. She was more glad. Niji cut the kiss not long after, taking a short breath before pulling her by the waist, hugging her tightly, as he grabbed and threw away her claw-like headgear, kissing her roughly this time. MMHM. Her moan was sweet as she felt herself getting dominated, her tongue losing the battle of strength and giving up against the stronger, better dragon. His smell was addictive, she realized. So was his saliva. A part of her suddenly doubted, was his love just for her body? It could be, there was a chance. But the answer was the same, he could get her to do as he wished by brainwashing her. There was no need to keep her sane while doing so. So, she gave in, even as the stronger dragon grabbed her backside, his fingers digging into her soft flesh and enjoying the softness in a way that nobody else ever had. MMHM. She yelped inside his mouth, seeing a soft spank fall on her ass, hearing an amused chuckle from him. He seemed different all of a sudden. Wasn't he supposed to be a nice kid who fell for Rumi and coincidentally got into a scandal with her? Then why did he seem so confident now? She assumed he was a cute little kid in bed with Rumi taking all the charge of everything when Ryukyu imagined them fucking and played with herself. But this was new. Not that she minded. Let me take a breath dash. Getting dominated like this. Wasn't this her forever fantasy? He didn't let her take a breath, as if he could tell that despite her words, she was liking this a lot. The kiss ended soon, leaving her breathless as she looked at him a little sternly, wiping her lips. Niji, what do you think you are doing? I haven't accepted your love yet. Even then, I don't like doing these things before marriage dash. She could get addicted to this interruption. He pushed her onto the couch, pinning her down and looking at her shocked face. Niji, don't dash. Yes. Chapter 178, 178, Uncertain Futures, 1. Chapter 178, Uncertain Futures, 1. AFO seemed to have aged 10 years these last few days. First, it was convincing Hisashi that Niji's the culprit behind everything. Second was finding out that Niji now had one for all along with a version of all for one. Lastly, just a few minutes ago, he received the news from one of the spies in another country's PSC on the topic that Japan was getting nuked in a day. 3 nuclear bombs would be launched at 3 calculated spots in Japan, which should be enough to destroy the whole country. AFO hadn't felt his blood boil this much in his entire 2 centuries of living. Why were all his plans falling apart? Bang. He slammed the table, watching the computer screen shake, as he grunted. It's been 2 centuries, that's how long it has been since I wished for Japan to be under my control. I succeeded at last, after defeating that Nana, and became Japan's ruler behind the shadows, but that only lasted a short few years because of the bastard All Might. And now, again, I am about to lose my 2-century worth of harvest because of that red-skinned bitch. The red-skinned bitch. Nawab, it was all going downhill because of her. The infuriating part was that Nawab herself wasn't even taking part in this. It was just her right hand, who AFO recalled to be weaker than his prime self, unless she got stronger in the meantime. That made things more frustrating, more infuriating. Nawab was the reason behind his sad life, in one way or another. There's a reason why AFO never fled to another country after All Might appeared. Because he couldn't escape. He was threatened not to. Why? AFO didn't actually know why. That Nawab just suddenly one day came to Japan around a century ago, then proceeded to beat the shit out of him and made him realize how strong she was compared to him. He was threatened to never leave Japan, adding that the day he did, he would die. AFO had gained strength beyond anyone in the upcoming century, but even so, he always remembered that woman's strength, her inhumane destructive power and her godly speed that no human being should be able to match. So, even to this day, he never broke that order. He was planning to do so soon though. He wanted to reach out for the greater world after taking over Shigaraki's body. But then. This happened. All his plans just got ruined by a bucket of water. Japan was supposed to be the core of his upcoming empire, but now that core was going to be destroyed. All his years of harvest were going to end. No, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Maybe it didn't matter. He had Kurogiri, along with a few more teleportation quirks of his own. He could escape the nukes, of course. This meant he just had to go out and hide in another country ruled by one of his many supervillain friends. There, he will wait until Shigaraki is completed, then he will kill his so-called supervillain friend, and reign supreme in that country. That country will be his new base of operations. This can work. No, this had to work. He can survive, just by having the open mind to change his base of operations. Then, he will take his revenge against that bitch, for both humiliating him a century ago and also for ruining all his plans now. That woman will go down. She will, and he will make sure of it. Sir Naite was shaking in his boots as he conversed with Nisa the demon mouse. We should be able to evade Yuger if we just leave the UA right. Logically, that's true. But, as you know of my quirk. Naite sighed as Nisa nodded. I know, all actions will somehow lead back to the future you saw. Somehow, in some way, Murio will come back to UA even if we leave. That's what you're trying to say, right? Yes. Naite nodded. You are not wrong. But do remember, I am here this time. Not to brag, but as you know. I am the smartest mouse in the world. He said, laughing at the end. Naite did feel relieved at that. Because although Nizu jokingly specified mouse, he was most certainly one of the top 5 smartest living beings in the entire world. That's why a person like Naite was fine letting Nisa do the planning this time. Anyway, for starters, let's gather the things we need and leave this place. We don't want to leave anything useful behind, in case that'd be the thing which will draw Murio back to this place tomorrow. Nisa jumped down from his couch. Let's get moving. Naite nodded, and so did All Might and Murio from the side. All Might didn't look so good, even though he was in his buff form and his physical condition healthier than ever. It was understandable though. He did lose the thing he was supposed to protect from his enemy. Not only that, he failed to protect dozens of students right under his nose, even allowing one of the brightest rising stars to die. But most importantly, the boy he chose as his successor. That boy was broken, even though he didn't show it on his face. Naite knew All Might like the back of his hand, so he could guess that All Might didn't hold any grudge against the boy. He did lose one for all, but he did so in a heroic, albeit dumb, way. Naite also knew Murio, too. The boy didn't regret his decision, not at all. He would do the same thing again if he could save so many people. But he did feel ashamed to have lost the thing he promised to protect. Naite released a breath, seeing Murio do the same as he simply put a hand on the boy's shoulder, patting it and nodding at him. Let us get going. They soon gathered their necessary commodities. It was all stored within a small bag which was easy to carry due to All Might. Usually, All Might wouldn't leave UA like this in such a dangerous time. But this wasn't a usual situation. He had to protect his student, now that his student was weak but he still had a bit of power left within him. He had fought Yuger before, and knew defeating that woman would be impossible in his current state, but he would at the very least make sure Murio stayed safe from the other villains. All Might, I think you should head out first. Wait outside the gate, away from the people's faces. Because if they see you leave with us, the people will break out in worry. Oh, carry me with you because the same conditions apply to me as well. All Might exchanged glances and nodded, as he put Nizu over his shoulder and jumped out of the window, leaving Naite and Murio behind. Alright, let's not waste time and move too. Naite said to Murio, getting a nod, as they slowly and swiftly made their way. They soon came across a crowd, and took cover behind a pillar. It wasn't good for them either to show their faces, if possible. Especially Murio. People were thankful to him, and so if they saw him leaving they'd gather around him, which would only delay their escape. So Naite used his quirk again. It hasn't been 24 hours since he first used his quirk on himself, so he could keep using it to see his own future still. So, he used it to find an easier way to leave. These types of futures were easy to change since it was minuscule. However, the moment Naite used his future sight, he saw something unexpected. Something he didn't have the time to react to as the sound barrier broke in the sky in the present time. Murio, run! Naite could only yell as a purple meteorite erupted down from the sky, crashing on the ground as purple light burst outwards, blinding everything as dust rose to cover the area. Naite was thrown a few steps back from the shockwave, coughing as he fell on his back and got up, his eyes in his future sight mode as he started to look for a way to escape from this early disaster. Why in the hell was Yuger here? She was supposed to come here in 2 more days. Not today. This was too early. The dust cleared as Naite failed to find an escape, growing nervous each second as he could only see gore upon gore happen in the future, causing him to stop viewing it. Back at present, the dust disappeared as the woman wearing a black and purple armor made of black bones stood tall, her reddish dark hair wavering in the air as she had Murio grab the collar on her hand. Her skin was orange, wore purple lipstick, and had 2 black stripes on each of her green eyes. Image here. Finding you was easy, so it seems, said the woman, her voice calm but heavy as she looked down on the struggling boy. You poor thing, losing all your powers to fall into this state. I feel sad. You must feel so weak and pathetic right now. The woman had an apathetic expression as she said those words, even as Murio struggled. Let go. Who are you and why are you here? Oh, no. Don't ask so many questions. A dead man doesn't need to know so many answers, after all. The woman said in a cold voice, as she raised her free hand in the air, a purple aura rising from the palm slowly. A dead man's knowledge isn't useful for this world, you poor thing. She moved her hand, her palm straight, as she drove it towards Murio's forehead. No. Naite yelled from the side, running to help. Don't do this. Let us talk this through. He couldn't finish it. His mind wasn't working. Fate wasn't moving as he saw it move. Just how did the future change so drastically in a single night span? Can the threads of fate really stir so easily? It was as if Lady Luck had moved her gaze away from them. This didn't make sense. Naite stumbled on his feet, falling in slow motion as Yuger's hand reached Murio's chest, about to dig deep. Then it happened. Stop. Green light met purple, a beam hitting Yuger's hand and slapping it away as the woman narrowed her eyes, looking up at the sky. Get your hands off him, you bloody villain. Oh, look who it is. Yujir, who was looking like she would massacre a country, had a sudden change of expression. She smiled. Looking at the girl flying in the sky in a light purple hero costume, she smiled. Look at you, you're like a carbon copy of my younger self. Who are you? Perhaps my grandchild. Or great-grandchild. I am Hero Starfire, but my real identity doesn't matter. What matters is, I am going to eradicate you. I am going to clean the dirt from my bloodline. Yujir's smile widened. She was right. This was amusing. She karate-chopped Murio into unconsciousness and rose in the air in a similar fashion. Sure, come, amuse me, my descendant. This was amusing, if anything. What the fuck? I told you to take it slow. What part of the word slow do you not understand? Niji pulled Niji by the collar, staring at him with her jaw-opened expression. Hey, calm down. Look, she enjoyed it. Niji pointed at Ryukyu's pleased expression as she slept, a blanket covering her well-fucked naked body. There's nothing wrong with this then, right dash? Of course she enjoyed it, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. But that's not my point. You took advantage of her weakened state. What the hell? What the fuck? Villain. Personification of evil. Scum. Trash. Whoa, why so rude dash? No, fuck you. You are not cute anymore, Niji. Why you are taking advantage of girls. Not the first time I did dash. Holy shit, shut up. Don't say that. What the fuck? Sheesh, so loud dash. No, I have decided. Come with me to another room. Dash. Keep your mouth shut. I am going to have to discipline you, now that our parents are not here. Niji couldn't resist as his sister pulled him by the arm, yanking him away from the other girls who looked at him deadpanly, taking him to another room too. Disciple him. Yeah, right, it wasn't him who got disciplined. At least she was too tired to keep yelling afterwards. That was a good thing. Probably. Right. Chapter 179, Uncertain Futures, 2. Chapter 179, Uncertain Futures, 2. Whoa. Yujir rose in the air, floating opposite Starfire and smiling. Heh, my bloodline, you said. Did you know, I fucked your great-grandfather and gave birth to your grandpa. I am the originator of this so-called bloodline you speak of, little girl. Watch your language. The little hero leapt forward, her fists surrounded by two green glowing orbs. You don't deserve to call this your bloodline. All you did was steal my great-grandpa's power by sleeping with him. Using your dirty quirk, you absorbed his powerful quirk. This bloodline isn't yours. Oh, come on. The older, mature woman giggled, shoving Starfire's punches to the side with her palm. I did give birth to your gramps, yes. I could have done an abortion, but I didn't. Be grateful, girl. You wouldn't even have been born, otherwise. Die. Starfire launched a punch towards Yujir's cheek, hoping to throw her off this mountain where UA was located. She had the strength to do so, but Yujir simply grabbed her arm in midair. Ha. Cute attempts, but very weak. Guess your blood isn't pure enough to have amassed my true powers. Yujir smirked. Let me show you the true prowess of this blood. Then, Yujir drew her first backwards and then hit her on Starfire's face, watching as she was flung outwards but couldn't fly out because of her hand being held, causing her wrist to snap. I expected you to dodge. But you couldn't. Disappointing. Yujir shook her head, punching at the little girl's stomach again. Your muscles aren't compressed enough, they're quite new too. I heard you killed all your classmates and came out top. If so, then Korea's future doesn't seem so bright. Starfire, rubbing her broken nose, frowned. What do you mean dash? I asked my empress to lend me the power of queen for a moment. Interrupting Starfire, Yujir spoke to the air. I am not certain, but since she is my offspring, there's a chance she will be considered a B by the quirk. If that's the case then. There was a short silence before, as if answering her prayer, Yujir's body gleamed red softly before calming down. I thank you. Yujir bowed to the air while Starfire started to look anxious. What are you doing? Fight me head on. Stop using cheap tricks. The girl struggled on the woman's arm like a fish out of the water, while the woman smirked. You expect me to not fight dirty? I thought you knew me well. The woman then yanked Starfire closer to her, grabbing her forehead with her other hand. Look, this is what happens when you come running to an unknown enemy. Not that the knowledge of it would matter. Then, as if the little girl wasn't her great-granddaughter, Yujir smiled as a glittering aura of red and purple leapt out of her hand, spreading onto Starfire's body and starting to eat her out. What is AAAGGGHHH? The hero yelled, feeling her cells break apart along with her quirk factor 2. Her whole essence was shaking, crumbling down, and breaking into bits of energy that went and traveled into Yuger's body. Her orange skin eroded, revealing the inner layer of her flesh as even that started to burn up, turning into energy and entering Yuger's body, empowering her. Soon, as the crowd gathered below watched with their expressions horrified, Starfire's flesh was gone and then even her skeleton started to break down into food that empowered Yuger. In a matter of 57 seconds. Starfire, melting and decomposing, was no more. Not even her bones, not even her ashes remained. Korean rising star, Starfire, died a meaningless death right then. The sole purpose of her life was to empower this sinister woman. Ah, it feels so good. Ah, the exact woman giggled, laughing to herself before she looked at the air again, suddenly looking respectful. It took longer than usual because she wasn't exactly a bee, but it worked. I thank my Empress for lending me with her holy power. I feel much stronger now, thanks to you. Feel free to take Queen Bee away now. As if nodding to her, the red aura that had previously settled within her broke out of her and dispersed in the empty air. When it disappeared, Yuger looked down on Murio's unconscious body. Naite was there, picking Murio up as he tried to make a run for it. Usually, Yuger would have killed Naite for intervening in her job, but her master strictly asked her not to hurt anyone other than Murio. Starfire was an exception. But Naite can only be so annoying, he didn't have any actual attack power after all. So, when Yuger drove down at a speed faster than her usual one, Naite was rendered useless as Yuger stopped in front of him, grabbing Murio's head and channeling her energy within it, causing the blonde head to burst like a watermelon. Murio died, just like that. With blood splattering on Yuger's apathetic face and Naite's stunned expression, Murio's headless body fell down to the ground as All Might reached the spot. No. All Might's enraged yell came from outwards. He was late. He was wondering what was taking them so long, but he assumed it was just them taking a longer route. However, when he met Ochako Uraraka in their waiting spot, hearing her part of the story about a Korean hero flying into UA, he ran here immediately. But he was late. He only saw Murio's head burst out and his body fall to the ground, as a woman in armor stood in front of Naite. No. He launched himself at the woman, trying to exert as much strength he could from the shadow of One for All within him. But the woman blocked his punch. Oh, it's my scary Toshinori. The woman smiled at him, stepping to the side. We meet again, my scary hun. But hey, what's this, looking at you again, you're not so scary anymore. They knew each other from before. One of her quirks was taking quirks by sleeping with people. But one of One for All's perks was that it couldn't be taken without the user's permission, although that changed recently when the doppelganger attacked. Because of this, whatever she tried with him when he was an inexperienced adult ultimately failed, leading to a fight that Yuger lost, so the history they had wasn't exactly nice. All Might hadn't killed her back then. Now. Why? That was costing him. Don't ask me that, hun. You already know I only follow orders. Dodging his next attack, Yuger shrugged. Anyway, since the job here is done. It's time for me to go and look for some idiotic cat slut so that my Empress can give her the same treatment as the Starfire girl. Goodbye. Come down. As Yuger flew, and All Might jumped to catch up to her, failing miserably, he could only yell and cry out at the sky, as Yuger's calm form traversed the sky. Her job here was done. All Might was devastated. Nawab was sitting on the edge of her bed, smiling casually as she finished watching the drama unfold on Yuger's side. That was fun. All Might was one of the umpteenth men she saw breaking down by one of her bees. Living for 2 centuries, she might have built up some weird hobbies, such as playing with men's hearts. It was never Nawab herself who took part in any of these, of course. She just watched everything via her bee's eyes like a spectator. Those were the fun days. But those days came to an end a long time ago. Because Nawab finally found herself in love with someone. Someone she wished will be with her, not with one of her bees. To begin with, she already was in love with the boy even before sending the bee to him. That bee was simply supposed to watch over him, take some sneak peeks and all. But that boy managed to somehow break those limiters and make that bee submit to him. Nawab, in her very long life, experienced something she never had. Her love simply grew deeper. That's why she killed Murio. It was needed. Her hubby was too strong now. She won't be able to force him to stay with her. That would be hard. That's why she killed Murio. To make the spot of World's Chosen vacant again, to make sure that the will of the world chose her as its champion again. She could feel its gaze on her right now. Why are you hesitating? Asked in the empty air. Do you really believe there is someone else who can stop him? She wouldn't stop him, no, she was lying right now. But the will of the world wouldn't be able to tell, it can't read her mind. Are you thinking of picking Star and Stripes perhaps? Are you sure she would be able to defeat this unbeatable child? Pick me, give me power again, boost my luck and fate so that I can do what nobody else can. The gaze was silent. Don't be like that, we are old friends, right? You helped me rise to power in the past, I am indebted to you. I still don't like how you abandoned me to find new champions, but I am indeed indebted to you. Nawab was still stronger than Niji at this moment, she was certain as she was a spectator on the dragon's fight that happened a few hours ago. But she was also certain, at this rate, it won't even take that boy 3 weeks before he catches up to her. She needed a backup to keep her hubby to herself. That backup was the WoW. I am waiting. Then, as if a phantom existence had just sighed, the world shook, before Nawab felt an invisible force come down and add on her fate. It's been so long since I felt like this. Slowly, Nawab stood up from the bed. Thank you, my friend. The WoW wouldn't be able to choose a new champion anytime soon, not in a few decades at least. Meaning Nawab had the opportunity to keep Niji to herself for a few decades, and in the meantime, she will make him fall for her too, so that even after that time passes, he wouldn't leave her. I am coming, my love. She giggled, lightning similar to the color of her purple hair danced around her as she blitzed away. Her love. She will meet him after so many damn centuries. Chapter 180, Next Step. Chapter 180, Next Step. AAA. Niji was on the couch, lying on her back with a tired expression. Fucktard. That was too much, you weren't supposed to be so rough. She was muttering to herself, but there was no one to hear her. Everyone else was a bit far from her spot. Along with Niji, Rumi was with the other 3 girls, sitting on the floor at the side, discussing amidst themselves. So, what are your plans? Momo explained stuff to me when we were out. It seems they're mistaking you for AFO, which I don't think is a good thing. It actually is. Niji corrected Rumi. They're fearing me, attacking me, and all, which just gives me an excuse to kill them. Sorry if I sound like a douchebag, but it's an excuse that I love to exploit for you girls with hero complexes. Rumi was silent for a moment before she sighed after looking at the 3 girls beside her. Momo simply looked regretful, but that's all. She didn't seem surprised, angry, or opposed to the idea. She had accepted everything Niji planned. Rumi knew that since Momo was the one who explained this stuff to her anyway. Next, Ryukyu was weird, she was nodding at anything Niji was saying. She seemed to be drowning in love. Rumi was envious. Fuck, I am so jealous of her. Rumi thought, despite herself. To think she will one day be jealous of Ryukyu in a thing that didn't concern her overpowered dragon quirk. But it's true. She was jealous. Rumi's been fantasizing about the fucking Ryukyu received since the moment she saw Ryukyu's melting expression a few hours ago. She looked like she was in heaven. Rumi wanted to feel that too. But not now, let's hold on. At last, there was the maid, Kimi. She was another weirdo. She was casual about anything Niji did or said, including this, and not in a good way. She was prepared for his words all the time, as if she could guess what he was going to say. She seemed like a stalker. Really, this woman was crazy. A crazy with tremendous power. Rumi herself wasn't sure if she'd be able to beat this maid even with her new wild form. That's how strong this woman was. Well, fuck. Watching their reactions, Rumi facepalmed. Looks like nobody else minds. I don't want to be the bitch then. Not like I care anyway. But just. Rumi trailed off. Nana Shimura was her inspiration for becoming a hero. That Nana Shimura died, apparently by AFO's hands. Now, Herman was being mistaken as AFO, and he was fine with it, and actually wasn't doing anything better than AFO. Technically speaking, she should be mad at him and try to stop him from planning and doing all these villainous acts. But she was feeling hesitant. She, on her own, has killed some villains on the way to find the doppelganger. And she didn't regret doing so. She's not one of those people who believe in the saying that all villains should get a chance. Rather, she was the type who wouldn't mind killing villains if given the chance. She just didn't do it because PSC didn't allow it. She wouldn't be a hero anymore, in the documents, if she did so, and will instead be hunted down by other heroes. Just. She sighed at Niji's question. Don't hurt civilians, the innocents, please. Niji smiled. That's obvious. Why will I do that? That's good. He wasn't that greedy to go after civilians. That's good. Rumi nodded with a smile. All right, I knew you'll agree. After a second, she added. Also, Niji, I also want to see that memory orb thingy dash. I don't think that's a good idea. It was Momo who interrupted. As I said before, it's painful, really painful. If you still want to see it, despite my warnings until now and all, that'd mean you don't trust me. Is that right? While Rumi was caught off guard by the little girl's words, Niji laughed. Looks like little Momo is growing up. He brought the girl to a hug, patting her head as the girl hugged him back. I can't help but grow up after being forgiven so many times. She muttered, as Rumi suddenly felt jealous. They seem to have made so many nice memories with each other, I am just trying to make sure the others don't feel the same thing I did. Suddenly Rumi's jealousy vanished. Oh. Hearing Momo's words, Rumi was slightly surprised. This little girl was a lot mature for her age, she was looking out for her. That's cute. At first, Rumi just couldn't believe the things Momo described from that memory orb, so she just wanted to see things for herself, but Momo was right. She shouldn't. Not after all the warnings. She sighed. You guys are so weird, all of you. Also, Ryukyu, stop looking at Momo with this envious eyes, she's his girlfriend, you're his side chick. Niji watched as Ryukyu, who was staring at Momo hugging him, was startled as she flinched. I am sorry. Ryukyu looked flustered, slightly confused too, as she avoided eye contact. Seeing that, Niji laughed again. You know, you can take my other side, Niji called, patting his left side. Slowly, even as Momo stared at her with a fake frown, Ryukyu slid onto Niji's left chest and hugged him. Are you comfortable now? Don't worry, I can sense you're still slightly out of place. But you'll get used to it. Ryukyu nodded slowly. After a while, as the silence stretched, she spoke. Truthfully. I am sorry, Niji. You just feel so weird to me right now. She muttered while hugging. I am so confused about you right now. You seemed like a good boy at first, then a playboy, then a good naive boy again, and at last, this. You're also in an intimate relationship with Nijire, your blood sister. That's so wrong, so very wrong. Yet, I can't think of anything other than you. It's so weird how you feel much closer to me all of a sudden, how I am relaxing so much around you. I think I might be in love. Momo, Rumi, and Niji were silent. Speechless even. But Kimi started to giggle. Ha. Don't worry, it's fine. I felt the same way when I fell for the young master. Though he was 11 then, so it's kinda different. But still, it's a similar situation, it's nothing to worry about. Niji cleared his throat. Ahem, let's not bring that up. Then he patted Ryukyu's shoulder. But yes, talk to her later if you want. Maybe it will help you understand your feelings. Or you can stay away from me for a while since all this might just be a side effect of my dragon quirk and you're getting affected. Niji doubted that possibility. Except for the part where dragons feel relaxed around him, it should all be her own feelings that are at work. Probably being amplified by the Dagon's heart, but they're still her feelings. No. I don't want to. Interestingly, Ryukyu refused. I am showing an unsightly side of mine, sorry. But I feel like I will return to normal sooner than later if I spend some time with you. Alright, if you say so. Niji patted her back. Meanwhile, Rumi stared at Niji hugging the two girls. Silently, she stared. She kept staring, and Niji finally looked back at her once it got creepy. What? Nothing. You're jealous too? Rumi deadpanned. I never said that. Rumi refused, while the cat woman laughed from the side. That was interesting to Rumi. Did she didn't care about Niji hugging the two girls in front of her? Maybe she should ask her outright instead. Speaking of jealous, Rumi turned to the woman. Aren't you jealous? It seems you've been with him for the longest, at least intimate relationship-wise. Yet now he has 4 other girls besides you, and is currently hugging 2 girls while you sit on the side. Truthfully, I would want him for myself if I could, but you look fine with all this. Oh, that. It's fine. Kimi waved her hand. He loves me anyway, isn't that the only thing that matters? Is that really all you care about? Oh, I don't think you understood what I meant. Huh. I can take him right now, he won't refuse. Isn't that the same for any of us dash? Rumi was interrupted again. I mean the level of love he has for me is different compared to you and the others. Wanna get naked and see who he will take first? That was quite a confident query. It unnerved Rumi. Sure. But she wasn't the type to back off from a challenge. She started to take off her clothes, but Niji sighed from the side. Stop, Kimi, don't make things difficult for others. Okay. Rumi turned to Niji, agape. What did this brat mean by that? Ignoring her stare, as if she didn't exist there, he pulled Kimi closer, his body growing larger and larger, enough to make space for the maid. Also, you are being proud now. Arrogant, even. That's new. You hit your head or something. Why, you don't like it? I never said I don't. He rubbed her cat ears, watching as she moaned softly. I was just a bit surprised. Kimmy smirked. Heh. I don't know, this is new to me too. Guess something changed after the Mind Stone consumption. Maybe I am not a masochist eep. She yelped, moaning loudly as Niji spanked her hard all of a sudden, feeling a squeeze of her butt, his fingers digging into her super soft ass. Nope, I don't think so. Well anyway, it's a good thing if you can hold your own against other girls. Rumi, watching from the side, was about to comment something snarky, but seeing her mouth open, Niji suddenly pulled her into a hug too. Shush, enjoy your stay. Don't fight amongst each other. Looks like I would need to hold a proper introduction ceremony for you guys later on. Rumi fell silent. What was this treatment? She was being handled around like a child by this man who was now triple her size. She agreed to Niji having multiple girls because of the condition that she will get enough attention. As promised, she was getting that attention. But what was this feeling? Why did she feel so weird seeing Niji so close with that cat woman? Was she feeling inferior? Inferior to a housemaid? Ugh, fuck, what weird shits am I need to see after this? Young master, I just noticed in your battle with Ryukyu, but it seems you got a quirk that lets you grow around 3 times. Kimmy asked all of a sudden, looking at Niji's face as her hand started to wander around. Is that true? Then. Don't even think about it, you'll die if you take me when I am 3 times bigger. You never know, girls are flexible, you know. You're going to die. Let's test it out then dash. It's a bad idea, Kimmy. Niji yelled from the side, still lying on the bed. And never do that. I almost died choking on it. Never try it. Oh. Now I want to try more. Sorry. Rumi stayed silent, feeling her panties going damn as she sighed. She was in a weird place. But not like she was any less weird. This was also weird. She could only thank luck that the little black cat was out of the mansion, hunting outside. Indeed, it was lucky that Kurai didn't get to see the thing that unfolded next in front of the 5 girls. Master 4th Wall note, with this, the girls have actually accepted Niji's current motives. A lot of blood and sweat were scattered to make that happen, but Niji somehow managed to do it. Now, it was time to focus on the other plot. If you want to read 17 plus chapters ahead or support me, visit here, patre0n.com/master4thwall. Chapter 181, 181, Downhill, 1. Chapter 181, Downhill, 1. Niji had to stop doing his stuff when he sensed Kurai returning. Only Kimmy was remaining in the game while the others were disqualified. Niji was pleased with this development. She was fast before, but that was all, she was a glass cannon before. But now, she's strong and durable as well. Even then, none of the girls could actually take on a dick that was more than half the size of their body. So Niji had to control his transformation enough to not kill them. By the time Kurai returned, the other 4 girls joined on the bed beside Niji, making the cat all confused and bewildered. What happened? It's nothing, shush. Adult people stuff, you won't get it. Oh, it's adult stuff. So it's like the things that happen inside the dungeons, mommy reads. Kimmy babe, don't you think we should have a talk later? Why yes, yep, I think so. Kimmy, who was in the bed, seemed to lose consciousness. What's wrong? It's nothing. Niji sighed, crouching down and patting Kurai's head. Okay, I need to calculate how much I am gonna need to punish mommy, so be truthful. How much did you see in those dungeons? Oh, I just saw the covers and a few pages when mommy ran to the kitchen and forgot to close the books. Oi maid, to the kitchen. Now. There was a short silence before, with a loud sigh, Kimmy got up from the bed with a soft whimper. I am so done. After a few hours, around nighttime, Niji and Kurai were preparing to leave. I really shouldn't be wasting my time doing meaningless stuff. So I am gonna follow the possible routes that I gained from a reliable source to find AFO's current base. I will be taking Kurai with me since fusion is available right now and it's better for us to fight AFO in fusion mode. It wasn't really better, that was a lie. It's not as if AFO would be able to do anything to him anyway, he alone was strong. Just that, killing someone in fusion gave both Niji and Kurai the same amount of levels, so it was double the profit. Niji wasn't going to put down that profit. Kurai reached level 131 today when she went hunting earlier. Killing AFO would most certainly level her up at 140. As for Niji, he was level 202. The girls nodded, sitting on the couch around Niji. They were fine now, looking refreshed even. Except for Niji, they all had animalistic quirks that gave them some sort of healing powers. Only Niji didn't have it, but that's where Momo's phoenix flame of reincarnation came to help. Oi, take Mum and Dad out before you go. Niji yelled, her arms crossed under her breasts. It's safe now that the dragon isn't here anymore, and you're going to hunt AFO right now anyway. Momo's eyes seemed to glimmer from the side. Oh, yes. I have been dying to see Mommy and Papa again. Niji rubbed his neck. Shouldn't we, wait until Japan is actually safe though? He deadpanned, seeing the girls look at each other with faint gasps. Okay, I get it, you guys are strong, no need to mock me. Fine, I am taking them out. They really were strong. Niji and Momo were mid-tier 6, same for Rumi. The variables were Ryukyu, who was high tier 5, and Kimi, who was peak tier 6. The tier ranks were such: 1, low. 2, mid. 3, high. 4, peak. Kimi actually seemed to have been growing stronger since the time she first took the evolution stone. She's been training every day, more accurately Niji was forcing her, but because of that her growth was tremendous and she was quite a bit stronger since a few months ago. She could most certainly take on AFO, in the wildest chance he reached this mansion when Niji went out. Deciding there was no harm behind it all, he took out the unconscious bodies one by one and soon 4 bodies were lying down on the ground. Okay, I am gonna go before they wake up. If I don't, I will just be late. Don't explain to them the memory orb stuff. Explain nothing. I have a different explanation present for them, just act oblivious for now. Niji didn't wait for their answers, he waved his hand, and dipped. He wasn't going to return anytime soon, either. The night passed and the next day came. In America, the leader of the Public Safety Commission was standing with his hands behind his back as he watched procedures happen on the monitor in front of him. His assistant was beside him, a skinny man with larger than normal eyes as he read the papers in his hand. It would usually take a while more for us to prepare 3 nukes in this peaceful era, but because of the majority of the votes, that was not a problem. The men said. Currently, as you are seeing in the monitor, all 3 of the nukes are ready to be launched, anytime and any second at your order. So it seems. The president of PSC ran a hand through his purple hair, his face calm as he watched the nukes just ready to be used. But, he didn't order the launch immediately. He asked a strange question instead. Were we able to contact Japan? The assistant remained calm. Not even once. I see. That was sad. It would always bug him that he wasn't sure of the situation inside Japan when the nukes were launched. Maybe they somehow managed to defeat Hisashi and All for One. Maybe they were trying to fix the network blockage, and just on the finale of it too, but just before they could, 3 nukes landed over their heads. This will always bug him out. Sigh. But. Fire. This wasn't the time to be sad. Not like a person of his stature could enjoy the luxury called sadness. Everything needed to be calculated, everything needed to be perfect. Emotions shouldn't make one's decisions. So the nukes moved. The scene on the huge screen changed, changing on the camera above the nukes that were going side by side. The screen was being streamed by the camera in the middle as the scene moved at a baffling speed towards Japan. Minutes passed. And the bird view of Japan came into sight. Niji got a quest about finding and then killing AFO after he officially started looking for him. The search was going fine. He gained a few quirks too, such as zoom view. Hear it all. Bone manipulation. As the name suggests, the first one could make his eyes zoom and the second let him hear everything and the last allowed him to manipulate his bones. After this, Niji realized there were a lot of useless quirks in this world. So Niji stopped hunting quirks that were either too low-leveled or had low potential. Those won't be of any help, anyway, so he was just taking the ones that can combine with his current quirks. But that didn't stop him from killing the villains and leveling up. So he did exactly that. He leveled up and reached level 206. Things were going good, even though the first 3 potential bases came out empty. He had the time, he would find it sooner or later. But that was a foolish thought, he realized. He didn't have time on his hand. A sudden quest has been generated. Quest, survive, has been generated. Quest, survive. Details, 3 nukes are on their way to Japan, just about to hit. You must survive this sudden catastrophe. Objective, survive with Kurai. Bonus objective 1, save your other loved ones. Bonus objective 2, do something more than just survive. Reward, you don't die. Bonus reward 1, tier potions 3x, quirk exp card 1x. Bonus objective 2. Failure, depending on the damage taken, either death by nuclear weapons, or gain multiple debuffs. This didn't make sense. Why were there nukes coming to Japan? Why all of a sudden, out of nowhere? And what were these objectives? How was he supposed to survive with Kurai? He could use permeation and jump underground, therefore surviving, but what about Kurai? Of course, the apparent answer would be to fuse and then survive, but Niji didn't just want to survive, he wanted to save his girls and family too. So if he were to use fusion and become a little cat because of failed fusion, then... Fuck, there is no time for this. Niji looked at Kurai, who was confused. She didn't have the quest feature of the system, so Niji had to quickly explain her in telepathy. Let's get going then. Kurai was shocked too, but she immediately put her finger up, as did Niji, initiating the fusion. The fusion failed. He became a cat. Fuck. But he didn't have time to keep trying our transformations, so he spawned dragon wings out of his white furred back and flew towards Yusha City, which was far from here. But he was fast. He will manage to reach their end. Everything suddenly went eerily silent. Then, an ear-deafening explosion happened. Boom. But it didn't happen in Japan. 3 explosions, forming a bigger one, were happening in the far sky away from Japan. Turning there, Niji could only gawk like a fool as purple thunder roared in the furthest sky like the dance of a dragon. The quest has been completed. The main objective has been met. No other objective has been met. Calculating rewards. A few minutes ago. In America, the screen that was showing the view in front of the nuke suddenly stopped moving. Meaning the nuke stopped midway. What's happening? The PSC president asked, frowning as he leaned over to watch. Did the cameras break? Why is it frozen dash? It's not broken, dear. A voice that he had heard a mere few times before, but still had engraved in mind, spoke. A beautiful head with purple hair and horns slowly formed in front of the camera. I am simply holding these toys since they're going to a place I don't want them to go. Nawab. The president slammed his fist on the desk, glaring at the monitor with shock and anger. What are you doing here? The purple-haired woman perked her ears. Did you say something? Shake my head, you should have put a mic and speaker here if you wanted to talk. This woman could hear him. He was certain because the same situation had happened before. Stop pretending. Release our nukes. MHM. Release. You mean you want these toys back? Normally I would say no since I don't return stuff, but sure, I am generous today. Her cute and innocent expression suddenly changed as she grinned ear to ear. Oh, yes, let me throw them towards your base, towards that darned America. Ahaha. Here, take them back. The camera angle started to change as the nuke started to turn towards the way they came from. The president didn't bulge, however. Immediately blow up all the nukes. Right now. There was no delay in his orders as the scientists in charge of the nuke, in another room, clicked 3 red buttons simultaneously. Then the explosion happened. A huge, earth-shattering sound rang out as the cameras were smashed, making the screen go blank, leaving the people inside the building breathless. Yes, sir, the assistant asked, stuttering. Is she dead? No way. The president scoffed, falling down on his chair tiredly. She won't die with something as small as that. 3 nukes are nothing. It was sad. But it was true. Most damage would be blocked by her lightning cloak, anyway, and the leftovers will be done for by her other defense-type quirks. He hated to admit it since she was an enemy. But it was true. This woman was the strongest. Meanwhile, Yujir, who was flying above the sky of Yusha City, finally found a mansion where her X-ray vision confirmed the presence of her target. She couldn't find the boy, however. But that wasn't a bad thing, it was a lucky scenario instead. Boom. A loud explosion, capable of creating a small earthquake in the whole country, blasted in her back, but Yujir didn't even turn to give it a look. Her master was there, after all. It would be disrespectful to turn in that direction. Instead, she leapt down on the mansion. She was dying to grab the cat woman who betrayed her empress and bring her to her lord so that she can devour the bee in lavishness. Chapter 182, Downhill, 2. Chapter 182, Downhill, 2. Kimi managed to explain the situation to Niji and Momo's parents. All for one, The boogeyman of Japan. We knew about him honestly, being so high in the society ought you to know things that even most heroes don't know. Aiko, Niji's dad, spoke as the other 3 nodded. They were sitting at a round table, the 4 adults, while Kimi and the other girls were standing around them. Well, guess Japan is at an edge now, Toma, Momo's father, said next. Unless the foreign heroes manage to do the impossible, we are done. Then he chuckled for a second. It's fine as long as we manage to escape to another country, though. Our companies are international, we won't go bankrupt just because of this. Not like it matters even if we go bankrupt. Aiko chimed in. We can just rise again, at most it will take 6 months. The 2 men laughed at each other, quite ambitiously while the two women beside them looked more worried than that. Tisk, men. Gara grumbled and shook her head. I am more worried about Niji, though. My baby boy. Where is he now? A night's passed since we woke up, but he's still outside. Miku, Momo's mother, was instead more interested in Momo's hair. For some reason, she didn't want to believe Momo just dyed her hair, and it was understandable why. Why would someone dye their hair in this situation? Kimi found Momo's excuse too rash for the situation. But either way, it wouldn't matter after Niji returned and explained his own story. Sigh, all this villain bullshit is ruining my peacetime with the young master. Kimi wasn't in favor of all this at all. But it seemed Niji didn't mind for some reason, he even seemed happy these days. Kimi guessed it was because of his very fast growth in power, that power maniac. She just hoped everything would turn right, enough to battle against those gods in the incoming decades. Though Kimi would much prefer if he just went to hide in some other dimension, in some other verse even, since he once said the concept of multiverse was real. Then again, the young master doesn't have any way to traverse through dimensions willingly. He said those dungeons just pop up on random spots, he can't make them as wished. He must be just gaining strength as a backup plan in case he never gains any way to traverse through these dimensions and verses as he wishes. That seemed a plausible explanation to her. Either way, nothing of that mattered. Whatever he was going to do, she was going to support him on that. Suddenly, everything went silent. The sound of gossip became deafened, the sound of water boiling in the kitchen vanished and the whole world went silent for a moment. Only for a moment. Because the next second a terrible explosion of sound happened in the far sky, throwing shockwaves across the world as it even threw the parents to the floor. Kimi managed to hold the mothers and the fathers were saved by Niji's telekinesis. What the hell was that? Rumi looked around, her expression pained even as she clenched her jaws. Blood was trailing down her ears. Her superhearing was a curse at this moment. Shit. Kimi cursed and looked at Momo. Momo, heal her please. Oh, on it. Luckily the little girl wasn't that dazed, so she quickly ran to the bunny to help her. At that moment, however, only Kimi and the dragon's animalistic senses warned them of something. Something that was descending from the sky. Boom. So Kimi wasn't shocked when the rooftop broke again and a woman came down casually, uncaring of landing in the iconic super landing that was so famous in this era. Her legs touched the ground, without any huge impact as she looked at the people inside, weary and all, before her eyes fell on Kimi. Twitch. Kimi shuddered at the gaze. She realized that the woman was strong. Very strong. And she knew why. Yujir, her name was. The right-hand man of the ruler of Southern Asia, Nawab. Nawab's face wasn't publicly disclosed, but Yujir was infamous. So Kimi knew about her since her time as a hero, and her knowledge only increased as time passed. I finally found you, you disobedient bee. Bee. What the hell was she talking about? Kimi was confused. TCH, yeah, you don't even know you're a bee. So pathetic your life is. The woman said and raised her hand in Kimi's direction. Kimi couldn't even tell the others to move away from behind her just as purple energy leapt out of the villain's palm. Kimi dodged instinctively. Dodging was easy. But that dodging was also a mistake. Tituma. Turning around at the source of the scream, Kimi's expression froze as she saw a huge fist-sized hole in Momo's father's chest. The hole was a see-through one, meaning it penetrated him both ways. Momo ran from Rumi, who was luckily healed by now and started to put her fire on Toma's body. It was working, Toma wasn't dead yet, which was good. Kimi turned back immediately, her hair going silver along with her eyes as she glared at the woman. Oh, you dodged. Wow, you weren't that strong when we sent you here though. Whatever. The woman still looked bored as she raised her other hand. She fired her beam again, but this time, it wasn't one or two. Each of her fingers released a laser beam. With 2 more coming out of her eyes. The 10 beams coming from the fingers didn't target Kimi, only the 2 from the eyes did. Kimi wanted to dodge, but she knew she shouldn't dodge. She clenched her muscles and put her hands in front of her in a protective manner as the beams hit her and blasted before bouncing off. It hurt, but just slightly. However, the other 10 beams weren't so merciful. 5 of those beams were targeted at Momo, which was a smart move. But, Momo was a phoenix. Heat-related attacks weren't so hurtful to her. They simply vaporized upon contact with her skin. The 4 other beams though, 2 targeted Niji and Aiko. Niji seemed to slap the beam away, while Aiko absorbed it using his quirk energy. The other 2 weren't so lucky. Both beams hit Gara and Miku, in their neck, making them stumble on their knees with a loud screech. Momo went horrified while Aiko went to bring the 2 new injured ones while standing in front like a guard since he could absorb her attacks. At that moment, Kimi knew the danger she felt from this woman wasn't a bluff. She was here to kill. My empress told me to not kill you guys, and I ought to go by that rule. But those 4 adults, she never mentioned them. So don't mind me killing them, it's my hobby. That was more horrifying. So she wasn't here to kill the girls, but Niji's parents weren't included in that rule. This was bad. Niji will go crazy if his parents die. Goodbye. Kimi froze. She was helpless as the woman moved at a greater speed than herself, easily getting closer to the 4 adults who were gathered in one spot, and blasted a human-sized purple ball of energy in there. The blast sent everyone stumbling back, including Kimi and also Momo, who was close enough to be hurt but her powers didn't allow it. When Kimi looked back up, looking at the scene where the parents were supposed to be, her heart stopped. Ah, this guy is quite good. That was a great load of energy, but he managed to absorb it all. Aiko absorbed it, yes. But he could only absorb it enough to not hurt himself. The other 3 though. Not even their skeletons remained. It was just a pool of blood and some bone scraps on that spot. But Aiko wasn't safe either. Yujiro had one of her hands inside Aiko's chest, coming out from his back with his heart on her hand. Aiko's eyes were blank. He was dead, too. No. Momo, Niji, and Kimi all yelled in unison as they ran. They shouldn't have forced Niji to get the parents out. They should have waited before all this calmed down. They really should have. Oh no, please don't come any closer. Yujiro's hand glowed purple, heating Aiko's body and making it melt in milliseconds. I was told not to kill, but I am easy to nerve, so I might just break your limbs and send you to a half-dead state. Ahaha. That laugh was chilling. It was terrifying. But Kimi didn't care. Even as the woman laughed. Nor did the other 2 girls care. They ran and threw their own type of attacks. Kimi coated her hand in electricity and moved. Momo simply was a ball of fire as she went to headbutt the woman, while Niji's hand was shining like the sun, heated at a very great temperature. The woman though only kept grinning ear to ear, bringing her arms up to shove Kimi's hand to the side, bringing her leg up to kick Momo in the stomach, and firing 2 laser beams from her eyes to hit Niji in the face to send her stumbling backwards. This was bad. Kimi realized, as her next attack was also shoved away, receiving a punch in her gut that seemed to paralyze her body for a moment. This really was bad. The woman then grabbed Kimi by the neck. The nuances are done for, she spoke. Let us leave then, you disobedient little bee. Keep struggling, and you might just force me into breaking the leftover one's limbs. Hearing that, Kimi wanted to spit in her face. But she held on. She raised a hand to stop Rumi and Ryukyu, who was about to intervene, as she instead grunted. Why are you after me? Reasons you don't deserve to know. The woman's words were as cold as ever. Looks like you understand your spot now, then let's get going. Then, without removing the hand from Kimi's neck, the woman started to float. But she could only float 2 inches up before someone launched down from the broken rooftop, his arm pulled back, as he slammed his fist at Yujiro's jaws, throwing her flying, breaking the walls with her teeth coming out. Kimi was in the arms of her savior. Her savior, Niji with a pair of cat ears, a draconic tail coupled with draconic scales on his jawline, looked glamorous. The expression he was making though. It wasn't so pleasant. Why was it happening? Something like this shouldn't be happening. Everything was under control. Everything was moving according to plan. Then why? Why was everything suddenly falling apart? Rash emotions detected, gamer's mind is reacting. Gamer's mind is failing to control the rash emotions. Reinforcing gamer's mind. User has regained his senses. Niji didn't like the feeling of his emotions being suppressed. This situation wasn't one where he should feel calm. Foo. Suddenly, he was feeling angry at the world itself. Main objective of the quest, rescue, hasn't been met. Objective, save your parents, hasn't been met. You have failed the quest, rescue. A minute ago, the moment he cancelled fusion and fused again, achieving a proper form, to go to the explosion spot to see what exactly happened in there, he got this quest. So he changed his tracks and rushed here, as fast as he could. Yet. He failed. His parents were dead, now a puddle of blood. All the strength he gained was in waste, just because of a bad decision. This fucking bitch. Niji put down Kimi, his jaws clenched as he glared at the woman who stood up in the far, wiping her bloody lips with a finger. Yujiro, high human, high tier 8. Oh ho, this is bad. Yujiro chuckled, uncaring of the danger ahead. I really should have just grabbed the cat bitch and left, huh? Now I am almost regretting wasting my time on those flies dash. Bang. Her talking jaws slammed close as Niji, who moved in front of her at a blurring speed, punched her in the chin. She flew upward slightly but didn't fly out of the troposphere like she naturally should have, because Niji was holding her by the leg. Keep your bitchy mouth shut. He yanked her down by the leg, even as the woman's dazed eyes locked on his face, as he charged his fist with all his powers, going for an uppercut with a fist that was circling with the white crackling aura of OFA, slight blue energy of FA gene, and deep blue mass of mana. Then he punched at her chin. Dash, boom. The wind stirred, shock waves broke the glasses of nearby buildings, and the clouds in the sky cleared up like a gust of smoke. The woman's head, her hair upwards in the air, bobbled up and down as it finally went still. She was unconscious. But she wasn't dead. None of the girls tried to stop Niji as he went for a final blow, but something purple shone in the sky. As the woman disappeared from his hand. I am sorry. A voice spoke, speaking in a sweet Irish accent. Niji turned around, finding a purple-haired red-skinned woman with horns flying in the sky. She had Yuger in her hand, holding her by the hair. You can't kill her with me here. The beautiful woman, sculpted out of a painting, spoke. But her stats were anything but that. It was terrifying. The Nameless One, main character limit breaker, peak tier 10. Niji narrowed his eyes. Nawab was here. The wind whistled as Nawab's hair floated. Chapter 183, Dilemma. No, 1. Chapter 183, Dilemma. No, 1. Her parents were dead. Niji couldn't believe her own eyes as she looked at the puddle of blood. Tears finally gathered on the corner of her eyes as her anger calmed down slightly. Her eyes grew red, becoming wetter each second before her vision became blurry. Witnessing the aftermath of her parents' death, she let silent tears fall down. She regretted telling Niji to get them out of his storage dimension, she regretted not being strong enough to protect them, she regretted being unable to even take revenge. She regretted far too many things. Which caused an absolute urge of revenge to bloom in her heart. Looking at Yuger, at Nawab, as the purple-haired woman floated in the air, she could only hope her little brother would take revenge for her, for himself too. Because she was weak, and she couldn't do it herself. Sighing, she wiped her tears and slowly made way to Momo, who had gone unconscious with her eyes open. And here they thought they were strong. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to kill her. Nawab's lavender hair floated in the air like the waves of a purple sea. While the other woman, Yuger, was in her hands, she looked down at the ground with a whisk of natural pride but unnatural sadness in her eyes. She wasn't supposed to feel sad here. Then why? Niji was confused. It wasn't intentional, I apologize. In normal circumstances, I would never have allowed anyone to kill my parents-in-law. Nawab, the Nameless One, said. I simply couldn't communicate with her while being within the explosion, even though I could still see her actions. Parents-in-law. Is that so? Niji's question was calm, his voice rippling, as he observed the woman while being on guard. The speed she moved at a moment ago, his eyes barely caught it. She was fast. Really, really fast. But looking down, at the puddle of blood that belonged to 4 people, 2 of them which were his own parents, looking at his broken sister, his unconscious girlfriend and his confused maid, Niji couldn't care less about Nawab's absolute speed. He wasn't in the mood to care. He couldn't even feel the actual sadness that he should be feeling at this moment. That was so very infuriating. Funnily enough, even that infuriation got washed away in a matter of seconds. Rash emotions, unsuitable for this extreme situation, detected. Gamer's mind is taking action. A part of him believed asking the system might allow him to feel the emotions again, but the system notification was correct. This wasn't a moment for rash emotions. I asked, is that so? It is. Nawab replied. Though I must say I expected you to feel slightly more sadness at this moment, or is this some sort of magic spell you're using to control your emotions? Niji was suddenly surprised. Those words meant Nawab knew about the existence of magic somehow, and also the fact that he could use it. This also meant she had a quirk, or some other way, to sense his emotions. Gamer's mind didn't stop her from that. Niji guessed it was only natural since otherwise, any empath-type power user will mistake him for a robot, which might not be a good thing. But none of that mattered. Nawab's subordinate killed his parents, so that subordinate needed to die. Same with Nawab too, but it wasn't because of revenge, he wasn't the type to blame the parent for something the child did. Nawab simply needed to die because her powers were needed for him to survive. I am not in the mood for a conversation. Niji said. Gently hand that woman over, she needs to die, but I believe the quick death I was about to give her doesn't suit her. Hand her over, and you fight me instead. Nawab sighed. You want to fight me, hun? Hun. That was a word Niji didn't know could anger him so much. Was it because of the person who spoke the word? Most certainly. Fuck off. Niji kicked the ground, his glossy white tail lashing behind him as he launched himself in the air, towards Nawab, only to pass through her as she had already left the spot. I am sorry, give me a second. The woman said in a gentle tone, but turning around and looking at her. The scene Niji saw wasn't so gentle. Yujir, from Nawab's hand, melted, decomposed, broke at an atomic level, and turned into a wave of red energy which was devoured by Nawab in an instant. What just happened? There was a change in Nawab's stats too. The nameless one, main character limit breaker, low tier 11. Tier 11. That was big, but that wasn't horrifying. The horrifying part was that she became merely low tier 11 after absorbing a high tier 8 person. How much of a gap was there in each tier for her to only level up this little? Or was there a low absorption rate for this stuff? This made Niji weary. He mustn't be so rash, he needed to check her quirks first. He needed to be careful around this woman. So he did. Observe. Name, the nameless one, the one with 1,000 names. Titles, main character limit breaker. Age, 203 707. Tier, low, 11. Likings, Niji, 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 Niji dash. Disliking, anyone else other than her that Niji likes, except for his parents. State, mildly angry at Yujir, but ultimately knowing it's her fault she didn't specify her orders, but she tries to justify it since she didn't assume Niji will take his parents out from his pocket dimension dash. Okay, first, how did she know about the pocket dimension? Niji was confused and slightly worried. Second, why were her likings and dislikings like that? She seemed to be a Yandere, but for what reason? They had never met before. Third, why was her age like that? That was confusing too. Finally. Titles. Niji only saw the main characters have a title, and they only had one, but this woman had 2 of them. He naturally focused on them and found the main character's title as nothing more than he expected. Main character, the world has chosen the bearer of this title as its champion. The bearer's luck and fate have been refined, and the bearer is more likely to experience fateful encounters more than anyone. In addition, the bearer might sometimes receive direct help from the world's will. That wasn't anything special. But the next one indeed was special. Limit breaker, the weirder is a limit breaker, unrestrained by the restriction of the universe as she can keep growing. Such is why she can reach tier 11, even though the world's limit is tier 10. Her quirks can also break their limits to achieve levels that no other person in the world can. That was shocking. A limit breaker in a world like this. But how in the world did she even gain this title? This seemed unrelated to the WoW, or Izuku and Murio should also have had them as well. Nevertheless, assuming her quirks might have the answer, he focused on her quirks. Quirks dash. The list of the quirks was huge. There weren't just dozens, not hundreds, but thousands of quirks. That was bullshit if he ever saw one. Fortunately, his system sorted them in a high to low level descending order, so the higher level ones were at the top for him to be careful about. Careful, he realized, was a big word here. This woman was a cheat. 3 quirks caught his eye like glue amongst the countless other strong quirks in her possessions. The first 2 were fine, although still quite very bullshit, but the last one left Niji speechless. Thunder God, level 13, the main quirk of the Nameless One. Grants her the ability to create, control, and manipulate lighting to a great extent. She is also able to think faster and achieve lightning speed. Queen Bee, level 13, grants the user the ability to multiply herself to create clones called bees. The clones are to be loyal to her, always, without exception. However, they can have their own mind and consciousness, and even fake memories, as long as the user wishes. Usually, a bee wouldn't have a soul, but that might not be true if they are greatly influenced by something other than their creator. She also had a quirk named Quirk Transferer, which meant she could give her bees any of the thousands of overpowered quirks she had. But that wasn't the point. The point was the level of her quirks. Limit Breaker seemed to be at work here. At last, as Niji's eyes fell on a certain quirk, he froze. He stood still. He also realized why her age was so weird. It was a quirk that wasn't high-leveled, but was still put in the front, as if to show off. Regression, level 3, a quirk that lets the user regress back in time, entering a different timeline and starting her life anew from her birth. The level of the quirk signifies the number of regressions that the user has gone through. Note, can only be activated once the user is killed. Regression. 3rd turn. Meaning this was her 4th life. Her age made sense now. So did her thought process. Even though this quirk didn't make sense. This didn't belong in this verse, something as broken as this. Either way, this meant she had met him, Niji, in her previous lives, and she also seemed to love him. From her likings, she seemed to love him a lot. Oh, are you observing me now? I see. Do you finally realize who I am, my love? Suddenly. Niji was in a dilemma. Chapter 184, Dilemma. No, 2. Chapter 184, Dilemma. No, 2. It's been centuries since she last met him, 4 centuries to be precise. Her previous life didn't have Niji, he wasn't even given birth to. Though she did later on capture Niji's parents and then force them to conceive multiple children, none turned out to be Niji. There were a few girls with white hair and blue eyes, and even a few boys, but none were Niji. She only realized midway what she was doing wrong. Of course, Niji wouldn't be born like that, that's not how it worked. Even if they looked exactly like him, it wouldn't be him. He was an existence of his own, he was a unique individual who became that way because of the way he lived. That's when she killed herself to start her life anew. Even so, something was wrong with this Niji too. The first time she met Niji was in her first life when the boy was chosen by the world's will, given many overpowered quirks, as he was given the job to free Southern Asia from Nawab. He failed of course, but Nawab took a fancy to him and kept him locked in her room for a decade or 2. They had fun, he never openly gave up or accepted her, but she came to like him. She was killed by him at last, betrayed one day when she trusted her back to Niji. But she didn't mind, she was sad but not angry, she could understand his pain. She had accepted death like that, but never in her life did she expect to be reborn, to return in time. She didn't have any quirk like that just came out of nowhere, from a realm beyond this. She took the chance and this time, instead of imprisoning him, she went to Japan when Niji was born and lived there to go study in the UA with him. This time, she lived a fulfilling life with Niji, before he cheated on her back and she killed him, enraged due to his betrayal. Only later did she realize her fault and came to regret it all, thereafter going into a rage kill around the world before being put down in her place, killed by being teamed up upon by heroes she came to befriend in that life. She regressed again. But in her third life, she found no Niji. He wasn't given birth and she did something disgusting before suiciding again. That's why, this time around, she didn't go to Japan, nor did she kidnap him. Instead, she sent 2 bees to keep Niji in tabs. As planned, she killed one of those 2 bees in a very natural way and made the other one get a job in Niji's parents' house. Sugihara Kimi. Things were fine, except this Niji felt very weird, very different, and very mature for his age. A question popped up in her mind, could it be that he also regressed? Nawab continued to observe everything through Kimi's eyes until that maid woman dared to rape her Niji one day. That was the moment when she wanted to go and crush that bitch's head, but she ultimately realized it was her fault for giving her most important bee a faulty quirk. So she controlled herself. That was the greatest decision of her life, she realized as days passed and Niji made Kimi submit. Nawab, watching through Kimi's eyes, felt so proud, so touched and so pleased as she saw Herman take revenge on her, although indirectly, for keeping him as a slave in her first life. As days passed, Nawab came to realize that Niji wasn't the one she knew, he was someone different, someone who didn't regress, but was in fact someone completely different. He had unexplainable powers, something that confused Nawab a lot, many times. However, by then, she had come to love this Niji too, she couldn't hurt him, interrogate him, even though she wanted to. Since then, she's been watching Niji all day long using Kimi's eyes. She regretted not making Kimi a mindless bee from the start. Now that bitch reads manga in her free time instead of sucking his dick as she should. More irritatingly, she lost her connection with Kimi around 2 months ago, when she entered the weird dimensional space. That connection was never fixed. That's what brought her here, watching as Niji most certainly looked into her quirks with one of his powers, watching as he fell into a dilemma. She previously wanted to devour Kimi because of the 2 months of missing memory from her mind, she didn't want to miss a second of him after all. But that needed a change of plans, now that his parents were killed by one of her people. She couldn't kill his harem because that would make him mad and sad, she couldn't see him like that. So she needed to make a deal with him to leave the girls alive as long as he became her and hers alone. She wasn't into sharing, after all. Oh, are you observing me now? I see. Do you finally realize who I am, my love? Niji was silent for a moment. Before he shook his head. No, it doesn't matter. Nawab blinked. No, it doesn't matter. Niji sighed, shaking his head before he glared at the woman in the air. Oi, you. I know why you're here, but let's make it clear, whoever you met in your other lives, that wasn't me. I can guarantee. If he were the one who met Nawab in her past life, he would have told her to come and warn him of the future. No, she would have come here by herself knowing about the appearance of the gods. She met him in timelines where he didn't exist. That is true, master. Said the system, suddenly. You are a singular being. You, as you are, only exist in this timeline. There are certainly Nijis in other timelines, but they don't have the gamer system, and nor are they reincarnated people. They are natural borns of this world. That did it. That confirmed it. This woman loved Niji, but not the Niji that was the wielder of the gamer system. Meaning. She was safe to kill. Then, Niji called out an outerversal power in his body. I want you, Neji Hado. The woman suddenly said, her tone taking a sudden domineering turn before Niji could move his divinity. Become mine, join me, and your girls will live. Especially the cat woman. She blitzed, but Niji didn't move to stop her. He knew what she was doing was just a threat. Nawab touched Kimmy, holding her by the neck softly. You saw my queen bee quirk, right? Niji nodded at her question, even as Kimmy looked into Nawab's eyes fearlessly. Kimmy Sujihara, she's a bee. A mere clone of mine, even though she does have her own mind. Yujir was a bee too, and you saw what happened to her. I can do the same to Kimmy. No, I will do the same to Kimmy if you don't follow me like a good boy. So Kimmy was a bee. Looking at Kimmy's expression, the surprised yet confused face she made, Niji realized what happened. She might be a bee, Nawab had no reason to lie on that, but she was still Kimmy. Her memories might be false, but he didn't love her because of her memories, he loved her because of who she was. And she was Kimmy, not a mere bee or whatever. So, Nawab's words, true they might be, were meaningless in Niji's ears. Ha, bee. That's a lot of bullshit coming from a voyeur. He said as Nawab froze. Niji had a quirk EXP card that he gained from the quirk hunt quest a few days ago. He wasn't planning to use it on Surge though, because he had a better idea now. He put all his quirks under One for All, he even put mine under it. He wanted to do this after gaining dozen more quirks that he desires, but there was no choice now. System, use the card on One for All. The system did so. Quirk, One for All has evolved. Due to the special characteristic of One for All that allows all the quirks within it to grow along with it, all the quirks have leveled up as well. Due to Surge being max leveled, it has evolved as well. This was why he intended to do this after gaining more quirks. Would you like to change their names? Later. One for All, level 1, a stockpile quirk that has a lot of power stored within it, it also makes the wielder's other quirks grow stronger over time. This quirk now breaks logic. Along with lending the user the powers stored within the quirk, One for All also allows the user to multiply his base powers. The multiplication rate increases by 50% at each level. Current multiplication rate, 300%. Surge, level 1, previously a quirk that let the user create shockwaves. Users can now manipulate existing shockwaves as well. Users can also create and control kinetic energy. Click to expand. Kinetic energy manipulation. Different from Niji's potential energy manipulation, but quite close, so the evolution was understandable. But, Niji doubted if this would be enough for a woman who can move at the speed of lightning. So, after ordering the system to put all the quirks in their previous spots, away from under OFA, he pulled out his final cards. Divinity. Niji's aura suddenly changed. The blue mana around him took a turn and became silver in color. What is the difference between a mortal and a god? A god has divinity. As a temporary god, Niji had divinity as well. You have unlocked temporary divinity. Due to the presence of multiple races within you, your divinity is growing special. Divinity, avatar selection, has been unlocked. This allows you to choose 3 avatars based on your 3 races, human, feline, and reptile. Divinity, Dragon's Authority, has been unlocked. You have gained a draconic presence that strengthens your actions significantly. Divinity, Feline Icon, has been unlocked. You can make a person suddenly become lazy momentarily, like that of a cat, just with a gesture. Due to your special race, Draconic High Cat Human, and your new boosting ability, you have gained a portion of the authority of a certain vanishing dragon, Albion. Divinity, Divine Dividing, has been unlocked. At the last notification, Niji's body changed, the silver divinity encircling around him to give him a white draconic armor and white and blue wings. He wasn't the only one who changed. Choose Avatar, Ryuko Tatsuma, Kimi Sujihara, Neji Hado. The dragon, cat, and human reacted. Blue mana burst out of their bodies, and they realized the situation from Niji's single gaze. Nawab was thrown back slightly at the burst of mana from Kimmy. Using that chance, Kimmy grabbed Momo and Rumi before running off, along with Neji and Ryuko. The 3 of them knew they were a nuisance in this scenario. They knew they were useless here. So they ran. Nawab blinked, looking at them as she tried to follow, only to be stopped by Niji's hand reaching out and grabbing her arm. Nawab was surprised at his speed. Divine Divide. Her face twisted in horror next as a portion of her power left her, entering Niji's body like a surge of energy. Her tear dropped from low 11 to peak 10 again. Then, even as Nawab moved away, skipping out in the air, Niji followed easily. Niji could tell that she knew he would kill her, even if she didn't want that to happen. This is the difference between me and the Nijis you know. He spoke, following her lightning speed and blitzing through the clouds, even as she tried to come up with a plan. I am playing a game. But her plans would fail in front of a true god. Chapter 185, 185, Victory. 1. Chapter 185, Victory. 1. She was being attacked by her precious. She, of course, came prepared for this, expecting him to fight her and even possibly try to kill her. However, what she wasn't expecting though, was this sudden burst of power Niji had. He was supposed to be weaker than her, and he probably still was, she just never expected whatever this cat-dragon-human hybrid form thing was, to be so strong. He was catching up to her. Matching her lightning speed. That was a first. Nawab didn't know what to do. Should she run? Or should she retaliate? If she really were to retaliate, this won't be a small fight, this would most certainly be a fight to the death. Nawab wasn't planning to kill her precious, especially after patiently waiting for 2 centuries just to meet him. That wouldn't make sense. But as she barely dodged dozens of his bullet laser that followed her like a platoon of guided missiles, Nawab fell into contemplation. He was very strong. If she didn't attack him, even escaping might be hard. What's wrong? Why are you just dodging? In the end, as Niji, stoic as he was since this conflict began, stood opposite to her, opening his mouth and releasing a sonic scream at her, she couldn't help but sigh. With a wave of her hand, a bolt of lightning crackled in front of her and created a loud rumble, clashing with the incoming sonic scream and slapping it away. It seems I must fight with you, hun. Nawab said, her voice cracking in pain as she remembered her second life, the moment when she had to kill him with her own 2 hands. Let's hope it doesn't end in the worst way. Niji simply stared at her. Kimi was running with Momo and Rumi in her arms. Her speed was extraordinary, faster than anyone else she knew, not counting Niji and that Nawab woman. She assumed it was because of the new overflowing energy within her that came to be when Niji said the words, choose avatar. They were his avatars at this moment. Kimi was familiar with that term. An avatar was the executive of a god, the champion of a divine being. It's quite similar to the main characters Niji spoke of, but instead of becoming the champion of the world's will, they became the champion of Niji. Though this was most certainly a temporary effect. Now, they could feel his presence in the air, his power surging out in the far sky as his mana shone like the torch of light to her senses, as Kimi ran quickly, quicker than the 2 other avatars. Though she did control her speed to not utterly outrun the other 2 girls beside her, Niji and Ryuko. They actually weren't that slower than her, either. Which was surprising. The reason, Kimi assumed, was that it just wasn't their power that got enhanced. By becoming an avatar, they were directly borrowing a portion of Niji's power too, thus they had some part of Niji's speed as well. And Niji, right at this moment, was faster than lightning. That was the power of a god. Kimi was relieved about that. He will most certainly win. He was a god, it was a fact, not just baseless words spoken by Nico from a few days ago because Kimi could feel his presence as a god by becoming his avatar. That was true, this battle would most certainly end in a win for Niji. However, a larger part of her was confused. What did Nawab mean by clone? Kimi would blame the countless mangas she read, but Nawab's words seemed to imply that Kimi Sujihara, was a fake. A fabricated being. A person whose life was false, a woman whose existence was meaningless. Kimi shook her head. This wasn't the time nor place for this. Her task was to simply take these girls far away, to a safer place, until Niji returned. That was her task and she needed to complete it. All thoughts can be left for later. Oi. Her thoughts were interrupted. One of the 2 women, Rumi, yelled from her arms. Momo was still unconscious. Kimi looked down to find Rumi staring at her face, and before Rumi could say anything, Kimi spoke. Sorry, we had to run. You can't feel the same thing I am feeling, so you must be confused, but in short, we would just be nuisances in that battle. Nuisances. Of course. When have they ever been anything but a nuisance to him? They were just holding him back, from the start of his life to its current state. The same was happening now too. Kimi swore at that moment to grow stronger, strong enough to be beside him, rather than behind his back, strong enough to save him from any danger he might come across, strong enough to not be the damsel in distress, waiting for a prince to save her. Besides, Nawab was strong as well. Strong enough that Kimi only gave the winner's trophy to Niji after he became a god. Staying in there would only ascertain their death. No. Rumi said, shaking her head, as Kimi jumped off a rooftop. I meant to say, I can run on my own. You seem dazed, and I don't blame you for that after what that woman said. But carrying 2 people isn't a good idea in this state. I am something of a sprinter myself, you see. Kimi sighed, smiling slightly, and then stopped briefly to put Rumi down. You should give your best sprint, I am faster than you even without this extra support I have right now, so it might be hard for you to keep up. Just tell me if that's the case, and I will ask Ryuko to carry you. As she said that, Niji and Ryuko flew past them, Ryuko flying with wings, in her human form, while Niji was blasting through the air. Ryukyu glanced back at them, but Niji, she just kept moving forward in silence. Kimi barely noticed the red tinge in Niji's eyes, together with the dry marks of tears. This girl needed comfort. Looking at Momo in her hands, she could only sigh deeper. Anyway, let's move. Kimi said before running, and immediately after, Rumi followed. I have a lot of quirks, my dear, Nawab said, her hair starting to glow as she started to rise in the air. You might have noticed, a lot of them are lightning and electricity related. Do you know why? Nawab smiled watching Niji stop his attacks. Those quirks' only job is to back my main quirk up. The quirk I was born with, the power of a thunder god, is strengthened further by the existence of the other lighting and electricity type quirks that I hold. I fail to understand why you're telling me that. Niji asked her dryly, moving to attack again. If you haven't realized, I simply don't care. Nawab blitzed again, teleporting roughly a kilometer away from where she previously was. Oh yes, indeed. My bad. I was just explaining my next form. Nawab took in a deep breath, even as Niji closed the distance between them, as her form changed in the small shred of a second. Purple lightning leapt out of her body as her clothes changed. Her hair was gleaming still, along with her eyes that were now bright purple. Her previous dress changed and a dress of white and black replaced it, and finally the biggest change, two huge red hands appeared around her, wielding a sword made of terrifying purple lightning. Image here. She looked gorgeous. Niji had to admit. Nevertheless, she needed to die, no matter what. Nawab moved, her speed somewhat greater than before as her huge hand swung at Niji, the glowing purple sword going in for a clash with him. Niji's draconic tail slammed against the incoming sword, clashing against it, as sparks of fire ignited between them. You have gotten a lot stronger, my dear. That I have. Niji's reply was short as he channeled mana, kinetic energy, and tremor through his tail. A massive explosion of force occurred between the two objects, throwing Nawab back, while Niji somehow stayed in his spot. He had activated permeation, allowing the force to simply pass through him. His girls, he sensed, had reached far enough to be considered safe. Meaning, he could end this now. In his permeated form, Niji moved like never before. Passing through Nawab's incoming lightning barrages, her atomic breaths, her waves of thunderbirds, as he went to slip his hand inside her heart. He wanted to kill her the same way her subordinate, clone, killed his father. But, his permeated hand stopped just above her skin. Gravity. Her skin was covered by a coat of gravity. A gravity quirk. Dear, why are you being so rash? You want to touch my chest already? Let's get a room dash. Her joking demeanor didn't last much longer as Niji used his own gravity quirk to bypass her defensive gravity and went for her heart again. Somehow, she managed to step back, invading his attack again. But he did get in touch with her. Divine Divide. Nawab's tear dropped to high 10. Other than the fact that he could only use Divide every 60 seconds, Niji also wanted to finish her as she was. Because although he was gaining her strength by dividing, he wasn't sure if he would still have it after fusion ended. So it's better to kill her while she was still high in tier to get proper experience points. Oh, he also received a quest named Absolute Conquest. Though he didn't bother checking on the details in this scenario. Nawab looked slightly annoyed now. Can't we just talk this through? After you killed my parents? Niji released a soft sigh before rushing at her again. She loved him. A lot. That much was clear. But he knew her love wasn't for him. He wasn't the Niji she loved, and even if he was, her mistakes were absolutely unforgivable. He blasted his legs off, rushing at her again, as the woman clenched her jaws, before swinging her huge sword at him. Niji didn't rely on permeation here. She could cover her sword in gravity, and that'd mean he would get hurt regardless. Rather, he used one for all. The 550 stats plus the 300% boost. Then, he used FA Gene, feeding the quirk more and more kinetic energy using his new surge. He also added Tremor on top of it. Fusion Niji had 740 INT, which in turn, getting a 100x boost from both Kurai and Niji gave him 7,400,000 MP. A whopping 7 million mana points. Niji poured half of it into his fists, while boosting all the other powers used as well. His forearms were glowing with white, blue, and translucent energies. Then, moving swiftly, he dodged her blade and slammed it with his tail. Niji closed the distance between them once again, and slammed his knuckles on Nawab's chin. Crack. Vohum. This was a punch, faster than the speed of lightning. The world shook as mana erupted from Niji's punch and rose to space, destroying a few satellites that were focusing on this battle. Nawab was still in her spot because Niji's dragon tail was wrapped around her waist. At that moment, her eyes were blank. But they regained focus soon after, even as the mana kept spurting on her face, as Niji released her, watching as she stumbled on the air for a moment before looking at him. You are very strong, my dear. It seems my death might actually be the result today. Her eyes were sad. But, if I really were to die, I want to take you with me. Perhaps, maybe, my quirk will affect you too if we die together. Perhaps, we will regress back together. Try it. Niji scoffed. You fucking psychopath. Nawab smiled at that, her body starting to glow purple as the sky darkened, purple clouds gathering and purple lightning dancing all over the sky. It looked as if the apocalypse had come. Niji wasn't going to wait through this. His size suddenly grew, his body becoming larger, around 5 times his original size because of the level up Big Show went through when One for All was leveled up. Then, in the form of a 30-feet giant, he hugged Nawab. Nawab's lightning stopped dancing. Nawab blushed. What was this situation? Was he apologizing? That was sweet, she wouldn't mind forgiving him. Baby. What are you doing, Dash? Suddenly. Her question stopped as her eyes bulged out, feeling his huge body pressing down on her smaller frame like a bulldozer. She could only yell as the pressure increased, becoming painfully stronger, as she lost control of her lightning, watching as the weather changed, manipulated by Niji's quirk. She yelled, her voice high-pitched, as Niji's strength kept increasing. Why was it increasing? No. Divine divide. It wasn't just increasing, her body was growing weaker as well. This was bad. He was also searching for her quirks with his all-for-one quirk. She would guess he was looking for her regression quirk. But that was a no-no. She couldn't give him that won't work. So she hid it. Hiding it under thousands of her quirks was an easy job, he couldn't find it ever. He soon realized that as well, as he grunted in annoyance, increasing the pressure around her and making her scream even more. Her screams, painful they might be, a part of her was enjoying it. Because this pain was being inflicted by none other than her precious. She was going to die, it seems. There was no way around it. Next time, she won't look for Niji. Next time, she will grow her powers. Next time, she will figure out how and why she gained this regression power. Next time, she will return to this Niji. Somehow, in some way, in any way, she will reach out to him again. Because he belonged to her. Plop. Nawab's head had burst under the pressure, painting Niji's body red as he stopped exerting pressure, allowing Nawab's body to simply float using his telekinesis. Nawab was dead. However, Niji's expression wasn't that of satisfaction. He also didn't look sad about his parents' death. No. Niji looked at the air with his face horrified. A huge change has been made in this timeline. Something that shouldn't have happened has happened. A being has regressed back in time, leaving this timeline entirely. Which doesn't make sense to happen in this world's setting. Higher beings, aka gods, have noticed this deviation. The chances of you being found out increases by a very large fold. After these messages, the system's voice rang in his mind. This means the previous gamer's promised time limit is meaningless now, Master. You might as well get found out the next day, to be completely frank. That did seem to be the case, this was beyond annoying. Lady Luck gives you a sad look. Niji's hands trembled for a moment, before he facepalmed. Chapter 186, Victory. 2. Author's note, I am back. From today onwards chapters will be available daily. Chapter 186, Victory. 2. Sighing, Niji went down to sit on top of a 100-story skyscraper, and sorted out all the messages. Due to the special state, fusion, both the gamer, Niji and his familiar, Kurai will gain the same amount of levels. You have killed a tier 10 being. You have gained 216,000 EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled. You have. You have gained 60 levels. You have reached level 262. Kurai has reached level 191. He didn't cancel the fusion just yet, and waited for the quest window to pop up. You have completed the quest, Absolute Conquest. Quest details, you are facing the absolute strongest of this world, a person whose powers aren't shackled by the WoW. Defeating her would officially make you the world's peak. Main objective, defeat Nawab, the Nameless One. Bonus objective 1, kill Nawab, the Nameless One. Bonus objective 2, obtain the quirk, regression, before Nawab's death. Main reward, 60 levels worth of EXP, perk, world's peak, HP potion 10x, SP potion 20x. Bonus reward 1, passive skill, armor of singularity, perk, seduction. Cute try, HP potion 10x, SP potion 20x. Bonus reward 2, perk, child of time, HP potion 10x, SP potion 20x. Bonus reward 2 only made Niji more bitter over this development. If he managed to steal the quirk, regression, Nawab wouldn't be able to escape this timeline, and thus the deviation wouldn't be noticed by gods, and he would also gain the child of time perk and that suspicious, which might have been something bigger than the former. Regardless, he let the messages flow again. Main objective of the quest has been met. Distributing reward. You have gained 60 levels worth of experience points. You have leveled up 60 times. You have reached level 322. Kurai has reached level 252. You have passed level 300s. The levels of all the boss monsters in the tower dungeon have been adjusted accordingly. Your existence becomes more refined. The 8th restriction has been released. All EXP gained will be doubled. That's when he cancelled the fusion immediately. According to the system, if he were to receive the perks and titles in fused form, he would only be able to access those perks and titles in fused form too. Meow. Kurai also didn't seem to be in a good mood, even though she clearly didn't know about who the gods were and what their notice meant to Niji. She could feel his current emotion, so she nudged onto his shoulder and rubbed her cheek with his own. She seemed to be slightly confused herself, most likely because she saw nothing like a quest before, and nor did she receive those messages that talked about gods and deviations. Don't worry, Kurai, it's fine. Niji patted her head and watched the other rewards come to him. Bonus reward 1, passive skill, armor of singularity, perk, seduction. That doesn't work on me, HP potion 10x, SP potion 20x. You have gained the perk, World's Peak. You have obtained HP potion 10x. You have obtained SP potion 20x. Bonus reward 1 has met. Distributing reward. You have gained the skill, armor of singularity. You have gained the perk, seduction. Cute try. You have obtained HP potion 10x. You have obtained SP potion 20x. Bonus reward 2 hasn't met. No rewards will be distributed. That was it. The rewards. Niji kept patting Kurai as he checked the details. Perk, World's Peak. Details, you are, Earth of MHA, planet's strongest, the peak of the world. No other person is as strong as you, making it impossible for them to defeat you. Within the boundaries of this planet, Earth of MHA, you are undefeatable. You'd win against anyone, as long as your opponents aren't from outside this planet. Against opponents from this planet, Earth of MHA, you'd win in some way, any way, even if they're impossibly stronger than you. That was a weird perk. The first effect was quite obvious. Of course, it would be impossible for people to defeat him since he's the strongest. But the second one, it was interesting. What were the limits when it said, Earth of MHA? What if he were to meet someone from another MHA timeline after leaving this world, as he planned to do? Would he be able to defeat them, even if they were stronger than him? He wanted to test it out someday. Moving on. Passive skill, armor of singularity, max level. Details, you're a singular being, you exist only on a single timeline, making it easy to kill you for any time traveler. You need an armor, the armor that every singularity possesses. Prevents any time traveler to enter your timeline, and any time traveler that pre-exists in this timeline to use their time travel powers. If a being whose time travel is very powerful tries to time travel back or forth in your timeline, they'd be thrown into another timeline instead. If somehow, a time traveler who is strong enough to meddle with your timeline decides to meddle, they'd have to come face to face with the one beyond omnipotence. This. Whoa. Was an absolute skill. It wouldn't just prevent small time travelers, but the big shots that roam around the omniverse would also be stopped one way or another because of OBOP. This was a problem he didn't even think of, yet it was solved already. At last. Perk, seduction. Cute try. Details, gamer's mind stops any magical or supernatural seduction on your mind, but what about the traditional way? Lo and behold, you're immune to that too now. Maybe calling it immune wouldn't be right, because sometimes a person just wants to be seduced. That's why, the gamer system will judge if the seduction is harmful to you, your pride, or your mind in any way before making this perk take effect. No, I don't want this. I don't like the part where it says, that's why, the gamer system will judge Bro, have you ever fallen in love before? You're a virgin artificial intelligence. Exactly. You are immature in this regard. I don't know if you can turn perks off, but since this perk specifies the ability to turn on and off at will, I would rather keep it turned off. I can tell if someone is trying to seduce me, and if I don't like to be seduced by that person, I will ask you to activate it. Good. Alright, if you say so, Master Manwar. So it was true. The system seemed to become more humane every time his existence became more refined. Niji shrugged his shoulders. Her wordings just meant who admitted his claims. Next, Niji looked down on Nawab's dead body, which was squished like a paper ball, with her head missing. Beside the body, a golden potion had manifested. The special tier potion. He put it in his inventory. I will probably give it to Ryukyu, or maybe Rumi, since Ryukyu can get the Dragon Evolution Stone from dungeon but Rumi doesn't have that luxury. That was true, he reckoned. He currently has 3 normal tier potions, 1 from Murio Quest and 2 from Hisahi's, and 1 special tier potion. Special tier potions seemed to be a good idea to use when the quirk was already awakened because they could make the quirk evolve to something else. So it should go to Rumi, who only recently awakened. And the other 3, he will give them to Niji. She's the only one who's kind of in a negligence because of her lack of animalistic characteristics. More so, today's incident. Niji sighed, shaking his head. He wasn't expecting this. He was expecting none of this. This all feels so sudden, so quick. So unbelievable. Now that the battle had ended, he could feel his emotions return, the emotions he should be feeling at this moment. That's for later. He can let the emotions out when he's with Niji. He needed to sort everything out before getting relaxed. The gods knew about him. They detected the deviation that happened in this world line. They might come to his doorsteps right this second. Or tomorrow. Or next month. He can't be sure anymore. He needed to grow stronger, immediately. His initial goal was to reach level 1000 before gods could invade, and he still wanted for that to happen. Lady Luck chimes in, saying your suspicions are correct and it is recommended for you to fight and defeat the divine being inside the tower dungeon as soon as possible. Defeating someone of that level would at least give you a rough idea of what power levels your enemies would be at. I see. Thank you. Niji nodded in the air. I will be sure to repay you for this help, lady. And I am not joking. He had to specify he wasn't joking because how could he, an existence so weak, repay the personification of a concept? Either way. Lady Luck waves her hand, saying she just wishes for you to survive, that's all. She also wants to not expect her direct help, as that's hard to do even for her. He wasn't going to expect anything from her, regardless. She was most certainly aging a trillion years, she had no reason to care for a little mortal. He was just a source of entertainment for her, something she used to pass her time with. Most likely. If Lady Luck had heard his thoughts, she didn't let him know. Niji moved on too, knowing there was no time to waste. Taking a deep breath, he took out a health potion and dribbled it through Nawab's windpipe, since her mouth was missing. Watching, as the gory scene slowly changed, her head regenerated slowly but surely before a beautiful elegant face returned. She truly was beautiful. But she was a crazy bitch. Niji wishes to forget about her ASAP. Wishing to make it quick, he put a hand on her head and channeled mine, watching as the red energy invaded her system and mined out her quirks from within. A minute passed, as Niji kept mining, and a notification popped up in front of him. The quirk mine has leveled up. Mine has reached level 4. You can now store 640 quirks within mine. Mine had the perk where the stock limit became double every time it leveled up. It could hold 80 quirks at first, but it leveled up twice within One for All a while ago, so it could hold 320, now it could hold 640. Niji kept mining Nawab's quirks for 5 minutes before his stock got filled, forcing him to stop for a moment. Looking at the quirks he got. There are dozens of similar quirks in her arsenal, wow. He couldn't help but be impressed. He almost felt grateful to Nawab for delivering all this to him. Almost. A lot of similar quirks were within her. None were on par with her Thunder God quirk, that's why she didn't use them, but they were still enough to match top 10 heroes of any country. So, Niji sat down and started combining them. Hours passed like that, and Niji had finally mined all the quirks, combining to free some stock and filling it up again. Previously, he had 32 quirks, now he has 115 quirks after mixing Nawab's 3,241 quirks altogether. Now, with just these 115 quirks, not even counting his stats and previous quirks, he would confidently say he could take on a few dozen Nawabs if things were to come down on that. Even without fusion. In short, his quirks now gave him the 4 main elemental powers, along with electricity and ice. It also gave him many defensive powers, similar to Kirishima and Gigantomachia. At last, he put all the quirks under One for All one last time before mixing OFA with one of Nawab's quirks, Quirk Transfer, which leveled up OFA by 1 level, therefore leveling up some other ones too. Now, the new OFA was level 2, and so it could boost his powers by 350% along with the other stat boost it had from previously. He needed a new name for this quirk. Calling it One for All was a mouthful. How about upgrade? Excellent choice, Master. The quirk One for All has been renamed to Upgrade. Would you like to choose a new name for Surge, as well? He shook his head, rejecting the offer. He named this quirk after Neji's, and since she hadn't changed her own quirk, he didn't want to either. Either way, he glanced at his current main quirks, the ones with the highest levels and the ones that have evolved already. Thunder God, level 14, leveled up from level 13 after being mixed with level 7 weather manipulation. Queen Bee, level 13. Hyper Regeneration, LVL 10. FA Gene, level 10. Black Whip, level 10. Float, level 10. The Tamarinine, level 10, Yuger's quirk. Eyes of the Lord, level 9. Evolved, Upgrade, level 2. Evolved, Surge, level 1. Evolved, Permeation, level 1. Evolved, Jump Up, level 1. Amongst all these, Eyes of the Lord leveled up the most, reaching level 9 from level 4. Mostly because of all the eye-related power it got mixed with just today. The most prominent one of them was Sixth Sense, which allowed him a glimpse of the future, though it happened on its own, not something he could do willingly. He needed the real deal, the actual future sight. This also meant that Nawab might have known about the invasion of gods as well. Either way, now Eyes of the Lord allowed him to copy movements and attacks, as long as his own powers allowed him. But since he had most types of powers in his 100 and 115 quirks anyway, he could do almost anything. Niji supposed at level 10, it would allow him to do what Adam had done in the Roar manga, maybe even more since Niji had mixed many quirks with EL at this point. Niji was the strongest now, he could possibly destroy the planet if he wished. He wasn't going to try it yet, though. He needed some powers. Quirks such as New Order, Rewind, Overhaul, and Overclock. He was going to go find them soon. But first, Niji used his quirk, Queen Bee, and said, "Kill yourself, and come back to me, my bees." He felt he saw, he heard from all their eyes and ears, as they killed themselves, committing mass suicide, and rushed at him like a wave of energy. Except for one person. That made him smile. Around half an hour later, when all the red energy had settled within Niji, he had leveled up more than 50 times again, along with gaining some new quirks and a couple sets of movie-like memories. You have leveled up 53 times. You have reached level 375. Niji swore that this recent growth speed was bullshit. But this still wasn't enough. He needed to hunt some more quirks. But he also needed to stay by Neji, Momo, and Kimi's side. Luckily, now, he could be at many places at once. He activated his quirk, Queen Bee, and watched as red energy left his body, taking the shape of 5 more Nijis, just as he felt his vision split into 5 more people, along with gaining control over 10 new sets of limbs. He suddenly recalled a notification he received when he reached level 200s. Gamer's body has regained its full potency. You're immune to cloning, and any clone you create, using any sort of ability, will be under your mind, as in they won't have a brain, you'd be the single brain moving the other bodies like a puppet master. These weren't new bodies. These were his limbs, mindless puppets under his control. Niji had an easier time controlling them because of a multitasking, a quirk he got in his quirk hunt quest. Scarily, Niji still had his exact stats in these bodies. Except they didn't have any quirks. Niji lent them some quirks using mine. Not his main quirks, but ones he just received from killing the bees. The Tamarinine, level 10. Sovereign of Ice, level 9. Plasma Human, level 9. Water Hazard, level 9. Fire Demon, level 10. Along with this, they all received a flight quirk as well. It seemed most of the bees had flight quirks with them. After that, Niji controlled those other bodies with his mind to move and start roaming around Japan. This way, he will keep getting EXP while he's busy with other things. He didn't have time to waste, after all. Sighing, he put Kurai on his shoulders and decided to go and finish those other things too. It's time to go back. Niji teleported from that spot. Chapter 187, Defeat. Chapter 187, Defeat. The girls had escaped a few cities away from Yusha and taken refuge in one of Hado's family mansions in another city. They weren't tired even after so many movements, even after the otherworldly energy disappeared with them at one point. However, a minute ago, Kimi suddenly started to act weird. Huff. Kimi stopped huffing, sitting on her butt as she glanced at the girls looking at her worriedly. I am fine now, she said after a while, huffing. I felt as if something pulled me by my soul. It was a weird and painful feeling. But I am fine now. Rumi comforted her, hugging her shoulders. It's fine, whatever it was, it ended, yeah. Niji probably fixed it, don't worry. The other sane person in there, Ryuko, nodded at that. The other two, Niji was on a corner, silent, while Momo hadn't regained her consciousness, lying on a couch. Thankfully. They kept speaking, exchanging words, just as a spark of multicolored light flashed beside them, blinding them for a second before Niji was found standing there the next second. Oh. Niji seemed slightly surprised, blinking, before he looked at her, their eyes meeting. Niji. Did you beat that woman? Rumi ran to Niji, jumping up and down. I did, it's all ended, Niji reassured her, as Kimi watched Kurai jump off from his shoulder and came to her, nudging closer and meowing nervously. Are you hurt anywhere? Ryuko slipped in, blushing softly as she put a chest on Niji's chest. Kimi guessed some stuff still seemed off to her, that's why she was slightly uncomfortable. No, I am fine. Looks like you guys are fine too. Sorry about that sudden avatar thing though, it must have been confusing to you guys. Niji said as Ryukyu shook her head gently. No, it's fine. Rather, it helped me, us, understand the severity of the danger instantly. That's how we were to make quick decisions to escape. Rumi nodded. She's not wrong. Like I was kinda confused and you know I don't run from enemies, so it's all thanks to Kimi bringing me along that I understood things. That's true. Niji nodded at Rumi, smiling softly. But, well, physical wounds aside, are you alright? Ryuko asked this time, as Rumi shut her lips from saying anything. It seemed she was self-aware. Kimi liked that. Rumi clearly wasn't the best at soothing people, after all. I am fine, mostly, don't worry about it. Anyway, may I speak to Kimi if you girls don't mind? Niji asked, watching as the two girls exchanged glances and nodded. Niji took that chance to slip towards Kimi, smiling softly as Kimi's heart clenched hard. He was so sad. He was just putting on a strong face. The others probably couldn't tell, no, they possibly couldn't tell. Only she had seen him show sadness, weakness, frustration, and many other negative emotions, after all. That's why she could tell exactly how painful he must be feeling at this moment. Yet, he was coming to her, to probably soothe her about the clone stuff. Kimi couldn't watch that happen. So she opened her mouth. Young master, are you dash? Shoo, Niji put a finger on her lips. You don't look so good, I apologize, it was my fault. Niji apologized, probably seeing her uncomfortable condition, making her quickly try to regain composure. However, he simply patted her cheeks softly. It's fine, you don't have to pretend. Kimi's heart seemed to twist in pain. Anyway, to make things short, your current state is my fault. I used one of Nawab's quirks to order a mass suicide for all her clones, which affected you too, though as you can see, it didn't work in the end. Kimi blinked at Niji. So it's true that you are a clone? She nodded. Yes. He smiled. Does it matter? After a short silence, Niji glanced at Nijire once before coming even closer to Kimi, putting hands around her shoulder. Nawab was the one who observed her clones. However, she also had a clone whose sole job was to keep tabs on her other clones, or bees, as she likes to call them. Niji said. After defeating her, I stole her quirk, Queen Bee, and ordered a mass suicide to all her clones, and after they died I gained their quirks and memories. He continued. In those memories, I read your file. Kimi Sujihara is a bee created for the sole purpose of becoming Neji Hado's maid. She even had a sister who also was a clone, and that woman's sole job was to die so that Kimi could take a job in Niji's mansion. Kimi's eyes lost focus. Niji chuckled weirdly. You might hate me for this, but I actually like this revelation. It's kinda like you were tailor-made for me, yeah. We are a match made in heaven. Ah. Kimi almost laughed, even as tears suddenly started to trail down her cheeks, controlling only for a moment before she laughed properly. Aha. I see what you mean. She shook her head, her sad lips smiling suddenly as she sighed deeply. Kinda sad that all my memories before my Shiketsu high time are fake, but I don't regret being here with you at this moment. I also once said how it's lucky that my sister died, right? That's how I met you even. Huh, feels weird if I try to say that again now that I know she was destined to die. Niji kept smiling as she spoke. But, you don't mind the fact that I am a fake. That, my purpose was to just spy on you. Niji shook his head. I find that lovely. From a mere spy to a free person, that's a lot of development in my book. Remember when I said I ordered all the bees to commit suicide? But you didn't do it. You're not under Nawab's quirk anymore, no, you have never been under her control. But now, you're simply officially free. It happened 2 months ago when I gave you the Mind Stone, Niji said. Nawab made you, Kimi. But I created you. You are mine, you were mine and you will be mine. Don't you ever think of yourself as some lowly clone, okay? He hugged her while her wide eyes were blurry with tears, making her body shudder as she started to sniffle in his chest. He hugged Kimi for a minute while the other two girls looked at her sympathetically, even Nijire peeking in from time to time. Niji softly told Rumi and Ryuko to go upstairs and give them some time, and they did without any question. Now Kimi was calmed down as she drew her head back and wiped her eyes. Well, I can't cry like this as a grown-up woman while two little girls need your attention. I showed something unsightly to my owner-sama. Kimi said, giggling very softly before her smile vanished. I am sorry. She looked down, her eyes weak. I couldn't protect them, even though that's my job as the family bodyguard. Niji stole her lips briefly to shut her up. You aren't at fault, please shut up. I am sorry. Niji nodded at her. Don't be. Just go upstairs too, I will talk to Neji and Momo. Kimi nodded, turning around and rushing off with Kurai in her arms. Then, Niji walked over to where Neji was, as the older girl stayed silent. Big sister. He spoke 2 words and she sniffled loudly. She jumped from her spot and hurried at him, hugging him tightly and pushing her chest against him. I am so sorry, Niji. He hugged her back. You gave me so much power, yet, I couldn't use them, I couldn't even scratch that murderer's hair. His hug tightened. What do we do now, Niji? Our parents, they. Neji was sobbing, her eyes looking like fountains as her nose ran along. Niji, what are we supposed to do from now on? Reality was slowly sinking in on Niji. His parents. They truly were dead. He should have worked hard. Hard enough to stop the situation from ever happening. Or at least he should have made Kurai into a death god already. Maybe she could have revived them. Neji's sob suddenly came to a stop as she looked up at him, her eyes wide as Niji saw his own crying face in her eyes' reflection. His cry was silent, his tears list simply trailing down. And Niji. Neji sounded perplexed all of a sudden, as if suddenly realizing that she was the older sibling here. Right. Niji, am dash. Shut up, just cry. He put her head back on his chest. He didn't need comfort. He was a gamer. Life and death wasn't permanent for him. Maybe not this year, or maybe not even in this century, but surely, on some particular day, he would be able to revive his parents. Some way, in any way. Dad, Mom, just take this as a vacation of some sort. No, even if he could revive them, he should only do that after the primordial was killed. He didn't want to endanger his parents for another time. But he didn't tell Neji that. It's better to not give her such a fake-sounding hope. Neji and Niji kept hugging and crying to each other. This was a time where Niji would want to fall asleep with her, as brother and sister, but he had another person he needed to soothe. Sit down here, let me wake her up. Niji said to Neji, putting her on the couch. He didn't send Neji upstairs because he didn't want to. Then he walked over to the other couch, shaking Momo's body and pressing her acupuncture points later on to take her up. Her eyes twitched as she woke up, blinking. Oh. Niji. Did you know I had a terrible nightmare today? But where is Dash? She stopped speaking, her eyes shaking suddenly as she snapped her neck around the mansion. Where is this? Where is my mommy and papa? Niji put a hand on her shoulder. They were killed. Niji, don't joke Dash. Along with mine. She went silent. Do you remember now? It was not a nightmare. Momo's eyes shook, becoming teary as she tried to speak. Nay Dash, I. But she failed. Niji hugged her. She was a smart girl, even though her EQ wasn't so high. She needed time. His time. She would be fine after a while, she just needed to accept the reality. For now. Wahaya. She should just release her pent-up emotions. Niji, you bastard. Why didn't you protect them? You were supposed to keep them safe. On him. She blamed him, cursing him out loud, using the very limited curses she knew, she hugged him with everything and cried. From the side, Neji walked in and hugged them both, starting to sob again. Niji sat between him, being hugged and hugging them both, silently as he didn't make a sound. Unlike the other 2 girls, feeling regret and anger, Niji was just feeling sadness. Emptiness. He didn't like the feeling. He never wanted to feel this again. He needed to grow strong enough to ensure that. The power of a true god. Chapter 188, The Only Way, 1. Chapter 188, The Only Way, 1. Niji sent 5 clones around Japan. Controlling their individual movements himself. It was relatively easy to do so because of the quirk multitasking, level 4 that became level 9 when mixed with some of Nawab's quirks. 3 of these clones had specific targets, while the other 2 were just used to massacre people to farm EXP. Farm EXP from villains and heroes alike. Gods could come any second now, so this wasn't the time to care about the lives of good people. Besides, the heroes of this world weren't exactly good anyway. But he wasn't going to use that excuse now. What he was doing was evil, and inhumane even. He accepted that fact and moved on. He also attacked some civilians, though he didn't kill them since their tier was too low to help him anyway unless he decided to massacre them all. So he just took their quirks, and even then only the eye-catching ones. While 2 of Niji's bees followed this strategy in 2 different parts of Japan, 3 of them were searching for 3 certain people. Naite, for his future sight quirk. AFO, for his all-for-one quirk and the quirk stored within it, along with Shigaraki as well. Lastly, Rokuro Nomura, aka Number 6. Also known as Scarredman, was the main antagonist of My Hero Academia Vigilantes. Niji never read that manga, but he had read about this person back in his past life. Those memories were blurry at this point, but after talking to Lady Negant and getting information about the strong villains of Japan, he knew more in depth about Number 6. He also knew the places where he could be found. The 3 Nijis individually searched these 3 targets, and obviously, he found one of them very soon. Sir Naite. All Might, where do we take this batch of people? Hearing these words, All Might turned to the person who spoke with his everlasting grin and observed the bunch of people beside him. They don't look so injured. Take them to the shelter, 3. Alright, thanks for being helpful like always, All Might. The person bowed respectfully and then guided the people. More and more people have been coming to UA since more and more villains were raging in the city, even as the heroes, including All Might, kept taking care of them. But All Might wasn't exactly in a position to give his top performance. Both because he was weaker now and, also because he was lost. All Might, no, Toshinori was gloomy, unsure of what to do. He was just putting up a strong front, wearing his All Might mask to fool his own mind into being strong. It had been a day since Murio was murdered. Naite was broken, lost, unwilling to use his power more than ever, and even Nizu seemed to be quieter than usual. Naite was in a room, alone, sitting inside in silence since yesterday. He refused to use his quirk, saying that everything he sees will come true regardless, in one way or another, and unfortunately, All Might couldn't deny his claims. They tried to deviate from the predicted future themselves, after all. Even one of the smartest beings in the world was beside them, yet they failed. That said something. All Might sighed, shaking his head. Then he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Assuming it was another person coming for help, he turned around. Hello. And froze. It was the white-haired demon, the doppelganger Niji. All Might took a second to register the situation before he attacked. Or he tried to attack but was ultimately unable to move because gleaming black chains had erupted from the ground, wrapping around him to keep him tied. Isn't this quirk? It was very similar to Black Whip, but it wasn't a whip and it didn't come out of the doppelganger's body, it rather came out of the ground. Don't tell me. He merged Black Whip with other quirks. That meant he must have done the same for other OFA quirks as well. If that's the case, he is currently more dangerous than what All Might assumed him to be. Keikaya. It's a villain attack. People around them freaked out as All Might grunted, struggling hard, but unable to break free. Don't resist, please. You'd only end up hurting yourself. The doppelganger spoke, looking around. Where is Murio? I would assume he would help the people even with his quirks lost. Did he break down? You bastard. All Might couldn't bear those words. He was killed. Because you took his quirks and he wasn't strong enough to protect himself. He died because of you. Oh. The doppelganger blinked. How? Wait, never mind. Yuger came here. All Might's eyes widened. How did he know that? Perhaps, could it be that this doppelganger was the one who called Yuger here? You punk dash. All Might's voice was trained as a few thick chains wrapped around his mouth, stopping him from speaking. Anyway, I found the person I came looking for here. The doppelganger turned his gaze at the building where Naite was, his eye shining with a red octagram hovering over them. X-ray vision. All Might struggled, even as the doppelganger moved, vanishing from his spot with a flash of multicolored lights, reappearing a minute later. All Might, I apologize, but Naite became brain dead after I stole his quirk. He was stressed anyway, guess it was inevitable. The doppelganger said, making All Might's blood run cold, as he kept looking around. A second later. His eyes then locked on Nizu's office. All Might #froze in his spot. No. No. If he steals that quirk too dash. The doppelganger disappeared from his spot again. This time, he didn't reappear, but All Might knew he left when the black chains ceased to exist. Freed, All Might could only fall to his knees. What was happening to Japan out of the blue? Another Niji had finally found Rokuro Nomura, aka Number 6. Niji was on a rooftop, looking down and observing his target fight with a dozen or so police officers, basically toying with them for minutes before he started to massacre them all. Number 6 was a young man with a fairly athletic physique, long black hair gathered in a ponytail, and a perpetual smirk on his face. He had a distinctive feature, a diagonal scar that jutted across his face and over his nose. Niji didn't know much about him, but he did know he was dead by the time the MHA canon timeline started. However, according to Negant, he wasn't dead and was instead taken as a prisoner in Tartarus. That might be a change caused by Nawab, or simply a butterfly effect made by his existence. Either way, he didn't care. For starters, he didn't even know much about the villain, except for the fact that he was molded into a villain from a young age by All for One, and the quirks he had were also given to him by AFO. Now that AFO freed him from Tartarus, the teenager was working for him again. Whatever his backstory, Niji wasn't interested more than that. He was simply interested in his quirks, especially his main quirk. Overclock. Given to him by All for One, number 6's primary quirk gave him the power to accelerate his perception of time to extreme speeds to the point that, to him, it looks like everything is standing still, allowing him to see, hear, and think of hyperspeed. It also increases his physical speed as a result. That might not sound so great, now that he had lightning speed, but this wasn't about combat prowess, this was about something greater. Time in the outside world flowed 10x slower when Niji is inside the tower. That'd mean, if he wanted to leave a clone on the outside to farm EXP while he is in the tower, his sense of time would be odd and he might not be able to use the clones at all. This quirk, it will help him cover up that problem. Niji decided it was time to move when he watched the villain start laughing after slaughtering the police officers. So, he moved. Flash. Teleporting in front of the villain, because he could teleport everywhere where he has been through or his eyes could see, and that counted the sight of his clones as well, so racially, all his clones could teleport. Who dash? The villain was surprised, frowning as he tried to activate his quirk, but before he could do so, Niji slipped a hand inside the villain's chest, grabbing his heart and crushing it. Cook. It certainly was easy when you are the strongest. 2 of the 3 targets were done, but the third one, All for One, still wasn't found. But Niji had a solution to that problem now. Future Sight. Future Sight, level 10, max. This quirk allows the user to see a person's future, including himself, from a third person's point of view. To activate this power, the user has to first touch the intended target and then make eye contact with them. But in case of using it on himself, he just has to touch himself. This quirk stayed active for 1 hour, and once activated, it required 24 hours before it could be activated again. While his quirk is active, the user can see as far as years into a person's future. The scene future will be shown in great detail, second by second, and it always will be 100% accurate, even when trying to change the foreseen events. However, quirks, or some outerversal factor, that can alter the flow of time in some way can affect the accuracy of this quirk, rendering the predicted outcomes moot and or void. An absolute future, this quirk's supposed to show him that. However, the last point is important. Quirks, or some outerversal factor, that can alter the flow of time in some way can affect the accuracy of this quirk. Here, an example for such a quirk would be Ares' quirk in the canon timeline. A rewind-affected Murio defied the initial prediction of him dying at the hands of Overhaul during their battle. As for some outerversal factor, that would be Niji's and his luck stat. How? Clap. Niji clasped his hands together and activated the quirk. Tick-tock. The world spun, his irises changing into blue mechanical clocks, as he entered his own future from a third person's point of view. He slowly skipped before speeding up, skipping directly 13 hours into the future, right at the moment where he found All for One. That's it, now he knew where AFO was and could go there right away, even teleporting if he wished, since in a sense he had once been to that place before. Therefore proving that the futures shown by this quirk weren't 100% accurate as long as it considered him. But he didn't do so right away. First, he needed to check something else. He is supposed to be able to see years into the future if he wished, and he did want to know about the gods. This quirk was overpowered, it could even see the future where gods attacked, even though that's clearly an outerversal factor. But this quirk could predict even that future solely based on Niji, another outerversal factor. So, Niji was going to give it a try now, to see when the gods are supposed to come. And so he did. He moved days into the future and found the invasion of the gods to happen in exactly 16 days from now on. However. No. Niji's voice cracked. This future was the same one Nizu had described to him a few months ago. The future where he had a fiery sword in his chest and his girls were lying around him, dead. The only change was, everyone was younger. No. No. What's this? What's happening? His futures weren't supposed to be absolute. Then what? He needed to confirm something. Niji quickly teleported to where he found All for One in his future. But, there was no one. No one, at all. He needed an answer, an answer he got as he activated the mouse, Nizu's quirk, high spec, level 10, max. Ah. All for One has escaped Japan to run from the nukes, and only 13 hours later would he appear here. For fuck's sake. Absolute future, it did seem like that. This bullshit. Without wasting a second, Niji put all his 1730 spare stat points, he gets 10 spare points for each level up, he head into luck, his only path to change the absolute future. Lady Luck holds her breath, looking at you nervously. This being, she was his only way out. His only way. Chapter 189, The Only Way, 2. Chapter 189, The Only Way, 2. AFO had escaped to Russia just a few minutes before the nukes were launched. However, right after he teleported to Russia via Kurogyri's warp gate, he received another piece of news from his spies. The nukes, all three of them, were stopped midair by one Nawab, who then threatened to send the nukes back to America. Without any choice, the president of PSC HQ ordered the nukes to explode midair, just outside Japan's borders. In short, Japan was safe. Unfortunately, Nawab wasn't dead from the explosion. The PSC confirmed that much via a satellite that was able to look into Japan for a split minute before it was destroyed by a strange attack. AFO didn't know the details of what the satellite saw. It seems PSC HQ was trying their best to hide it and AFO's spies weren't high-ranked enough to breach that security. But he guessed it must have been Nawab who was pissed by the satellite spying on her and decided to blow it up. Maybe she used a flashy quirk to do it. That would explain why the HQ was trying to hide it. They didn't want the normal people, and even the other PSC branches to know about that. Either way, AFO was pleased with this development. He didn't have to see his long-awaited Japan be destroyed. But now he needed to decide on what to do. Should he return to Japan immediately? Even though Nawab was there? Or should he stay here in Russia until things calmed down? As he was pondering over his decision, he received another piece of news on his cell phone, news that put a grin on his ugly face. Kim Jong-un VII has gone mad. He is nuking PSC's HQ in America. Some other small counties are actually taking his side, but the opposing countries aren't taking this development in a nice way. What was this? Did he accumulate some good karma recently for his luck to spike up like this? This was the start of World War IV. The best opportunity for him to rob strong quirks of this generation, make a strong villain organization, and take over the world as the Demon King. As long as there was more death, there was more sunshine for him. This would help him make a stable ruling region. War provided him with the opportunity to identify and steal a myriad of useful quirks. It's where he thrived the most. Bwahahaha. All for One snickered, his crackles reaching the depths of hell as he laughed with his shoulders loose, his grin as demonic as ever. But this also meant he needed to return to Japan right away. If the world starts a nuclear war now, no country is safe, except for India and Japan. India because that's Nawab's home, and Japan because that's where Nawab is right now. No nuke would be able to enter Japan's borders. At first, he was planning on waiting at least 12 hours before returning, but now. All for One wanted to return immediately. But first. All for One picked up a telephone from his table, hearing the call connect to the only number accessible by this telephone. Yo. It hasn't even been half an hour, you're calling me already. We agreed on doing the job tomorrow, though. A young lady's voice came from the other side, from the voice she seemed to be a teenager at most. Nixon, there has been a change of plans. I would like your help right away and return back to Japan. Hooah. Return. Whatever, sure, I am free anyway. Tell that Kurogiri dude to pick me up. The call was cut and AFO notified Kurogiri to pick the girl up. Kitten Nixon, the daughter of AFO's old comrade. After the supervillain's death, his daughter picked up the business, though it hasn't been going smoothly. AFO used that opportunity to offer her greatness if she were to join hands with him, and she did. Of course, she did. It wasn't particularly hard to mess with little girls, after all. Kitten had the quirk, temporal stasis. Nixon can realign herself into a faster time stream, shifting herself into a state in which time moves so slowly relative to her perception that it appears to stop, although she continues to operate normally. When she moves to this faster time stream, seconds to everyone else are minutes, or even hours to her. That didn't just apply to her, she could affect a small area around her as well. Meaning, that she could boost Shigaraki's experiment speed to a great length just enough for it to get completed. In normal time, there should still be 27 days left. However with this, it would take the same time as eating a piece of cake. Soon a blonde girl arrived at the mansion through Kurogyri's portal, stopping in front of AFO and leaning over a chair, looking bored into AFO's eyes. Hey, she said. You know it will still be 27 days for me, even if it would just be a few hours for you. It would be so hella boring in there. You better pay me extra for that, the girl shrugged, and remember, even though going back to Japan, don't forget our previous agreement. When you take over the world, I wanna be its princess. Chuckling, AFO smiled at her. That is as I promised, of course. I don't want to lie to my deceased friend's daughter. The girl smirked at that. Yep, you better not. Then, AFO nodded to Kurogiri to take her to the room where Shigaraki's capsule was. She just had to affect the room with her quirk and everything will proceed smoothly. As she left, AFO hardly contained a chuckle. Just before coming here, he had killed Overhaul, that weakling who thought he had the world at his fingertips. AFO judged that, since Japan was getting destroyed anyway, he needed to take Eri with him. That also meant there was no need to purge the Yakuzas. So he murdered Overhaul and kidnapped Eri here in Russia with him. He also had the best of his best Nomus with him as well, along with Gigantomachia and Dr. Garaki. This just meant that the moment Shigaraki's body would be done, he would be able to steal Eri's quirk right away. Along with the little girl, Kiden Nixon's temporal status. That's why he found her words funny. Princess, she said. A dead girl can't be a princess, can she? He was planning to take her quirk from the start, it was too powerful not to take. With those two quirks, in the incoming few hours, he will be the strongest. After all, he will have the river of time by his side. In just a few more hours. A few more hours have passed, precisely 3 hours, and Niji was still waiting in AFO's den, watching the clock tick in the wall impatiently. When he put 173 points in luck, the future changed immediately. Both the future of when AFO will come and also the future with the gods. It was pushed back to 20 days, and there were slight changes in the details of the fight too. However, the end result was still the same. Niji was frustrated, so frustrated that he wanted to break some things. So he sent all 5 of his bees to farm experience points all around Japan and came to All for One's den himself, bringing his original body. Now, he was waiting for his punching bag to arrive. A minute later, the hour hand of the clock turned as it reached a perfect 12-foot clock. Right then. Vroom. A portal bloomed in the middle of the huge room like a purple flower, a flower that separated to allow a tall, slim but well-built young man with white hair to walk out, his eyes sharp. Ah, how much I miss this place. The young man took in a deep breath as if this room gave him nostalgia. Niji, standing under the shadow of some shelves, recognized that face, even though now it lacked all the wounds and scratches it had before. It was Shigaraki. However Shigaraki he might be, Niji knew it wasn't Tamura Shigaraki. Rather. Toshi Shigaraki, peak tier 9. It was someone else, someone not so hard to guess. This scenario was different from the future he saw a few hours ago. In that future, AFO was supposed to return with Tamura in a capsule. But from the looks of it, Tamura was already conquered and AFO had taken over. What happened? Everything feels different now that I am seeing things with actual eyes. The scent of the world, how much I missed you. AFO, no, Shigaraki chuckled as he said those words, as more people walked out from behind him. First, it was a short man wearing a doctor's outfit, Dr. Garaki. Then the portal expanded to allow a smaller Gigantomachia to walk in, followed by half a dozen Nomus. At last, Kurogiri walked in and the portal closed. Meanwhile, Niji still wanted to know why the future deviated. So, he used overclock, allowing his perception to enter a slowed-down world, which was further slowed when he used his lightning speed. In that world where time wasn't moving at all, he activated high spec. High spec, level 10, max. Details, low and rejoice. Because your INT and WIS stats aren't for show anymore. You can think INT asterisk 10x faster. You find random knowledge in your brain every time you wake up from sleep. These pieces of knowledge may as well be the information on how to make a DIY sex toy, to the complete blueprint of a sci-fi weapon, to the process of how to cast a divine class magic spell. The significance of the received knowledge depends on your WIS stat. You are granted with an ability that is known as the necessary evil, eidetic memory. You recall anything and everything, even things that you want to forget. You are granted unparalleled intelligence, perception, and a rate of comprehension that far surpasses that of any human. Depends on INT. This quirk doesn't just allow you to think fast, it allows you to think smart. As in, problems that only a supercomputer can solve, conclusions that can only be achieved after discussing for hours, and the explanation of a situation you lack proper clue to, all these can be done in a matter of seconds. A powerful quirk. A very powerful one. There is a saying, a brawl without brains is a bull, not a lion. Niji was a bull before, he realized that after receiving this quirk. But now, he was too smart for his own good. Upon activating the quirk, he immediately realized what had changed the future. AFO must have gotten his hands on some time manipulation quirks. But that was a no-brainer, he could guess that much even without high specs. With this quirk turned on, however, he could picture multiple scenarios in his head. And within them, the most believable one was a scenario that had to do things with Eri. Certainly, gazing into Shigaraki's quirk page, Niji saw 2 time-related quirks. Rewind, level 3. Temporal status, level 8. That confirmed things, then. Niji returned to the normal time again, just as Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri. Did you dispose of the 2 little girls' dead bodies? Shigaraki asked, possibly talking about Eri and someone else that Niji wasn't aware of. I did, master. Their brain-dead bodies were thrown into a volcano, not even their ashes remain now. Good. Shigaraki nodded, a small smirk on his face. Ah. This feels good, very good. I want to try out my power against someone. I can barely control myself from looking for Nawab to beat some sense into her. But no, not yet. Hey, Kurogiri, send me to America. I am gonna go and wreck Star and Stripes. Kurogiri nodded once again, even as Dr. Garaki and Gigantomachia tried to say something to him. As you wish, Master Dash. Clank. Kurogiri couldn't finish his words just as the metallic collar around his neck flattened by the influence of an outer force, making the purple mist around him vanish, as a charred-skinned Japanese man came out from below it, falling face first, dead for real now. You have killed a Tier 3 person. You have received 4,000 experience points. Niji walked out of the shadows, twisted his hand, and controlled a telekinetic force to throw Kurogiri to one corner of the room. Shigaraki froze on his spot. It's you, Neji Hado. After a short silence, Shigaraki grinned mischievously. Ah, and here I was looking for a punching bag. He stared at the boy who didn't say anything, allowing him to continue. I heard you and Hisashi fought. I was surprised, but couldn't care less honestly. I was more busy escaping the nukes, you see. Did you even know that you were about to die by being nuked? He laughed. Of course, you didn't, you poor child. Did you steal Hisashi's quirk? Do you feel powerful now? You talk a lot. The boy said, his voice unusually grim. But Shigaraki didn't care for that. I do, of course I do. You see, when you reach my level of power, you try to fight entertainment in everything. Such as our coming face to face, for example. Shigaraki chuckled. Do you feel the adrenaline? The feeling of danger and the sweet hope of winning? I frankly don't. Shigaraki chuckled at that. Look at that moody response. Kids these days. Ah, poor you. Why do you sound so down though? Don't mind that, I just happen to see an ugly future. Future? What do you mean by dash? Shigaraki couldn't finish his words as the boy disappeared from his spot, his speed faster than anything. He was so fast that even Shigaraki's temporal stasis couldn't keep track. A second later, Gigantomachia's head fell to the floor, making Shigaraki turn to horror to find the mini-giant's headless body starting to fall as well, the smooth cut on his neck glistening under dim light. Ah. Then he heard Dr. Garaki's yell from behind him, turning to find the small man cut into 3 pieces, laid on the floor. How the hell? That quirk. Shigaraki knew what that quirk was. Nawab's quirk. Why did Nawab give this brat her quirk? Unless. The boy kept moving, fast enough that he hadn't even seen him yet, as one by the high-end Nomus dropped to the floor. All dead. No way. AFO couldn't believe his eyes. That's impossible. Impossible, he said. AA. But wasn't suddenly discovering an arm coming out from within his own chest, grabbing his heart in its hand, impossible as well. How? How was the last words he spoke before he fell face first, into his own puddle of blood. Poor bastard. Niji shook his head, pouring a bottle of water over his arm as he looked down on AFO's dead body with dry eyes. You have reached level 499. He just leveled up again, just about to touch the 500 mark. That was quick, very much so, but it was understandable since all 5 of his bees have been farming EXP for hours now. This is a decent pace. But not fast enough. I should create some more bees and leave for the tower immediately. He didn't have time to waste. None at all. He needed to go inside the tower ASAP, but he also must complete some things he needed to complete here. Luckily, he had his solution for that, in the form of bees. The most important job for his bees now was to use Rewind to bring back Monoma's body to steal the quirk, copy, and also hunt down the strongest power of this world. Star and Stripes quirk, New Order. The quirk that would allow him to manipulate reality. Chapter 190, is it fine now? Chapter 190, is it fine now? So, in short, the gods I talked about before, the ones who were supposed to come in 2 to 3 decades. They will be coming for me in less than a month. Niji said in a relaxed voice, though the things he said caused the girls to lose their cool. But then. That's not a good thing, right? It's not. Niji nodded at Kimi's question. Why are you so calm though? Niji was the one who yelled at him, her expression worried. He probably has a plan, I think. Momo said with her voice that cracked after crying for hours. I don't, not really. Niji answered casually. The ones who were slightly confused and not so worried about all this were Rumi and Ryuko. Ryuko was reliving the story because she was forced to trust Niji's words about the gods, and Rumi was too awkward to ask for the memory orb again. Sensing their discomfort, Niji turned to them. Observing their expressions for a second, he sighed. I don't want you guys to feel needless pain, that's the reason why I didn't let you guys see the orb. The only reason I showed the other three was because of the situation at hand back then. I hope you understand and by now believe my words after witnessing everything that I've been doing recently. Kurai meowed in agreement from the side, lying on her back and playing with a ball using mana. Rumi already probably knows the story, but I doubt Ryuko does. So let me give you a brief summary of it, said Niji, meeting the girl's gaze, as he continued explaining. It was the same story all over again. He unlocked his second quirk when he was 8 years old, and there he entered his first dungeon, which happened to teleport him to the den of gods and primordials. There, for reasons he wasn't aware of, the gods found his power dangerous and wanted him dead, so they attacked him and tried to kill him. However, due to the help of the Omniverse will, he managed to escape, even though he was cursed in a way that stopped him from using magic and stuff along the line. The story didn't end there. According to the Omniverse will, he would be found out by the gods in a bit more than 2 decades, and the only way to survive or delay time would be to enhance his luck, which is only possible using magical artifacts and etc. Just recently, he had a conversation with Lady Luck, who warned him about how the gods would come to find him very soon because of a deviation caused by Nawab's death. I see. Rumi was frowning, her gaze at the ground. If Niji had to guess, she must be thinking about just how many stronger beings she was going to learn about in her life. Wait, doesn't a simple solution exist? Ryukyu suddenly said, picking Niji's interest. We can just, hide inside another dungeon. Even if they find that you're within this planet, they'd lose track of you if we enter another dungeon. Or am I wrong? That caused all the other girls to perk their ears up, Niji even looking relieved suddenly, as if this really was the correct answer. Unfortunately. No, that wouldn't do. Niji had already thought of this and had even asked the system about it as well. But why? Niji sounded confused. Niji shrugged his shoulders. He had consulted the system about this before, and its answer was like this. Although the humans of this world can't see the dungeons, let's not forget the ones who would be coming our gods, the strongest of them even. The gamer system isn't absolute, or I could just give you an invincibility buff when the gods would come. However, there certainly are limits, and those limits can be breached by the gods. They would be able to see the dungeon, and it wouldn't be hard for them to break into the tower either. If you remember, the ogres talked about outer gods once, correct? They obviously came from the outside back then. In short, the gods can see the dungeons, and they'd also be able to break inside as they wish, so hiding inside would only delay our demise, and even then the delay wouldn't be that long, Niji said, as Ryukyu looked half surprised and half concerned. Anyway, the reason I am telling you all about this now is that we are going to enter the dungeon in UA High right away. Huh? But isn't that meaningless since the gods would find a stash? I am not going there to hide, Niji interrupted Momo. I am going there to harvest powers, magic spells, and so on. Ah. Momo blinked, realizing what he meant. Yeah, there should still be 2 directional beasts alive. The dragon should suit Ryukyu, yes. Though I have no idea about the tortoise one. We will think about it later. Anyway, form a circle by grabbing each other's hand. I am going to teleport to the entrance of the dungeon. The girls first exchanged glances and then did so, as Niji touched a hand from each end of the circle and activated his quirk, teleportation. After putting his unconscious girls inside his inventory, Niji didn't enter the dungeon immediately. He had one thing left to do. One important thing. You should have brought Auntie Niji and Momo too, Something that was certainly wrong to do without Niji and Momo, but at the same time something that would hurt them more than now if they were present. Niji had teleported to where his parents had died. I don't want to give them false hope. He said to Kurai, patting the cat's little head as she purred. She as well was sad, very much so, and ashamed too. She probably blamed herself for not being a true death god yet. Maybe she could have revived them if she was one. That must be what she is thinking. This cat was family to Niji, it was the same for the other way around. Kurai loved him a lot, so she naturally loved her grandparents. Their death wasn't a small deal to her, Niji knew, he could tell. He felt her emotions, her sadness, fury, and despair, thoroughly when they were fused. She was as enraged and sad as he was. Anyway, please stay silent, Kurai. I will do my job. Niji patted her one last time and then looked over at where his parents had died. The puddle of blood left behind by their bodies, he looked at it. Unfortunately, the puddle had dried out by then. The sheer fact that he couldn't even tell which part of the blood belonged to who enraged him. However, wasn't the killer already dead? His rage could only be set on the world itself. Niji sighed and shook his head. Then, he put a hand on the dried blood, activating the quirk that he stole from AFO. Rewind. The world seemed to stop for a slight second, then time became visible on the ground, phantom clocks appeared on the surface, twisting and swirling normally before the clock hands started to move in reverse. Time rewinded in front of his eyes, albeit only on the ground, as the dry blood became wet again, the puddle of fresh blood slowly returning again. However, even as the destroyed ground repaired itself, the blood didn't change, and the dead bodies didn't return. Niji had anticipated this, and he also had a solution for it. Upgrade. The evolved version of One for All, the quirk that could boost his other quirks a hopping 350%, he activated it. The blood started to float in the air, circulating in a humane rhythm as slowly flesh and bones started to wrap around the blood, appearing out of thin air. The world was silent in Niji's ears as his parents' bodies returned, they were even wearing the same clothes they were wearing before. Along with them, Momo's parents also returned. The process ended a minute later and Niji stopped his quirk, looking at his parents. They weren't breathing. They also had no name, hovering above their heads. They were still dead. Niji expected as much. He didn't come here to revive them, anyway. He was here to just get their bodies back so that he can at least bury them properly. Though he still questioned himself, why didn't the quirk bring them back to life? Then, a foreign message that didn't belong to the system appeared in front of him. Lady Luck looks at you pitifully, explaining that, this is a godless world, meaning there is no god governing life and death. The souls reincarnate after a person dies. If you want to bring back the dead using time manipulation, you'd have to reverse the wheel of reincarnation as well. Unfortunately, something like that is impossible without divinity. Niji was silent for a moment before he nodded. I understand. Then he looked at the sky, his gaze passing through the starry night sky. Hey, Lady Luck. I have a favor to ask. Lady Luck stays silent. Can you, send my parents' soul to some sort of heaven? Stop them from reincarnating and put them in a place where they can rest. Same with Momo's parents too. It's just a request, you are free to reject it. There was a long silence after that. Niji even thought the lady left because she must have been disappointed to hear that from her. Was she offended that her toy asked for too much? Niji was about to move on and pick up his parents, but a notification then flashed in front of his eyes. Lady Luck apologizes, saying it took a minute to create a safe heaven where nobody would be able to find them. Your wish has been granted, child. A voice whispered in his ears, the naturally seductive voice trying its best to not sound so in this situation. Niji smiled. Thank you. He bowed. As he truly was grateful. After being grateful for a while, he figured it was finally time to cheat. He teleported to UA, at the place where the battle took place, and reversed time there. Many bodies popped up on the ground, but Niji ignored them all as they weren't of any use to him. However, he did find the body he was looking for, along with another, greater power. First, Monoma's copy, level 7. Then, Aizawa's erasure, level 10. While he mined these quirks, nobody came to bother him because he had made a mirage around this place using one of the quirks that Nawab had. The outside people would only see the truth if they step inside the boundary of the illusion, or if Niji enters the dungeon. It's time for me to cheat. Niji was smirking slightly, pretty excited, as he brought his 5 clones beside him using teleportation. He then touched his clones, one after another, and took back their quirks. After which, he gave the first clone mine, and then he copied mine using copy. The copied mine, he then put it under his quirk, upgrade, which still had its stalking powers. Meaning, by putting the copied mine under this quirk, he was stalking it so even if copy's cooldown ran out, it would still be with him. It was just an experiment though. He has to wait 5 minutes to check if the quirks would actually stay or not. So, he waited. 5 minutes passed. The quirk was still there. Niji cheered, it worked. Okay, time to test the main point. He controlled the other body to transfer the original mine back to him, as it did. Once Niji knew the quirk was inside his body again, he went to work. Mine, level 4. Mine copyright, level 4. The second one had a copyright sign beside it to signify its copied quirk. Niji smiled and used Mine's quirk merging ability to merge the original with the copied. It worked. Mine has merged with Mine copyright and reached level 6. Of course, the EXP for each level up was higher, so merging 2 level 4 Mine wouldn't make it level 8. But did that matter? He can always spam merge because he can always copy this quirk until there is no end to it. He, at this moment, was cheating. Cheating with everything he had. And he wasn't going to stop. Not until he sets this world to fire. After laughing like a maniac for a whole 10 minutes, Niji created 100 bees. Each and every one of them had all of Niji's quirks that he stole from Nawab and All for One, along with the ones he had himself. 75 of those Nijis had the sole job of just combining the quirks non-stop, hours after hours, days after days. It seemed the quirks couldn't evolve if merged with the same quirk, it rather went, level 11, and beyond, similar to Nawab's quirks. But that didn't mean it was any bad, no, it just meant his quirks were breaking the limits of the world. When Niji comes out of the dungeon, he will have a whole treasure vault of super high-leveled quirks at his disposal. Next, the other 25 Nijis had the job to spread to Japan and hunt villains and heroes, and once Japan was done he would move to its neighboring counties. He was going to bring apocalypse to this damned world. Since Eyes of the Lord reached level 9, it allowed his system minimap to show him people's location since he had mixed the quirk with a search-type quirk. That, along with Evolved Observe, he could tell whose tier was what from just the minimap, meaning all 25 of his bees knew exactly where to find strong quirks. He would have made more bees, but it was hard to control just 100 of them already. He could do so because he had a high INT, along with the quirk, multitask and high spec. Perfectly controlling the 100 different bodies wasn't that hard. When everything was decided, Niji sent the 75 Nijis to an isolated underground facility owned by his parents, and the other 25 left for EXP and quirks. With that, he was left alone with Kurai as they watched the starry night sky. "Papa," the cat suddenly said when the clones finally left. She was looking at the stars, precisely at a shooting star. Did the future change? The future. She didn't know what happened in the future. But she knew he was worried about it. It did. Niji said with a smile. Very slightly, but yes, it did. Is everything fine then? Niji's smile was passive as he received a notification of reaching level 500, the clones starting their work already. He still stayed silent as he read the 10th system restriction being released. Ding. The rate of gaining stat points by working out, training, and solving intelligent problems has risen. After a minute later, Niji finally replied. No. It's not fine yet. He was still smiling, his irises 2 purple clocks. But I will make it fine, don't worry. His eyes returned back to normal. She didn't have to worry. Not at all. Because he wasn't dead yet. Papa. Anyway, we should get going. With a confused Kurai meowing on his shoulders, Niji turned around and stepped inside the dungeon, the bright light blinding him momentarily before he found himself in his world. Chapter 191, Vampire God, 1. Chapter 191, Vampire God, 1. After entering the dungeon, Niji had a hard time because of the weird time flow between here and Earth that he was experiencing through his bees. However, once he started using overclock, he soon managed to regain his composure. He then greeted the worried Mersha and Slassie, who were on the floor, looking at him like horny dogs, clearly being affected by his predator perk. Sighing, he ordered them to get out as they were forced to leave, confused and disappointed, while Niji went to his work. He took out the dead bodies of Izuku, 9, Hisashi, All for One and Nawab. Hisashi was the only one missing his head. The others looked quite fine, having received a health potion to heal all their bodily wounds. What are you going to do with them? Erase their existence. Niji answered Kurai as he crouched down beside the dead bodies. He's been carrying dead bodies for a while now, and he didn't like the feeling. So, he was going to clear up most of his stock here. Kurogiri, the Nomus, and lots of other villains that he killed before, their dead bodies remained on Earth as he believed their bodies wouldn't cause any problems. However, these 5 people were closely related to the WoW, which made him not leave their bodies there, and also made him reconsider if he wanted to destroy the bodies there. That's why he was here, inside the tower, his own domain, where he had no fear. Now, he could freely obliterate these weight bags. Puffing out a small breath, Niji channeled lightning on 2 of his fingers and touched Nawab's head, watching as the lightning blitzed for a long second and vaporized the body of its previous user. Then, in quick succession, Niji did the same with the other 4 bodies, one after another. His shoulders suddenly felt light, making him shrug. Now, his inventory only held his and Momo's parents' dead bodies, who he didn't want to bury in a world that would soon be destroyed. He would rather bury them inside the tower. After he would conquer this entire continent and take over the biggest residential region of this place, the Great Empire, he would have quite some royal land to bury them in. Oh, the Great Empire was also most certainly the place where the tower's divine being should be. In fact, many of the current Empress feats he heard from the Ogre and Mersha seemed too strong for a mortal. If he were to bet, that's the person he would throw the money at. So what do we do now? As Niji jumped out of the basement, having erased his enemies' dead bodies, he heard Kurai ask. Do we start hunting the boss monsters immediately? Or do we take it slow? Perhaps letting Mama and the aunties fight the bosses would boost their battle prowess. No. Niji immediately rejected, as he walked downstairs to the throne room. That's a waste of time. But isn't it, better to give them a taste of actual real danger before they face the gods? That's if they face the gods. Huh. Niji didn't answer the cat's confused yelp and instead started to take out the bodies of his harem, his only family left. You think they'd be of any help against these gods? They couldn't even fight against Nawab's little subordinate. They're too weak, and they don't have the luxury of our growth speed either. Niji explained as Kurai stayed silent. He took out a paper and pen and wrote a note, before putting 4 tier potions on top of the note. 3 of the potions were normal tier potions, while one of them was a special tier potion. The note explained that Rumi should take the special tier potion first, and then one of the normal ones. At the same time, Nijire should take both of the 2 tier potions left. After writing that, he walked out of the house with Kurai on his shoulders, coming face to face with Mersha. Listen, I will be gone for a while, look after the people inside. There are 5 of them this time, all of them are my wife's and there is no hierarchy between them. Though if things come down to anything weird, listen to what Kimmy says. Ah, all right, understood. Mersha nodded, slightly impressed that her liege returned with new partners every time he went back. The clothes she was wearing were new, though still made of fur. But it was the fur of a saber-toothed tiger, granting a sturdier and more beautiful fur than her previous one. She looked clean now, a well-shaped ball of attractive muscles. It might take me a few hours, and even a few days, I am not sure. If you hear about destruction, massacre, and stuff like that, keep in mind it's most likely me. He said, watching as Mersha's eyes shook. Ignoring her reaction, he walked past her, patting her shoulders. Be ready though. When I return, you'll have to take care of all the remaining monsters of this world as the queen of the monster faction. A dash. See you soon. Mersha stood still, incapable to comprehend his words, as he kicked the ground, vanishing from her sight into the night sky. What the hell is happening? The world has been shaking every day now. But isn't it a bit too much today? Is this the end of the world? The people of the centralmost kingdom of this world, the Great Empire, were freaking out. The marketplace was more chaotic than ever. Gee God. Save us. The reason for their fearful screams was very understandable, though. After all, who would ever expect the world to shake in this manner? Boom. There it was, the rumble that came from every direction. Don't tell me, is it the outer gods from the legends? Oi, watch your mouth. You'd get us killed if the royal army hears dash. The bald shopkeeper that yelled was interrupted, realizing his warning was meaningless, watching as the skinny man he tried to warn died by having his head burst like a watermelon, without anyone attacking him. Heavenly judgment. That was heaven's judgment for saying the name of the outers. The Empress had punished the fool. The men gulped, which created a domino effect making everyone in the market gulp as well, turning their gaze away from the dead body as they continued nervously clearing the area. In the meantime, the Empress looked down at the scene, her divine eyes looking down on the world even though she was in her palace at this moment, kilometers away from here. The outer gods. Sitting in her throne, the little girl with blonde hair whispered, her red eyes gleaming softly. It does seem people still remember those bastards, sadly. She shook her head, her expression passive as she tried to look at the real cause of the current situation at hand. But she failed to do so. The system was restricting her, forcing her to obey the rules of the game. As she was the boss of the 10th floor, she shouldn't be able to interfere with the gamer before he reached the 10th floor, which was this empire. That's why her divine gaze was restricted to only this floor, the reason why she couldn't gain any information on the gamer. However, she could at least confirm that the gamer was a high human, an extinct species that shouldn't be in this world anymore, but then again, the system had no limitation on what it can do. She found herself in this world around 900 years ago, getting sucked in by a spatial crack that sent her here from the dungeon she was locked in by her uncle. It seemed the fight of the outer gods created a spatial crack that brought her here. She saw the world burn for a whole year before she made the first high human using her magic. The 50 high humans she made conquered the world, forcing the gods to flee, though most of the high humans had died at that point. The 5 that were alive though, got married with the other races and formed the 5 kingdoms of this continent, each kingdom as big as a continent of her old world, Earth of the true world astral. While the high humans ruled over the world, she, the grand vampire witch, took shelter within the great forest. She didn't want the 5 high humans to take her as a threat, as her uncle did, and imprison her again. So, she gladly stayed out of their business for half a millennia before she was pursued by the last high human, on his deathbed, to look after the kingdoms and keep them safe from the monsters and civil wars. That's what she's been doing until now because she had no other purpose in this world. That's why, even as she felt her death come closer, clearing floors one by one, she didn't feel any anxiousness, any regret, she just felt empty, slightly relieved even, now that all these worries would be off her shoulders. Ah. Peace is very close. The lowly vampire muttered to herself. She was going to be free. Finally, eternal peace was coming. However, she wasn't an easy opponent. She wouldn't just let him kill her. Rather, she would give her all to keep her promise of protecting these lands. Because she wasn't a person who breaks promises. Looks like he is on the 9th plane already, I can slightly sense his presence. It's been 3 days since he entered the dungeon. Niji wasn't having a hard time at all. The only reason it took him 3 days was that he had to fight the mobs too before going against the boss monsters. This was like moving with the breeze, if anything. The system always adjusted the boss monster's levels according to his level, however, it never considered his quirks, which easily threw the power balance between him and the bosses of each floor. The 3rd floor boss was the Black Tortoise, one of the 4 directional beasts. It was an easy hunt, the sound of the shell breaking was quite pleasing to hear. The 4th floor boss was the Azure Dragon, which although wasn't as easy as the tortoise, it was still fun. Before the 5th floor began, he received a notification. The boss monster you kill from now on would stay killed, as they have their own minds, unlike the first 4 bosses. So, please decide carefully if you want to clear the floor by killing the boss, or just negotiate with them for the save stone. He wasn't going to negotiate. He needed both EXP and the loot they dropped. He already gained 25 levels from just these 2 monsters. Next, the 5th floor was located outside the forest, under the surface of the kingdoms. It was a huge underground city. There, he finally found the race of people he was looking forward to. Elves. Beautiful, gorgeous elves. Not just the classic elves and dark elves either, but something new such as brown elves as well, who were just as beautiful as the other 2. He even searched for Asian elves for a few minutes before giving up. Anyhow, after killing the 3 kings of the 3 elf races, he fought the boss of the 6th floor, a dryad connected to the world tree. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to play around, or he would have gotten seduced by that beautiful, red-headed and green-skinned MILF tree spirit with seductive lips, fair and soft skin and a bountiful large chest before killing her. After that were the 7th and 8th floors, which were in fact just 2 of the directional kingdoms of this continent. The bosses were the rulers of these kingdoms, 1 king and 1 queen. He had to slaughter them both. On the 9th floor were the other 2 directional kingdoms, both considered 1 floor, and Niji understood why when the bosses merged using a magic spell, though it seemed very lacking compared to fusion as they transformed into a tentacle monster, which seemed weird because the people who merged were demi-wolf MILF and demi-lion MILF. Either way, after slaughtering them as well, he was finally prepared to enter the highest floor, the great kingdom that was circled by the 4 directional kingdoms. By now, Niji was level 587. His stats were skyrocketing. Status page. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 15. Class, the gamer. Title, Harem Lord. Level, 587. Race, Draconic High Human. HP, 11,870/11870. SP 12080/12080. MP, #/ STR, 12072579. End, 11872559. Dex, 12082580. Int, 1151. Wis, 1148. Cha, 1222. Luke, 2967. HP Reg, 4748. SP Reg, 4832. Stat points, 2120. He looked strong. Very strong. But not strong enough. He had 2,120 stat points, because now not only did he gain 2+ on every stat on each level up, and 10 allocatable stat points as well. However, he wasn't putting them all in luck because he needed a backup in case the divine being was bullshit level powerful. He was prepared now. Prepared for the final battle of this dungeon. So, he stepped forward, walking inside the border of the Great Kingdom. Immediately, he felt a presence. A regal and divine presence that could only be best described with the word divine. Niji simply smiled. Chapter 192, Vampire God, 2. Chapter 192, Vampire God, 2. After sensing the divine presence, Niji assumed the boss would come running to him right then. But surprisingly, that didn't happen. Though some people did come rushing to him, exactly 12 of them. They seemed scared, shaking, and terrified even. His predator perk made it so that anyone from the animal kingdom would fear him, coupled with his natural aura as a super dragon, it wasn't unnatural for them to be frightened. However, their leader still kept a strong front as he stepped forward. I am Alon Mandragoran, the Duke and the leader of the Special Front of the Great Empire. He was an old man wearing black armor, pointing a slim sword in Niji's direction. He had wood-like horns on his head, most likely a deer hybrid. You look quite confident, unlike the ones behind you. Niji said with a smirk, though he could understand the reason behind his confidence. Alon Mandragoran, level 790. He was higher level than the bosses he defeated, while the other 11 behind him were all at least 200 levels below him. I am confident against evil, the old man said. And evil would be an understatement to describe you. What you have done to the continent, we all know about it. For that, you are to be executed on the spot today. Niji didn't answer much. Evil, he said. If this was evil, then the things his bees were doing on Earth were the descents of the devil itself. Enough chit-chat. Attack. Seeing Niji silent, the swordsman yelled at his subordinates as they all rushed at Niji with killing intent. It took Niji 73 seconds to kill all 12 of them, gaining 73 levels, which was almost the same as fighting 7 boss monsters. Niji could already imagine how difficult this floor would have been in case he had fought for this without all these quirks, meaning if everything went according to his plan and he spent a year in UA. Sigh. But for some reason, he couldn't be as happy with this situation as he should have been. After all, if all this didn't happen, his parents would be alive. Seeing his face, Kurai licked his cheeks, making him smile. Stop thinking depressing things, let's get going. Niji nudged her nose with his and nodded. Then he kicked the ground and flew with his wings, Kurai in his arms, as he looked at the notifications he got. Now, Niji was, level 660, he had passed another 100 levels. So, he had naturally unlocked the 11th restriction of the system. The 11th restriction has been released. A gamer gains skills by repeating certain actions. That's the same for you, however, your skill gaining rate is very slow. Now, you'll gain skills at the system's original speed. Things were going good, he was getting a lot stronger. Kurai was also high-leveled now, she became level 191 when Fusion Niji killed Nawab. Now, she stood at level 461, gaining a whopping 270 levels. One of the reasons why Niji took 3 days to reach floor 10 was because he waited for the fusion cooldown to end before he did his hunt. So, as he leveled up, Kurai also gained levels with him. Kurai's system was connected with his, so as he unlocked his restrictions, so did she, so her EXP gaining rate was higher now as well. Along with that, after entering the dungeon, Niji had given Kurai a copy of Queen Bee, using which, her clones were hunting the monsters within the dungeon even right this moment, while Niji's bees were massacring people on the earth. In the end, wasn't Kurai's growth as important as his, if not more? At the same time, just like how Niji's race became more purer each time he crossed 100 in levels, which stopped after he became Draconic High Human, since it's a new race and it can only be as pure as his current level, the same was with Kurai's level. Niji guessed that at level 500, she might become a true god, not just the divine beast she currently was. While thinking all of this, Niji had reached the capital city of the empire, which was unsurprisingly evacuated of any human lives. Not wasting any second, he went flying above the Empress Palace. I suggest you come out. Niji said, but he wasn't yelling. He could feel her gaze, he knew she could hear him. Unless you want me to shower this city with lightning bolts. The divine gaze vanished, and he wasn't sure if he heard a faint sigh, before a magic circle appeared a few meters in front of him, and a loli came out into existence. A blonde loli, wrapped with a towel. My apologies, the little girl said, her red eyes calm. I was taking a shower. She was taking a shower at a time like this. Even though she could see he was coming to her. I wanted to die with my body cleaned, you see. It's been around 7 months since I last showered. Gross. Is anything wrong? I actually cleaned my body using cleanse every day, if that counts. But showering feels better sometimes. Ah. Awkward. This was bizarre. Niji opened his mouth again, before sighing and shaking his head. This must be a trick. A fake front. She might have had a better chance if she was a MILF. However, even so, he wasn't going to trust her because her level spoke for itself. You, vampire god, level 1320. You. That name was familiar, same with her appearance. Ah, I remember. Niji pointed at her. High spec, S side effect, eidetic memory, acted up. She was you, from Arifureta. That trash anime. He liked the girl though, at least at that time. That liking wouldn't stop him from killing her, however. As for how strong she was, a typical level 500 should be exactly as strong as Prime All Might, as they'd have 500 stat points just like All Might's OFA, so level 1320 should be more or less Nawab's power level. Maybe even more than that, since this little girl had mana. In short, if she was good with magic, she might be more dangerous than Nawab, Are you checking my level? The girl suddenly said, making Niji blink. I actually was weaker until a few days ago. It appears that the system made me stronger every time you leveled up. You know about the system? Niji was surprised. Since floor 10, all the boss monsters were sentient, actual living beings, unlike the first 4 bosses. But none knew about the system. This was new. It comes off that you want to chat before the fight. Sure, I don't mind. The girl said, even looking slightly optimistic as if talking was a rare occasion for her. Anyway, yes, I do know about the system. I have always known that the dimension we live in exists within the source of the system, though only around 150 years ago were we assigned the roles of boss monsters, and came to learn about the new gamer. 150 years ago, huh? Since time passed 10 times faster here compared to Earth, it meant that it should have happened 15 years ago on Earth, meaning when he was born, also when he gained the system. I see. Niji frowned. But it seems the other bosses don't know about this, do they? Then how did you know? Special privilege as the strongest boss. They have no idea, yes. The vampire replied softly. It's just that I am special. One of my main magic, Tempest Ask, allows me to know a lot of things as long as I ask a question. That's a light version of omniscience. What the fuck? Niji recalled the system's answer every time he asked things about the dungeon. Reach the final floor and you'll receive your answer. This was serious. Could it be that the system wanted him to use her to get answers to his questions? He might need to change his decision of killing her. Niji frowned and decided to peek into her stats for once. Name, you. Level, 1320. Age, 1200, today's her BD. Class, Ancient Mage. Title, Witch of Destruction. Race, Vampire God. HP, 1320/1320. MP, 1-950-000/1-950-000. STR, 1320. End, 1320. Dex, 1320. Int, 19,500. Page 1/2. Her STR, END, and DEX were the same as her level. Meaning, she never did anything physically straining even once in her lifetime. Her magic on the other hand seemed to be decent enough. Niji was impressed. Even in his fusion form, his MP didn't reach that much. Though given her high INT, that wasn't shocking. Was this the strength of a god? She seemed weak. Very weak. Of course not all should be at her level, but even so, she really was weak. Muttering in disappointment, even though he should be happy instead, Niji was about to close her stat page before he noticed the existence of a second page there. Maybe there was some hope for her after all. He clicked it as the page materialized in front of him, filled with dozens of, hundreds of, thousands of magic spells. From basic everyday spells to world-ending, reality-bending spells. Niji felt that brain cool down for a second as he noticed some spells that made him speechless. This loli was broken, and not in a bad way. Silence stretched as the vampire loli god tilted her head. What's wrong? Niji looked at her, his face slightly agape. Killing her would get him at most 50 levels. Maybe even some special loot, for all he knew. But that's just a gamble. However. Niji rushed to her, watching as she prepared to attack, but she was too slow as Niji grabbed her by her arms. Miss you, Niji said, looking at her red eyes as his blue contrasted with them. Would you mind negotiating with me? What? Confused and uncomfortable at being held like a little girl, the Witch of Destruction frowned cutely. What's there to negotiate? Let us not waste time and start our glorious fight, instead. The loli teleported from his arms, appearing a few meters away in new clothes, a black skirt and white shirt, that she started to button up in front of him. Image here. Let's make it quick. She said after buttoning up her shirt. Niji sighed. Niji wanted to negotiate. Negotiate to take Kurai as her disciple. The number of spells she had, and the destruction she could bring. Niji could already see how powerful fusion would become if he had the same spells as her. For reference, her Tempest Ask wasn't even the most broken of her abilities. Unfortunately, mine couldn't steal magic spells, so Niji wanted to negotiate and ask her to teach Kurai. But the loli was very stubborn, which annoyed Niji. When Niji asked her to simply hand over the save stone instead of fighting, promising to let her live, the loli didn't agree. Maybe because he sounded like a classical villain, but that's beside the point. Now annoyed, Niji was about to make her submit to him entirely. Minutes ago. I promised to watch over civilization and keep it safe from any threats. If you want to hurt the civilization in my presence, you have to kill me first. That's what she had said in her Kaderi voice, making Niji facepalm. If that's the case, then, as much as I hate to do so, I guess I have no choice. That's what Niji had said before fusing with Kurai and preparing a huge death attribute mana ball in the air, putting more than half of his mana inside it. Monster. Back to the present, she was kilometers into the air, looking at Niji in fright as the dragon human threatened to destroy everything. The mana ball was huge, pitch black in color as air and clouds swirled around it, getting sucked into it to empower it even. The sky had gone dark purple, lightning crackling everywhere as it rained, wind blowing fast enough to tear down trees in the ground. It looked like the apocalypse, like the end of the world. Stop. People would die because of this. The girl was worried, clearly, but Niji didn't give it any care. Instead, he talked in a ruthless voice, trying to imitate a villain. Your promise never said you shouldn't surrender, puny god. Niji declared, looking down at the frightened lowly as she kept casting destructive spells at him, but they simply got sucked inside the ball, and the ones that didn't, simply phased through his body as he used permeation. She obviously had ways to hurt him in this form too, but old she might be, she still was a dumbass. If you don't stop, I won't give up. Surrender isn't an option, I will fight till the dash. Wasn't your promise to keep civilization safe? It wasn't about you dying while fighting, was it? Why is surrender not an option? Excuses. I thought you were a nice person, but look at you, you are just another prideful little thing who puts herself before the life of billions. The woman was silent, making Niji stare at her. Be a good girl. Surrender, and promise, make a divine vow or something, to serve under me and I will also promise to not destroy this whole continent. Destroy the whole continent. His death ball could do so, no doubt. It may even be able to destroy the whole planet, he wasn't sure. But obviously, he was just bluffing. This would kill his girls, if it landed, which he didn't want to do. Luckily, the dumb lowly couldn't see through his bluff. But you already hurt civilization. I did not. I just killed the rulers. They aren't civilization, civilization is the people of this world. I can always appoint new rulers after I take over the continent. So surrender before I lose patience and dash. Fine. The girl yelled. Please, stop. I submit and vow in my divine name to serve you until the end of eternity. Please stop the attack. Niji felt her promise connect with his soul, a new experience for him, so he guessed it must have been some sort of magic spell or divine vow like he said. Either way, it meant she surrendered. Good. Niji nodded at her with a smile. However, seconds passed but the death ball didn't disappear from Niji's hands. The lowly grew anxious. Is anything wrong? I promised already dash. Well, it appears there has been a problem. Niji said, his expression calm. Miss you, do you happen to have any way to stop this ball? Any advice on how I can turn it off? You see, mana isn't my best attribute. I don't know how to cancel the spell. I am sorry. So, do you have a way? Yes. Good, he wasn't accidentally killing his girls. Later on, Niji was led to an underground bunker under the Empress Palace. That's where the save stone was located. Guess this is it. It took him 3 days to clear all this. That white ball in front of him was the reward. Niji placed his hand on top of the ball, watching as white light shone brightly from within the ball. A second later, he received multiple notifications. Congratulations. You have conquered the Tower of Utopia. Achievement unlocked, Dungeon Master. You have gained absolute authority over this dimension. You can customize the terrain of this world as you wish. Control the living beings of this world as you desire. Change the history at your whim. You have become the master of this dungeon. That was cool. He could feel a connection to this world. If this was any other time and gods were after his ass, he might have played Minecraft, real-life edition here. As you have become this place's master, this dungeon has been made into your hub world. You'd not have to use the tower to enter this world, you can simply make a gate to enter this world. Now that was surprising. This meant he would be able to enter this world anytime no matter which places in the multiverse he was in. This place. It was his domain. He was God here. Calculating reward. 2 main participants detected, Neji Hado and Kurai. You have gained 40 levels. You have reached level 700. 12th restriction has been released. 2 EXP for everything. With this, all your EXP-related restrictions have been lifted. The next restriction, the last restriction that the system has, will be lifted once you reach level 1000. Kurai has gained 40 levels. Kurai has reached level 501. The race, Nurgle, goes through a massive growth. Niji looked at the cat, as her body started to float in the air, but she didn't look frightened, she simply raised her head in the air in arrogance. She could tell what was coming. Race Nurgle has gained its full potency. Kurai has touched divinity. A new god of death has been born. The first divinity, anti-life, has been created. Divinity, anti-life. Can kill anyone who has life force with a single touch. In case the target has very high resistance, it would rather destroy part of their life force. If used against other divine beings, as they are very resistant and immortal, it would destroy part of their divinity and consume it to strengthen the user. Can learn any type of death magic in minutes. That was powerful. Niji half expected her to gain revival powers, but a part of him was glad she didn't gain that. It would be very awkward to explain to his sister and Momo why he can't bring their parents back. After all, he did just ask Lady Luck to make a heaven for his parents. Yay. Kurai jumped in her spot, obviously seeing the notifications herself. Meanwhile, the vampire was on the side, quiet as usual. When his eyes met with hers, she bowed respectively. She didn't act in the same way she did in Arifureta. It must be because of the 900 years she spent in this world. Then, one last notification appeared in front of him. You have received a divine class item for completing the tower. A paper popped up into existence, looking like a coupon. Niji almost mistook it for a quirk EXP card as he grabbed it and brought it closer to him for inspection. As he used observe on it, he froze. Kurai, it's time to return, Niji said and picked up the dancing Kurai. Miss Vampire, he walked to you, touching her shoulder. As it turns out, I have some real hard work for you. He said, looking into her eyes. Is it about the last item you received? Partially, but that's for later. Niji shrugged. Let's explain after we get out of here. Niji smiled at her expressionless face, patting her head as they teleported, patting her even as they traveled through a wormhole carved with a rainbow of color. He was still patting her when he appeared back into his Monster Kingdom's palace, standing in the middle of the 5 girls who froze, stopping their harsh training. He met their eyes, smiling, as they all smiled back, running over. As he was being hugged by them, he glanced at Loli again, still smiling. This Loli was his jackpot. She might be weaker than him, but the reason is merely that he's a fucking cheat at this moment. Without the quirks, even his incredible mana reserves wouldn't have helped. With her help, he would receive dozens of hyper-useful benefits. Amongst them, with her help, he has chosen the first benefit he's going to use. It's about time to turn all of my girls into magical girls. Chapter 193, New Order. Chapter 193, New Order. Leonard Davidson was the president of the Public Safety Commission. All his life, his wish was to make the world a better place, but he had a terribly unsuitable quirk for that field. His quirk, management, allowed him to manage official stuff, with a few minor details. But, luckily, he realized at a young age that even with this quirk, he would be able to make the world better. If he worked hard. If he became a part of the PSC. That he did, and he even surpassed that dream to become the president of the HQ. Some would say he was the most powerful man in the world, even though he might lack a destructive quirk. Those some would be wrong. Fuck. David cursed aloud, glaring at the TV screen that skipped between multiple terrible scenes happening around the world. Multiple young men, all with white hair and blue eyes, were rampaging around the world, his multiple bodies killing both villains and heroes alike, and even stealing the quirks of any strong individual. David was all confused, frustrated. Who the hell was this kid? Where did he come from? It was a rhetorical question because David already knew who he was, from the files that rested on David's desk. This boy was Neji Hado, the child and future heir of most of the Hado corporations, and a first-year student in UA High. Which just made things more confusing. Why was a UA student doing all this? And how was he doing it? From where did he get such quirks? This same kid had destroyed the Meta Liberation Army in Japan, therefore lifting the network jam from Japan. There, he was contacted by the heroes, namely All Might, who let him know about the kid in detail. According to All Might, that kid was actually All for One, but David had immediately discarded that idea. It just wouldn't make sense for All for One to do all that. He wasn't a destroyer, he was someone who wanted to rule in the silence, from the shadows. Upon pointing out some differences, even All Might seemed skeptical about his opinion. Then is that? No way, young Niji would never do such a thing. He isn't that type. That's what the former strongest man had said, sounding desperate. However, David stood by his belief and declared the young man with his former hero name, Shatterstar, the current most dangerous villain. Nawab was killed by Shatterstar, and even her quirks were stolen. A satellite caught a glimpse of the battle before getting destroyed by the new villain. Shatterstar was dominating Nawab entirely, enough for David to believe that Nawab was dead. To confirm that, Niji was seen using many of Nawab's quirks in the past hours. This means, the new villain was dangerous beyond anything the world has seen since he not only had Nawab's quirks, he was stronger than her even before that. Meaning, Shatterstar must be erased from the history of Earth for society to survive. That made sense, it surely did, but David couldn't agree with Kathleen, also known as Star and Stripes, to just rush at the boy. But why? The strongest woman in the world yelled, slamming the door open and stomping inside. Why aren't you permitting me? Why must I hold back? He is killing dozens every hour, thousands every day. He needs to be stopped now. David turned off the monitors, not wanting to see the unbearable sight anymore, and looked at Star with a sympathetic gaze. She was a hero at heart, this must be more painful to her than to him. Yes, I know he must be stopped, he said as he sighed. But we have far more situations at hand. Situation more dangerous than this. Cut the crap. Kathleen slammed the table, glaring at him. It doesn't make sense. David wished he could say that too. But it made absolute sense since the world was just about to engage in nuclear warfare. That's the reason why he hadn't formed a team full of superheroes and sent them after Shatterstar. Because even if they stopped the mad villain, it would all be meaningless if the world ends the next day. You think Kim is just bluffing? No. I don't. But we can take care of him after we take down Shah Dash. That wouldn't work. You have to go and destroy Korea now. This time, it was Kathleen's time to protest. But Dash. Even if you stop the boy, what did you do if we engage in nuclear warfare? There will be nobody else to save in a destroyed world, and all the people you saved earlier in your life will all be for naught. Kathleen, David put a hand on her shoulder. This is for the best. David walked away, ignoring the strongest woman in the world even as her fingers twitched in frustration. Stopping at the door. Kath. David looked at her. Before you leave, keep in mind to set a safe rule. Big red dot, Singapore's #1 hero. Peak tier 6. Quirk, Tidal Bore, level 7, it allows him to produce a large and powerful blast of water from his mouth. Salam, Egypt's #1 hero. Peak tier 6. Quirk, Papyrus, level 8, it allows him to turn his body paper thin, allowing him to slip through narrow spaces and ride the wind. Fleck Turn, one of the top 10 supervillains in the world. Low tier 7. Quirk, Reflect, level 9, it allows him to reflect any attack and its effect back at its user. He can also store the attack to use later, rather than just reflecting it immediately. This quirk isn't well suited for enduring several powerful attacks and will wear out in prolonged battles. These three were big people Niji knew from his previous life. So they were the ones he hunted first using his bees. As it's been around 12 hours since Niji started his onslaught, the world was more chaotic than ever, but at least they called him Shatterstar now instead of All for One. At one point, he didn't mind the name since it helped avoid some awkward conversation between his previous allies, but now he would rather be known by his own name than someone else's. This world was to end very soon, anyway. Not by the gods, no. They wouldn't even get the chance because of the people of this world. They were about to start a nuclear war, Niji learned from his future sight. Niji was seriously considering chiming in all this, to start a devastating and unnaturally powerful thunderstorm that'd match these nukes, killing thousands, millions even, to just be his EXP bags. After all, since they were all dying anyway, they should at least turn into valuable experience points that'd help Niji save the world. That seemed like a good excuse to tell the girls, after a bit of tweaking. Niji himself could care less about the world and its people. Nothing mattered anymore. Rather, he waited in the air, in the sky of the United Korea, as he started to notice black dots in the sky, coming towards him and taking the shape of fighter jets. Focusing his Eyes of the Lord, level 43, he could see Star and Stripes in the far, riding those jets. It seemed America tried its best to not nuke North Korea. Kim Jong-un was supposed to nuke America today, in around 12 or so hours. America didn't want that, as that'd be the start of a worldwide nuclear war. However, America couldn't just nuke Korea either, as that'd start the war either way. So they sent Star and Stripes here, someone far surpassing the power of a nuke. However, Niji couldn't let her destroy Korea, not before the launch of the first nuke, anyway. And since he had to hunt Kath anyway, he decided to do it now, to kill two birds with one stone. The fighter jets closed distance soon, and in a few seconds, a frowning Star and Stripes was facing Niji, standing atop one of the 6 fighter jets that strangely managed to float in one spot. The blonde woman crossed her arms and looked at him. Kathleen Bate, main character, peak tier 8. As expected, she was the new main character. Surprised to see you here, boy. Star said in a thick American accent, sounding what Neji would assume a female All Might to sound. Neji didn't like the comparison. He liked his symbol of peace male. Coincidence, isn't it? Neji said, his arms crossed. I was taking a stroll and thought, hey, why don't I visit the Korean peninsula for a minute? The strongest woman didn't seem to share his sense of humor as she stared at her with an icy gaze, silent. I have seen your clips, the things you have been doing all over the world, stealing quirks and killing people. she said after a minute. You are here for my quirk, aren't you? She was smart for someone with that terrible hairstyle. But then again, it wasn't exactly hard to guess. Anyway, now, he just needed to wait until she used her power because he needed to take some precautions. Star stared at the boy monster's eyes for a long minute, waiting for him to make a move, but the villain didn't do so. What was he waiting for? Looking for an opening? Would he really do that with the number of powers he had? Star was honestly skeptical if she could win against him or not. He was that strong, then why was he holding back? Not expecting any answer, Kath shook her head and instead looked at him in the eye, remembering his name as she opened her mouth. Not gonna not waste my time asking how you learned about my location, fuck that. Rather dash, she paused, taking in a breath and declaring to the world, rule, Neji Hado will die the moment he flinches. Silence. There was a long silence as Niji stood still in his spot. You underestimated me, boy. The lady said. Look at you, trying your best to not move, and even stopping your breathing. Actually, no. Niji shrugged his shoulders. I was just thinking of what rule to set on you. Kath froze in her spot. What? He had just shrugged, and even spoke. Logically speaking, he should be dead by now, but he was quite clearly breathing quite carelessly. Slowly, the space twisted for a moment before a veil of obvious illusion fell from his face, showing his hair floating in the air, his blue that had turned red, along with an octagram appearing over the pupils. What? Did he use some sort of illusion quirk to hide his eyes? Red eyes coupled with that floating hair, that. It couldn't be. She clenched her fist, realizing the lack of strength that shouldn't be possible with her strength rule. This madman, he had stolen Eraserhead's quirk. This was bad. She needed to do something. Everyone, open fire. She yelled at her teammates, the pilots of the jets, expecting them to execute her orders like always, but there was no such response. Sorry, that wouldn't work. The villain said, making Star freeze for a second. Did he somehow kill her teammates? Kath, we are fine, we just can't control the jets, but we are doing fine. What's wrong, why aren't you attacking? Star sighed in extreme relief as the villain smirked. My quirk, Tech Jack, allows me to take over any technology upon touch or 10 meters in my radius. That radius is only further increased by my electricity manipulation, which allows me to connect with electric devices from quite a bit far. He said. Your jets were under my control for a while now. Anyway, let's stop with the generic villain power monologue. Kath stayed silent, frowning. This really was bad. She could barely stand on top of the jet without her quirk's help, and he wasn't giving her any chance by looking away. If he only blinked, she might get a second to set a rule to block the erasure quirk, but it seemed he didn't have Eraserhead's dry eye weakness. He hadn't even blinked once, it seemed. Luckily, she had set a rule before starting today's journey that'd make her quirk go on a rampage within anyone who dared steal it, destroying his body and other quirks inside his body. Meaning this boy, even if he killed her and stole her quirk, it would only bring him to his demise. Rule, the boy suddenly said, making Kath's eyes widen as his red eyes shone brighter, specifically the octagram, while a surge of white energy swirled around him. Any and all rules Kathleen Bate has set before would be removed this instant. Star and Stripes couldn't even feel as her safe rule was destroyed, watching as the boy smirked for a slight instant, before he raised a finger at her skull and fired a purple beam of plasma at her. Her world turned blank. Eyes of the Lord finally had the power to copy powers, abilities. Though sadly, it's temporary and it doesn't show up as another quirk in the quirk page. On the other hand, reality manipulation was a strong power, but Kath's quirk, New Order, wasn't a full reality manipulation power. It was a handicapped one. Unfortunately, even after leveling up the quirk a few times, it didn't become a full-on reality rewriting power. Though at least, the number of rules he could set increased and the effects of the rules strengthened furthermore. Furthermore, his quirk copy-paste tactic seemed to have a limit as well. At one point, the quirk's level up became too very slow once it reached level 50. In fact, after the last 12 or so hours continuous copy-paste, he had barely reached level 51 in 4 quirks, while all the other quirks had reached level 50. So he stopped leveling up the other quirks, all of them, and instead gave each of his 75 clones a copy of New Order, using them to all just focus on this quirk alone, his goal being taking it above level 100 before the emergence of gods. He was hoping it would finally evolve after reaching level 100, or at least something similar. As for Star and Stripes' teammates, they didn't have good quirks, so he just killed them and didn't consider taking their quirks. Either way, Niji put the tasks happening on Earth in the back of his mind, ignoring the nuclear war that had started earlier because of America using their star to try to wipe Korea out, and instead focused on the main body. Inside the tower, no, the arcane plane, as he named it now, Niji looked at his girls as he pointed at the lowly beside him. In short, with this lowly's help, I am about to give you all mana, the source of magic, and then she will teach you all magic and stuff. Though the process of creating a mana core within you all wouldn't be as swift as when you became my avatar. In other words, it would be painful. Very, very, very painful. Niji looked at his girls as they glanced at each other and a look of resolution appeared in their gazes. Niji knew that look, the burning desire to grow stronger, made him smile. If you have decided. He smiled at the vampire. Let's begin. His harem, he was going to make them god-eaters. Chapter 194, Evolutions. Chapter 194, Evolutions. The girls were confused at first, so Niji gave them a short summary. So, you mean, once we go through a sort of magical surgery, will we be able to do magic? Niji nodded at Rumi's question. Then what are we waiting for? Rumi seemed to be the most enthusiastic among all the girls, and Niji could guess why. She wanted to become stronger the most here. However, from the gaze of the other girls, it seemed Rumi had matches this time, and even some whose desires towered over hers. All of them wanted to grow stronger. Niji smiled, turning to the vampire. Darling, do you need any special equipment, environment, or tool before you do this? He asked. Or can you start right away? I can start right away. The loli nodded. Though I would prefer if I am allowed to do this in private, so please clear the room, except for the person who wants to start first. Oh, me. Kimmy raised her hand in the air. I love being a test subject. The loli vamp looked at her with a slightly bewildered expression, but she didn't question it. All right, Niji clapped his hands. If that's the care, girls, don't come inside before you stop hearing Kimmy's screams. His statement confused the girls, but before they could question him his body blitzed for a moment and he disappeared with the girls, before he alone reappeared. The loli looked at him. My statement included you too. Wow, no way. He said with heavy sarcasm. But no, that wouldn't do. I have to watch over my overgrown cat, you know. You'd be in danger otherwise, she's a pedo. Don't trust him. Kimmy said from the side. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have. Niji kindly asked the system to ignore these level up messages because he had to focus on what was in front of him first. The world outside was at a war, with Kim Jong-un having fired the first nuke earlier than planned because America dared to send Star and Stripes, which enraged Kim. These level up notifications were the effect of Niji's worldwide thunderstorm, created by Thunder God, level 51, and enhanced by Upgrade, level 51. Niji actually had to hold back a lot to not destroy Earth. Using Future Sight, he saw a future where he had destroyed the planet using the same quirk combination, and so he had to spend some time in luck to allow his future to change. In any case, this meant every minute, and sometimes even every few seconds, he received a notification of leveling up. Though it was slowing down as his level up requirement of EXP kept increasing. Niji ignored these thoughts and focused on the scene in front of him, watching as the lowly vampire did a surgery on Kimmy. The Catwoman had volunteered to participate in this surgery before anyone else could. As the oldest amongst the girls, she wanted to make sure the procedure was safe. Niji didn't like it, making this process seem like a test subject. It was absolutely safe, he knew because he saw about the procedure using Observe. Spell, Mana Core Creation, Legendary Rank. Details, a legendary rank magic spell that needs divinity to cast. This allows the caster to create a mana core within a target's body. Either the brain, heart, or lower dantian can be used as the core. The thing is, a mana core can be destroyed by certain techniques or spells. So it's better to create the core in the dantian, instead of heart or brain, as that'd make the core a spot where the enemy can kill two birds with one stone. Niji thought in silence, watching you casting magic circles above Kimmy's laid down body as the woman kept chatting with the vamp in a cheerful tone. That's the reason why people, at least the ones who get the chance to choose a spot anyway, choose the lower dantian as the core's focus. Contrary to popular belief, the dantian wasn't a fictional term. It's quite frequently mentioned in old Chinese medicines and surgeries. In truth, the head is called the upper dantian, and the heart is called the middle. At last, the lower dantian existed below the navel area. That's where Kimmy, and the other 4 girls were going to get their mana core made. Is everything going smoothly? Niji asked the vamp, standing with the wall against his back as he watched the process happening. He had a health potion in his hand in case of an emergency, because even though he trusted the vamp to not betray him, not after she vowed, there can always be accidents. You worry too much, young master, she is trying her best. Kimmy giggled, defending the vamp. How could you have thought of killing such a cute creature? Well, as you said, she's a creature dash. Then let me rephrase myself, how could you think of killing such a cute little girl? Niji shrugged, not planning to give in to her twisted trap, but the loli didn't seem so amused. I am actually older than you, despite my looks. The vamp said, continuing with her magic. Age doesn't matter, baby, it's just a number. Kimmy said, suddenly patting the loli, making her freeze. Look at the cute kaderi expression you are making. The vamp was silent. You shouldn't move while I am doing this, or it might hurt you. You said your name was you, right dash. Kimmy, shut. Don't annoy your surgeon. Niji shut Kimmy up, making the older woman show him her tongue. You sighed, avoiding eye contact from both people in the room and continuing with her magic. It took her just one more minute to finish casting the magic circles, proving that it was Kimmy's mouth that was slowing the process. Hold still, this is supposed to hurt a lot. Kimmy nodded with a smile, seemingly uncaring as the loli cast the spell. Immediately, all the magic circles floating above Kimmy clashed together, forming a single magic circle that duplicated, with each going towards Kimmy and you and wrapping around them. Then a great amount of blue mana got sucked out of Yu's body, enough for it to be visible to Niji's naked eye, and leapt at Kimmy like a tidal wave, all focusing on her navel area. At first, Kimmy looked prepared for a painful experience, before she blinked in confusion, feeling nothing. Her eyes widened, twisting in pain abruptly as her throat let out a terrible screech. The yell shook the whole building. Kimmy's body moved, almost moving like a fish out of water if not for the magic circle keeping her down. She turned into her hybrid form, even entering her full four-legged white tiger form for a moment, before returning to normal. The phases continued changing every few seconds, her painful screeches filling the air as blue mana kept entering her lower dantian. After almost 5 minutes, the process stopped and so did her screams as Kimmy's muscles relaxed, her head fell down on the table she was lying down upon as she stared at the feeling. We are coming in. A yell came from outside as the door burst open and the other 4 girls, including Kurai, ran inside and gasped at the scene. Kimmy was sweating, her face pale as she looked at the girls, forming a small reassuring smile. You know. I wouldn't suggest that. She said, closing her eyes. But honestly, the pain is worth it, I feel stronger, much stronger. Then she lost consciousness. Mama. Kurai ran to Kimmy, while Niji just checked her state using Observe. Name, Kimmy Sujihara. Tier, Peak Tier 7. MP, 100, 000/100, 000. State, happy to finally be someone who can help her young master, looking forward to her new strength, relieved from pain, relaxed. Truthfully, 100k MP was a lot. Niji was just a useless shit, even with 10 million MP because he lacked good spells, but with just 100k MP, one should be very strong, though Niji wasn't sure how strong. She absorbed quite a bit. The vamp suddenly said, making the girls look at her. I haven't done this surgery to many people before, but the ones I did on didn't suck that much mana. It seems the part of directional beast blood within her helped with that. That makes sense. Niji looked, looking at Momo. That means Momo will have an easy time too. Momo blinked at that, recalling that she herself was quarter a phoenix, before smiling slightly at the chance to finally grow stronger than her peers. Ryukyu too, I guess. Niji said, yanking out the dragon evolution stone from within his inventory. Here, catch. He tossed it over to her, even as the girl barely caught it, curious. What's this? Put it in your mouth, you'll see what's that. Ryukyu blinked twice but didn't question it and threw it in her mouth. Truthfully, Niji wasn't sure how this would end up since the stone was dropped from a Chinese dragon while Ryukyu's power was that of a Western one. What route will evolution take? Turns out, neither. As gold dust left her body, spreading to the room and clearing soon when Niji released a gust of wind, Ryukyu came out with 4 golden horns on her head, 2 of them coming out of her head and going upward straight, and 2 of them rounding around her head. Her nails sharpened, 2 sharp bones leaving her elbows, as her body was covered in different shades of pristine golden scales, coupled with a long tail. A gold dragon. Niji gasped. It's a gold dragon. It really is. Niji cheered, jumping forward and hugging a surprised Ryukyu. Ryukyu, you look like a sculpture. Niji was back to her cheerful self again, for the most part, as the monsters in this place treated her quite nicely. Niji knew she was forcing herself for his sake, now that he was preparing to fight the gods, but at least even that forcing was helping her a little. And Wani-sama, I have something for you too. Niji pulled out a fruit and gently handed it over to her. That was the loot the boss of floor 5 dropped, the tree spirit of the world tree. Fruit of the world tree, highest rank of fruit ripened in the world tree worshipped by elves. Being at the highest rank, this has many aptitudes it can grant. Currently, it can boost the eater's life essence, expand their mana pool, and heighten their general senses. There is a high chance for the eater to follow an evolution based on their race. This was an item similar to the one Kurai ate to become Nurgle back in the day, though it was of the lowest rank. Niji observed the fruit for a moment before looking at Niji. What's this? The world tree's fruit. It was the vamp who replied. It allows the consumer to gain many physical boosts, gain a mana pool just by eating it, and even go through a racial evolution. Ah, I see. Say, I have a proposal. The vamp turned to Niji, knowing it's better to ask the leader about this. Would you mind if I intertwine my vampire blood with the fruit? Otherwise, she will become a simple high human that might be a strong race, but they don't have many special perks. However, with my pure breed vampire god bloodline, mixed with the fruit, she would gain a powerful noble vampire race. Do you mind? Niji considered her words for a moment before speaking. Yes, he said. I do mind. The vamp went silent. If we are using someone's blood for Niji, it's gonna be mine. I didn't know you could do that, darling. Niji said to you. Anyway, you see Niji is my older sister, and I would hate for her to be of a different race than me, even though that's been the case for a while now. So if you can do this blood thing anyways, it's better to do it with mine. The little girl didn't take offense in his rejection and instead thought over his words, nodding. Indeed, it's also better because you are a 50%, wait, no, you are a 100% high human. The indifferent girl was suddenly surprised, her eyes focusing on Niji. What? What's this? There is a 100% pure high human blood within you, but at the same time, you are also a pure dragon. How does this work? Don't think too much about it. Continue where you left. The lowly, still shocked, tried to ask him more about it, but stopped after seeing Niji's gaze. Fine. Anyway, since you two are siblings, the blood will be more effective, and since your blood will have the essence of a high human already, the fruit will rather try to absorb the dragon part of the blood entirely. Hey, what about my consent in all this? Niji interrupted suddenly. I don't want to keep being your shadow, Niji. Let me become a vampire. You aren't my shadow anymore, our powers are already different, even though they are similar. Niji said, shrugging. Her surge became potential energy and his became kinetic, two sides of the same coin, but different sides nonetheless. Just stay with the sinking theme, Niji. It's a must. Niji didn't protest after he said the last line, making Niji immediately regret it. That must have been a blow to her wound, implying that they were the only blood-related family left in the world, so they should at least stay like that. I understand. It's fine then. Niji nodded. In the end, Niji sighed in relief and went with the process. Niji's transformation was similar to his. No change in normal form, except for slitted eyes that he didn't have. The heavier change was in her hybrid form and full dragon form. Instead of white scales, she had deep blue, glossy, and beautiful. Ryukyu also tested out her full dragon form when Niji did, revealing that she was a Western dragon except for she had an outer spine-like structure above her spine like that of a Chinese dragon. Phew, 3 dragons, Kimi said, watching the scene now that she was awake. TCH, I am jealous. It's rare for you to be jealous. Niji said, leaning over and squeezing her but once, away from Kurai's gaze. MMHMWL, Ryukyu told us about the sound of your heartbeat. It seems only a dragon can feel something interesting from that sound, Kimi said, containing another moan as her soft S was spanked. After all, I want to enjoy my young master's everything in every way. Niji laughed at that, though it did sound touching. In any case, Niji focused on the 2 dragons again, not before squeezing Kimi once more. Niji and Ryukyu were of similar sizes, even when they increased their size to the limit. Though he knew Niji had more powers. But that was natural, his sister deserved more. Still, he will give Ryukyu some other quirk to make up for it. Neji Hado, Draconic High Human, Peak Tier 8. Ryuko Tatsuma, Amalgam Dragon, Mid Tier 7. On top of that, Niji had potential energy manipulation, she surely was stronger. Though Ryukyu will close the gap a bit after getting mana herself. Niji had it already, as you had said. You casted a spell while the race change happened, to help Niji get as much as possible, and so she did. 150,000 mana points. That's how much she gained. Dang. Rumi was mesmerized by the sight. Hey, Niji. Can I go next? Nope, bunny. The gold dragon is yet to do it, you know. First her, then you. And then. He glanced at Momo, who looked away, embarrassed about her previous outburst. Momo will do it, if she's in the mood. I am. Momo nodded slowly. Niji smiled back before releasing a sigh under his breath that only Kimi noticed, giving him an apologetic look. Everything will go back to normal, he knew, but a part of their life had still been snatched from them. Niji. Niji didn't have anyone to blame because the killer was already dead. In that case, he would just destroy the world along with the gods. Niji simply needed someone to release his anger upon. Chapter 195, Status Cutter. Chapter 195, Status Cutter. Outside the Cube Omniverse, within the region of Prime Omniverse, there existed a dimension called Nowhere. The place where primal gods dwelled. Primal gods, the entities who existed from the beginning of time, and some going even before time even began. They were the creator gods of the omniverse, the rulers of reality and dreams. However, even these rulers had a king of their own. He, the first living existence, being born from the void, is the entity that witnessed the creation of the universe that had yet to become an omniverse. The one supreme god of everything, the void-born, the primordial deity. When he was born, naked in the void, the primordial was but a twisting life made of darkness. But now, he had bulging veiny muscles, deep red skin, and white hair covering the golden horns in his head. The god covered his waist and below with rich black pants that were held by a golden belt with a demon's head sculpted on it. To play with the theme, he had his aura manipulated to form a solid gold hagoromo around his neck, along with a gold halo on his back. Image here. Many mistook him for a demon at first sight, but god or demon, they weren't so different in his eyes. So, he didn't care to change his appearance. Today, this beast of an entity wore a displeased expression as he walked past a heavenly door. It has been a day and a half since the gamer has escaped. The deity said, his voice sounding like the burning of woods as he walked inside a room with his hands behind his back. Why is it taking so long to find him, a singleman? His words were calm, the annoyance of his face not reaching his voice, yet it irritated the person he was talking to nonetheless. The only person, besides his wife, who would dare make an irritated front in front of him. His beloved daughter. It's not you who's working hard. His dear daughter, Phosha the fire goddess, grumbled hearing his words. You don't just come here and act all full of yourself. Have some respect, yeah. The young lady with fiery red hair grumbled, making the 1,000 other gods present in the room sweat drop. She was already punished before for her behavior, locked in the neutral zone, yet she hadn't learned her lesson. However, Primordial found this adorable, if anything. So, he waved his hands at the other gods, gesturing for them to keep on their search. The huge room he had just walked into was a modern, almost futuristic huge hall, filled with beings, gods, who stood in front of thousands of holographic cubes placed symmetrically on both sides of the wall. In front of the gods, the cubes were opened, each reflecting a crystal-clear hologram, showing planets, stars, black holes, galaxies, and universes. One could guess that all the cubes were one magical map of the cube omniverse. They were looking for something, or specifically someone, using that map. Apologizes, my dear. Primordial said, his voice unusually soft since he was talking to his daughter. And my apologies, I said something useless even though I already know the reason for this delay. I could guess. But it's not my fault he's so lucky. His little girl grunted before sighing and looking at her father. Father, first of all, the cube gods do not see us favorably, same with the cube omniverse will, weakened as it might be. With their interference, it's hard to look for the gamer's existential signature. Secondly, the cube is much bigger than the prime, remember? Though it would have taken seconds to find him if he was in the prime, with the cube's size and the interferences, as you can see so many primal gods can't find him even after a day and a half. She squinted her eyes at him. Unless, we just go and attack the cube gods, wage war on them and look for the brat afterwards. That is not a good idea. Primordial denied her proposal, making the slight glint in her eyes dry again. The gamer isn't so important to start a war between the cube and the prime, not after so many eons of peace. Hearing that the gamer wasn't important enough seemed to make the goddess glare at him. Primordial knew why and shrugged. Then, as if to taunt him, she blurted out, "You scared of those gods?" That made him chuckle softly. "Oh silly daughter of mine, there are omnipotent beings in cube, a lot of them, yes, but don't forget who I am," he said, looking into her eyes. "I can do the impossible, I can kill omnipotent beings, and you know it. I have done so before." Voidborn, that was he, the icon of paradoxes. There always has been a question, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Likewise, what had happened if two omnipotent beings fight to the death? The answer would be dash. Well, it can't be answered. Both are goddamn paradoxes. However, as the child of the Voidborn, the emptiness, the primordial god had answers for all paradoxes, he had a solution for the impossible. His daughter clicked her tongue at his words, working back into the hologram, but not for long. After staying silent for a minute, she stopped and asked a question. "Father, what would we do if the gamer has grown too strong for us?" She didn't receive an answer immediately, so she looked at him. "I am not talking about you, father, I know he can't surpass you. I am talking about me and the others. Like, you wouldn't enter the cube when we find him and go hunt him down, you're going there will start a war, that's why I and others will have to go, right? Like, last time." Her voice sounded slightly frightened when she said the last words, but what if we aren't strong enough? Like last time. Primordial could see where she was going with it, and so he barely controlled himself from looking at her pitifully. Time passed differently in different universes. That kid might have spent a millennium or more in some isolated universe, maybe growing so strong that he can break universes with a punch. Phosha was scared because she and her peers wouldn't be at their true power level within the cube, since the will of the cube omniverse will actively suppress them, more so since the will took a liking to that brat. In that case, what if the gamer had become stronger than them, at least stronger than their suppressed selves? It seems old memories haven't left you yet, daughter, Primordial said gently, though there was slight anger under his voice too, but not directed towards her. But no, I doubt he has lived that long. But assuming he did, how strong do you think he would have managed to become without mana and divinity? There was silence from his daughter's side. There are certain energies that can replace his blocked mana, but there's nothing that can replace his blocked divinity. He would be useless in a fight with divine beings if he can't use that, he would be nothing more than a cannon fodder. Primordial sighed at his daughter's silence. She didn't seem so confident, the opposite even. He could understand why though, she was the one who faced the wrath of the previous gamer the most. She was forced to watch her friends die, while her husband was forced to watch her as she was got RP'd by the gamer before he was killed too. His daughter was RP'd. Not once. Not twice. But so many times. For a whole year. She was kidnapped and used like a sex doll for a whole year. A fucking god faced such a fate at the hands of a mere mortal. Primordial could still feel the sheer rage that passed through his veins that year. So he could only imagine the sheer fear and anxiety that his daughter must be feeling. I understand. Primordial sighed and brought his arms in front of him. When we find him before you go, I will give you that, the blade that can destroy all dash. Primordial was interrupted, all to his displeasure, as a bright red dot flashed in all the holograms. This. His daughter blinked. A deviation. But it's so bright. Step aside, Primordial stepped forward, moving his hand inside the hologram to zoom in and follow the light of deviation at a great speed. Once he reached the light, he saw who the deviation was. A strange little girl who just reincarnated. From the looks of it, her soul could leap timelines. After reading her soul for a bit longer, he realized what she was. A regressor. Why was a regressor present in a My Hero Academia world line? Did any of the cube gods interfere? If so, then why? Unless. Primordial moved his hands, swiping the hologram to go back to the route that the deviated soul came from. But. He couldn't find it. What? His frown deepened. A greater power was interfering. Not greater than him, of course, but greater than the divinity used on the search device, the omniversal map. Was the interfering entity related to the deviated soul? No, that wouldn't make sense. If the entity was related, then they would have stopped him from looking at the deviated soul, not the place where the soul came from. Suspicious. Primordial swiftly channeled his own divinity into the device, watching as the veil that had stopped his gaze shattered like glass and, he saw it, the world where the gamer was in. Ah. He heard his daughter gasp, almost laughing. Found him. Aha, it's only been 15 years. Primordial wasn't so enthusiastic, though. Looking at the screen, as the scene was moving at a speed faster than light, he watched as the gamer stole powers from the dead regressor, and he kept watching until a point came where he realized this gamer had become slightly dangerous. Divinity or mana, he might have none, but he had meta abilities, and at this rate, he will have a lot of them. Enough to match, or maybe even defeat the suppressed gods that'd go after him. Father, I will call on a team and go there immediately. No, Primordial rejected his daughter gruffly, frowning as he tried to open a portal to that world but felt a resistance. He could still open a rift if he kept it up for a few minutes, but this at least proved that the being from before was still trying to cover up for the gamed. But who would dare? If not for the fact that his powers didn't have much influence inside the cube from this area, Primordial would have found out who the rascal was and annihilated them. Something or someone is interfering. He let his daughter know. The gamer also looks decently powerful. He has grown dangerous. You can't go yet. But dash. No buts. Primordial turned to her, looking into her eyes. I am slowing down the time of nowhere, matching it as close as I can with the world where the gamer is residing. Because I need a bit of time to prepare something before you go. His daughter's eyes widened. Wait, you mean? He nodded. Yes, I am talking about the anti-gamer weapon that was half completed. The thing that was made to specifically be used against a gamer. The void sword, forged from my blood and soul, the status cutter. His daughter's eyes shook. You are going to finish it finally? She asked in disbelief before jumping to hug him. I love you so much. Of course, he would complete it, even if it weakened him temporarily. After his daughter was molested by the previous gamer and therefore killed by the Primordial, that rascal had threatened him before his death that the next gamer would take revenge for all this. So, naturally, Primordial needed a way to avoid a similar situation that'd stop him from helping his daughter like last time, a weapon that'd keep his daughter safe even if he wouldn't be able to interfere by himself. Primordial, to all his glory, simply patted his daughter's head. Prepare a battalion. We wouldn't take a chance this time around. He said, once you leave for him, I want you to return only after his ashes perish. This gamer, like the last, would die as well. However, this one in particular will die one meaningless death. Chapter 196, 196, a crazy with unlimited power. Chapter 196, a crazy with unlimited power. After Ryuko received her evolution ball, she went through the mana pool implantation surgery. When she was done, she leapt from her, mid-tier 7, to low-tier 8, which should have made her a few times stronger. After that, Rumi and Momo joined in on the surgery, one after another. When they were done, all 5 girls were now stronger than ever. Ryuko Tatsuma, low-tier 8. MP, 110,000. Rumi Usagiyama, mid-tier 8. MP, 160,000. Momo Yaoyorozu, peak tier 8. MP, 500,000. Neji Hado, peak tier 8. MP, 900,000. The strongest amongst them was Neji, of course. Not only was her draconic high human toppling everyone in both strength and mana capacity, she even had a powerful quirk that was further enhanced by the 2-tier potion she consumed after waking up inside the tower, now named as Arcane Plane. Next, it should have been Rumi who should have had the second highest tier, but it seemed Momo had an innate talent for mana, her body was like that. Maybe it had something to do with her quirk, Niji didn't know. After her Rumi had the highest tier, though she didn't look happy being at 1/3 spot. However, from her body language, Niji could read she was at least somewhat relieved that she was stronger than Ryukyu when he told them all about their ranks. After all, she had trained all her life with the rabbit quirk, whilst Ryukyu lay lazy, being lucky to be born with a powerful quirk. Her mood might have stayed sour for a long while if she stood on below, or even the same ranks as Ryukyu, at least after taking one special tier potion and on a normal one. His rabbit had evolved, finally. Moon Bunny, level 1, the user's body shows clear bunny traits, such as ears and tail. User is many times stronger, faster, and more durable than a normal human. Can access wild form, which boosts her rabbit genes and transforms her into a half-human half-rabbit hybrid. All the previous physical boosts are simplified further in this form. Under the moonlight, her body naturally uses the moon's aura to enhance her body. During this period, she becomes 5 times stronger in both her base form and wild form. She has a slight authority over the moon, thus allowing her to control the trajectory of the moon. If she wishes, she can summon great tsunamis by controlling the moon. Artificial moon creation allows her to create an artificial moon by releasing a small portion of her life force into the air via her mouth. This moon lasts 12 hours, working even under the bright sun. However, because of the life force being used to create this, the user gets a 10-time boost in her power, which adds on top to the 5 times boost if she creates this moon under an already moonlit sky. These were really strong abilities, one of the strongest in Niji's eyes, and it was just level 1. Though in the end, she was just a discount Super Saiyan, except she wasn't a monkey. Only Kimi and Niji got the joke though, laughing to themselves like maniacs while the other 4 girls gave them dry looks. Uncultured swines. Speaking of Kimi, she actually was quite miserable at this moment, though she hit it well. Peak tier 7. Niji said, looking at the girls while leaning with his back against the wall, his hand resting on Yu's head who silently stood beside him. You are the weakest, Kimi. TCH, look how far you have fallen. Your Kohais have all surpassed you. Each of them can kick your ass, yet, tisk. Now it was Kimi's try to join the girls to give him a dry look. Nijire was glaring at her younger brother, her eyes telling him to stop, but he acted obliviously. Though that was to be expected. Nijire, Ryukyu, and Rumi all received some buffs after entering the dungeon. Momo was most likely because of her creation ability. After all, she might be able to create living atomic bombs that would do volunteer mass suicide bombings that can destroy the world. Kimi, though, wasn't so special, and since she didn't receive a new evolution, and neither did any tier potions, she was falling behind. His words seemed to ruin her mood, though she hit it nicely, but Niji's many eye-related quirks saw through. He almost regretted teasing before the cat woman did something weird. No, after a while, she dramatically fell to the floor, her hand on her forehead. The girls gasped, trying to help her get up, but she denied their help. Is this the end of my journey? Have I devolved to a damsel in distress? No, no, no. I refuse to become a damsel in distress. I will stay down, on my knees, but I won't accept help. She really loved staying on her knees. Though Momo and Nijire were used to her shenanigans, the other 2 girls weren't. Hey, he's just joking, I think. He is probably lying about your tier. I think so too. Ryukyu and Rumi, one after another, tried to soothe her broken heart, but the cat woman didn't give in. I thank you 2 for reaching out, but, no, I will manage alone. Anyway, girls, sit down on the ground beside Kimmy. Your vampire loli teacher will start teaching you magic now. Niji said, patting you. Mana without any spells is just dull stone. To make it into a sharp weapon, you'd need to learn magic spells. The girls, exchanging glances, sat down beside Kimmy, who stopped her acting with a shrug, shocking Rumi and Ryuko. Niji, Momo, and Neji giggled at the sight while Kurai rolled on the ground while laughing in cat language. Ahem, anyway. Niji cleared his throat, stepping forward with you. I might act like a know-it-all, but I will have to admit I have zero knowledge in magic, outside games, animes, and mangas. Because as I said, I was cursed not to be able to wield mana, so I never bothered to learn about it. The girls attentively listened to him as he continued. But with you here, an ancient vampire who knows, well, almost all magic I can imagine, you wouldn't have a hard time learning spells. Though I would suggest not to compare yourselves with Kurai's learning speed. She's cheating. Kurai humphed at that, raising her head up in the air to look down at the humans, or should she call them hybrids now? Or maybe just mortal was a more correct term for these mixed breeds. I wouldn't observe your classes since it's meaningless for me to learn these. I would rather go out and do something. Niji said, watching as Neji looked at him. Where would you be going? Neji asked, making Niji shrug. Just a stroll, don't worry about it. She looked suspicious but didn't pry deeper. With that, Niji left after telling you to start her teaching. She seemed to try to say something about never having any disciples before, so she was nervous about this, but Niji's ears failed him all of a sudden and he fled the place. This was terrible. You was nervous, for the second time in eternity. The first being when the mad gamer tried to destroy the world. Babe, it's fine, ignore that jackass. The Catwoman said, smiling sweetly. However, you couldn't find herself to trust that smile after what Niji had said. Just take it slow and easy. We aren't going anywhere. She was a pedo. A child predator. Though it was true that you wasn't a little girl and her outer form was just her special skill, automatic regeneration, at work. This signature skill of hers, which manifested at the age of 12, automatically regenerates any injuries or lost body parts, but also prevents her aging. This meant that she still looked like a 12-year-old, even though she was 1,200 years old today. She couldn't trust this woman, not after she promised to serve the gamer. This Catwoman might molest her, and she would be forced to endure it, not being able to hurt her, since that'd anger the gamer. So, she forced herself to look away from the Catwoman's beautiful blue eyes, making the woman blink in confusion. Everyone, she said, looking in the middle at Neji Hado, the gamer's older sister. She liked this girl, her face radiated innocence. I will be transparent, I have no experience in teaching magic. I also have been a magic prodigy since birth, so I wouldn't be able to evaluate your talent or progress either. I believe this job suits the Magic Tower's leader, but, since the gamer left to take a stroll already, I guess it can't be helped. So for today, I will try to teach you some spells. At least her temporary students, and a cat, seemed respectful enough to listen to her silently and nod when needed. Slowly, she started to explain the basics of magic and mana to her students, sometimes going too much into depth before realizing her mistake and summarizing the important parts. She explained how each person has an innate talent for certain types of magic that others might not share. She explained that some people can cast spells without any chanting, known as silent casters, whilst some can create a magic circle just by imagining it. Those two traits are innate too, but they can be earned manually too. In fact, I can give all of you that ability right away. Her class listened to her silently until the last line, making the girls slightly surprised. While Kimmy, that Catwoman, she moaned. Ah, she's so cute I can't take it anymore. The woman almost jumped at her, bearing who knows what evil intentions in her mind, but luckily she was restrained midway. Kimmy, control yourself. She's a child. This is pedophilia. You hadn't misjudged that Neji girl was a nice person as she held Kimmy down, only to make the woman moan again. Hey. I am not going to eat her or anything. I was just about to hug her. Lies. We all know what you did to Niji when he was young. She wasn't a child though. The class calmed down after a while, the cat playing with a ball of rubber, almost uncaring though you could tell she had her attention on the class too. I have already scanned you for your innate talents. Amongst you all, the cat god right there has the death and corruption affinity. No way. Kimmy gasped, looking at the cat. This time she looked genuinely surprised. Kurai. A cat god. Ah, oh yeah. The cat blinked, going back to playing with the ball. I became a god recently. You must keep your head higher now, mama, as the mother of a god such as me. Clearing her throat, you continued. Momo, you have both creation and life affinity. Having two is rare, honestly. More so since you're not a divine being like Kurai. The black-haired girl with a red bang falling over her face smiled at those words. Next, Ryukyu has the dragon affinity. That's a very powerful one too if you are taught well. From basic elemental controls to godly destruction spells, all are found there. The rabbit has Een affinity, she would do pretty good with dark magic. You looked at her master's sister. Niji has the dragon and change affinity. The change affinity is the ability to change things, convert things, empower things, replace things. It's a powerful branch of magic. That's a lucky one. Though I am interested in the reason for this affinity. Usually, gods and such have this one. Niji looked surprised before smiling. Ah, I think it has something to do with potential energy. Potential energy. What's that? You tilted her head in a cute manner, making the girls blink. Our planets have different societies, it's natural for me to not know things. Oh, true. Niji said. Potential energy is dash. She tried to explain, but you shook her head. It's fine, we will talk about it when I start teaching you the spells. Rather, she turned at the last person, the oldest woman in the room. At last, Miss Kimmy. You have lightning affinity, speed affinity, builder affinity, and finally, space and time affinity. It wouldn't be short to say I am shocked. Wow, 5 of them. The woman simply whistled. Also, time and space. Where's the young master now? Didn't he just call me weak? The woman started to laugh, almost like a villain who had checkmated the hero. You just observed, confused about why and how this woman had so many and so powerful affinities. She could understand the titles, namely lightning and spacetime are the white tiger's powers. But the problem is, even though she had evolved into a white tiger after consuming an evolution stone, she was previously a normal person. She should at most have inherited only one trait from the tiger. Yet, here she was with so many of the tiger's affinities. It's as if this woman was created artificially, in a very perfect manner, to adapt to any powers. Anyway, you cleared her throat, unwilling to get too curious and make a mistake. Before I move on with teaching actual magic spells, it's first to test out the basics. She brought her hands in front of her small chest as they started to glow bright blue. Follow me as I gather mana in the middle of my palms. I will describe the process as best as I can, and you try to cop dash. A bright blue light flashed from within the girls. Ah, it's working. The cat woman yelled, making everyone turn to her and look at the ball of mana between her palms. Hey, it's not that hard. Try it out, girls. The other girls did so as she said, but none managed to do so in their first tries. Some took 3, some 2 5, and Rumi even took 9 tries, grumbling in her throat. You guys are kinda bad dash. Shut up, you are cheating. Yup, Kurai must be helping you. Maybe Niji gave you some secret item, you are his favorite. The black cat was laughing in the background, rolling on her back and almost choking on her breath, seemingly proud of her mommy. Though you could sense that the cat wasn't involved in this at all. Anyway, Kimmy suppressed a smile and continued to play with her mana. Let's cast some flashy magic. Hey, I haven't shown you yet dash, you tried to stop the woman, trying to make sure no accidents occurred, but it was too late. The woman had raided her hands in the air, the mana ball floating above her head. Abracadabra. Lightning. I summon thee. The blue ball of mana erupted, turning white and elongated as it spread across the room, buzzing as it electrified the metal around the room and burned through the wood. That spell was bullshit, meaningless. This was silent casting. And also imagination casting. Ah. Stop. Stop. Hey, you, help. How did she end up here? Niji played a bit of Minecraft, real-life edition inside Yu's palace. She made some very safe graves, installing traps around them and many more defending mechanisms, before burying his and Momo's parents. He did this alone, even though he didn't like it alone, because doing this with Momo and Niji will break them down again. He would show them this place after they are calmer, even though they might hate him for it. When Niji returned back to the ogre village, watching as 2 of his clones played Minecraft here too, building rich luxurious buildings, shops, smithies, bars, etc. for the monsters to use, before he stepped inside his imperial palace that he made a while ago. And... ahaha. I am so good. Kurai, do you see this? Mama. You are cheating. Even I am not that good. Stop cheating. The sight in front of him, the girls who looked like their self-esteem had all been lost, and even Kurai, the fucking mini-gamer, looked as if she was on the verge of crying. In the corner of the room, even the usually indifferent Yu had her mouth agape. The cause for all this, his airhead maid was using magic, like a maniac, fire, water, electricity, as makeshift electronic devices made of wood of all things, laid around the place. Most importantly, while the girl's tier was the same, something had changed with Kimmy's. Since when did Kimmy start cheating? Kimmy Sujihara, by Akko, low tier 9. What the hell happened here? Chapter 197, 197, They're Here. 1. Chapter 197, They're Here. 1. Later that day, you had taken Kimi as her personal disciple, much to the latter's amusement and Niji's shock. After that, the vampire confessed to Niji about her lack of teacher qualities and suggested that he recruited the master of the magic tower, instead. If she can't teach them properly, even if she's super strong, things are meaningless. I guess I do need a better teacher. Though that only made it more confusing as to why she took Kimi as her disciple. When asked why, she answered with slight fascination in her tone. To learn magic, teachers aren't always required. Look at ancient dragons, for example. They are so talented that they catch on any spell just by seeing it used once, they don't need to be taught. This Catwoman's talent far surpasses even dragons, she just needs someone to show her what magic to cast, not how to cast them. I am skilled enough to be able to do that, at least. Niji was surprised yet again. Was Kimi really that good? How? He soon realized the how part when you asked if Kimi was artificially created or not. Of course, she's a copy of Nawab, that strange otherworldly woman. Niji still didn't know what Nawab was, to this day. Her regression quirk, it shouldn't belong to a world like MHA. She might have had more to her origin than what met the eyes. Whatever the case, she was gone, though still alive in some corner of the Omniverse. This meant Nawab was either a natural-born magic genius, or she managed to change her body in a way to become a genius, either aware or unaware. So, when Kimi was cloned from her body, she inherited Nawab's magic constitution. Niji gave you a brief of this story, which made the vampire nod her head in understanding. So, who's the magic tower master? You seem to trust this person's teaching capabilities a lot. She. You trailed off, looking into his eyes. She's someone like me, someone from outside this dimension. But unlike me, she didn't come when the outer gods attacked. She allegedly tried to escape from her dimension to run from her father, and ended up here, now unable to leave. Also, she's pretty good with dimensional magic, it's better to show her that coupon you received as a loot instead of me. Oh. That's interesting. Who was this new fatherless girl? By now, Niji had heard a summary of when, how, and why you was in this dimension. So he knew she was the real deal, not a lookalike. Then perhaps whoever this magical girl was, she may be someone he knew too. Speaking of Yu's summary though, he also listened to her in-depth story of the outer gods. Fortunately, they weren't the Lovecraft outer gods that Niji feared. People just referred to them as outer gods because they were gods from outside this dimension. From her story, it seemed they were trying to conquer this dimension before they were ultimately forced to flee. It also seemed that there was land outside of this continent, so this planet must be quite larger than Earth since this continent alone had more landmass than Earth, almost twice. Though when Niji tried to go around the planet by flight, he failed to do so after moving a few kilometers outside the sea. A message had greeted him. The next region is yet to be unlocked. You have to visit another tower to access that region. In the MHA world, only this tower existed. Meaning, to access the other parts of this huge world, he would have to travel to another world and enter that tower. He might meet more summoned fictional people in the other parts, he guessed. Honestly, that future didn't seem so far from here, now that the Earth outside was at war. Anyway, we should meet this magic master ASAP. I am kind of in an emergency, you see. You nodded at his words and then opened a portal through which she guided Niji inside a luxurious office room that had a mixture of medieval and modern look to it. Turned out, this world wasn't exactly medieval. There were fridges, TVs, trains in this world. Yet it lacked cars and smartphones. There was a table and a chair in the room, with documents placed on the table. From how scattered they were, it seemed someone was working on them until not so long ago, but now the room was empty. Strange. I don't think it's strange. Niji replied to the vamp. You know, this world was almost about to get destroyed. I saw people freaking out everywhere when you were busy with my girls. Nobody would be in their right mind to still work on papers. The vampire considered his words for a moment before nodding. That's true. Then I think I know where she is. Saying so, she opened another portal and walked in, Niji following. Immediately, he heard a bang from the other side. This can't be happening. Nobody has any answers, and the Empress isn't anywhere to be found. The room they ended up next was blooming with dozens of people sitting around a huge meeting table, with the main chair empty. That chair should belong to the Empress, from the looks of it. Opposite the chair though, on the other side of the table, the person you was talking about was present. Niji could tell immediately because he was familiar with that girl. As they entered the room, the person that had just yelled while slamming on the table, along with all the other people turned their gazes at them. It's the Empress. She's back. Watch out, who's that behind her? Wait, he matches the description of the terrorist. They all babbled amongst themselves, looking at each other with worried glances. Amidst them all, only the magic tower's master stayed silent. Silence, you said in a cold voice, making the room quiet down immediately. You are in the presence of the god of this world, watch out how you talk. Was she calling herself God? That was quite unusual from her personality until now. He, who is the owner of this dimension, the single man who can destroy us all at a whim. The vamp interrupted his thoughts, presenting him to the crowd with her hands pointed at him. Meet Niji, the king of this reality, the absolute ruler of this world. The room fell silent. Along with Niji. Wow. She didn't introduce him as the gamer, since he had warned her to not call him that in front of others, but this was surprising. In a sense, he truly was this place's god, as the world listened to any of his commands, at least this continent did. Is it an impostor? One of the people present in the meeting dared to say as he looked at you, only for his head burst into a puddle of blood. The room fell silent again, with Niji controlling a snicker. It seems she's not an impostor, though I don't know about the boy. The Magic Tower Master finally said something, standing up and walking closer to Niji's location. She soon stood face to face with Niji, her red eyes looking at his blue ones while the red gem on her forehead gleamed softly. This beautiful young lady had pale, white skin, like that of a ghost, while her purple lips matched the color of her hair, along with her purple leotard and cape. Image here. It was Raven, daughter of Trigon. Who are you? She asked without any emotion in her voice, looking into his eyes with her dry ones, as the glint in Niji's eyes turned mischievous. He cleared his throat, grinning like a devil, before a deep almost scary voice left his throat. You don't recognize me, daughter. I am Trigo Dash. He couldn't finish his words before the demon child made a move. Purple spheres appeared around her hands just as a dark tentacle wrapped around Niji's neck, causing his voice to stop. But the purple translucent tentacles didn't stop there, they kept increasing their pressure, squeezing Niji's neck as they tightened up each second, but Niji stood relaxed, shrugging a second later. I expected you to be stronger, honestly, he said, looking at the text hovering above her head. Raven, Princess of the Dark, level 951. As the devil princess flinched, purple lightning burst out from Niji's neck as the tentacles dispersed into dark essence. It appears that electricity had quite the resistance against mana, so Niji could shake off most direct mana attacks using it. She tried to attack again, but Niji didn't even have to move as his vampire servant's eyes gleamed red and the girl failed to move, her body paralyzing except for her eyes. I am not your father, cutie. It was a joke. Though I do know about him. The girl, struggling for a moment, let out a sigh and closed her eyes as a sign of defeat, allowing you to free her. She then crossed her arms and looked at Niji with squinted eyes. How do you know Trigon? As my beloved vampire said, Niji patted his pet bloodsucker. Like your father, I am something of a god myself. My father is not a god. Someone like him can't be one. The girl opposed immediately, missing the point. Well, god, devil, same thing. Niji shrugged. Didn't he have a cult? That makes him a god in my book, albeit an evil one. Anyway, I don't have the time for all this. Niji went serious. I need your help, and you will help. Either by force, or we can make a deal where I would answer some of your questions upon receiving your help. He would come up with some bullshit when that time comes, though he wouldn't even talk to her about it before the fight with the gods. What do you want me to do? The girl asked, frowning softly as Niji smiled. Many things, dear, he looked dreamy all of a sudden. Many things. Chapter 198, 198, they're here. 2. Chapter 198, they're here. 2. It's been 25 days in the outside world, meaning 250 days or 8 months in the arcane plane. That was enough time for the people of this continent to accept the emergence of God. The general public had believed the news immediately when their Empress of all people declared Niji's existence in public. However, the more influential people had a problem with that, taking this as something of a ploy. In the end, they didn't want a new and outside force in their playground, forcing them to try and eliminate Niji quite a few times. Though they realized their mistakes, it had been too late. They were annihilated. On the monster side of things, a monster kingdom was finally created with Mersha as their queen. A peace treaty was formed between them and the demi-people by Niji's influence. Thanks to that, the monsters had managed to form a somewhat workable society amongst themselves. Mersha, with the help of gallons of seeds, had managed to reach level 700, now that Niji's semen didn't only raise level caps, but the level itself too. The Viking part of her race was also becoming more dominant, therefore giving her some stronger skills. Same with Andorus with her level 680, as she had somehow learned some ancient secret clan techniques that let her transform from a deadly wolf to a demi-human wolf mommy. But Niji was yet to help you and Raven to level up, so they hadn't grown much. He was honestly surprised to learn they had a status interface as well because they were from the outside world, but it seemed living in this dimension for so long changed a part of their existence to allow a level-up interface. As for why he couldn't help them, that's because Niji wasn't really into Lolas, and found it more fun to tease you than anything. He wouldn't mind pushing her down on the bed, but he would wait until she formed some feelings for him before doing so. As for Raven, Niji theorized she was asexual, that girl. Though he didn't have the luxury to test if that was true or not since Raven was almost always around his girls, teaching them. At last, in the last 8 months, many things have changed for his girls too. Mainly their strength and secondly their internal bonding. The 2 new girls, Rumi and Ryuko, had finally mixed into the group like family. As it turned out, sex helped bring people closer, despite of genders. 8 months was a very long time for Niji and Momo to mostly return to their normal selves, their depression and sadness long vanishing. It so happened that time was the best healer. Though they were angry, as Niji had expected, when he showed them the parents' graves and told them about how he brought back the intact bodies. Though their anger had calmed down when he confirmed their parents' souls were in actual legit heaven. Apparently, they had seen too much to doubt his words anymore, even when he talked about heaven and hell. At the same time, by now they have become stronger than before. Although they lacked a system interface, their growth was still huge. But undoubtedly, Kimi's growth was the greatest, that little cheat. Kimi Sugihara, Bayako, High Tier 16. If not for the fact that every few days, a Niji from the outside world came inside to give Niji all the quirks that had been newly harvested, Niji might have fallen behind Kimi. At the same time, as it turned out, he had passed level 1000 and unlocked his system's final restriction too. Only to be disappointed. Your class, the gamer, has fully integrated with your existence. Now, you can choose other classes, one after another as you make them integrate with yourself. That was good news, only if he didn't have to use mana for all the classes present. In the end, he didn't choose any class since he would be locked with it forever since he would never be able to fully integrate with it. Rather, he would wait for any interesting or lucky options. But he wasn't particularly in a hurry for that. As a level 1789, Niji was very strong already. Leveling up this much would have been harder in other situations, but the end of the world oddly came with opportunities too. That, along with the dungeon spread around the world that his bees raided, he earned quite a feastful of levels. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 16. Level, 1789. Class, undecided. Title, Harem Lord. Race, Draconic High Human. HP, 60360/60360. SP, 60310/60310. MP, #/ STR, 6026. End, 6036. Dex, 6031. Int, 5558. Wis, 5550. Cha, 3626. Luke, 7258. HP Reg, 24144/M. SP Reg, 24124/M. He hadn't put more points in luck after it reached 5,000, not because he was being stupid, but because Lady Luck said not to do so by herself. Lady Luck says this much is fine, the connection between you and her that these 5,000 points bring is strong enough for her to interfere as much as needed. Though she also adds that, unfortunately even by doing everything she can't push the time more than 25 days. She hopes you'd spend the other points sparingly, and not in luck as it's unneeded. That's what her message had said when Niji was about to put more than 5,000 points in luck. So, he had put his other points in other stats, bringing up and up to this point. Now, he was monstrously strong. More than it meets the naked eye since he brought his copy-paste clones inside the dungeon, where they have been doing their quirk copy-pasting for 250 days now. All of Niji's quirks were above, level 70, now, and one in particular had reached above, level 100. Kurai has grown as well. Since Kurai was given the quirk, Queen Bee, he let some of Kurai's bees out on Earth too, where she partook in the bombardment of the burning world outside. She had reached level 1069, though she was much stronger than that. Where Niji had all types of quirks that fulfilled his lack of magic, Kurai had the real thing. She could cast almost any magic known to both you and Raven, as affinities didn't matter to a gamer. Though Kimi still knew more spells compared to the cat had greater mana reserves and regeneration speed. Along with her other stats, her new racial skills and new racial boosts, which now made her mana equals INTX 200, she was frightening. Name, Kurai. Age, 7. Level, 1069. Race, Nurgle. Class, Allrounder Mage. HP, 12280/12280. SP, 12080/12080. MP, 779400/779400. STR, 1233. End, 1228. Dex, 1208. Int, 3897. Wis, 1719. Cha, 1220. LUC, same as its owner. HP Reg, 4912/M. SP Reg, 4832/M. MP Reg, 38970/M. She even had a class of her own now, since her system was connected with his and she could luckily enjoy a class unlike him. This made Kurai tower above her old self, by a large margin. Coupled with the thousands of spells she came to learn, she was a foe to be careful with. The other girls weren't so behind, either. Niji had reached high tier 14, shared by Momo and Rumi, whilst Ryuko was mid-tier 14. Now, all the girls had all gathered in the room, along with you. They were standing beside each other, wearing armor and magic-enhancing mage costumes, and looking at Niji. Today is the day when they will come, said Niji, meeting all their gazes. Even if we wait here, they'd still manage to slip inside. I would rather have them destroy Earth than this place, since this is my safe haven where I can teleport back and forth anytime. That sounds like a plan to me, Rumi said, her arms crossed. She was wearing a red chipao that was split in two from under her waist, giving a peek of her chocolatey legs. Though, do you really think Earth will actually be destroyed? Rumi and Ryuko both had families on Earth too. Though their parents had long passed away, they had relatives in that place. However, they had zero chance to be alive in the condition Earth was in right now. It's better to be destroyed than fine. With the condition Earth is right now, even demons wouldn't be alive, Niji said. I told you about the nuclear war there, yeah. You'd realize how underwhelming my words were when you see the real thing. The girls went silent at that, glancing at each other. Okay, fine, Niji said, wearing a green and blue tight dress, resembling her old hero costume. We will discuss more about that if things go right. We should move now. You worry too much, guys. We would win one way or another, it wouldn't be that hard, Kimmy suddenly said, adjusting her witch hat. Her hair was short, an illusion she made using her magic, and she was wearing a black witch dress that was a bit too revealing. With a black blindfold over her eyes, her 2B cosplay honestly looked gorgeous. Image here. No, Niji frowned. Fighting is the worst-case scenario, as I had said before, but if we really fight then things wouldn't be easy. Niji corrected her. Remember, first we try to escape, if that fails only then we engage in a fight, but that fight wouldn't be an easy one. Far from that. Kimmy blinked, humming. Yeah, I almost forgot. When the gods teleport to Earth, dimensional travels should be available again, Kimmy said. That's our chance to use that magical coupon. The coupon she was talking about was the one Niji received upon conquering the tower. Dimensional traveling coupon, divine rank. Details, a coupon made by the director of the last act. It allows the user to travel from his universe to another, teleporting him to another world. The world can be chosen by the user. Can only carry one person. This was the coupon he had received, the thing that had gotten his hopes up until he realized he couldn't actually use it upon simulating his future sight. It turned out dimensional traveling was blocked from his MHA world, most certainly done by the gods. He couldn't use it from this arcane plane either, as this place also blocked all sorts of dimensional travel, so much so that even he couldn't make it happen with his authority. That's also the reason why Raven was unable to leave. That meant the only chance to use this coupon would be to use it when the gods reach Earth, therefore obviously reopening dimensional travel. As for the person limit, that was one of the reasons why he recruited Raven. In the last 8 months, she had managed to reverse engineer the coupon to allow more than one person to be carried along with it. Anyway, enough chit-chat. We should leave now, Niji said, snapping his fingers just as a portal opened behind him. This gate to the outside world was the only dimensional travel possible in this world. He soon pushed the girls through the portal one by one, and when everyone left, he looked at you. Take care of the place in my absence, he said as the girl nodded. Time didn't freeze when he left this place anymore, it rather became 10 times slower than the outside. So he needed someone to watch over. It's sad I can't bring you out, you'd have been a great help. She looked regretful at that too. Niji thought since he could take outside people inside this place, he should be able to take the inside people outside too, and he was right. However, it turned out that the boss monsters couldn't be taken out. Though Raven could be taken out, she didn't want to leave, fearful that her father would sense her the moment she took a step outside. Niji could have forced her to help him still, but he didn't see the need to. I will be waiting for you, you said, looking slightly worried, making Niji chuckle. He put a hand on her head and ruffled her hair. I will be back, in one piece too. Thanks for worrying, but it's needless. Ha, needless, he said. He couldn't believe his own words. If future sight was anything to trust, then her worry wasn't truly needless. Far from that. But Niji didn't show his fear on his face and just walked through the portal after patting you for one last time. Finally, it was time to confront his lifelong enemies. Chapter 199, they're here. 3. Chapter 199, they're here. 3. When Kimmy walked out of the portal after the other girls, she found herself in Yue's backyard and froze just like everyone else. What is this? Rumi mumbled, dazed as she watched the scene ahead. The other girls stayed silent, except for Momo, who covered her gasp with a hand, her eyes shaking. The world around them was in ashes, charred ashes. Green gas of radiation was everywhere, rising from every destroyed building, or at least what remained of those buildings, filling the atmosphere to the brink. Kimmy's eyes wandered, a feeling of blob on her throat as she gulped it down. She could see skulls, bones and parts of human skeletons lying around the ground, the skeletons belonging to UA students, teachers, and even the civilians who took shelter here. A few 10 meters away from them, Kimmy's eyes fell on a black-furred mouse with red eyes and green gas coming out of its mouth that was chewing on the remnants of another mouse-like skeleton, albeit much bigger than itself. Wait, is that Principal Nizu's corpse? That thought made the blob in her throat intensify. She suddenly wanted to vomit. To shake away her nausea, she snapped her head in another direction, only for her thoughts to go silent. UA was a mountain, so it gave a view of the city below it, and she could easily see the fire that was dancing there. It looked fresh. Buildings were broken, smashed to the ground as green smoke and fire with a taint of green in it danced around them, looking like the deepest part of hell. What the hell was this place? Was this really Japan? The more she looked around, along with the other girls, she saw more and more skeletons, fire in the far and radioactive animals running around. She couldn't help but curse. Holy fuck. She silently cast a spell at the same time to keep her and the girls safe from the radiation, though it was unneeded with their now much stronger bodies. She didn't want to take a risk. Niji was right, his words didn't do this destruction justice. This country, and even this entire planet, if this a worldwide phenomenon, it was too far gone already, too deep down the sink for it to be saved. Heck, her search spell couldn't sense any living human 1,000 kilometers from here. The only living beings she could sense at all were radioactive animals. This was the doomsday. What a sight, phew. Niji's voice came from behind her as he walked out of the portal that closed by itself. Antarctica looks the best, at this time. The auroras in the sky are gorgeous, illuminating the place like the center of the cosmos. Niji, this isn't a joking matter. Niji yelled as she glared at him, her hands on her waist. You are being a bad influence on Kurai. Kurai, who had run to the radioactive mouse by then, threatening it with her claws for fun, stopped in her spot and blinked. I think it's too late, Momo said, looking at the mouse. She's irredeemable. Hey, don't talk about my daughter like that. She's just having fun. Niji protested, walking over and patting Kurai in the head, placing her on his shoulder. Though I already said this before, let me repeat myself. He stood up, looking at Rumi and Ryuko. Your friends and family, I tried to save them, but as you understand it's hard to do so amidst a nuclear world war. The girls just shrugged at that. They have kept a cool about all this since the start. Kimmy guessed they just didn't want to show anger or sadness for losing their friends in front of Momo and Niji, who had lost their parents, of all people. That'd make the little girls look at them unfavorably. Anyway, we should move away from the tower's gate and Japan as a whole. I can confirm that destroying the tower wouldn't harm the world inside, but if any of the gods managed to slip inside, it would be bad. Niji said. Kimmy nodded at that. That's true. But where? Oh, I have an idea. Let's go to America, that's where all the big super fights happen in comics. While the other girls went silent, looking at her strangely, Niji brightened up. Brilliant idea. He high-fived her, making the others sigh. Hey, jealous little girls. Then walked closer to Niji and touched his body, one by one. Taking the sign, Niji used his teleport quirk and Kimmy and the others found themselves in America in the next second. Turns out, America was in no better shape than Japan. It was destroyed even before the alien invasion. Was any other human even alive on this planet? Just that thought made Kimmy shudder. This is just a country-sized 9/11, what a bummer. She said, looking around at the destroyed skyscrapers. I wanted to enjoy some things here. Kimmy sighed, shaking her head, and Niji patted her shoulder. We can enjoy that in some other world, Niji said, suddenly frowning as he looked up at the sky and slipped a hand inside his personal dimension, taking out the dimension travel coupon. Kimmy followed his eyes and looked at the sky too. She froze immediately. The sky was splitting apart, as if a huge eye was opening, showing a purple world on the other side that started to enlarge and eat the sky out. They were here. Kimmy panicked, along with everyone else as they took formation, not knowing what to do at all. An instinctual fear crept down her back as she looked at the purple world above, the presence of godly beings pressing down on her. "Ah shit, we shouldn't have procrastinated." Niji, on the other hand, still sounded casual. He grumbled and casually poked fingers with Kurai. A draconic tail lashed out of his back and 2 ears popped on his head. He had achieved the perfect fusion, something that came out right most of the time because of his luck. Then, Kimmy and everyone watched, as Niji channeled mana inside the dimension travel coupon, making it shine golden. The shine indicated it was working, catching all the girls' attention. Is it working? It looks like it is. As the girls whispered amongst each other, the coupon burst into golden particles of light, the light then gathered together, forming a complex magic circle beneath them. Kimmy suddenly felt gravity become stronger beneath them. "Hey Niji. Is it working?" Momo gasped from the side, slightly nervous. Everyone, including Kimmy, knew the answer: it was working. They were about to escape before the gods could hunt them down. However, they still expected to hear confirmation from Niji's mouth. But Niji stepped outside the magic circle. "What? Why? Niji. Oi, what the hell, Niji?" Niji yelled aloud, confused, as she reached out to grab Niji's shoulder, but her hand couldn't pass the red circular light that came from the magic circle beneath her feet. Kimmy's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt something ominous. No, this wasn't good. "Young master. What are you doing? Get back here. It won't work." He finally said something. "But it's working dash." She tried to say, but Niji turned around, his clock-like purple eyes locking up with hers as a calm voice left his mouth. "You all die in the future I am seeing. The magic circle is working, but things wouldn't work if I tag along. Stop with that bullshit, step inside." Rumi yelled, anxious. "We are successfully escaping from here." For all her tantrums, Niji didn't move his eyes from Kimmy. "Raven helped me reverse engineer the coupon. It doesn't just bring one person when cast, it brings everyone inside the circle except for the person who cast it. Unfortunately, reverse engineering meant you all would end up in any world except for the world that was chosen. I chose the Marvel Universe, that's one danger of the window." He smiled. "And yes, fictional worlds do exist. That slime manga you like so much exists in some corner of the Omniverse, too. Bastard. Why are you doing all this after making us so strong?" Niji had enough of his bullshit. She slammed on the magic circle's barrier, but it didn't budge. Rumi joined in to help, kicking it and even attacking it with her dark spells, but it still didn't budge. He gazed at Niji, smiling. "Like I said, you all will end up in a different universe than the one I chose. This means each of you would most likely end up in a different world, alone without anybody else to help you. That's the reason why I made you guys strong, so that you can hold your own without me." "Niji, don't say that." Ryuko and Momo joined in. "We don't want to be without you, if it's death we all would die together. You don't have to bear all the responsibility on your lone shoulder dash." Niji suddenly turned at Momo, blinking. "What? No. I am not dying. In the future I see, I don't die as long as you guys aren't in the picture. What I am trying to say is... well, how to put it?" He sighed, scratching his neck. "You guys would fucking drag me down in this battle, causing both mine and your death. The same happens when I follow you on dimension travel. They follow us too, and we all die. Why didn't you leave us inside the dungeon then?" Hearing Ryuko's complaint, he turned around, looking up at the purple sky. "But even though I don't die in this current scenario, something debatably much worse happens. That's why I didn't leave you guys inside the dungeon, because I am not sure if the place will survive today's battle." His dragon tail twisted behind him as he stood with his hands in his pockets, his cat ears twitching at the creepy sounds coming from above the purple split in the sky. The purple light that came out from the other side was covering the whole world now, overshadowing the setting sun that was facing Niji. "Kimmy," he suddenly said, not turning around. "I am not sure how long it would take for me to find you guys since time flows differently in each universe. But time shouldn't be a problem for you with your chronomancy. So I have a mission for you." He turned around, his eyes blue again but with octograms above them. "Gather all the girls from wherever they end up, please, and then wait for me. I know you can do that much, you are smart and strong." Kimmy was silent. Her expression was a mixture of a dozen emotions. He gave her a last smile, his last smile. Even as the girls kept yelling, he just gave them all a smile, waving his hand once as he spoke one word. "See you soon. PSS." The golden light flashed brighter, overwhelming the purple for a moment's instant as Kimmy barely managed to see people plunging down from the purple split in the sky. Before she could see more, the golden light engulfed her along with the other girls. At last, her world went bright. Too bright for her to see. Chapter 200, Battle of Gods, 1. Chapter 200, Battle of Gods, 1. Phosha, the primordial fire goddess, had received the weapon, Status Cutter. The blade that's not only the bane of the gamer, but all level-up system users across the Omniverse. Phosha, being the child of the primordial god, was strong from birth, very much so. Although she hadn't received her father's true powers, she received a portion of his flame-related divinities, earning herself the title of primordial fire goddess, even though she was chronologically not that old. With all that power, along with this sword in her hand, she was quite confident for this hunt. Consuming the blood and flesh of the primordial deity as its materials, and being forged in his primordial soul, the white and red heavy sword in her hand matched its creator's color scheme. Even as she held the sword, it bent the reality around it, breaking the fabrics of existence in real time before the realm fixed itself. Nowhere was a higher plane of existence, yet it was being torn apart. When brought to a lower plane such as My Hero Academia, the whole world might get torn apart if not controlled. Though she doubted that since the cube omniverse will would actively suppress the sword's status too, though she also doubted how much it could suppress since the will wasn't in its previous all-powerful state anymore. Are you ready, my daughter? A deep voice, sounding like the burning of firewood, asked from behind her. She nodded at her father, not even looking at him, making him chuckle. You seem nervous. I am not. She looked into his eyes. I am simply excited. I can't wait to butcher that kid. Her father didn't say anything, silently allowing her to realize the dangers of this mission. This kid, the new gamer, was as bad as the old one. He had destroyed the whole planet, bringing it to its doomsday, just to gain enough levels to match the incoming threat. He had cloned himself using a quirk, the power source of that world, and all his clones have been raiding dungeons, killing billions, leveling up his quirk in a weird way, while the gods weren't even able to distinguish who or where his real self was. They should be able to sense it once they land on that plane, though. How's the sword? Her father asked, looking at her hand that was wielding the status cutter. It feels great, and powerful. Though I don't know how well it will fare against him under the protection of the cube's will. She looked at the sword, clenching it harder. Looks like you are ready, her father said as he turned around, looking at the 300 gods gathered behind him, standing in 3 divided groups, behind 3 leading gods. One of them was Thor, the strongest variant of the Norse god of thunder. Another was Hercules, the strongest variant of the Greek demigod of strength. The other was Tsukiyomi, the strongest variant of the Shinto god of moon. These 3 each led a group of 100 gods and goddesses, where each of them was the strongest variant of themselves across the Omniverse. The chief gods of the Prime weren't participating, as they were hard to order around, but their 303 were still one of the top gods present. With them present, any chance of the gamer escaping was reduced to 0. Let alone his chances of survival. It appears that everyone is here, her father said, his hands behind his back. Then let's begin. Everyone cheered just as the primal-most god brought his hands in front of him, clasping his palms together before he started to pull them back. As his palms separated, so did the ground in front of the army of gods. The cosmos-themed ground slowly split apart, a radiant purple light coming out from beneath the surface as everyone watched the universe move below it. First it rotated, then it zoomed inside the cube, the scene moving speed an unknown times greater than the speed of light as it soon locked the target on top of a green and blue planet. Earth. The split showed the apocalyptic radioactive planet beneath it, showing the cursed gamer standing with a few girls. Phosha blinked at the sight. They feel stronger than before they entered that tower. How did they grow this much in 25 days? That was confusing. She wasn't able to watch the things inside the tower. The gamer system's authority could at least stop their gaze from looking in, though it would have failed to stop them from raiding inside in case the gamer didn't come up by himself. Phosha's eyes suddenly widened as she watched the gamer use a dimensional traveling item, using it immediately. Father. He's trying to escape. Her father frowned too. Now that he had opened the gate, if he wanted to stop the teleportation the gate would also collapse. Her father clenched his jaws and snapped his head at one of the leading gods of the army. The Odinson. Thor. Jump down. It would hurt him a bit, jumping through this uncompleted gate, and even eat some of his power out, but at least he would be able to stop the gamer from escaping. Now. Odinson seemed to hesitate for a second before he jumped. Unfortunately, it was too late. Time was slightly imbalanced between these 2 places because of the gate trying to fully connect the 2 places. It's already been 2 minutes in the lesser plane compared to the 20 seconds that have passed here. That much was enough for the dimensional teleportation to activate. Golden flashed for a second as Phosha grunted aloud, but as the light vanished, she noticed something satisfying. Though the girls were gone, the gamer hadn't vanished yet. For some reason, he had stepped out of the magic circle. Aha, what a retard, he just killed himself. As the gate still tried to fully connect with the world, the omniverse actively resisting, Thor had already jumped down with his huge hammer in his hand. Quest, win, has been generated. Niji didn't care to see the details of the quest as his eyes caught a black dot falling from the sky, falling towards him at the speed of lightning. A hamax, as big as a man, was being wielded by a huge bearded man. The hamax was coming towards Niji's head. Niji raised his right hand, the world slowing down at his relative speed increasing, and the hammer came hitting right on top of his palm. Divine dividing. The impact that should have destroyed America into Blitz ceased to exist as Niji divided part of it while absorbing the other part using FA gene, level 71, that had been mixed with many more shockwave-absorbing quirks. All of a sudden, Niji was fully charged. The bear of a man, Odinson Thor, his ginger beard covering his face as he wore a Viking helmet, looked stunned at the spectacle. Thor Odinson, Thunder God, Tier 18. Odinson might be shocked, but Niji was surprised too. It was surprising that this was actually Thor, one that was more mythologically accurate than a certain lady killer, but he was more surprised at his tier. Only 18. He knew how different the game became with every tier change. For example, Kimmy could very effortlessly take on all the other girls and their grandmas even though they were just 2 tiers below her. The gap only increased when the tiers grew higher. But still, only 18. Whatever the case may be, Niji regained his composure before the lightning fanatic and immediately entered his divine transformation. With a burst of blue mana, white scales erupted all around his body and covered his skin in milliseconds before a thick glossy draconic armor wrapped around him, with wings as blue as a lake. It was the vanishing dragon form. Thor realized the danger and backed off, his movements faster than the speed of lightning. However, Niji was faster than that. He moved swiftly, behind Thor and kicked him in the waist. Space cracked, Thor's armor breaking apart as he hit a building, and for some reason, he didn't keep going through the building. Even though he hit the building at a speed greater than lightning, he didn't destroy the building. What? Did the radiation somehow make the buildings more durable? Master, I sense a greater will at work here. The will of the Omniverse is enhancing this planet's durability by a great fold. If not, you'd be fighting in outer space in no time. As this planet wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of so many gods and would be destroyed. That explained things. But Niji had already started moving by the time the explanation was finished. Thor stood up abruptly, yelling like the Viking that he was as he swung the axe side of his hammer at Niji's face. Niji teleported from the incoming attack, finding himself behind Thor as he touched God's back, about to finish him off. He channeled his own lightning, as purple as the sky above, sourced from his quirk, Thunder God, level 95. He then strengthened the power of the lightning with upgrade, level 94, that boosted his quirks a whopping 5,000%. Then, he released a beam from his palm, hitting Thor on the back and coming out from his chest. A chilling cry left God's throat, his hands shaking as his weapon fell from his hands. He yelled for another 3 seconds, before his whole torso melted away and he fell to the ground. Niji stopped the burst and looked down at the corpse of one of his lifelong enemies. You have killed Thor Odinson, a tier 18 enemy. You have gained 180 levels. You, the fusion, have reached level 3038. Your existence becomes more refined. His fictional counterpart could take on the force of a dying star, Niji said, his hands glowing purple. But he couldn't even endure the thing he had dominion over. Imagine. Niji pulled the hamax towards him using his telekinesis. Luckily, this weapon didn't need him to be worthy or something similar, it was just really heavy, that's all. 10 points for the mythologically accurate part. Good job, you guys. Slowly, Niji turned around. Finding himself face to face with exactly 303 people, and unless his high-spec, level 87 was lying, they were all above tier 16, with 2 being at tier 20 and 1 at tier 25. The one that he was familiar with. So we finally meet again. Niji put the hammer on his shoulder, his body's size growing correspondingly with his armor as he became big enough to comfortably use the hammer. Goddess of Fire, Phosha. Look at that, your eyes are as annoying as that bastard. The red-haired gorgeous said as she wielded a sword that had reality rippling around its edge. I would you rather not compare me to other people, not even my predecessor. Niji gently requested, unless you want me to vaporize you just like the fat ass on the ground. The Goddess of Fire simply scoffed, taking a battle pose. Vaporizing fucktards is my job, not yours. Then she suddenly disappeared. And Niji was suddenly in full alarm, forcing him to use permeation. At a speed greater than light itself, the pyromaniac reappeared in front of Niji, catching him off guard as she swung her sword that was blazing with a boiling red alien energy. The bizarre sword stuck towards Niji's neck, about to divide his body into a perfect 2. Niji moved, at the last second. Although Niji managed to dodge a fatal blow, the sword still managed to hit him. It hit him at the edge of his shoulder, slicing through his shoulder like a hot knife through butter and came out by his armpit, but not because his permeation worked, not at all, the attack has bypassed that quirk. Rather, that's just how the sword worked, it cut through anything, without caring about defense or any other invading trick. Though it didn't do any visible damage despite cutting through, Niji felt a pain in his very existence. An immense pain in his core. Numbers, blue in color, erupted from the invisible wound, where the slash had fallen. Those numbers showered out from his body like blood, a strange sight to behold. His status has been cut. Beep. Beep. Emergency. Unknown attack detected. The gamer's status was damaged. The quest, win, has been destroyed. 119 levels have been destroyed for both you and Kurai. You have devolved to level 2800. 13 of your quirks have lost 1 level each. Ah. Niji blinked. So this thing was why he could never win in his future sight. Though he didn't lose any HP, this thing was so anti-gamer to him that his future sight couldn't even see how and why he lost levels in the fight, just that, he somehow did. This thing, this damn sword, it negated any abilities commented to the gamer system. As a gamer, this was his kryptonite. However, Niji just so happened to have a plan for it.